For 4 years, he devoted himself to her. After Ye Tiantian was accepted into graduate school, she abruptly kicked Jiang Han to the curb. Heartbroken, Jiang Han chose to return to the island. Despite being underestimated, he unexpectedly awakened an extreme scanning system. Hidden in the depths of mud, beneath coral reefs, and within the sea what others could scarcely detect, he perceived with clarity. Mantis shrimp, moon snails, geoducks, and large crabs were easily within his grasp. Priceless delicacies such as the East-Star grouper, bluefin tuna, and moonfish fell effortlessly into his nets. Deep-sea pearls and treasures of the ocean could not escape his keen sight. From that point onward, the sea became his golden fishing ground. Is Jiang Han back? Is Jiang Han back? Is Jiang Han back? Jiang Han transferred from a large bus to a minibus, and then to a rural shuttle. After much anticipation, he was finally informed that sailing was prohibited due to strong winds. After waiting for 2 days near the dock, he finally boarded the ferry to Jiao Island. As a child, he had never liked riding boats when the winds picked up. The rocking made him feel quite ill. Growing up on the island, he had been seasick several times and had been teased by the locals for it. Yet now, not only was he free from seasickness, but the salty scent of the sea air brought him a sense of comfort. 3 hours later, he finally returned to Xiajiang village on Jiao Island. The ants he encountered along the way greeted him warmly, and he responded with equal enthusiasm. However, as he walked, he noticed that the village was mostly filled with elderly folks and children running about. Jiao Island, distant from the mainland, contrasted sharply with the increasingly prosperous lives of those inland. The villagers here led a far more difficult existence, with many young people having left for work elsewhere. At his age, there were hardly any peers remaining on the island. A profound sense of melancholy enveloped him. Upon stepping through the door of his home, everything came into view. A black and white television, a tape recorder longer than his arm, and a wall-mounted radio with a pull cord. Even the windows were wooden frames that pushed outward. One could easily mistake him for having traveled back to the 1980s. This remote island already lagged far behind the cities in terms of accessibility. Furthermore, due to his family's modest means, his sister marrying early and him attending university, their belongings were remnants from many years ago. Returning to his room, he noticed 2 celebrity posters still adorning the walls. He tore them down and rummaged through the cupboard for the bedding. Expecting it to smell musty, he planned to air it out, but to his surprise, it bore the scent of sunshine instead. Could it be that his sister had aired out the quilts for him? Considering the immaculate table and chairs in the living room, it was likely she often returned to look after the house. With their parents gone, the 2 siblings had relied on each other for years. During his first year of university, a significant portion of his tuition had been covered by his sister. In the following years, she continued to provide him with living expenses. Though he resisted accepting them, she insisted on giving him support. He felt he owed her far too much and wondered when he would be able to repay her. His stomach rumbled, having only eaten a tea egg in the morning before boarding. He was now genuinely hungry. In a place like theirs, there were no supermarkets or markets. Having a small shop was a luxury. He went to the village shop and bought a pack of instant noodles, a bag of eggs, and a package of sausages. Since there was no electric kettle at home, he made a fire and finally boiled the noodles. He cracked 2 eggs and added the sausages. Next to the wood stove, there was a small opening while the noodles cooked. He scooped water from there. When the noodles were ready, the water in the opening had also boiled. He poured into a thermos for drinking later. Perhaps it had been too long since he had done such a thing. When he set the steaming noodles on the table, he was already drenched in sweat. At that moment, Jiang Han walked in through the door. Both siblings were taken aback and exclaimed in unison, "What brings you here?" Jiang Han pulled out a chair for Jiang Han to sit. He then presented his diploma to her, saying, "I graduated." Jiang Han regarded the diploma with great reverence. This was a diploma from Nanjing University, a prestigious institution nationwide. Her brother had truly accomplished something remarkable. However, her joy suddenly faded as a troubling thought crossed her mind. Jiang Han anticipated her question and decided to share the details about his relationship with Ye Tiantian. "She got into graduate school and broke up with me." Jiang Han opened her mouth, her words caught in her throat. Her brother and Ye Tiantian had grown up together in the same village, inseparable as childhood friends. Both families had faced hardships. For many years, a significant portion of Ye Tiantian's living expenses in college had been earned through Jiang Han's hard work. To think that she would turn her back on him upon attaining her graduate degree. She scrutinized Jiang Han's expression, relieved to find that he appeared relatively composed. "Now that you've graduated from university, you are an educated person. There is nothing you cannot pursue." Jiang Han sighed. "Sister, do you remember the major I applied for?" Of course, financial management, she replied, which sounded quite impressive. She had inquired within the village, and many believe that graduates from that field typically landed leadership roles in large companies. However, I don't want to deceive you. While this major does sound prestigious, those who apply for it usually come from families with factories or businesses. After studying, they return home to manage their companies. What are your plans now? Jiang Feng asked, nearly pulling her hair out in frustration surely. Her brother's university education had not been in vain. He'll stay here for a few days and think about what to do next. Staying in his hometown meant he wouldn't have to worry about the exorbitant rent every month. Then make yourself at home if you need anything. Just let me know. Sister, I could take care of myself. Hearing her brother's words filled Jiang Feng with pride. Her brother had indeed grown up. If their parents were watching from above, they would surely be pleased to see him like this. Come over for dinner at my place tonight. Jiang Han hesitated. I think I'll pass. His sister had already done so much for him over the years. Though her husband said nothing, he had his own thoughts. Now, he had begun to see Jiang Feng as a dependable support. Most importantly, their family was not well off either. With 2 daughters to raise, they were already living frugally, and he did not want to burden them further. He regretted not being able to help his sister as he wished. Jiang Feng, however, was oblivious to this. She patted herself down, but found no money. A couple of days ago, she had opened the upstairs windows for ventilation, and today she had come to close them. All right, if you don't want to eat, then don't. Perhaps her brother was just being lazy. The 2 villages were so close that it only took a 10-minute walk, yet he refused to make the effort. Never mind, next time she visited, she would bring something for him and make him some delicious food. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Jiang Feng had to return to her 2 children at home. When she left, Jiang Han slowly finished his noodles. Feeling somewhat stifled alone at home, he decided to take a stroll outside. The sun was quite strong, so he donned a straw hat that hung on the door. Chapter 2 Infinite Scanning System. This conical hat, also known as the Dongpa hat, serves not only to shield against the sun but also to protect from rain, making it a staple for the island's inhabitants. Nevertheless, aside from a few individuals blessed with exceptional genes, the majority of the locals possess a skin tone that is a shade darker than those from inland areas. After all, nobody dons a hat when merely stepping into their own yard to pluck a scallion. Jiang Han's complexion is not particularly fair, yet his height and handsome features render him striking. His slightly tanned skin adds to his vitality. Even among a crowd of fair-skinned individuals, he stands out. As he ambled along, he found himself at the seaside. In the minds of many inland dwellers, the coast is often envisioned with golden sands and azure waters, yet in reality, many locations lack beaches altogether. The spot where he now stood was a muddy flat, stretching out before him in a murky expanse. As a child, Jiang Han relished rolling around in the mud flats, returning home coated in muck and facing his sister's wrath on several occasions. Observing the receding tide, he was surprised to find it low at this hour. Don't look too long, it's a small tide, remarked old Master Luo, who strolled by with a tea mug in hand. During low tides, the water retreats significantly, revealing an abundance of treasures, whereas during small tides, the situation is quite the opposite. Jiang Han had little interest in the intricacies of the tides. He was not there to gather sea creatures. Still, he noticed 2 small children industriously at work on the mud flat, one wielding a sand shovel, the other a metal rake. Despite their numerous tools, their haul was meager. Jiang Han couldn't help but chuckle softly. The 2 children halted abruptly, as if stung by humiliation, and looked up at him in unison. Hey, what's so funny? Who are you? In such a remote place as Jiaohua Island, it was unlikely for outsiders to appear. I am Wang Fa's son. I'm Li Tu's son, one responded. Jiang Han was taken aback. These families lived side by side, neighbors indeed. Wang Fa and Li Tu were 3 or 4 years his senior. And he was astonished to see their children had grown so large that don't think just because you know our dads that we'll be scared of you. They're both out working. You want to see them. It turned out to be a case of left-behind children. Most kids remaining in the village found themselves in similar circumstances. Parents deemed it inconvenient to bring them along for work, leaving them in the care of elderly relatives. Such unfortunate children indeed. Noticing Jiang Han glancing toward their water buckets, the 2 youngsters instinctively shielded their possessions. You're grown up. You're not thinking of robbing us, are you? Jiang Han was speechless. Did he really appear so pitiful? Besides, he had no interest in the meager contents of their buckets. Suddenly, a wave of dizziness washed over him, accompanied by a slight feeling of nausea. Once that sensation subsided, he blinked, realizing his vision had significantly improved. Having graduated from university, even without glasses, his eyesight had been somewhat affected. Yet now, he could see with remarkable clarity. A voice echoed in his mind. Post facing the sea. Infinite Scanning System awakening. Would you like to load? Infinite Scanning System? What was that? A golden finger? Perhaps. Without hesitation, Jiang Han chose to load it. Moments later, as he gazed once more at the muddy flat, he was astounded to discover he could see beneath the surface. While the top layer of mud concealed its treasures, below lay an array of shellfish, and to his delight, numerous mantis shrimp. However, the scanning range was somewhat limited. Approximately 10 meters as Jiang Han sprinted along the shore. He noticed that his field of vision expanded in tandem with his movements. Fixating on the mantis shrimp beneath the muddy expanse, he could hardly suppress his saliva. Was this a chance for riches? Several methods of preparing mantis shrimp flitted through his mind. During his time at university, he had abstained from seafood, not for any reason other than its exorbitant cost. Wang Xiaobao and Li Xiaoya exchanged glances. Noting Jiang Han's face shifting from pale to red, then back to pale again, causing them some trepidation, his erratic running seemed rather alarming. Did their earlier comments provoke some illness in him? Uncle, are you all right? You're not here to extort money from our grandparents, are you? Jiang Han, still reveling in the joy of binding the system, was suddenly irked by the children's words. Why call me uncle? What do you mean? Why would I extort money from two kids? He glanced at their buckets again. The modest collection of mud snails and hermit crabs could easily fit into one bucket. He contemplated asking to borrow a bucket. But seeing how they guarded their possessions, he decided against it. After all, he was an adult. He couldn't possibly reduce himself to making two children cry on his first day back in the village. Initially reluctant to make the trip, he resolved to return home for a bucket instead. He rummaged around his house and found a pair of rusty metal tongs, their screws somewhat loose but still functional. He tossed the tongs into a bucket and set out. Upon reaching the mud flat, he found the two children still present. They exchanged wary glances before fixing their gaze on Jiang Han. Fearful that he might still be eyeing their meager haul, not wanting to further alarm them, Jiang Han deliberately kept his distance. He removed his shoes and rolled up his pant legs. As he stepped onto the mud flat, he tread carefully, wary of sharp shells hidden in the muck. The two children donned water boots, but he had none. Spotting a puddle, he scooped some seawater into his bucket, ensuring the mantis shrimp wouldn't perish too quickly. Wang Xiaobao and Li Xiaoya, unsure of Jiang Han's intentions, watched him closely. My grandma said today is a small tide. There is not much to find. Didn't you notice that no adults are out collecting? They believed Jiang Han seemed a bit dim-witted. Surely, his efforts were in vain. As Jiang Han waded through the muddy water, he chuckled. Who says small tides can't yield treasures? Today, I'll show you something. The two children rolled their eyes in response, dismissing his enthusiasm. Sure, you're going to dig up mantis shrimp, right? Jiang Han's lips twitched. Wang Xiaobao had indeed guessed correctly. All right, I'll dig up some mantis shrimp for you to see. The children burst into laughter, convinced that Jiang Han was boasting beyond belief. Utilizing his newfound scanning ability, Jiang Han maneuvered toward a mantis shrimp burrow. He had observed that in most areas, the 10-meter radius yielded only 1 or 2 mantis shrimp, and many spots revealed none at all. However, this particular location was teeming with them. As Jiang Han stopped in his tracks, the previously anxious children cautiously approached, their buckets in hand. He proceeded to uncover the mud, revealing a large air hole. Chapter 3 Zebra Mantis Shrimp. The children's eyes widened in astonishment at the size of the air hole. According to local lore, the larger the hole, the bigger the catch beneath. This could very well indicate a substantial find. Is that a clam king? Wang Xiaobao speculated. In a way, that hole isn't big enough for that. It must be a big blue crab. It's a clam king. It's a blue crab. The two children began to argue excitedly. Jiang Han felt a headache coming on. What if I told you it's a zebra mantis shrimp? The two children fell silent. Momentarily stunned, Wang Xiaobao was the first to recover, saying, You can't be serious. There's no way it's a zebra mantis shrimp. Li Xiaoya quickly chimed in. We don't have zebra mantis shrimp around here. There are indeed differences between islands. Some are rich in blue crabs, while others have an abundance of sea cucumbers. This particular island is most known for its shellfish and snails, although mantis shrimp can sometimes be found. Zebra mantis shrimp are exceedingly rare, difficult to catch in regular circumstances. Typically, ordinary mantis shrimp weigh around 6 to 7 yuan per gene, while zebra mantis shrimp fetch upwards of 2 to 300 yuan per gene. Now in July, during the closed fishing season, all fishing boats are prohibited from venturing out. If any seafood were to be found at this time, particularly wild catches, the prices would skyrocket. Ordinary wild mantis shrimp could sell for over 100 yuan per gene, while rare zebra mantis shrimp would undoubtedly exceed 300 yuan per gene. While Wang Xiaobao and Li Xiaoya were certain that whatever lay beneath the air hole was not a zebra mantis shrimp, they were nonetheless curious to discover what it truly was. This muddy flat yielded many clams during low tides, yet ordinary clams wouldn't create such a sizable hole. However, a clam king wouldn't likely leave behind such an opening either. Wang Xiaobao cast another glance at the hole. His curiosity piqued. Jiang Han, on the other hand, faced a dilemma. The mantis shrimp was buried rather deep. The tongs he brought from home were insufficient to pry it loose. He turned to Li Xiaoya, holding the shovel. "Can I borrow your shovel for a moment?" Li Xiaoya hesitated, but eventually relented, handing over the shovel. Jiang Han set to work, removing a considerable amount of mud, and unearthed 2 cat-si snails in the process that he squeezed the water from them, tossing one to each of the children. They were taken aback, having initially considered him a potential threat, only to find him unexpectedly generous. If only they could squeeze the water out, the snail meat would shoot out like a water gun, a delightful spectacle indeed. After excavating a few more scoops, Jiang Han paused when he had about 30 centimeters of mud left to clear. As he continued to dig, he feared the mantis shrimp might escape. After all, being visible and being catchable are 2 different matters. Through scanning, he discovered that the cave where the mantis shrimp resided was U-shaped, indicating another exit connected to it. Watching the mantis shrimp prepare to flee to the other side, Jiang Han could no longer hesitate. He rolled up his sleeves and plunged his arm into the hole. Wang Xiaobao was so frightened that he covered his eyes. How daring could this guy be, if it were a large crab? Extending his hand like that would surely result in a painful pinch from its claws, and just thinking about it made Wang Xiaobao wince. After what felt like an eternity, the anticipated scream from Wang Xiaobao did not materialize. He cautiously removed his hands from his eyes and peered through a small gap, only to see Jiang Han emerging from the hole, his expression unchanged. Was it empty? That seemed rather disappointing. Just as Wang Xiaobao was about to mock Jiang Han, he noticed the mantis shrimp clutched in Jiang Han's hand. Jiang Han tossed the mantis shrimp into his bucket. Wow, it was indeed a zebra mantis shrimp, Li Xiaoya exclaimed with excitement. The shrimp was distinctly striped and fairly sizable. Those living by the sea understood that among the same type of seafood, the larger ones were more valuable. This mantis shrimp appeared to weigh at least 5 or 6 taels. It even had a hint of red on it. Li Xiaoya's observational skills surpassed those of Wang Xiaobao. The mantis shrimp and the shrimp were essentially the same, differing only in nomenclature. Upon closer inspection, Wang Xiaobao could see through the translucent shell the orange-red substance within. It was a roe-bearing shrimp, and such specimens were even more precious. Though this particular one was not fully laden with roe, it was still a rare find. Wang Xiaobao gasped. How wonderful it would be if he had stumbled upon this mantis shrimp himself. He estimated its value, pondering that it could fetch 2 to 300 yuan. 2 to 300. That could buy him plenty of toys at the local shop. Jiang Han looked at them, raising his head. How about it? The 2 children exchanged glances, sensing a mocking glint in Jiang Han's eyes. Perhaps feeling ridiculed, they grabbed their bucket and ran off. Jiang Han was left speechless, feeling as though he were the villain in this tale. Earlier, Jiang Han had felt quite anxious. He was not accustomed to fortune smiling upon him. He doubted that such good luck would befall him, although he had indeed clarified what lay beneath the mudflat. He still questioned whether this was merely an illusion. Now, gazing at the vibrant, roe-bearing zebra mantis shrimp in his bucket, his heart settled considerably, spotting more zebra mantis shrimp in the vicinity. Jiang Han continued to use the iron shovel left behind by Li Xiaoya to remove the mud above. The air holes, once obscured, now emerged clearly. Having already dirted his hands, he decided to delve into each hole to extract the shrimp. The mantis shrimp had spines on either side, and should he grip them improperly, he risked being punctured. Fortunately, thanks to his powerful scanning ability, he could deftly avoid those spines while capturing them. Aside from the first mantis shrimp, the others were also zebra-striped, albeit smaller in size. A few weighed 2 to 3 taels. But he chose not to pursue the smaller ones. Fishermen often discarded smaller catches, as their economic value was low and the meat was meager. Moreover, considering the natural disasters that coastal dwellers frequently faced, they were generally more superstitious than those from inland areas and preferred not to overharvest. Jiang Han resumed his exploration of the mud flat. The golden opportunity was indeed marvelous, yet it was somewhat taxing on his legs. How wonderful it would be if he could discern the entire expanse of the mud flat at a glance. Just then, he suddenly halted. Goodness, more zebra mantis shrimp. Though not in abundance, they were truly large specimens. Today's endeavor promised to be lucrative to as before. Jiang Han extended his hand to extract the few zebra mantis shrimp. One of them exceeded a pound. Chapter 4. A bountiful return exceeding a pound. The price of such zebra mantis shrimp doubled. The only drawback was that they bore no roe. Even so, he had gathered an impressive haul. He also captured a few large mantis shrimp. He left the deeper ones alone, as digging such deep holes was exhausting. When he spotted mud snails, he hesitated briefly before shoveling them all into his bucket. Though the price of mud snails did not match that of mantis shrimp, he could not resist his fondness for them. Most importantly, these mud snails were clustered together and readily available on the surface, requiring little effort to collect. He realized that his system offered another advantage. Even surface-level items were clearer to him than to others. The mud flat appeared dark, with many areas floating with water. Most people would overlook the mud snails unless they looked closely. However, within a 10-meter radius, the mud flat appeared semi-transparent, allowing him to easily distinguish it from the surrounding seafood. When Jiang Han lifted his bucket, he found it heavy as the sky darkened and the tide began to rise. He washed the mud off his feet in the water before leaving the mud flat with his shoes in hand. Jiang Han's lunch extended to 2:30 in the afternoon, with his sister's visit. It was already past 3 by the time they finished eating. Villagers tended to have early dinners. After lingering by the sea, the village aunties, grandmas, and old men had begun their evening strolls to aid digestion. Upon seeing Jiang Han approaching barefoot from the seaside, they all gathered around. Though they knew little could be found during the small tide, their curiosity got the better of them. "Did you find anything good?" Auntie Baoya asked with a grin. This university student appeared spirited, but it was best to leave the seaside matters to others. After all, it was said that city university students couldn't even tell scallions from chives. Auntie Baoya was merely asking out of curiosity, but Jiang Han nodded in affirmation. The surrounding villagers were taken aback. Could it be that he actually had something, perhaps just a few green mussels? In their area, green mussels were the most commonly encountered seafood, and they had so many that they often dried them for preservation. Dried mussel meat, known as dantai, made them cringe at the thought. Most of the older villagers had poor eyesight, as they crowded around the bucket. They saw a dark mass. When they finally discerned what it was, they gasped in astonishment, "Oh my," perhaps too surprised. Auntie Baoya and Auntie Jinjiao bumped heads. "Today as small tide. Did you really find mantis shrimp? And zebra mantis shrimp at that? We're going to strike it rich." "Oh, there's even one with red roe in there." Currently, during the ban on fishing, wild seafood was in high demand. Ordinary mantis shrimp could fetch over 100 yuan per pound, and zebra mantis shrimp, being rare, were hard to price. They estimated at least 200 yuan per pound. And if they were bold, 300 could be possible. With what Jiang Han had in his bucket, it could be around 10 pounds. Though mixed with ordinary mantis shrimp and mud snails, they believed it must be worth over 1,000 yuan. "I can't believe he has been out for less than 2 hours. In that short time, he has made the equivalent of several days' wages. This isn't just a few days' wages." "Do you really think our little fishing village compares to the big cities?" The surrounding villagers fell silent. It was no wonder they felt that staying in the fishing village offered no future. Jiang Han smiled at them, attributing his good fortune to mere coincidence. Upon hearing this, the onlooking villagers felt a sense of relief in their hearts. Today, this young man Jiang Han had undoubtedly stumbled upon good luck. Jiang Han rummaged through his pockets and produced a pack of Lihuan cigarettes he rarely smoked, and this pack was from the day he broke up with Ye Tiantian. However, he had only smoked one and then stopped. Was it really worth wallowing in despair for such a woman? Certainly not. He offered one to old Zhang, lighting it for him. Uncle Zhang is the Jiang Ermao family still collecting seafood in his childhood. Jiang Ermao's family dealt in seafood. When he went beachcombing, he had sold shells to them on 2 occasions. Old Zhang straightened his back, aware that even a university student like Jiang Han came to him for advice. Indicating his knowledge was considerable. "They're still collecting. You can sell these to him." Jiang Han nodded in thanks. "Thank you, Uncle Zhang." A throng of villagers followed Jiang Han as he made his way to Jiang Ermao's doorstep, all curious about the price of the half-full bucket of seafood. Jiang Ermao was startled by the large group approaching, but then he spotted Jiang Han at the center of the crowd. Although both shared the surname Jiang, they were not related. "Aren't you supposed to be at university? Why are you back beachcombing?" He recalled that today was a small tide, meaning there shouldn't be much to find. He looked down at Jiang Han's bucket and nearly jumped in shock. "Zebra mantis shrimp?" "MHM." Jiang Han nodded nonchalantly. Jiang Ermao felt that university graduates were indeed different from the mud-dwelling folk. To have found such a substantial catch and respond so calmly was impressive. He scrutinized the lively zebra mantis shrimp, confirming their wild origin without a doubt. Several weighed around 2 taels, while others varied significantly in size. After estimating, he speculated that there were about 5 weighing over 5 taels. With the smallest one still bearing roe, he proceeded to weigh the largest of the zebra mantis shrimp 1 by 1.5 taels, and 9.6 taels, and 3.9 taels, and 2 qian. 8 taels, and 7 qian. The largest among them weighed an astonishing 1 pound and 2 ounces. Jiang Ermao inhaled sharply, realizing that these 5 mantis shrimp were indeed top-tier treasures, each capable of being sold individually. "Since we are all from the same village, I shall give you the fair price. Let us settle on 1,500 for this bucket." The villagers watching were astounded. They had anticipated a price above 1,000, but never expected it to reach 1,005. Jiang Han, you truly are fortunate. A simple day at the shore has yielded you over 1,000 in goods. This is precisely why university students seem so different from us. They enjoy such incredible luck. Jiang Han's expression remained inscrutable. The villagers were well aware of the customary prices for common seafood, but were at a loss when it came to rarer finds. Unsure of the market, Jiang Han had checked prices while at the beach. Mantis shrimp weighing over half a pound, especially those with roe, could fetch 300 each. The 6-ounce ones could easily sell for 200. While the 8-ounce ones, nearing 9 ounces, could also command around 300. The 9-ounce 2-gram shrimp could go for over 500. All told. This could accumulate to 1,300. The 6-ounce shrimp would certainly sell for 200. The 8-ounce would also be close to 300, and the 9-ounce 2-gram could fetch 500. Thus, Jiang Han calculated these shrimp could be worth around 3,000 in total. However, his online research revealed these prices were retail, and the wholesale price would undoubtedly be lower. Regardless, he estimated his catch was worth at least 2,200 to 300. Earlier, Jiang Ermao had weighed the half-pound and above zebra mantis shrimp separately, indicating his understanding that their value differed from the smaller ones. Uncle Ermao, could you perhaps raise the price a bit more? Jiang Han hesitated to speak too directly in front of the villagers. Given that Ermao was his senior, Aunt Lee's face paled. Jiang Han, do you university students have such grand expectations? 1,005 is already generous. Jean Jushin added. Indeed, Jiang Han. That amount is what my husband earns after toiling for over half a month. It is quite substantial. Jiang Han understood the simplicity of his villagers. They were genuinely straightforward. If any family faced difficulties, the entire village would lend a hand. However, in times of poverty, if one family suddenly prospered, envy could easily arise. It felt as though if Jiang Han asked for even a little more, he would be taking food from their mouths. After a moment of hesitation, Jiang Ermao conceded, all right, Han. Since you are younger, I can add 50. Jiang Han's lips twitched. He found the 50 increment hardly worth the effort of bargaining. Uncle Ermao, I believe my fortune lies in gaining admission to a prestigious university. I must have good luck. ISNT catching seafood, all about fortune? Offer me a fair price, and I shall return when I have more quality goods. 1006. That's my final offer. Jiang Ermao's patience was waning, as his family was the only seafood buyer in Shaozhong village. If Jiang Han did not sell to him, would he let his catch perish? The price of live seafood and dead seafood differed significantly. Given the recent fishing ban, the villagers had been struggling, and Ermao had not seen any decent catch for several days. He doubted Jiang Han would stay for long, believing he would leave after a couple of days, making the prospect of him returning for business seem unlikely. Jiang Han smiled at Jiang Ermao. Uncle Ermao, I recall that old Wang from my sister's village also buys seafood. I believe I could have her help me sell this. Previously, when old Wang was building his house, both Jiang Han's sister and brother-in-law had lent a hand. Old Wang would likely offer her a fair price. However, Jiang Han had no intention of troubling his sister for this. If old Wang were to give him a good price out of regard for her, that would place her in an awkward position. He had no knowledge of whether his sister and brother-in-law had assisted old Wang during construction. He simply mentioned it offhandedly. In any case, Jiang Ermao was even less aware of these details. Jiang Ermao's face fell. Although Chao Island was small, it had 18 large villages, each with its own buyer. They adhered to the rules of trade, and typically, buyers did not purchase from outsiders. Mismanagement could lead to conflict. However, if Jiang Han were to give his goods to his sister to sell, it would not be considered purchasing from an outsider. He knew old Wang's prices were much better than his own, especially with the added goodwill from Jiang Han's sister and brother-in-law. Seeing Jiang Han preparing to leave with his bucket, Jiang Ermao grew anxious. He glanced at the gathered villagers and pulled Jiang Han into his house, closing the door behind him. Ermao's home was well furnished, a stark contrast to Jiang Han's old place. Uncle Ermao, what are you doing? Ermao made a shushing gesture, well aware of the villagers' nature. I'll give you 2,000, but you must not tell anyone else. Otherwise, the villagers would criticize him for offering such a low price. As Jiang Han continued to smile at him, Ermao felt a wave of panic. How about 2003? Jiang Han remained silent, still smiling. Ermao gritted his teeth. 2005. That's my final offer. All right, Jiang Han agreed readily, pleased with the offer, which exceeded his expectations. Jiang Ermao soon regretted his words. 2005 was a considerable sum. Yet, he quickly adjusted his thoughts, recognizing that although he was earning less, at least he wouldn't be losing out compared to old Wang from the neighboring village. Jiang Han happily set down his bucket. As he exited, the villagers surrounded him. Jiang Han, how much did you sell for? With a somewhat smile, Jiang Han replied, you can ask Uncle Ermao to find out. He then departed. Jiang Ermao felt a bitter pang. Online, it was often said that fresh graduates were naive and inexperienced. Yet Jiang Han had become quite astute. Jiang Han chose not to sell the mud snails. Even if sold, They would only fetch a mere 10 or 20. He preferred to keep them for himself, opting to salt them instead of frying. Ding, zebra mantis shrimp sold, earning 2,500 system points. You may exchange 2,500 points for a 5-meter scanning range. Would you like to exchange? Jiang Han had not anticipated that the scanning range could be increased. 2,500 was precisely the amount he had just earned from selling the mantis shrimp, if he chose to exchange. Would that mean forfeiting his recent earnings? I choose not to exchange. Selection invalid. Proceeding to exchange scanning space now. Exchange successful. Current system points, 0. Exchange successful. You can now scan an area within a 15-meter radius. Jiang Han felt a surge of frustration. Initially, he thought his system was quite courteous, asking for his consent before proceeding. Yet it turned out to be a mere formality. He quickly checked his phone balance and was relieved to find the 2,500 still intact. This meant that the amount he earned in reality would correspondingly increase his system points, and the deduction would not affect his real-world earnings. How much will it cost to increase the scanning range next time? The system remained silent. He inquired again. What is the cost to increase the scanning range next time? You need an additional 2,500 points to increase the next 5-meter range. Jiang Han understood now. According to the system's design, for every 2,500 earned, he would gain an equivalent amount in system points, allowing him to exchange for a 5-meter scanning range. Thus, earning 25,000 would afford him a 50-meter range. Suddenly, Jiang Han felt a surge of confidence. It seemed that developing his prospects back home was not insurmountable. After a hasty dinner, he planned to take a stroll to digest and gather supplies. Given that his home relied on a wood stove, it was cumbersome for him to start a fire. He intended to purchase an induction cooker or electric pot, as well as tools for seafood gathering. The current tools had been in use for years and were long overdue for replacement. Upon stepping outside, he heard a familiar voice. Han Ge, you're back. Zhang Haidai, sporting a shaved head, rushed toward Jiang Han. Jiang Han was momentarily taken aback. It had been many years since he last saw Zhang Haidai. The last time was during his second year of high school, when Zhang had encountered a serious incident by the sea, resulting in someone sustaining a severe head injury and becoming partially paralyzed. The situation had been chaotic, and no one had known who was at fault, while others had parents to leverage connections. Zhang Haidai was left to fend for himself, his parents unconcerned. Having grown up alongside Zhang Haidai, Jiang Han had wished for his well-being. Lacking funds or influential contacts, he found a newly licensed lawyer online. Investing all his savings of 800 yuan in hopes of a favorable outcome, Jiang Han awaited a change in Zhang Haidai's fortunes. Zhang Haidai's parents accepted money from several families, compelling him to confess to all charges. Jiang Han once visited Zhang Haidai, urging him not to act foolishly. However, Zhang Haidai simply smiled, stating that he had no means to earn money for them at home. So this method of obtaining money was acceptable. Jiang Han felt a mix of frustration and determination, yet continued to navigate the situation for Zhang Haidai. Not only was the novice lawyer working diligently, but Jiang Han also devoted a significant amount of time, despite the heavy academic load of his second year, to studying numerous legal documents. Through their continuous analysis and organization of the case, Zhang Haidai, who was initially facing a 12-year sentence, was ultimately sentenced to 8 years. Now, only 5 years had passed. Brother Han, I behaved well and got out early, Zhang Haidai exclaimed. Jiang Han embraced him, affectionately patting his bald head. It's good to be out. Then he playfully kicked Zhang Haidai in the stomach. Ouch. Brother Han, why did you kick me? Zhang Haidai protested, feigning innocence. That I want you to remember this. Do you not care about your future? Zhang Haidai touched his bald head and replied, what future does someone like me have? Seeing Jiang Han's disapproving expression, he added, though my parents never cared for me, they did give me life and raised me. I endured those 5 years in prison as a way to repay them. At that moment, he felt he had only let down Jiang Han. Jiang Han glanced at Zhang Haidai, sensing that he was not beyond redemption. He tossed him a cigarette, which Zhang Haidai eagerly lit. Brother Han, this brand is great. I love it. In those 5 years, his parents had never visited him, while Jiang Han made it a point to see him every few months. The two brothers stood in a corner, exhaling smoke together. Despite Jiang Han's polished demeanor now, he had been involved in his fair share of mischief during childhood. Unlike Zhang Haidai, who struggled academically, Jiang Han performed well in school with minimal effort. Suddenly, Zhang Haidai produced 450 yuan from his pocket and handed it to Jiang Han. Brother Han, I heard from people in the village that you plan to return to the village to develop it. Keep this money for now. Fearing rejection, Zhang Haidai hurriedly left after giving the money. Aunt Baoya happened to witness this scene and remarked, that boy lost his mind. He just borrowed 500 from his uncle and gave you 450. Jiang Han paused, contemplating Zhang Haidai's actions, and made his way to Zhang Haidai's home. He overheard Zhang Haidai on the phone. Hey, another fight. 2 packs of cigarettes won't do. I need a pack of Lacoon. Brother Han likes that brand, so I'll keep half a pack for him. Ouch, who kicked me? Zhang Haidai turned to see Jiang Han standing nearby with a serious expression. Rubbing his waist, he quickly brightened up. Brother Han, what brings you here? Have you forgotten how you ended up in prison? Jiang Han replied sternly. Zhang Haidai knew Jiang Han had overheard his conversation and sheepishly rubbed his bald head. Deep down, he no longer wished to fight, but with Brother Han back, he felt compelled to do something for him. Yet, he found himself unable to offer anything else. Fighting was the only thing people sought him for. Zhang Haidai cautiously glanced at Jiang Han, fearful of disappointing him. Jiang Han contemplated kicking Zhang Haidai again, but hesitated. Even the most contemptible individuals have their pitiable aspects. Zhang Haidai's name was originally Zhang Haidai. But a clerk deemed it too casual and suggested altering it to Haidai. Zhang Haidai was 12 years younger than his brother. His mother, unaware of her pregnancy, thought she had merely gained weight before giving birth. That fateful night, the boat captain's vessel docked, and while Zhang Haidai's father was supposed to clean it, he sent his wife instead. Before she could finish, she unexpectedly gave birth on the boat. The captain, furious at the unexpected situation, dismissed Zhang Haidai's father. Compounded by years of family planning policies, they had incurred substantial fines, and the couple attributed all their woes to Zhang Haidai, viewing him as a burden and treating him with abuse. Consequently, Zhang Haidai grew up feeling like a nuisance. Jiang Han attempted to return the 450 yuan to Zhang Haidai, but he refused, asserting, I have money. All right, then how much do you have? Jiang Han asked. I still have 50 yuan, Zhang Haidai replied, treating the sum as a fortune. Jiang Han chuckled in disbelief. Do you think you are more capable than me? Have I fallen so low as to need your charity? Zhang Haidai, far from offended, became anxious. No, Brother Han, that wasn't my intention. You're in college and got into a prestigious university. You're undoubtedly the most capable. Chapter 7. To the town, it's good that you recognize my abilities. Jiang Han pressed the money back into Zhang Haidai's hands. Are you going to the beach tomorrow? Jiang Han inquired. What for? Isn't it exhausting? Zhang Haidai responded, feeling that someone like him would be the subject of ridicule for trying to work at the beach. I plan to develop our village, so I'm going to the beach today and tomorrow. I still need a helper. Zhang Haidai eagerly assured. Brother Han, don't worry. I'm full of strength that I have more than enough energy to spare. Just let me know what to do. Jiang Han chuckled at his enthusiasm. So now you're not afraid of hard work. I never said I was afraid of hard work, Zhang Haidai protested. Jiang Han found his resolve amusing. Still planning to fight, Zhang Haidai shook his head vigorously. I have serious matters to attend to now. I won't fight anymore. He felt embarrassed to admit that upon his release. He had planned to find a proper job. However, word spread quickly on the small island about his past, and decent jobs were out of reach. Even menial labor on a boat or at the dock was met with disdain from the captain and dock workers, who deemed him unlucky. As a result, he fell back into aimlessness, realizing that it was better to assist Brother Han than to waste time doing nothing. Jiang Han understood that Zhang Haidai's nature was not inherently bad. Had his parents treated him with kindness, he might not have turned out this way. All right, let us be clear about the terms. Do you want a salary or a share? Zhang Haidai recognized that working at the beach wouldn't yield much profit. Perhaps only a few dozen yuan a day. Accepting a salary would mean Jiang Han would suffer a loss. I'll take a share. Just give me 10% if Jiang Han earned 20 yuan. 2 yuan would suffice for Zhang Haidai. Much better than aimlessly drifting through life. Fine, 10% it is. Jiang Han felt generous toward his brother. What about your motorbike? Can I borrow it? He needed it for his trip to the town, as it would be much more convenient. He recalled that Zhang Haidai had purchased the bike after going to prison, with the money his parents had received from several families. They had also used it for his elder brother's wedding. Zhang Haidai hesitated but, seeing Jiang Han's need, decided to lend it, knowing he would face his parents' and brother's wrath upon returning. Stealthily, Zhang Haidai retrieved the motorbike while his family was distracted. Jiang Han drove, with Zhang Haidai riding behind him. If your family asks, just tell them I'm paying you a salary to its 80 yuan a day. Understood? Zhang Haidai nodded, eager to please. Got it. If anyone asks, I'll say you pay me 80 every day. Jiang Han nodded in satisfaction as they arrived in the town half an hour later. He first visited a fishing gear store to purchase some tools for beachcombing. The family's old equipment had rusted and aged, rendering it ineffective. Jiang Han began by selecting pliers, which were particularly useful on rocky shores. He bought 2 pairs of both straight and curved pliers for catching octopuses. After some haggling, he spent 150 yuan on 4 pliers, along with 2 pairs of high-top rain boots and a set of beach gloves. These specialized gloves were slip-resistant and puncture-proof, but also consumables, so he bought several. He also purchased 2 sun-protective outfits, knowing that when beachcombing under the sun, not only did he need to shield his face, but also exposed areas like his arms. Otherwise, the sun by the sea would teach him the harsh reality of contrasting shades on the same body that if he planned to go beachcombing at night, he would need a headlamp, as using a flashlight would leave him with 1 hand less for work. He also acquired a short-handled iron shovel and rake, which were lighter and less likely to damage the catch, along with a long-handled iron spade that would save effort, seeing that Jiang Han was laden with items. The shopkeeper seized the opportunity to promote. Why not buy some fish traps? The new ones are of excellent quality. Noticing Jiang Han's hesitation, the shopkeeper added, although it's the closed season now. You can place the traps in a reservoir or river. While the island was surrounded by water, it lacked freshwater resources. However, Jiawa Island was an exception, boasting a plentiful river and a reservoir. Albeit far from Jiang Han's residence, since Jiang Han chose to return to his hometown, he wished to avoid excessive fatigue. However, after the persistent persuasion of the shopkeeper, he ended up purchasing 6 moderately sized traps. Reasoning that they would be needed again in the future, he also acquired a large canister of bait. Just as he was about to leave, an object in the corner that resembled a long water gun caught his attention. "What is this?" he inquired. The shopkeeper, noticing the interest, became quite animated. The villagers were generally resistant to new inventions, and this particular device had gone unnoticed since its arrival days ago. This is a shrimp extractor, and it works wonders. Just aim the nozzle at the air hole, apply some force, and it will extract the contents effortlessly. Though called a shrimp extractor, it can also handle mantis shrimp and sea cucumbers. Jiang Han was immediately intrigued. It seemed far more convenient than using his hands or a shovel. But will this extractor suffocate or crush the shrimp? In their childhood, they had used specially designed rope loops to catch mantis shrimp, which, while effective, were difficult to control. A gentle pull resulted in failure, while too much force could lead to the shrimp being torn apart. How could it possibly break? This device was undoubtedly more efficient than the rope loops, promising ease and effectiveness while ensuring the extracted creatures remained lively. The shopkeeper confidently assured him of its merits. "Does this come with a manual?" The shopkeeper was taken aback. Locals rarely inquired about manuals when purchasing. "Yes, I'll get one for you." After reviewing the manual, Jiang Han deemed the shrimp extractor a miraculous tool for seaside harvesting. He never imagined that after years of not harvesting at sea, the tools had advanced so significantly. "How much for this extractor?" 80 yuan each. Already the lowest price. That can't you lower it a bit since I've bought so much? The shopkeeper shook his head, firmly stating he could not reduce the price any further. Initially, he had intended to sell them for 200 each, but with no sales for so long, he simply hoped they would not become a burden. Jiang Han gritted his teeth and decided to purchase 2. Zhang Haidai suggested Jiang Han also acquire a long-handled net, which was inexpensive at 10 yuan each. Jiang Han bought 2 of those as well, with only 2,500 yuan in hand. He was surprised to find himself spending 1,600 yuan at the fishing tackle shop. Upon exiting, he noticed a small, closed shop next door with a sign that read "Buying Seafood," followed by a string of phone numbers. Chapter 8. Running out of money, Jiang Han saved the phone number, but did not call. Passing by a newly opened restaurant, he saw a van unloading supplies, with the owner personally jotting down the accounts. Zhang Haidai's gaze kept drifting toward the owner, a woman in her late 20s, whose figure was quite alluring. Jiang Han chuckled softly, wondering if Zhang Haidai was smitten. Zhang Haidai's face flushed red as he vehemently shook his head, insisting there was nothing between him and her. He viewed himself as a convict unworthy of a woman's affection, believing that if any woman were to be with him, it would only bring her misfortune. Suddenly, Zhang Haidai asked, "Han Ge, have you really broken up with Ye Tiantian?" "Yes." "Why?" Zhang Haidai could see that Jiang Han truly cared for Ye Tiantian and had thought they would eventually marry. It is what it is. There is no need for so many whys. Concerned that Zhang Haidai was staring too long at the restaurant owner, Jiang Han pulled him away, fearing the owner might confront them for being lewd. Jiang Han still had many items to buy at a small supermarket in town. He purchased various necessities. In the toy and stationery section, he bought 2 Barbie dolls, knowing Zhang Haidai smoked. He tossed him a pack of cigarettes at the counter. Seeing it was from a popular brand, Zhang Haidai eagerly accepted. "Han Ge, you're so thoughtful. Even remembering to get me cigarettes. Will make do for now. Once conditions improve, I'll buy you better ones. This is already quite good. I used to smoke 10 yuan ones." Zhang Haidai thought Jiang Han was overly optimistic, fearing that relying on seaside harvesting wouldn't yield wealth. He worried they might not even recoup the money spent on equipment. Observing Jiang Han's confidence, he refrained from discouraging him. Knowing that true friends share in each other's hardships, outside the supermarket, Jiang Han bought a significant amount of vegetables, including snails, which the islanders collected from the reservoir. Known for its pristine water quality, these were far tastier than those dredged from muddy ponds elsewhere. All the produce was organic and freshly harvested. However, this meant Jiang Han had exhausted the money he earned from selling Mantis shrimp. Zhang Haidai was alarmed by Jiang Han's spending rate. "Hangu, I have money too. Just tell me what else you need." The remaining items would be on him. "That money is still your uncle's. Tomorrow, when the tide recedes, we will head out to the sea." Zhang Haidai felt that their ability to harvest at sea had no bearing on whether they would starve, yet he remained silent. Acknowledging Jiang Han's resolve as they passed a gas station, Jiang Han stopped the vehicle. "Hangu, why aren't we moving? Hand me 100 yuan. Without hesitation, Zhang Haidai produced a 100 yuan bill. Jiang Han took it and asked the attendant to fill up the motorcycle with gas. "Hangu, what are you doing? There's still fuel in here that we won't need much for this trip." Indeed, they used relatively little. Motorcycles consume fuel differently than cars in the end. Jiang Han only paid 12 yuan to fill the tank. He returned the remaining 88 yuan to Zhang Haidai, stating, "We can't keep borrowing your brother's motorcycle. Since we've borrowed it, we must not let him think lightly of us." Zhang Haidai chose not to argue further, understanding that Jiang Han had his best interests at heart. Approaching Jiang Han's home, he noticed Jiang Feng approaching. Jiang Han halted the motorcycle and asked Zhang Haidai to help carry the items inside before instructing him to return the motorcycle. "Sister, what brings you here?" Jiang Feng glanced at Zhang Haidai's departing figure, wary of his criminal past. She feared her brother might be led astray, but given he was an adult and a graduate of a prestigious university, she resolved to trust his judgment. "I brought you a mat and some mosquito coils." Jiang Feng, being most familiar with the household's needs, knew that the old mat had long been unusable during such hot weather. Placing a mat over the bedding made for a more comfortable sleep. Though sleeping without it could be cooler, the wooden bed was too hard for Jiang Han to adjust to. Thus, in the summer, he would place a mat on top of the bedding. Jiang Han had not anticipated the mosquito coils that he rummaged through his recent purchases and produced the 2 Barbie dolls. "These are for my niece." Jiang Feng's mouth opened in surprise, almost brought to tears. Her brother had truly grown up and become more considerate. In the past, she was the one buying things for Jiang Han, but now he was buying gifts for her children. Jiang Feng gratefully accepted them, though she feigned annoyance, saying, "Why spend so much?" Jiang Han felt his sister was being disingenuous. After Jiang Feng left, he found that the television no longer functioned. The tape recorder still played cassettes. But he was not interested. He had no desire to listen to the radio either, opting instead to enjoy the cool breeze from the fan while scrolling on his phone, although he lacked air conditioning. The coastal climate was not as oppressive as in large cities. A fan sufficed, and on breezy days, opening a window provided sufficient relief from the heat. The only downside was poor signal reception. Videos often buffered. Jiang Han did not recall when he fell asleep, but when he awoke, he felt somewhat dazed. He immediately checked the tide app on his phone. Those living by the sea usually keep track of the tides. Yet Jiang Han was unfamiliar with it. Fortunately, with modern technology, information was readily accessible. The app clearly indicated 2 tidal events for the day, the first from 4 in the morning to 7, and the second from 4 in the afternoon to 8. It was now 20 minutes past 7, and the morning tide had passed. Generally, there are 2 tidal periods each day, occasionally 3, but for Jiang Han, having only one convenient time was preferable. The other periods fell either in the early morning or late at night. He pondered whether, if he were to rely on harvesting at sea for a living, he should also consider the other times. After 2 minutes of contemplation, he ultimately decided to let things unfold naturally. There were too few villagers for any restaurants or breakfast shops, so Jiang Han made do with a simple breakfast. With the tide scheduled for later in the afternoon, he and Zhang Haidai had lunch at 3. Zhang Haidai prepared the meal, his culinary skills surpassing Jiang Han's, coupled with the natural sweetness of the snails. Jiang Han found himself unwittingly consuming an extra bowl of rice. The meal was far superior to what he had experienced in the bustling city. Chapter 9. Moon shells. After tidying up and preparing the tools needed for harvesting, the two set off. Due to the heat and the length of time spent at sea, they brought along an old military water bottle. They returned to the muddy flat Jiang Han had visited the day before. In the past, very few villagers ventured out during low tide, but perhaps inspired by Jiang Han's enthusiasm, several villagers were present at the mudflat today, including Aunt Baoya, Aunt Li, and Aunt Jinju. Even Uncle Luo and Old Man Zhang had come along. Zhang Haidai was astonished. What on earth was happening here? He had never witnessed such a lively scene during a minor tide before. If he wasn't mistaken, today's tide was indeed a particularly minor one. It was one thing for children like Wang Xiaobao and Li Xiaoya to be here, But were even the adults so leisurely? Jiang Han was equally speechless. Many villagers still exhibited this same old demeanor. However, it was hard to blame them, who would willingly forego opportunities to earn money. The individuals remaining in the village were primarily elderly and children, with the family's income heavily reliant on the young adults who went out to work. If one could earn a little money at home, who would relish the chance? A minor tide might not yield much, but in comparison to a major tide, it still had its merits. As proved by the efforts of the diligent, some things could still be found, especially among the elderly, who possessed ample experience. In just a brief while, a few had already managed to catch 1 or 2 mantis shrimps. Albeit on the smaller side and not the prized zebra mantis shrimp. Zhang Haidai glanced at Jiang Han. What else could Jiang Han do but join the villagers in their quest? He wandered about. Noting that today's tide was even smaller than yesterday's, and the catch was thus less plentiful, the mantis shrimps were significantly fewer. He pulled Zhang Haidai over and pointed to a spot not far ahead. Do you see that area? Is it spouting water? Zhang Haidai, despite his lack of academic prowess, originally had better eyesight than Jiang Han. However, after the awakening of his abilities, Jiang Han's vision had surpassed his. Rubbing his eyes for clarity, Zhang Haidai squinted and confirmed, it does seem to be spouting water. Spouting water typically indicated an abundance of resources beneath. Jiang Han handed Zhang Haidai the shrimp extractor he had purchased the day before. You should dig over there. Zhang Haidai took the tool and made his way, while Jiang Han moved towards a less crowded area, with an increased scanning range of 15 meters, the additional 5 meters. Though seemingly minimal, offered him considerable ease. He eventually settled in a spot where he discovered zebra mantis shrimps. Meanwhile, the villagers had already gathered around Zhang Haidai. Their curiosity piqued by Jiang Han's indicated location, which was indeed a hotspot for mantis shrimps. Without hesitation, Jiang Han spat into his palm and gripped the shrimp extractor. His first attempt failed due to poor control, but on the second try, he successfully pulled up a zebra mantis shrimp along with a clump of mud and water. He seized another zebra mantis shrimp on the next go. Both were over half a kilogram each. Following that, Jiang Han began extracting the ordinary shrimps. The shopkeeper's claims had proven true. This tool was remarkably efficient and did not damage the mantis shrimps, a significant improvement over the old rope traps. Zebra mantis shrimps. Zebra mantis shrimps. The villagers were astonished as they encircled Jiang Han's bucket. They had scoured for ages, accumulating a pile of worthless items, yet failing to find anything of value. They had initially thought Zhang Haidai's luck in catching several mantis shrimps was remarkable, but Jiang Han's bucket overflowed with large mantis shrimps, including 2 zebra mantis shrimps. News of Jiang Han's profitable sale of zebra mantis shrimps the previous day had circulated among the villagers. Jiang Han, how do you possess such extraordinary luck? You university students are truly exceptional. Even beachcombing seems to yield better results for you. What is your secret? Jiang Han smiled and replied, what secret? It's merely good fortune. The coastal villagers, who had always believed in fate, found his explanation plausible. As seasoned elders, they were adept at identifying air holes and water spouts faster than most young people. Yet, their efforts often yielded only small clams, each dig revealing little more than disappointment. The buying price for clams was a mere 3 yuan per kilogram. Given the day's circumstances, even finding 5 kilograms of clams seemed uncertain, and after digging, their backs would ache, possibly leaving them unable to afford the medicated plaster for their rheumatism. Zhang Haidai was equally bewildered. Initially, when Jiang Han suggested they would strike it rich beachcombing, he had merely taken it as a passing comment. Upon spotting several water spouts at Jiang Han's indicated locations, he hadn't thought much of it. After all, not all water spouts indicated mantis shrimps. Many worthless items could also surface. Who would have imagined that he would extract mantis shrimps with such efficiency? Each extraction was nearly guaranteed to yield one. The villagers were captivated by Jiang Han's shrimp extractor. Zhang Haidai's tool appeared to be similar. If they could dig clams at such speed, it wouldn't be a loss after all. Where did you get this tool? There's a fishing gear shop in town. Jiang Han saw no reason to conceal that information. Is there truly such a thing in town? Yes, but the last time I saw, there weren't many left, and I'm unsure if the owner would restock. Aunt Balia recalled seeing the tool during her last visit to the fishing gear shop, where the owner had tried to sell it to her. She had dismissed it, thinking he was trying to swindle her. Who would have thought this newly introduced tool would be so effective? The university students certainly had the courage to invest in such peculiar items. After a brief discussion, the villagers decided they would also purchase this marvelous tool once their beachcombing concluded. At that moment, Jiang Han spotted a large and beautiful shell. Could it be a moon shell? The shrimp extractor, which had been so effective, was less adept at handling the moon shell. Fortunately, he had brought additional tools. After several scoops with a sand shovel, he successfully unearthed the moon shell. Isn't this a moon shell? Old Luo gazed at Jiang Han in disbelief. Jiang Han tossed the shell into his bucket. It should be a moon shell. Old Luo took another look. Indeed, it is a moon shell. While not as valuable as zebra mantis shrimps, moon shells were substantial in weight. A specimen of Jiang Han's size could weigh half a kilogram with just 4 or 5 shells. Finding several would yield a significant profit. Initially, old Luo had felt discomfort at Jiang Han's success in catching mantis shrimps, but now he found himself struggling to breathe. Both were shellfish. Why was it that Jiang Han unearthed moon shells while he was left with clams? Chapter 10. The overflow. Jiang Han reached out and steadied old Luo. Are you all right, old Luo? At your age, it would be unfortunate to fall ill due to anger. That I'm fine. Old Luo forced himself to regain composure. He couldn't believe that all the good fortune had shifted to Jiang Han. He turned and continued searching for more treasures. Zhang Haidai approached, and aside from the mantis shrimps Jiang Han had initially directed him to catch, his bucket contained only a few less valuable shellfish. Yet, he felt satisfied. He wanted to gauge Jiang Han's haul. If Jiang Han's catch was poor, he could offer some consolation. However, upon seeing Jiang Han's bucket, his jaw dropped. Brother Han, do you possess such incredible luck? Jiang Han's claim to take him beachcombing to make a fortune was proving to be entirely accurate based on today's results. Without providing an explanation, Jiang Han instructed Zhang Haidai to place the shrimp extractor in the bucket and take out the sand shovel. The extractor had grown less useful, as he had already exhausted the mantis shrimps in the areas he had previously scoured. Jiang Han then pointed out another location to Zhang Haidai. You should dig over there. Zhang Haidai glanced at the site, noticing several waterspouts. He was uncertain about what lay beneath. Brother Han, your eyesight is truly remarkable. Jiang Han said nothing more. He simply urged him to dig quickly and warned him not to break anything, as that would diminish its value. Zhang Haidai rolled up his sleeves and crouched down to excavate. Despite being mentally prepared, his eyes widened in astonishment as he exclaimed, "A moon shell! I found a moon shell!" The weight of such a large moon shell was indeed substantial. As the villagers turned to look at him, Zhang Haidai feared they would rush over, so he exerted himself and continued digging. Though he also unearthed clams and similar items, the majority were moon shells. Zhang Haidai was swift in his actions. By the time the villagers hesitated about approaching him, he had nearly exhausted the waterspout areas. Emily scratched her head, wondering if perhaps Jiang Han and Zhang Haidai had been favored by the Dragon King himself. Their luck was simply extraordinary. Zhang Haidai sought out another spot to dig, but this time he was less fortunate. As the items he pulled up began to lose value once more, the villagers turned their attention back to Jiang Han, who was consistently pulling up moon shells. They gravitated towards him. Aunt Lee smiled at Jiang Han. We don't mind if we dig here too, do we? Jiang Han gazed at the villagers before him. If he were to refuse, he would likely be drowned in a tide of their spittle. With a cheerful smile, he replied, this mudflat isn't mine. Anyone can dig. Aunt Lee chuckled joyfully, kneeling down to use her sand shovel to excavate the waterspouts. Han, I didn't expect you to be so young yet so adept at finding spots with so many waterspouts. After a few scoops, Aunt Lee extracted a small clam rather than a moonshell, prompting her to curse under her breath. Just then, Jiang Han's shovel struck the ground next to where she had dug, and he unearthed a moonshell. Aunt Lee opened her mouth in disbelief. Why had she dug up a worthless item, while Jiang Han found something valuable in the same spot? Jiang Han simply smiled, placing the moonshell into his bucket before turning to dig in another area. Aunt Lee's eyes were fixed on him as she observed him digging up 2 flower clams in quick succession, which finally eased her heart a bit. After all, one cannot be perpetually fortunate. Yet, when Jiang Han unearthed a 3rd moonshell, followed by yet another, Aunt Lee could hardly contain her disbelief. Had those 2 clams not obstructed the 2 moonshells, he would have been too disinterested to continue. An hour later, apart from Jiang Han and Zhang Haidai, who seemed increasingly enthusiastic, the rest of the participants had lost their motivation. Once the tide-chasing expedition concluded, Jiang Han and Zhang Haidai had filled a bucket with moonshells. In addition to a substantial portion of shrimp. As for the bucket of moonshells, it had overflowed. The villagers felt a chill in their hearts. Was it truly possible for moonshells to overflow like that? Why could they not even fill half a bucket with clams? Jiang Han politely waved goodbye to the villagers, as he needed to rest before the tide came in about half an hour later. He was young and quickly exhausted. The remaining half hour was for anyone who wished to continue digging. After all, he had already collected most of the valuable finds, initially indifferent to the villagers. Zhang Haidai mirrored Jiang Han's courtesy and bid them farewell as well. The villagers were both comforted and frustrated by the politeness of these 2 young men. Had they truly aged, losing strength and luck along with their years? Old Luo sighed, wondering why luck could not be shared, even a little. Jiang Han and Zhang Haidai returned to Jiang Han's home, each carrying a bucket. Zhang Haidai, unsure of what lay beneath the muddy shore, had inadvertently dug up quite a few clams while searching for moonshells. They sorted through the clams and discovered 5 broken moonshells among them. There were enough clams for 2 large bowls and over a pound of moon shells. Let us keep these for ourselves, Jiang Han suggested. Zhang Haidai nodded in agreement, recognizing their low market value. This beachcombing adventure felt surreal to Zhang Haidai, thought he was typically quite unlucky whenever he went fishing with others. They would catch plenty while he returned empty-handed. Yet, under Jiang Han's guidance, he had managed to unearth such a bounty. Jiang Han himself felt somewhat disoriented. Ever since his breakup with Ye Tiantian, he had been plagued by insecurity, fearing that fate would soon reclaim what it had granted him. Only upon reaching the seashore and witnessing the real treasures did his heart settle slightly. Should we take the rest to Uncle Ermao's? Zhang Haidai asked. Not just yet. Let us have a late-night snack first. These will not spoil immediately. Jiang Han replied that it was likely that word of their good fortune had already reached Jiang Ermao. If they rushed to sell their finds, it would appear desperate, and the offer would be lower. Besides, they had eaten dinner at 3, and it was now 9:30. He was genuinely hungry. Zhang Haidai, brimming with energy, volunteered to prepare the meal. Boiled clams and steamed moon shells, high-quality ingredients often require the simplest of preparations. As he gazed at the moon shells, Zhang Haidai felt a pang of regret, despite his careful digging. A few had broken. In contrast, Jiang Han had managed to excavate an impressive number of moon shells without damaging a single one. Feeling the time was right, Jiang Han and Zhang Haidai each carried a bucket to Jiang Ermao's house. Jiang Ermao was preparing for bed when he saw the goods Jiang Han brought, instantly shaking off his drowsiness. This moon shell? Jiang Ermao was not astonished merely by the moon shells themselves, but by the sheer quantity Jiang Han had harvested under such modest tidal conditions. One might think he had stumbled upon a moon shell farm. Examining one moon shell, Jiang Ermao confirmed its wild origins. This luck is extraordinary, he exclaimed. Just yesterday, he had received 5 exquisite zebra shrimp, and now so many moon shells as well. Additionally, there were 2 more zebra shrimp in the other bucket, weighing each shrimp. He noted one weighed 5 ounces 2, and the other 5 ounces 7, each over half a pound. The remaining ordinary shrimp totaled 12 pounds after deducting the weight of the water and bucket. As for the moon shells, they weighed an astonishing 35 pounds. I'll offer you the same price for the shrimp. For these moon shells, considering their size, I'll give you 90 yuan per pound. Jiang Ermao, unaccustomed to the calculator on his phone, pulled out an old-fashioned one and began calculating rapidly. Finally, the total flashed on the screen. 44.52 yuan. Zhang Haidai was taken aback. There really that much? Although he didn't sell directly to Jiang Ermao, he was aware of the market trends, which were often unfavorable due to Jiang Ermao's reputation for haggling. Yet today, his offer was unexpectedly generous. Zhang Haidai glanced at Jiang Han, realizing once again how impressive he was. Even a seasoned negotiator like Jiang Ermao was cautious around him. Would you prefer cash or a bank transfer? Jiang Ermao inquired. Surprisingly modern in this respect. While the older villagers preferred cash, many of them could not even operate a smartphone. Just transfer it to me like yesterday, Jiang Han responded. A minute later, the 4,452 yuan appeared in Jiang Han's account. Host sold seafood for 44.52 yuan, earning 4,452 system points. Does the host wish to exchange for scanning range? Jiang Han found the system tiresome. Based on his previous experience, it seemed there was little difference between opting to exchange or not. Ding! The host has defaulted to exchanging for a 5-meter scanning range. Exchange successful. The host now possesses a 20-meter scanning range. Exchange successful, deducting 2,500 system points, leaving 1952 system points remaining. The host still requires 548 system points to exchange for the next 5-meter scanning range. Jiang Han was speechless, well aware that his opinions were inconsequential. Nevertheless, this revelation clarified a crucial point. One must accumulate a minimum of 2,500 points to exchange for 5 meters of scanning range. Below this threshold, the points would remain temporarily unused. Jiang Han promptly transferred 450 yuan to Zhang Haidai. Seeing the money, Zhang Haidai was momentarily stunned. He had anticipated splitting the earnings modestly. Originally, he thought Jiang Han would earn 20 while he would take 2. Perhaps 30 for Jiang Han and 3 for himself. He had never imagined the figures would reach double digits, let alone triple. This is too much, Han, isn't it? He stammered. Could someone like him truly earn over 100 in a day? Even if it were 10%, that would only amount to 445 yuan. Consider it a round number, Jiang Han reassured him, patting Zhang Haidai on the shoulder. I'll be going out to beachcomb tomorrow as well. You can return your uncle's money. Zhang Haidai opened his mouth to protest but nodded in agreement. With this newfound money, he no longer needed to borrow from his uncle. If he found himself short later, he could always ask for help again. His uncle had always treated him better than his parents. Reflecting on how Jiang Han had once bought his two young nieces Barbie dolls, Zhang Haidai decided he should bring some fruit for his uncle when he visited. Jiang Han and Zhang Haidai returned to their respective homes. After deducting the 450 yuan he had given Zhang Haidai, Jiang Han still had 4,000 yuan left. Observing the bare walls of his old house, he felt an urge for change. He could not continue living in such discomfort. Though he could manage if he were away, staying in his hometown required him to make his home more comfortable. Yet, this would require money. Moreover, he yearned to own a boat, if all went as planned. The fishing moratorium would conclude around noon on September 16, leaving him with just over 2 months to prepare. The island's weather was unpredictable. Should a typhoon or heavy rain strike, beachcombing would be impossible. On average, he wondered if he could even earn 2,000 yuan a day. Even at that rate, 2 months would yield only 120,000 yuan. Uncertain of the current price of a boat, Jiang Han searched online but found varying reports. Ultimately, he would need to visit a shipyard for accurate information. Their small island lacked a shipyard. But there was one at the coastal port. Few villagers owned boats, and he was unsure if they would be willing to sell. Considering the crab traps he had bought, he knew he could not set them during the moratorium. When the ban lifted, he recalled there were specific areas designated for traps. Not just anywhere would suffice. He would need to inquire at the village committee about the allowed locations once the moratorium ended. Now that he had bound himself to the infinite scanning system, his efficiency in beachcombing had significantly increased. The effectiveness of setting traps depended purely on luck. It was uncertain which method would yield greater rewards at this point. Upon waking the next morning, Jiang Han found the class group chat ablaze with messages. 999 notifications overnight. Hudanjin. Woe is me. I feel like giving up. This is my family's company. Why must I endure such torment? Lu Bohong. I too suffer. This society is truly dark. Yuhi. What on earth is happening with you two? Hudanjin. My father insists I start from the bottom. So here I am, beginning as a mere clerk. My boss, unaware of my identity, makes my life miserable and constantly finds ways to force overtime. I can't bear it any longer. Li Feiyue. Ha ha ha. Then just reveal your identity. Hudanjin. Do you think I'm my father's only child? If I can't withstand this minor hardship, he believes I'll never have a place in the company. Lu Bohong. At least you have prospects for advancement. What about me? A wave slave enduring 996 oppression daily. Hudanjin. I long to find a small island, feel the sea breeze, bask in the sun, and live a carefree life by the sea. Lu Bohong. Jiang Han. It's been a while since we've heard from you. What are you up to? Jiang Han was surprised that someone had tagged him. Lu Bohong, much like himself, hails from an unremarkable background and, in a moment of confusion, enrolled in this seemingly feudal major. Unlike him, however, he chose to strive for success in the bustling metropolis. Jiang Han opened the wooden window of his room and captured a photograph of the sea, promptly sharing it in the class group chat, which erupted in excitement. Li Feiyue. So early. Do you live by the sea? Are you on vacation? Hudanjin, starry-eyed. So envious. Chapter 12. Just like a vacation. Yuhi. I recall Jiang Han's hometown is by the sea. Right? Have you returned home? Jiang Han. My home is on a small island. I am indeed returning home now. The group chat buzzed with even more fervor. Lu Bohong. This is just too. Yuhi. Lu Bohong. Is it possible he has achieved the life you aspire to through hard work without even trying? Lu Bohong. Hudanjin. Ha ha ha. A wealthy man meets a fisherman. The wealthy man tells the fisherman that if he works diligently, he can truly rest and bask in the sun. The fisherman replies, am I not already resting and basking in the sun? Hudanjin. I can't chat anymore. My supervisor has arrived. Lu Bohong. I must get to work too. Yuhi. Jiang Han. Are you not working? Jiang Han. Does going to the beach to catch sea creatures after the tide recedes count as work? Yuhi. Yuhi. This is ridiculous. How does it resemble a vacation so much? Li Feiyue. Looks like a vacation. 1. Tian Chengwen. 1. Tang Qin. 1. Amidst the subtle ridicule from several classmates. Jiang Han merely smiled faintly. Though his dwelling was somewhat aged, the view from his window was of the magnificent sea. Wasn't he that what people in the big city referred to as a sea view apartment? If he could enhance the facilities, what was there to envy about the big city? Once he accumulated wealth, he would demolish this place and erect a luxurious villa instead, facing the sea, where spring blossoms would flourish. A life many affluent individuals dream of. But first, he ought to visit the town to check the prices of appliances. His initial target was to purchase a water heater and a washing machine. Upon opening the door, Zhang Haidai collapsed helplessly from the entrance. Jiang Han was momentarily taken aback, but Zhang Haidai bounced back up like a monkey. Han Go. You're awake. After regaining his composure, Jiang Han kicked out his leg. Zhang Haidai yelped in pain. Han Go. Why did you kick me? With someone like you, shouldn't I kick you? You just fell through my front door. I thought you had died. Given Zhang Haidai's sudden leap, Jiang Han feared he had witnessed a resurrection. However, spotting the dark circles under Zhang Haidai's eyes, he calmed down. Did you go catch mice last night? Zhang Haidai rubbed his eyes, trying to conceal any signs of distress. I'm fine. He had merely been scolded by his mother. Despite filling his motorcycle with gas, she insisted that the tires were wearing out. She incessantly berated him. Why don't you just die in prison? At that moment, he longed to throw the 450 yuan he earned from catching sea creatures in front of her to prove he could earn money too. But recalling Han Gu's words, he refrained and only mentioned that Han Gu paid him 80 yuan each time he went to the beach. His mother then rambled on about Han Gu, claiming everyone in the village said Jiang Han had struck it rich, and that 80 yuan was not a proper amount. Unable to bear it any longer, he had his first argument with his mother. As he stepped out of the house, she even asked him for that 80 yuan. In that moment, his heart sank completely, and he left the 80 yuan behind. With nowhere to go, he unconsciously wandered to Jiang Han's doorstep. Unsure how to approach Jiang Han, he leaned against the door and dozed off. Brother, let us go to the town. What do you want to do in town? I want to spend some of the money I just earned. Jiang Han felt a surge of annoyance towards Zhang Haidai, but realized that going to town alone would be dull, so they might as well go together. This time, he didn't let Zhang Haidai borrow his motorcycle, but instead went to borrow an electric scooter from Aunt Hohot next door. The motorcycle had enough power to carry things, but today he didn't plan to buy much. The electric scooter would suffice. Aunt Hohot eagerly lent them the scooter, asking Jiang Han to ride it whenever he could. As it often sat idle and the battery tended to degrade, Zhang Haidai opened his mouth, but remained silent. Why did he feel that even a neighbor was better than his own mother? Once again in town, they found that appliances on the island were indeed exorbitantly priced. The cost of just one washing machine was over 1,000 yuan more than in the city. Jiang Han's 4,000 yuan was only sufficient for a singular appliance. Han Gu, this is just how it is on the island. Everything needs to be transported from the coastal cities. Jiang Han understood that transportation incurred costs. But the price disparity was staggering. He wondered if he could order online and have it delivered. Have you ever ordered online? Can they deliver? Jiang Han inquired. Not previously. I haven't returned in so long. So I'm not aware of the current situation. Zhang Haidai scratched his head. It depends on the courier. Some can deliver, but it's rare. Usually, they can't. The worst experience was when my package was left at the coastal port. The thought of taking a 3-hour boat ride to retrieve it made me forego it entirely. Jiang Han latched onto the important detail in his statement, meaning some deliveries were indeed possible. Though shopping for everyday items differed from purchasing heavy appliances, it was worth inquiring. Jiang Han opened his phone and contacted over 20 merchants, asking if they could deliver appliances to Shaojing village on Jiawa Island. To his surprise, one shop responded affirmatively, although for an additional fee of 100 yuan, 50 for island delivery and another 50 for village delivery. Jiang Han deemed this remarkably reasonable and ordered both a washing machine and a water heater from their online store. Leaving him with over 800 yuan. In the past, he could never have imagined that just 3 days after returning to the village, he would be able to purchase both a washing machine and a water heater. While attending university in Nanjing, he had often envied the beautiful goose houses in the suburbs. He believed that if he renovated his house, it would rival those goose houses. When the time came for invitations to the big city, he would decline. Han Gu, let us go eat. It's on me. Jiang Han sensed that this lad had money burning a hole in his pocket, but dining out was certainly preferable to engaging in meaningless pursuits. Ultimately, Zhang Haidai led him to the best restaurant in town, the Hollywood restaurant. Upon seeing the proprietress, Jiang Han recalled that Zhang Haidai had gazed at her for quite some time the previous day. It was mealtime, and the proprietress was bustling about, already drenched in sweat. Her thin blouse clung to her form, accentuating her graceful figure. As Jiang Han turned his head, he caught sight of Zhang Haidai nearly ready to bleed from his nose. Chapter 13. Continued envy from classmates. Jiang Han pulled him back, noting the lack of available seating, feeling somewhat unfortunate. This newly opened restaurant was surprisingly busy. Jiang Han didn't rush to leave. Since Zhang Haidai was so keen to come here, they would wait for others to finish before finally dining. The proprietress approached with a smile, a gentle scent of cherry blossom perfume wafting past. Haidai, you're here? There is no seating downstairs. Let me take you upstairs to a private room. Jiang Han was taken aback, not expecting Zhang Haidai to be familiar with the proprietress. Your restaurant is quite spacious. Most establishments on the island were small eateries, and this one had only a few tables. He had realized there was an upper level. Life on Jiawa Island was rather casual. The proprietress led Jiang Han and Zhang Haidai upstairs, where Jiang Han chose a seat by the window, allowing him to enjoy the scenery below. The ambience was surprisingly more comfortable than downstairs. The proprietress pointed to the QR code on the table. What would you like to eat? You can scan the code to order. If you prefer, I can take your order manually. How advanced. This ordering method was common in the city, but was a novelty on their little island. I don't know how to order. Just bring us a few of your best dishes for me and Hangu, Jiang Han stammered, his usual ease replaced by nervousness, almost sweating under the pressure. The proprietress laughed heartily. If you say that, I'll truly be casual with my choices. She winked playfully as she left. Jiang Han's face flushed. Casual is fine. After a short while, a sweet-looking young lady approached with a tray of roasted dishes. At table 27, this is your sea base. Jiang Han glanced at her. The girl had a lovely figure, though not as assertive as the proprietress. She exuded a pure allure. Is this all we have? Just one sea base. The girl smiled sweetly. There's more? Actually, I was afraid you two might not finish it. My sister prepared 3 dishes and a soup for you. If you wish to add more, just let me know. What are the other 2 dishes? Spicy fish skin and scallops in scallion oil. The spicy fish skin pairs well with rice, and the soup is clam and dried vegetable soup, remarkably fresh. Jiang Han found the proprietress quite commendable. She did not take advantage of Jiang Han's presence to serve extravagant dishes. Any large lobster she might present could hardly be contested by Jiang Han. The dishes she sent up were reasonably priced and in suitable portions. You are the proprietress's sister. Yes, they all say my sister, and I don't resemble each other. Indeed, though you both possess your own charm. You seem more innocent and endearing. Did your sister not mention you were studying? Why are you helping out at the restaurant? It's summer vacation, so I'm working during the break. I see. Your sister has arranged everything well. We are quite satisfied. Please convey our gratitude to her. The girl smiled. Of course, I will definitely pass that on. Jiang Han noted that the restaurant's flavors were truly delightful, explaining its thriving business. The service was also commendable, and they were treated to a small fruit platter. Jiang Han's phone vibrated. Lu Bihong was tagging him in the group chat. Lu Bihong. Jiang Han. What are you doing? Jiang Han. Having a meal. Hu Dongjin, what are you eating? Jiang Han found his classmates' inquiries rather tiresome. Did they really need to ask what he was having for lunch? Nevertheless, he snapped a photo of the dishes on the table and shared it in the chat. Though his hand trembled slightly, resulting in a somewhat blurry image. Yuhi, are you joking? Is this your lunch? Jiang Han, dining at a restaurant with friends. Jiang Han, what? Young master, you looks down on our humble lunch. After a while, Yui posted his lunch in the group, a sandwich and a bottle of yogurt, with the surrounding backdrop of a plaza. Yui, crying, my family's a small company. We lack staff, so my dad made me hand out flyers. Hu Dongjin also shared her lunch, which looked less than appetizing, a rather dull work meal. Especially with the takeout box, it seemed even less appealing. Hu Dongjin, what kind of meager life are we living? Jiang Han seems to be doing exceptionally well. Jiang Han felt annoyed. He merely stepped out for a meal, and yet it warranted such reflections on life from them. Viewed in this light, the lives of these privileged youths appeared far from enviable. When Jiang Han went to pay, the proprietress charged them only 180 yuan. In a big city, a meal like this would easily cost 250 or more. Jiang Han planned to return home, as the tide would not recede until 8 o'clock tonight. With the next rise at midnight, he intended to take a nap, fearing he might lack energy for work later. Hangu, you head back first. I'm going to the internet CAF. Then I'll take my leave. The supermarket's outer wall in town was plastered with various phone numbers, mostly from private car owners. They lived in town and lacked proper jobs. If someone called them, they would come out to drive. However, the prices were steep. The ride from town to the village, taking 8 to 9 minutes, could cost them 30 to 40 yuan. Jiang Han rode his electric bike home but did not rush to return it. Instead, he first charged it. After a nap, the battery was fully charged. When he returned the bike, and Ho Han invited him to stay for dinner, Jiang Han declined, preferring to prepare something for himself. As he exited, Aunt Ho Han's little grandson ran over. Wobbling as he sprinted, he touched Jiang Han's backside as he passed. Aunt Ho Han gasped, "You little rascal. What are you doing?" "It's milk. I sent tea, that what you said?" The little one grinned. "You should be nice to Jiang Han to share his luck." He rubbed his little hands, as if he were indeed trying to absorb some good fortune. Aunt Ho Han turned beet red. "Oh, Xiao Han. Don't listen to the child's nonsense. Aunt, how could you think like that?" Aunt Ho Han's disbelief was palpable even to herself. Chapter 14. Clams. Jiang Han was somewhat speechless. He hadn't expected such notions to circulate in the village. "No worries, Aunt. I was quite mischievous at that age, too." And Ho Han awkwardly chuckled, while the little one seemed unsatisfied, attempting to garner more luck but was restrained by Aunt Ho Han. Jiang Han hurriedly exited her home. Upon leaving, he encountered Wang Xiaobao and Li Xiaya, and for some reason, he felt their gazes were peculiar. Just as he was about to quicken his pace home, Aunt Baoya approached him with a smile. Han, could you spare me an old piece of clothing?" Jiang Han, taken aback by the wrinkled face and obsequious smile of Aunt Baoya, was filled with questions. "What would you want my old clothes for?" I've never heard of any peculiar preferences you have, she replied. My wife hasn't shown any signs of pregnancy yet, so I thought if I could use your old clothes and place them under their pillows, it might bring them some luck. Jiang Han was utterly dumbfounded. He wasn't a deity of fertility. Moreover, placing his old clothes under someone else's pillow made him feel uneasy about sleeping that night. He certainly wouldn't give her his clothes, but he did offer her a piece of old tablecloth. Aunt Baoya gleefully accepted the cloth and departed. Tonight at 8, they could go clam digging. Zhang Haidai would arrive from town at 7:30. Riding a second-hand bicycle he had procured from who knows where, Jiang Han's lips twitched. This fellow had been gaming until now. Fortunately, it did not hinder their clam-digging plans. When they reached the mudflat, there were even more people than the previous day. The sky had darkened completely. Those with headlamps wore them, while others wielded flashlights, illuminating the area. It might be quite frightening for unsuspecting inlanders to stumble upon such a scene. It was unclear what these people thought. Even if they were clam digging alongside Jiang Han, he would return with a bountiful catch while they would merely take what they usually did. Yet, they remained undeterred. Zhang Haidai was disgruntled. Do they think they can steal our bounty? Jiang Han, however, remained calm. The ocean belonged to everyone. He lacked the means to prevent others from clam digging. To his surprise, he spotted 2 Annies from the local mahjong parlor also out clamming. It seemed that at some point, those with the means had left, while those remaining grew increasingly lazy, apart from a few elderly individuals. The ants ranged from 40 to 50 years old. Poverty did not preclude their laziness. While the men earned a living outside, they passed their days playing mahjong in the village, only asking the men for money when it ran out, never contemplating earning it themselves. Today's situation was indeed unusual. Jiang Han did not mingle with the crowd, but that did not prevent them from noticing him. Elder Zhang called out, and all the clam diggers stopped, gathering around Jiang Han to pat his shoulder or shake his hand. Jiang Han felt overwhelmed and quickly slipped away from the throng, relieved that they did not pursue him. The coastline was long, and Jiang Han led Zhang Haidai northward, where the sand mingled with mud, offering greater opportunities. His scanning range extended to 20 meters, making the process considerably easier. Even at night, his vision remained unaffected. Strange, he muttered. What's wrong, Hango? Nothing. He could hardly confess that he found no good catches today. Was his luck truly being siphoned away? His system allowed him to see what lay beneath, yet it did not grant him luck. In a location devoid of good finds, he naturally could not unearth anything valuable. Jiang Han cast another glance toward the villagers, who also seemed to be faring poorly as he passed. He noticed they too were only digging up cheap goods. Hango, we've been walking for quite some time, Zhang Haidai reminded him. Jiang Han sighed. Ultimately, he decided to turn back 15 meters. Did you bring the salt shakers? Jiang Han had assumed that with his extraordinary scanning ability, he would not need such things. However, now that I did. Zhang Haidai produced 2 large salt shakers from his backpack. Clam diggers usually knew what they were harvesting in fish farms, but this was a natural area where one could encounter all sorts of things. Zhang Haidai had brought a bit of everything, making his backpack heavy. Each of them took a salt shaker. Han Ge, do we need to use the salt shakers? Jiang Han nodded and used his sand shovel to remove the top layer of sand and mud, revealing a multitude of tiny holes beneath. Zhang Haidai was thrilled, exclaiming, these holes are so dense. Could they be clams? Clams often clustered together, so if one was found, others were likely nearby. Without a second thought, Zhang Haidai aimed the salt shaker as pointed nozzle at the hole and sprayed some salt inside. The hole expelled a bit of water but fell silent afterward. Despite being shelled, clams could escape quite rapidly when buried in sand and mud. Zhang Haidai quickly added more salt, and a clam emerged from the hole. It really is a clam. Zhang Haidai swiftly tossed the half-exposed clams into the water bucket. Han Ge, this bamboo clam is enormous. It could be considered the king of clams, couldn't it? If we're to crown a king, this one certainly qualifies, at least among the wild ones. It is quite sizable. The price of clams is relatively low, primarily due to the abundance of cultivators. Most clams in the market are farmed, which diminishes the price of wild ones. Such clams can retail for about 40 yuan per gene, while he could sell them to Jiang Ermao for around 20 to 30 yuan per gene. Although today's catch pales in comparison to the previous 2 days, he felt content. If he hadn't been bound to the system, how could he have discovered such clams? After Jiang Han and Zhang Haidai decided to dig for these today, they wasted no time. Jiang Han held the salt container and swiftly sprayed it in several holes. Clams are fearful of salt. Under such high salinity, they all emerged from their burrows. Jiang Han, quick of hand and eye, seized each clam as it appeared. The advantage of luring clams out with salt is that they emerge intact and are easier to catch. Turning around, Jiang Han noticed that Zhang Haidai had already finished gathering the clams nearby. What impressive speed! Rarely praised, Zhang Haidai, usually unflappable in a fight, felt a tinge of embarrassment. Seeing Jiang Han randomly searching for a spot to dig, Jiang Han pulled him back, directing him southward. Walk about 10 meters in this direction and give it a try. Chapter 15. The importance of reading. Jiang Han, aware of Jiang Han's extensive reading, naturally placed his trust in him. Upon reaching the 10-meter mark, Jiang Han scraped away the top layer of sand, revealing a series of small holes beneath. Hangu, this is truly remarkable. It seems one must read more to succeed. Otherwise, one cannot even catch clams properly. Jiang Han smiled and urged him to continue working. With the system at his disposal, he was not inclined to slack off. However, in the absence of quality finds, he had to rely on quantity, which depended on physical strength, given the abundance of clams in this area. He intended to excavate every last one. Their efforts attracted the attention of the villagers. By the time the villagers approached with buckets, Jiang Han had already gathered a considerable number of clams. Although the villagers watched with envy, they hesitated to interfere with Jiang Han's clam nest. Jiang Han, I've never seen you out clam digging before. How do you find so many? Your luck is extraordinary. Can't we share in some of it? They had touched Jiang Han's hands and clothes, yet this good fortune seemed to elude them. Observing Jiang Han's impressive haul today, it appeared he was on the verge of a record-breaking catch. Jiang Han, noticing the villagers' varied expressions, began to jest. Perhaps it's because I read more. If you all read more, you could do the same. The wind direction, the size of the holes, the speed of the waves, all of it is quite scholarly. He truly wished to avoid being pawed by curious hands. Elder Zhang immediately perked up. What knowledge could there be in that? Do enlighten us. Jiang Han smiled but remained silent. Elder Zhang's face flushed, and he hesitated to ask further. In the past, their village had some skilled artisans, and those who possessed such skills would never divulge their secrets. The others were skeptical of Jiang Han's claims, pondering if luck and knowledge intertwined in some manner. Thus, they concluded that reading is indeed essential. For simple folk like them, that was all they could do to get by. Jiang Han continued to dig with precision under the watchful eyes of the villagers, who grew increasingly envious. Aunt May, often found in the local card room, suddenly felt disillusioned with the game. She found a spot and began to dig like a dog. Nearby, Aunt Jinju cast her a sidelong glance. Why are you so excited? Jiang Han always finds good stuff. Aunt May looked at Jinju as if she were a fool. Do you know why I lose at mahjong? It's simple, bad luck. If I had Jiang Han's luck, I wouldn't lose at cards. Aunt May glanced again at Jiang Han. I've discovered a new way to test my luck. Clam digging. When I find good clams, it means my luck is on the rise, and then I can go play mahjong. If I dig clams when luck is low, I'd just be foolish. Aunt Jinju found her reasoning compelling. If she could find good clams, could she also have a victorious run at the card table? Soon, Aunt Jinju joined Aunt May in digging. Jiang Han and Jiang Han primarily gathered clams today, occasionally collecting some small clams and snails as well. Knowing he would need to buy groceries, Jiang Han decided to keep a few aside. Glancing at the time, he noted it was nearly noon, and they had returned early. Instead of knocking on Jiang Ermao's door at midnight, Jiang Han kept the clams in a pool with seawater. The next morning, when weighing the clams, he had a total of 60 jin. Jiang Ermao offered him 32 yuan per jin, which Jiang Han knew was the highest price he could get. The total came to 1920 yuan. Although it was just shy of 2,000, the villagers regarded him with a sense of awe, as if he were some mystical being. They smiled at him as if by doing so, they could share in his fortune. Jiang Han felt a shiver under their gazes. Host sold seafood for 1920 yuan, earning 1920 system points. Total system points, 3,872 points. Host can consume 2,500 system points to exchange for a 5-meter scanning range. Beep. Exchange successful. Host now possesses a 20-meter scanning range. Exchange successful. 2,500 system points deducted, remaining 1,372 system points. Host requires 1,128 system points to exchange for the next 5-meter scanning range. Please continue to strive, Host. Jiang Han was taken aback by the system's encouragement. Upon returning home, he transferred 192 yuan to Jiang Han, noting that they had left quite a bit behind. Feeling unable to consume it all himself, he called Jiang Han. The noise on the other end was quite loud. Hangu, I won't be coming over to eat. After hanging up with Jiang Han, Jiang Han felt uneasy. Last night, when Jiang Han left his house, he had seen him ride off on a bicycle not towards his home, but towards town. Was he spending the night in an internet CAF just to play a game? Jiang Han stretched, intending to take a nap in the rocking chair, but was roused by a knock on the door. Upon opening the door, the village chief stood there with 2 identical young girls. Jiang Han paused. Are these twins? Jiang Han, Ye Tiantian has a couple of couch surfers. Did you know? Jiang Han shook his head. I'm not aware of that, but it does sound like something she would do. Village chief, is there something you need? The chief sighed. These 2 are the couch surfers. Unable to explain himself, the chief let the twins introduce themselves. The elder sister, Ma Shumei, said, We are the type who travels around with no specific plans. To save costs, we don't stay in hotels or inns. Instead, we sleep on people's sofas. Couch surfers form a community. Once you join, you must share your sofa with others in the group. When other couch surfers come to your home, you must offer them your sofa as well. The village chief felt somewhat embarrassed, as this was something Ye Tiantian had orchestrated, using her address. With Ye Tiantian absent, her mother adamantly refused to let the girls enter. You know my family situation. If I were to bring 2 young girls home, it would cause quite the uproar. Considering that you and Tiantian are a couple, I thought I would bring them over for you to meet. I have already broken up with Ye Tiantian. The chief stiffened, looking anxious. What should we do? A typhoon is approaching, and we can't even leave the island. A typhoon? Yes, the weather report indicated so. Jiang Han had indeed seen the typhoon news online. It had mentioned that it would make landfall the day after tomorrow. He hadn't expected it to arrive so quickly. Chapter 16. Providing shelter for the twins. Jiang Han glanced at the twins again. They looked youthful and likely had just graduated from university. I can offer you my living room, but the conditions aren't ideal. Upon hearing this, Ma Xiaomei and Ma Xiaomei immediately replied that is perfectly fine. We just need a place to stay. Jiang Han fully opened the door. Come in. The village chief sighed in relief, grateful that Jiang Han had taken them in. Otherwise, he wouldn't know what to do today. As soon as Ma Xiaomei and Ma Xiaomei entered, they dropped their hefty bags. May we take a shower here? We've been traveling all day, and Haven Tea had a chance to clean up. The twins were both quite delicate looking. Despite their love for travel, their skin remained fair, exuding a kind of fragile beauty. I don't have a water heater. If you wish to bathe, you'll need to heat some water yourself. The sisters were not picky and simply asked Jiang Han for an electric kettle. In the end, Jiang Han provided them with a rapid heater and a large red bucket, explaining, using the kettle to heat water is quite slow. This bucket is new and hasn't been used yet. You place the rapid heater into the water bucket, and once the water is heated, you can take a bath. The 2 sisters, with identical faces, displayed matching expressions of bewilderment. They blinked in unison, questioning whether such a simplistic and rudimentary method could truly work. They had never heard of such an approach before. Why sister used to heat water this way for bathing? As did many in the village. As a grown man, I never resorted to such methods during the sweltering heat. I preferred to rinse with cool water. The sisters expressed their gratitude and followed Jiang Han's technique to heat the water. Perhaps out of curiosity, they soon checked the bucket's temperature and gasped in astonishment. Goodness, it actually works. They exclaimed that this truly the wisdom of the working class. How could they have thought of such a method? Jiang Han couldn't help but twitch his lips. What they considered the ingenuity of the laborers was simply a technique he had been using since childhood. Glancing at his phone, he noted that the typhoon was predicted to make landfall in Songqing in 5 hours. Sweeping through their small island first, this typhoon was classified as a strong tropical storm, with winds reaching 10.5 on the Beaufort scale. He hoped that the storm's most severe part would not reach their island. After checking the surroundings, he ensured that all windows were securely closed. At that moment, the village broadcast began to sound, urging everyone to return home promptly and to prepare for the typhoon. A message from Zhang Haidai appeared on his phone. Han, good. A typhoon is coming. Realizing that Zhang was still in town, Jiang Han replied, I know, haven't you returned yet? Zhang responded, I won't be coming back. The internet CAF has closed, so I'm staying here. Jiang Han was surprised that Zhang truly considered the CAF his home. After securing the downstairs area, he ascended to the upper floor. With the 2 sisters resting, it seemed inappropriate for him, a grown man, to linger there. Moreover, he had not slept well the previous night, and with the day's activities unlikely to include going to the beach, he intended to catch up on his rest. Regrettably, today coincided with a high tide, and with the approaching typhoon, the rare occurrence of high tide this month would be disrupted. Just as Jiang Han lay down, his phone chimed with a transfer notification from his sister, a sum of 2,000 yuan. Instead of accepting it, he emulated his sister's gesture and sent her the same amount. Upon seeing the transfer, Jiang Feng was momentarily taken aback. Her brother had always claimed to have money, and it appeared he was indeed affluent. This amount was likely earned during his time in Nanqing, and she decided to wait until he spent most of it before asking him about it. Nearby, Zhao Hai nudged his wife, amused by her happiness. I'm just thrilled. My brother is becoming increasingly considerate. Zhao Hai remained silent. Jiang Han had merely excelled academically, and the value of a university degree had diminished over time. Jiang Han's not being a burden to their family was commendable. Neither Jiang Han nor Jiang Feng accepted the transfer, leaving their transactions suspended in the chat. Jiang Han believed he could finally rest when a knock on the door interrupted him. Annoyed, he opened the door, his expression less than pleasant, and found Ma Xiaomei, the twin sister, standing before him in a flimsy silk camisole. The neckline was so low it barely concealed her modesty. What do you need? Jiang Han's tone was I see why. Ma Xiaomei, startled, apologized. I just wanted to check in on my family, but I couldn't get through. Sighing, Jiang Han donned a white tank top and stepped out of the room. The signal is poor downstairs. My room has a better connection. You can make your call there to him. A Xiaomei thanked him profusely as she entered his room. Yes, she did. She couldn't help but admire Jiang Han's figure. Thinking he was incredibly handsome, perfectly fitting clothes that highlighted his physique. When Jiang Han descended, he found Ma Xiaomei setting up a tent in the living room. Aren't you going to check on your family? Jiang Han was unsure how to address her. Even knowing their names, he struggled to tell them apart. I will soon, she replied, wearing the same silk camisole as her sister. As Jiang Han approached, she instinctively tugged at her skirt, trying to cover her fair legs, inadvertently revealing even more from the neckline. Jiang Han, at a loss for words, wondered if they considered him inept for allowing them to dress this way in his home. He contemplated spending the night in his sister's room, which had been preserved for her since her marriage, but before he could take more than a few steps, Ma Xiaomei called out again. Do you have any food here? To simplify matters, Jiang Han decided to offer his instant noodles. However, Ma Xiaomei replied in a pitiful tone, we've been living on instant noodles, self-heating hot pots, or pre-cooked rice during our travels. We're quite tired of these convenience foods and wish for something different. Jiang Han gritted his teeth. Their requests were rather excessive, yet he remained patient, as various regions in the country were striving to enhance their local tourism image. Jiawa Island seldom attracted visitors, and if one day it gained notoriety for its lack of hospitality, it would be the subject of ridicule. He could already envision how people from other places would mock Jiawa Island's tourism. Can you cook? Jiang Han pointed to the kitchen, which was equipped with rice, a rice cooker, and an electric pot. You can prepare your meals here. Upon hearing this, Ma Xiaomei was ecstatic. Thank you, Jiang Han. Cooking was a woman's forte, and she immediately got to work. She winked at Jiang Han with a smile. Have you eaten yet? Jiang Han had not. He had intended to rest first. I'll prepare your meal, and we can eat together, Ma Xiaomei declared. Jiang Han accepted. Having invited them to stay and offering his supplies, enjoying a meal prepared by them seemed reasonable. While Ma Xiaomei washed rice, Jiang Han decided to step outside while the typhoon had not yet arrived. He visited Aunt Ho-Hot's house and requested some vegetables. When he attempted to pay, Aunt Ho-Hot firmly refused. Nevertheless, he managed to slip her the money, saying, if you don't accept it, I won't come back for your vegetables next time. When he returned to the kitchen with underdeveloped cucumbers and lettuce, Ma Xiaomei couldn't help but laugh. Realizing her reaction was inappropriate, she quickly apologized. The island's soil is undoubtedly less fertile than inland regions. And since we don't use chemical fertilizers, only organic ones, the appearance of our vegetables can't compare to what you find in supermarkets. Suddenly feeling shallow, Ma Xiaomei reflected on their travels, despite having journeyed far and wide. Many aspects of life remained unfamiliar to her. She glanced at the green, watery item Jiang Han had placed in a bowl. What is this? Huangqi tofu. Ma Xiaomei noticed it resembled tofu. Isn't huangqi a medicinal herb? Indeed, but it can also be made into food, possessing cooling and detoxifying properties. And Ho-Hot harvested it early this morning. Unable to resist, Ma Xiaomei took a bite and immediately craved more, exclaiming, this is delicious, sweet and refreshing. Such a thing doesn't exist in big cities, and its flavor rivals that of desserts from sweet shops. Sister, Ma Xiaomei called for Ma Xiaomei to join her in tasting the huangqi tofu. The sisters beamed with delight as they savored the dish. Jiang Han offered them the remaining ingredients from the previous day. The sisters were fascinated by the unusual shellfish, some of which they recognized while others were unfamiliar. They had many questions, and Jiang Han patiently addressed each one. When the sisters spotted the hermit crabs, their eyes sparkled. They are so adorable. How can we eat them? Jiang Han replied, you can take these 5 hermit crabs home if you'd like. They are simply too cute. We want to keep them. Jiang Han waved his hand dismissively. Feel free. I don't mind. Hermit crabs were abundant along the coast, and he was too lazy to collect them. These few had been gathered by Zhang Haidai. The sisters rejoiced upon hearing Jiang Han's consent. Unsure of how to cook seafood, Jiang Han instructed them to boil it in clean water. The sisters were skeptical. Can boiling it in plain water make it taste good? Isn't that just like boiling meat? However, they followed Jiang Han's instructions. Wow, this is so fresh. I almost swallowed my tongue. Our seafood restaurant is famous for freshness. But nothing here compares. They simply boiled the items in water, employing the most primitive and straightforward cooking method. The taste of farmed seafood was undoubtedly different from that of wild-caught, regardless of how fresh their seafood was. It had undergone high-tech processes for several days, and their idea of freshness merely meant the seafood was alive before cooking. Ma Xiaomei and Ma Xiaomei unconsciously devoured an enormous amount. Such pure, wild seafood was a luxury they seldom enjoyed. Having finally tasted it, they realized that a few plates of these dishes would likely cost over 1,000 yuan. Even the underdeveloped vegetables from Aunt Ho-Hot were exceptionally delicious. According to their local terminology, this is referred to as organic vegetables. In supermarkets, they are sold individually, each labeled, at prices several times that of regular vegetables. The two sisters indulged for the first time, consuming an astonishing amount of food. Jiang Han thought he would finally enjoy a restful night's sleep, but once again, he was jolted awake by the sound of knocking at the door. Ma Xiaomei and Ma Xiaomei stood there, clutching pillows and looking at him with wide, innocent eyes. Jiang Han, the typhoon is so terrifying, Ma Xiaomei said. Yes, it's quite frightening, Ma Xiaomei echoed. Though their location occasionally felt the impact of typhoons, it was typically just the tail end, manifesting as light rain and mild winds. However, they had just witnessed a tree outside being uprooted, which genuinely terrified them. Jiang Han sighed, noting that this was only a level 10 storm. If a super typhoon had hit, they would have surely sought refuge in his bed. What do you want? He asked. Jiang Han, could you keep us company and chat for a while? They pleaded. Since sleep seemed impossible, the comfort of a male companion would ease their anxiety. Reluctantly, Jiang Han accompanied them to the living room. Yet, they found little common ground to discuss. After a few exchanges, he found himself dozing against the wall. He awoke the next day at noon, opening his eyes to discover he was not in his room, but in a tent filled with the scent of roses. Jiang Han, you're awake. Yesterday, we carried you into the tent, Ma Xiaomei announced. Jiang Han's lips twitched. Was he really that sound asleep? Yet, that was beside the point. The crucial question was why they had brought him into their tent. He checked his attire and found it intact, dismissing his initial worries. The aroma of cooked vegetables wafted through the air. Ma Xiaomei cheerfully informed him. We watched some seafood cooking videos and decided to try a new method instead of boiling in plain water. Jiang Han glanced at the spread. Garlic clams, beer-steamed mussels, and clam noodle soup. His phone vibrated, and he noticed classmates tagging him in the group chat. Lu Buahong. Jiang Han, I heard there was a typhoon in your area. Are you all right? Ye Tiantian. Jiang Han, the typhoon on the island must be quite severe. Tiantian Wen. Jiang Han, when the typhoon hits, do supplies run low? Li Feiyue. Jiang Han, do you have anything to eat? Have you had breakfast? Jiang Han snapped a photo of his breakfast and shared it in the group chat. His classmates erupted in responses. Yu he. Is breakfast a seafood feast? Lu Buahong. Eating seafood at a restaurant is one thing. But is it really this lavish at home? Ye Tiantian, it looks delicious. The presentation rivals that of a restaurant. Li Feiyue, that must cost hundreds. Jiang Han, do you really spend that much on breakfast? Lu Buahong. Who are those women across the table? Two women, and they're wearing matching silk pajamas. Tian Chengwen. Jiang Han, are you living extravagantly? Jiang Han scrutinized the photo. He had captured Ma Xiaomei and Ma Xiaomei's faces. But their half-figures appeared in the shot. Don't jump to conclusions. They are a pair of twins, he clarified. The chat buzzed with astonished reactions. Chapter 18. A fortunate encounter with flamingos. Jiang Han found himself at a loss for explanation. The typhoon was minor, and since its center had not passed over the island, it dissipated after just one night. Observing the yard littered with leaves and mud, he took out a bamboo broom to tidy up. Ma Xiaomei and Ma Xiaomei joined him, eager to help. Jiang Han also moved 2 pots of orchids he had brought inside before the storm. The atmosphere, once filled with trepidation, returned to a peaceful normalcy. At that moment, Zhang Haidai entered, momentarily taken aback upon seeing 2 women in Jiang Han's home. "Hange," he greeted. Jiang Han had called him the previous day, asking him to come by at 11:30 if the typhoon subsided. Checking the time, Jiang Han noted it was exactly 11:30. The boy had a knack for timing. Typically, tidal surges last 2 to 3 days, sometimes longer. Today marked a high tide, with 3 low tides expected. The first occurrence was early in the morning, coinciding with the typhoon, so they missed it. The next 2 were scheduled for noon and 11 at night, with half an hour until the second low tide. Jiang Han felt a strong intuition that today would yield fruitful finds. He prepared his tools, remembering to bring extra water. Initially, they had brought a kettle for boiling water, but after a trip to town where they purchased 2 cases of bottled water, they decided to simply take the bottled water this time. The 2 girls, intrigued by their preparations, approached them, asking, "Are you going to the beach?" "Yes," he replied. Their eyes sparkled with excitement. "We want to go too. Take us with you." Jiang Han hesitated, considering that having the 2 girls along might impede his efforts to gather seafood, but their pleading expressions made it hard for him to refuse. Reluctantly, he agreed to take them along. He initially intended to head to the mudflats, a place he was familiar with, but taking the girls through muddy waters seemed unkind. Instead, they would go to the rocky shore. "You must stick close to us, and do not engage in anything we advise against," he instructed. Elated by the assurance that he wouldn't abandon them, the 2 girls exchanged gleeful high fives. "Don't worry, we will heed your words," they promised. The rocky shore lay at the boundary of 2 villages, attracting more people than the mudflats, especially after the typhoon. The water was murky, but as they approached the coastline, Ma Xiaomei and Ma Xiaomei gasped. spotting several flamingos. Their fiery forms resembled flames dancing upon the sea, an enchanting sight. Such beautiful birds often inspired cartoon designs, adorning clothing and crafts. The two girls were thrilled to see live flamingos. Flamingos. They are really flamingos. They are so beautiful. Quick, take a picture of me with the flamingos. Before even beginning their seafood hunt, the girls were swept into a frenzy of photography. Jiang Han had only seen flamingos once before. Without a phone to document the moment back then, he seized the opportunity to capture this rare sight. Jiang Han followed suit, snapping pictures as well. Nearby, a woman gathering seafood chuckled at their enthusiasm. University students are easily captivated. They think everything is worth documenting. Why bother with birds when there's work to do? We of our age don't indulge in such frivolities. Jiang Han smiled at her. Recalling the local superstition that seeing flamingos brings good fortune, the women paused their work, intrigued. Really? One asked. Why would I lie to you? Jiang Han replied. Seeing something delightful naturally brings good luck. The local women believed in such superstitions. And soon, each pulled out their phones to capture the moment, eager to share with their families. Jiang Han posted his own photo with the flamingos on his social media, instantly garnering multiple likes, including one from Ye Tiantian. The initial thrill of good fortune felt diminished. Ye Tiantian shared the image in the group chat. Ye Tiantian, Jiang Han, are there flamingos in your hometown? Jiang Han, yes. Ye Tiantian, send me the address. I'll come to see them. Jiang Han, by the time you arrive, they will have long departed. Ye Tiantian. As it turned out, the flamingos were merely passing through and soon took flight. Nevertheless, Ma Xiaomei and Ma Xiaomei would have plenty to boast about upon their return. Finally, the sisters shifted their attention to the rocky shore. Wow, so many shells, one exclaimed. Wait, why are all these shells empty? Did the typhoon wash them away? Not recognizing the various sea creatures, they lumped everything with a shell together as mere shells. Jiang Han, trying to maintain his focus, couldn't help but chuckle at their naivety. Look over here. Aren't there spicy snails? He pointed out. Where? The sisters chorused. Jiang Han felt a headache coming on. The two seemed to have an endless stream of questions, most of which were simple and obvious. He showed them where the spicy snails were, and they soon spotted the creatures, resembling oversized screws with intricate patterns, clinging to the rocks and occasionally moving about. I think I've seen this before. There are two little hermit crabs in those shells. Is that what spicy snails look like? Jiang Han realized they weren't completely clueless. Those empty shells you see are actually oysters. Some have been pried open for their meat, while others were consumed by the spicy snails. The hermit crabs you see carrying the spicy conch shells do so because they have consumed the conch and taken refuge within its shell. It can be said that the natural enemy of the oyster is the spicy conch, while the spicy conch's predator is the hermit crab. The two girls were taken aback by this information and erupted into applause. Jiang Han, you are incredible. To know this is quite remarkable, they exclaimed. Jiang Han was momentarily taken aback. Was this truly knowledge? Such facts could easily be learned by anyone casually questioned at the seaside. Like Zhang Haidai, he began to sift through the densely clustered spicy conchs on the rocks, all of which fell into the net he had brought. The sisters noticed something amiss with the net. The holes were rather large, nearly the size of 1.5 of their fingers. Chapter 19. The discovery of the general's outlook. These small ones are slipping right through those holes. Jiang Han felt parched. Indeed, bringing the girls to the shore was hindering his ability to earn. Many tiny spicy conchs were ineatable, and filtering them out would save time later during selection. The girls, unaware of this reasoning, realized once again how limited their knowledge was. With so many spicy conchs, aren't we striking it rich? Jiang Han pointed behind him, where a throng of people were milling about. The consensus was that during a big tide, there were plenty of goods, and even those who rarely came to the shore would venture out. Those women were far quicker than they were. And if they focused solely on gathering the spicy conchs, their haul would be minimal. Furthermore, the price of spicy conchs was not particularly high, and Alan smiled at Jiang Han, remarking on his exceptional luck in the mudflats. This is a rocky reef. Everything is plainly visible on the rocks. Your fortune must be akin to ours, right? Jiang Han returned her smile. As I said, I stumbled upon a stroke of luck those days. After saying this, he leapt down from the rock and picked up 2 stranded flounders, placing them into his bucket. Aunt Alan exclaimed, I just passed by there. How did I miss the flounders? Old Luo chimed in. Flounders can change color. It's called camouflage, blending in with their surroundings. With your dull eyes, it's no wonder you didn't see them. Aunt Jinji retorted, you old fool, who has dull eyes? Old Luo, startled, replied, just chatting. No need to hit. He abandoned his foraging and fled with his bucket. Ma Xiaomei gasped, Jiang Han, how are you so skilled? You can just pick up fish so effortlessly. Jiang Han was bound to the system through a scanning function. Initially, he worried that his system would be ineffective on the rocky shore, but upon arrival, He discovered that even in rocky areas, it did not hinder his capabilities. His vision had indeed improved remarkably. Within a 20-meter radius, he could see everything clearly, even the camouflaged flounders, distinguishing them easily from their surroundings. Ma Xiaomei looked at the fish with growing familiarity. Sister, doesn't this fish look like the kind my mother often has air-freighted? After a few more glances, she confirmed, yes, my mother says this fish is good for beauty and often has it air-freighted. Zhang Haidai cast a disinterested glance at the two girls. Air-freighted? Who runs a restaurant that frequently has seafood shipped in? Jiang Han called out to Zhang Haidai, who snapped back to attention. Haidai, let us check over there. Zhang Haidai completely trusted Jiang Han and promptly grabbed his bucket to head in that direction. Several villagers glanced over, but with their vision, they merely saw a large rock, failing to discern any differences. They were skeptical that Jiang Han could see anything clearly at such a distance. They assumed he was merely pointing randomly. Moreover, with two men accompanying two girls, the small rock would become crowded if they all moved in that direction. Upon arriving, Ma Xiaomei noticed something unusual. The shells here seemed different from those over there. Zhang Haidai also recognized these peculiar shells. They were, in fact, generals' hats. The girls' curiosity piqued once more. Is this abalone? They were quite familiar with abalone, so they could easily recognize it. Jiang Han took a sip of water and began to explain. This resembles abalone closely. Some places refer to it as small abalone. Here, we call it general's hat. Compared to abalone, they are quite small and do not grow large. When cooked, their texture is even better than that of abalone. Is this expensive? Ma Xiaomei inquired. I'm not sure of the exact price, but it's certainly worth much more than those spicy conchs. Wild general's hats are priced above 100 per pound. And that's a conservative estimate. They sell well, possibly reaching 200 per pound. Additionally, there are stone crabs here, which are similarly priced. Upon hearing this, the sisters perked up at the prospect of more valuable finds. Jiang Han and Zhang Haidai each held a flat shovel, and the girls felt hesitant to ask for theirs. Undeterred, they decided to grab the generals' hats with their bare hands. Removing their gloves made it inconvenient. Yet the generals' hats posed no danger. Jiang Han said nothing as he watched them. The generals' hats needed to be gathered quickly. Once they latched on, they became difficult to extract, just as Jiang Han had predicted. The undersides of the generals' hats had suction cups, and once they sensed someone attempting to grab them, they clung tightly to the rocks. Ma Xiaomei and Ma Xiaomei devised their own strategies. Jiang Han had plenty of eel tongs at home, so he shared one with each of them. With the tongs, they swiftly knocked down the generals' hats before they could react, not neglecting the stone crabs nearby. Is this what stone crab meat is dried from? My mother loves to add some of this when making congee, mused one of the girls. Jiang Han was taken aback. Market prices for dried stone crab were over 1,000 per pound. And for high-quality ones, almost 2,000. Using a handful of dried stone crab in congee would be quite costly. Suddenly, Ma Xiaomei shrieked, and Jiang Han thought something was amiss. However, it turned out she simply spotted a sea cockroach. The rocky reef was home to many sea cockroaches. If that frightened Jiang Han, he would have been terrified long ago. He chose to ignore the girls' commotion, leaving the stone crabs and generals' hats to them while he ventured to another rock. He realized that his eyesight not only allowed him to see what lay beneath the mudflats but also enabled him to peer through the rocks, spotting creatures hidden in crevices or beneath stones. As the tide receded, many animals would burrow beneath the rocks. Those with greater strength would flip stones aimlessly, while those weaker would probe with eel tongs, hoping for luck. He, however, could clearly see what lay beneath the rocks. Upon spotting an octopus, he deftly pinched one of its legs with the eel tongs. The octopus was surprisingly strong, leading to a battle of wits between them. Suddenly, Ma Xiaomei screamed again. Jiang Han assumed it was another sea cockroach and didn't even glance up. Then he heard Ma Xiaomei's panicked voice. Sister, you're bleeding. Jiang Han had no choice but to abandon the octopus and rush over to assess the situation, seeing Ma Xiaomei's bloodied finger. He quickly squeezed out the dirted blood and disinfected the wound with iodine he always carried. After applying octopus bone powder to staunch the bleeding, he affixed a band-aid. Han Ge, I'm sorry. I didn't keep an eye on them. Zhang Haidai expressed her guilt, feeling responsible for not watching over the two girls closely. Chapter 20, Catching Eels. Jiang Han, however, bore no ill will towards Zhang Haidai for this incident. He had already cautioned the girls not to touch anything recklessly. Yet, they chose to neglect the generals' hats on the rocks, opting instead to pursue the less valuable clams below. These clams would naturally clamp down on anyone who dared to touch them. They had eel tongs at their disposal, yet chose to grab with bare hands. Jiang Han was at a loss for words, unsure whether to call them foolish or audacious, if he and Zhang Haidai were pinched. Their tough skin would merely sting for a moment, whereas the girls, with their delicate skin, had drawn blood. Jiang Han turned to Ma Xiaomei. Perhaps I should have Haidai escort you back. Ma Xiaomei immediately shook her head. I am not going back. It's just a little blood. It's no big deal. Besides, I haven't seen a pufferfish yet. You're out of your mind. Wild pufferfish are highly toxic. Are you trying to get yourself killed? If you want to eat one, buy a farmed one. Jiang Han could only chalk it up to the ignorance of the fearless. Ma Xiaomei looked ready to cry. I never said I wanted to eat one. I just saw many coastal bloggers using pufferfish to polish shoes, and I want to do that too. Jiang Han was left speechless. He genuinely couldn't fathom why their focus was on polishing shoes with pufferfish. Zhang Haidai was equally perplexed, finding the girls' thought processes utterly baffling. Due to the toxicity of pufferfish, no one would catch them for consumption, making the likelihood of encountering a pufferfish while foraging quite high. Jiang Han scanned the area and spotted several pufferfish in the pools of water. If one were to polish shoes, smaller pufferfish would be preferable, as their spines were not as rigid and were more densely packed. He approached and caught the smallest pufferfish. The pufferfish would only inflate when startled, so Jiang Han scratched its chin, prompting it to puff itself up into a ball. Wow, Jiang Han, how did you manage to do that? How did it turn into a ball? As Ma Xiaomei gazed at Jiang Han, their eyes sparkled with wonder. Jiang Han tossed the inflated pufferfish to the sisters when it reached Ma Xiaomei's hands. The pufferfish deflated again. She pinched the sides of its cheeks with 2 fingers and used another finger to scratch its chin. Following his lead, Ma Xiaomei did the same, and the pufferfish truly inflated once more. It made a delightful sound while inflating, which utterly enchanted the 2 girls. Ma Xiaomei playfully brushed her sneakers with the little pufferfish before handing it over to Ma Xiaomei, who likewise followed Jiang Han's instructions to inflate the pufferfish and clean her shoes. This experience was simply too novel. Upon releasing the little pufferfish, they felt their outing had been worthwhile, despite the stains on their shoes remaining untouched. After such antics, an hour and a half had passed, and Jiang Han felt as though his time had been thoroughly consumed by the 2 sisters. The octopus he had been eyeing was no longer in sight, leaving him to search for something else. While scanning the surrounding rocky reefs, he unexpectedly detected 2 eels. He quickly warned the girls, urging them not to wander off as there were eels around. A bite from an eel was no trivial matter. In his childhood, he had witnessed someone accidentally suffer a broken finger from an eel bite. From that moment on, his sister forbade him from catching eels. Even now, as an adult, he still harbored a slight fear of them. While seasoned fishermen might dare to catch them by hand, he was not so bold. He took out his eel clamp and extended it into the rocky crevice. After several attempts, he still failed to grasp the slippery creature. Its agility and strength made it quite a challenge. His scanning function could only reveal the presence of sea creatures but could not assist him in capturing them. Facing such a species, he knew he needed more practice and technique. Hangu, try to clamp it by the head. If you secure the head, it won't be able to escape, Zhang Haidai remarked, clearly more experienced in this regard. Jiang Han considered this advice. If he clamped the body, the eel could easily wriggle free. If its head wrapped around his hand, he would be in trouble. Securing the head would render its body as flailing ineffective, and it would be safer. Although he saw the eel clearly, accurately targeting its head proved to be a challenge. After several attempts, he finally managed to clamp the eel's head. To prevent it from breaking free, he applied additional pressure as he extracted it from the crevice. He swiftly placed it into the water bucket. At that moment, he was drenched in sweat. Capturing an eel was indeed no easy feat. Realizing there was still another eel to catch, he took a sip of water and pressed on. He glanced at his eel clamp. Although it had a non-slip design, it still fell short against such a powerful and agile creature. The local fishing supply store had limited options, so he planned to check online for better tools. If he found a suitable implement, even if it couldn't be delivered to the island, a boat ride to fetch it would be worthwhile. When he finally clamped the second eel, Ma Xiaomei applauded him enthusiastically. Startled by the eel's sharp teeth, Jiang Han nearly let it escape his grip. Were there 2 spectators present, ready to cheer him on? Ma Xiaomei's gaze fell upon a starfish, but having learned from Ma Xiaomei's earlier mistake, she hesitated to grab it. Jiang Han, there's a starfish over there. It's so beautiful. Let's catch it. Jiang Han glanced at the starfish, acknowledging its presence, then turned to search for other seafood. Ma Xiaomei, taken aback by his reaction, rushed to his side, insisting, let us catch it and sell it. Jiang Han began to explain to her that while some starfish are edible in certain regions, the ones here are not. Why can't we eat them? Ma Xiaomei asked with wide, curious eyes. Jiang Han paused, unsure how to articulate the reasons. He wasn't an encyclopedia. Perhaps sensing his discomfort, Ma Xiaomei quickly changed the subject. It looks really pretty. Can I catch it to play with for a bit? Jiang Han chuckled lightly. If you want to catch it, then go ahead. Ma Xiaomei sensed something was off. Is it poisonous? Not at all. If it were, I wouldn't let you touch it, he reassured her. But will it bite? Just wear gloves and avoid its spines, and you'll be fine. Starfish don't attack humans. With that, Ma Xiaomei felt at ease, donned her gloves, and approached the starfish. However, before she could even play with it, she tossed it back into the sea. The starfish was so beautiful, and she had seen others using them for specimens before, but no one had ever told her how pungent they could be. Chapter 21. Jiang Han is amazing. The overwhelming smell made her want to discard the gloves, yet, recalling they belonged to Jiang Han. She washed them several times. Jiang Han couldn't help but burst into laughter, realizing her predicament. Ma Xiaomei exclaimed, "Jiang Han, did you trick me?" She chased him with the gloves, ready to retaliate, while Jiang Han grabbed the water bucket and fled. After their playful antics, Jiang Han resumed collecting more items. After a while, he noticed the villagers returning one by one. Aunt Jinju called out to him, reminding him that the tide was about to rise. Urging him to hurry back, Jiang Han froze. He had always left early with Zhang Haidai before. Today, with the two sisters, they hadn't even gathered much when the tide was coming in, just a few days prior. They had managed 4 hours. Today, however, it was only 3 hours, shorter than before. Aunt Jinju explained that there were 3 tides today, each with a shorter duration. Zhang Haidai, feeling frustrated, asked, "Han Ge, shall we keep going? The tide is rising." "There's no point," Jiang Han replied. Each person carried a water bucket, and none of them were full on their return to M. A. Xiaomei, and Ma Xiaomei's buckets held only a shallow layer of hats. Not even 1/5 full. Yet the sisters were brimming with excitement. "We didn't expect to find so many sea treasures on our first outing. Looks like we're quite impressive too." Jiang Han and Zhang Haidai exchanged glances. Unimpressed. Their catch today was quite mixed, primarily consisting of snails and shells. The hats and stone crabs were the most valuable. Jiang Han's haul was a bit different, featuring 2 flounders, 7 eels, and 5 bread crabs, along with a good number of spicy snails. "You can take our hats and stone crabs. We won't be bringing them back," Ma Xiaomei declared, as they were heading home, and carrying live seafood was quite inconvenient. Jiang Han said nothing further, accepting their catch. Later, he planned to buy some dried seafood from Aunt Hoha to gift them, making it a special local delicacy for them. After sorting their items, they headed to Jiang Ermao's house. "Wow, this catch is quite impressive," Jiang Ermao exclaimed, his mustache twitching with excitement. "Ermao, could you help us calculate the price?" Jiang Ermao picked up a calculator and began tallying the amounts. "These hats are 121 yuan per jean. Stone crabs 81 per jean, eels 35 per jean." The more Jiang Han listened, the more he felt something was off. "Uncle Ermao, these prices seem low, especially for the stone crabs, which are only 80 yuan? Jiang Ermao wore a look of disbelief. "That's the price. It's not low. Fresh stone crabs just don't sell for much. They're too troublesome to process." At that moment, Aunt Jinju approached, and Jiang Ermao started calculating for her as well. For a few items, their weights were similar. The prices Jiang Ermao quoted were the same in previous visits. Jiang Ermao had always given him higher prices, but this time, they were not elevated at all. It seemed Jiang Ermao had decided that after several visits where he paid him well, he was now convinced he wouldn't sell in his sister's village and had lowered his prices. Aunt Jinju gazed at the contents of Jiang Han's bucket, marveling at the quantity. "You're going to strike it rich again." Although she knew Jiang Han always found good catches, she was still astonished by his luck. Especially those eels. The more she looked, the more envious she became. While the buying price for eels wasn't high, they were heavy, each weighing around 3 jean. Each could fetch about 100 yuan. 7 eels could easily amount to over 700 yuan. Altogether, his haul might be worth over 2,000 yuan. The villagers were all older than Jiang Han by 1 or 2 generations, yet there was a lingering sense of unfairness. Why did the god of fortune favor only Jiang Han? There were many temples on Jiawa Island, each dedicated to various deities. The Dragon King presided over safety, while the god of wealth ruled prosperity. Unsure whom to pray to, Aunt Jinju thought that praying to Guanyin would certainly be a safe bet. She planned to visit each temple during this period, hoping her luck would improve. Jiang Han smiled at Aunt Jinju. "I must just be lucky." Aunt Jinju pondered for a moment. "If it's pure luck, should you maybe step in some dog poop?" After Jiang Ermao finished calculating Aunt Jinju's bill, he noticed Jiang Han adding more seafood into his already weighed bucket. Jiang Ermao was astonished. "Jiang Han, what are you doing?" "Isn't it delightful to have friends come from afar?" Jiang Ermao was puzzled. "What? It's rare for guests to visit my home. I should leave them something." Jiang Ermao was astonished. "Isn't this an excessive amount?" Once the 2 young ladies realized the situation, they too were left dumbfounded. "Aren't you selling these?" "No. You were leaving tomorrow anyway, so let's just keep these and enjoy them together." Ma Xiaomei wanted to decline, but noticing the displeasure on Jiang Han's face when the boss quoted the price, they complied, saying, "All right, let's eat together." Jiang Ermao was skeptical of their sincerity, suspecting their dissatisfaction with his pricing, and guessed they would soon concede. "Fine, I'll just calculate the remaining items for you." After tallying the scattered items, Jiang Ermao handed Jiang Han a total of 950 yuan. Jiang Han decided to keep all the eels, reasoning that he did not wish to deal with such fierce creatures, and it would be inappropriate to delegate this task to the 2 young women. Thus, Jiang Ermao benefited from this arrangement. Jiang Han sighed inwardly, never expecting that upon returning to his hometown, he would encounter such a tide for the first time. His efforts yielded a mere 905. However, contemplating the grind in the metropolis, where earning 300 in a day would be considered fortunate, the sisters felt 905 was indeed substantial, especially since Jiang Han had left most of the seafood behind. Their family employees toiled all day for roughly 200. Jiang Han's endeavor, lasting only half a day, yielded unexpected returns. The sisters grew increasingly impressed with Jiang Han's charm and financial acumen. Ding. Host sells seafood for 950 yuan. Earning 950 system points. Accumulated points from previous transactions. Total system points, 2,322 points. A scanning range of 5 meters requires 2,500 system points. The host is not yet eligible for redemption. The host requires an additional 178 system points to redeem the next 5-meter scanning range. Please continue to strive for progress. Chapter 22. New channels. Jiang Han felt a bit dizzy. This was the first time he had worked so hard yet could not redeem even a 5-meter range. Observing Jiang Han's grim expression, Jiang Ermao seized the opportunity to suggest such good items should be sold. Why not? Without a second thought, Jiang Han grabbed the items and left. The two young women gazed at him with starry eyes, thinking how handsome and cool he truly was. Upon arriving home, after handing over the seafood to the two young ladies, Jiang Han transferred 95 yuan to Zhang Haidai. As Zhang Haidai prepared to leave, Jiang Han stopped him. Where are you going? Aren't we having a meal together? Not anymore. I'm heading to the internet. CAF. You've really become addicted to gaming, huh? Zhang Haidai scratched his bald head, chuckling without replying. Forget the CAF for today. Let's eat first. Don't go home. Rest here. As midnight approached, Jiang Han added, later, I'll take you to catch the tide. Zhang Haidai looked at Jiang Han in astonishment. Han-ge, you've changed. You never used to catch the tide at midnight, and now you're thinking about it. The pressure from having a woman at home that intense. Jiang Han wanted to retort, but it was not solely about that. It was because today was a big tide, and he felt unsatisfied with the meager earnings from the day. A Xiaomei rushed out from the kitchen. Jiang Han, how do we handle this stone crab? Jiang Han smacked his forehead. He had forgotten about that. While preoccupied with the fierce eels, he neglected the troublesome task of dealing with the stone crabs. He recalled when his parents were still around, his mother had also found preparing stone crabs cumbersome, often sending him and his sister to take care of them. The washing was enough of a hassle, let alone cleaning out their insides. He remembered his sister crying about never wanting to eat stone crabs again, no matter how delicious they were. Had he known, he would have left all the stone crabs for Jiang Ermao. Yet, considering Jiang Ermao only had 81 pounds of stone crabs, he felt a pang of regret. Forget it. Don't bother with the stone crab. Just handle the others. Ma Xiaomei noted the abundance of seafood brought back, realizing they couldn't possibly use it all at once, so the stone crab could be set aside. Han-ge, even if we catch more seafood at midnight, we still have to sell it to Jiang Ermao. What if his price doesn't meet your expectations? Jiang Han recognized the validity of her concern. Do you remember the number we noted down when we went to town? Zhang Haidai recalled that the person also purchased seafood. Jiang Han made a call, but upon learning he was a villager from Xiajiang, the receiver refused, stating, just sell your goods to Jiang Ermao. He will pass them on to me. Jiang Han understood now. All goods from various villages ultimately converged at the town, where a single buyer collected them, and a wonder Jiang Ermao, despite lacking a boat, managed to sell the goods. He was merely a link in the supply chain. What do we do now? Zhang Haidai fretted. Isn't there a rule for every place? Can we really be stuck like this? Zhang Haidai was surprised at Jiang Han's calm demeanor. Han-ge, do you have any clever ideas? Otherwise, should we take a loss and sell to Jiang Ermao? Jiang Han thought of someone. Don't you often eat at the Healei Wang restaurant? Isn't it a seafood place? Does the proprietress buy seafood? Zhang Haidai was taken aback. I have no idea. What do you know then? Zhang Haidai shook his head. When he dined there, he only paid attention to the proprietress and didn't notice anything else. Jiang Han was exasperated. Do you have her contact information? Like a phone number? Zhang Haidai shook his head again, utterly clueless. Just as Jiang Han was about to lose patience, Zhang Haidai suddenly remembered. I recall the proprietress mentioned they had a public account. Search for Healei Wang restaurant and see if you can find the contact details. Jiang Han found the Healei Wang restaurant surprisingly modern, even having a public account. Upon entering the characters Healei Wang, the restaurant's public account appeared immediately. After following it, a greeting message popped up. Hello, I am your Healei Wang. You can also call me Xiaowang. If you reserve a 10-person meal 3 days in advance before the 15th of this month, you can enjoy a discount of 12 off. Healei Wang restaurant is always waiting for you. Jiang Han's lips twitched. The tone was so adorable, clearly crafted by a girl. He thought of the proprietress's sister, who studied hotel management. It wouldn't be a surprise if she was behind this public account too. Jiang Han clicked on the contact us option, and a phone number, a mobile number no less. popped up. Without hesitation, he dialed it. A sweet, melodious voice answered, "Hello, this is Healei Wang Restaurant." Jiang Han recognized it immediately as the proprietress's sister. I asked your sister around. The voice on the other end responded with surprise. "You know who I am?" "Yes." Her voice was distinctive. "I dined at your restaurant with a friend, and you served us. I remember now. You're Zhang Haidai's friend, right?" Jiang Han raised an eyebrow, realizing Zhang Haidai was quite popular there, as even her sister remembered his name. "Yes, I'm Zhang Haidai's friend. My name is Jiang Han." "Hello, Jiang Han. I'm Ming Guo. My sister is quite busy. If it's about the restaurant, you can ask me. I handle part of the operations now. Actually, I just wanted to inquire if you buy seafood. We purchase as long as the quality is good. Our restaurant needs fresh seafood daily, but we won't take anything that's subpar or stale. The quality is certainly good. How much would you pay for stone crabs and soldier crabs? Our buying price varies daily based on market conditions. Please hold on while I check today's rates." The sound of shuffling was heard on the other end before Mengguo resumed. "Today, soldier crabs are priced at 180, and stone crabs at 150. However, the quality must be top-notch." "Wow, that's quite a disparity. Those prices are nearly retail. Even if some are smaller, they could just keep them for personal consumption instead of buying from others. Selling to Jiang Ermao is less advantageous. What about eels? Today, eels are priced at 42 per gen." Chapter 23, 2 in water. Jiang Han nodded. The price was 7 yuan higher than Jiang Ermao's. However, the unit price for eels was lower. Selling the 7 eels to Healei Wang would yield over 100 yuan more. "Mengguo, rest assured, we will always provide your restaurant with the best seafood." Mengguo smiled. "I look forward to your quality goods." After hanging up, Jiang Han felt invigorated, realizing that the two sisters were far more genuine compared to the crafty Jiang Ermao. Jiang Ermao's tactics may have worked previously, effectively monopolizing the village market. However, with the plethora of channels available now, business thrived on sincerity. At that moment, and Hohat entered, handing Jiang Han 2 eggs. Jiang Han had mentioned to her that he could purchase any freshly laid eggs from her family's hens for 3.5 yuan each. When the egg reached Jiang Han, it was still warm. If the two girls were not present, he would have opened it and drunk it down immediately. However, he took the egg to the kitchen instead. Upon receiving the warm egg, Ma Xiaomei was momentarily taken aback. "How's this egg warm? Is it spoiled from the heat?" "Of course, freshly laid eggs are warm. This is common knowledge. Isn't it?" Ma Xiaomei blinked her large eyes in surprise at Jiang Han. "Oh my goodness, this is the first time I've touched a warm egg," she exclaimed. Sister, you should come and feel this too. The egg is really warm." Ma Xiaomei indeed set aside her task to come over and touch the egg, displaying a look of astonishment akin to Ma Xiaomei's. "Oh my goodness, it really is warm. I never thought eggs could be warm. This is simply too novel." Jiang Han was speechless, wondering how such a normal thing could astonish the two girls so much. And Hohat happily left Jiang Han's house with her payment. Just as she was about to enter her own home, she was intercepted by Jiang Ermao. Startled, and Hohat exclaimed, "What are you doing? I want to ask you." "What is Jiang Han doing at home?" Jiang Ermao inquired, and Hohat found Jiang Ermao's question puzzling. What else could he be doing at home? Are they cooking? How are the dishes? After a moment's thought, she replied, "They probably haven't started eating yet, but there are already 2 dishes on the table. What are they?" And Hohat thought Jiang Ermao was becoming increasingly idle, even inquiring about other people's meals. "Steamed turbot and a plate of bread crab." "What?" Jiang Ermao was taken aback. He really cooked those? His composure shattered, he dashed into Jiang Han's house, where indeed a plate of turbot and a plate of bread crab awaited on the table, alongside a bowl of bamboo shoot soup. The kitchen was filled with enticing aromas. He had no idea what was being prepared now. Jiang Ermao's heart sank. How wonderful it would have been to purchase such items from him. Noticing Jiang Ermao's grim expression, Jiang Han approached him nonchalantly. "Uncle Ermao, what brings you here? Would you like some tea or a smoke?" Jiang Ermao had no desire for tea. He preferred to smoke. Jiang Han turned to Zhang Haidai. "Come, fetch a cigarette for Uncle Ermao." "Sure thing," Zhang Haidai replied, rummaging through his pockets. "Oh no, I just finished my last cigarette and forgot to buy more. What bad luck." "Uncle Ermao, you know I don't smoke, so I can't offer you anything," Jiang Han said. Jiang Ermao realized that these two were merely toying with him. "All right, I want tea smoked. I came to ask if you were selling the remainder of your goods." After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Ermao clenched his teeth and added, "I'll give you an extra 5 yuan for each turbot and stone crab, and 2 extra for the bread crab and turbot. For the spicy snails, I'll add 1 yuan." He remembered that Jiang Han had 2 turbot. Since one was cooked, 1 remained. 4 bread crabs were prepared, leaving 3 behind. "You heard the price I quoted, Aunt Jinju. Mine will undoubtedly be higher than what anyone else in the village offers." Jiang Han chuckled. "There are 4 of us here. With just this little bit, I feel it 1 tea be enough for us. If there's more, I can even take some to my sister's house for my 2 nieces." Jiang Ermao's beard bristled in frustration. "All you think about is eating. at such a young age. You should be saving money instead of squandering it all. If your parents knew, they would be heartbroken. Jiang Han fell silent, and Jiang Ermao, taken aback. Since the atmosphere had grown strange, he hadn't said anything inappropriate. Uncle Ermao, you aren't my parents. How do you know they aren't proud of me? Jiang Ermao involuntarily shivered, feeling an inexplicable chill in Jiang Han's tone. Realizing there was nothing more to discuss, he departed from Jiang Han's home. Upon reaching the door, he spat on the ground, snorting, "What a waste, consuming all that is good. If you have the ability, don't sell anything to him in the future." Jiang Han's time was now devoted to coordinating his sea foraging efforts. Breakfast was consumed around 10, and by the time lunch was finished, it was nearly 4 o'clock. After lunch, in order to conserve energy, Jiang Han urged Zhang Haidai to take a nap with him. When they awoke at 9, the two sisters had already prepared dinner. After their meal, they rested for a while. By 10:30, the sisters had drifted off to sleep, while Jiang Han and Zhang Haidai quietly gathered their supplies and ventured out. "Brother Han, are we still heading to that rocky reef?" Jiang Han glanced at the night sky, devoid of even a moon, let alone stars. The terrain at the rocky reef was treacherous, requiring extreme caution even during the day, let alone at night. "Let us choose another location. This time let us venture further to the Sizagwan." Upon hearing that they were heading to Sizagwan, Zhang Haidai suggested riding a bicycle. "Brother Han, I'll take you along." Jiang Han did not refuse but felt somewhat awkward seated on the back of the bicycle. Ultimately, he preferred to run there rather than sit on Zhang Haidai's bike. By the time they arrived at Sizagwan, he was thoroughly exhausted. This location was precisely the estuary of Jiaohua River, established to regulate the water level. They were no longer within the boundaries of Xiajiang village, but the sea belonged to everyone. They could forage here without reproach. Jiang Han had chosen this spot because it was relatively flat, and he hoped to discover something new. After all, where saltwater and freshwater converge, there is a rich diversity of species. Jiang Han planned to traverse the sandy area towards the gate. Upon reaching his destination, he noticed wriggling creatures in the sand. "Is that tussin?" Although Jiang Han was unaware of the specific market price for tussin, he recognized it as a valuable find. Over the years, wild tussin had become increasingly scarce, with many areas rendering them nearly extinct. Indeed, this area where saltwater and freshwater met had not disappointed him. With a gulp, Jiang Han grabbed a sand shovel and unearthed one. Zhang Haidai's eyes widened in amazement. "Brother Han, is this tussin?" "Yes, Brother Han. We were going to strike it rich." Jiang Han surveyed the area. "I will dig these up first. You go look for something else." The area was vast, and his scanning range was limited to 20 meters. Other than tussin, he spotted only a few monk crabs, which were rarely eaten. Much like hermit crabs, they were primarily kept as ornamental pets in large cities. On this small island, such creatures would not fetch a price. Seeing Zhang Haidai floundering about aimlessly, Jiang Han advised, "Just head straight to Sizagwan. I will catch up with you after I finish here." The typhoon had passed over 10 hours ago. Freshwater was a precious resource on the island, and they had stopped releasing water for a while. Additionally, with the tide receding, the water at Sizagwan was not very deep, and a large area had been poured with concrete, unlike the sandy mud that sheltered crabs and other creatures. In such a place, Jiang Han's advantage was minimized, so Zhang Haidai could go on his own. Upon hearing Jiang Han's words, Zhang Haidai proceeded to Sizagwan, while Jiang Han rolled up his sleeves and got to work. Suddenly, he noticed a flash of light and looked up to see others with headlamps also foraging nearby. It appeared that they were not the only ones hoping for fortune. This was Jiang Han's first experience digging for tussin, and after a few, he found himself utterly fatigued. It dawned on him that foraging for sea creatures was indeed physically demanding. He stowed away the sand shovel and switched to a spade. With the long handle, it was considerably easier, and he could clearly see where the tussin were, without fear of breaking them with excessive force. However, after digging up 60 or 70, he was still drained, and his arms began to ache. He took a break to drink some water, then dug up a few more before stopping. Tussin, unlike creatures stranded during low tide, lived in the sand itself. They would emerge during high tide to frolic, but would burrow back into the sand when the tide receded. It could be said that these tussin were inhabitants of this very spot. As while tussin became increasingly rare, Jiang Han feared that if he dug them all up, he would incur divine wrath. Considering the presence of others around, he took a cloth and covered the tussin. If word got out, the tussin in this area would likely become extinct. On his way to Sizagwan, Jiang Han also caught a large blue crab. Fearing that the crab's pincers might crush the tussin, he swiftly tied up the crab's claws upon capture. When he arrived at the gate, he found that the person he had seen from a distance had also reached Sizagwan. It was old Zhang. Old Zhang lit a cigarette and chuckled. "Not bad. The young ones are starting to work hard." Just as old Zhang was about to offer a cigarette, Zhang Haidai quickly pressed his hand down. He pulled out a more sophisticated cigarette from his own pack to offer old Zhang. Having spent a few days with Brother Han, his standards had risen, and he could no longer stomach the cigarettes favored by the village elders. Old Zhang accepted the cigarette with satisfaction and chuckled once more. Leaning over to take a glance at Zhang Haidai's bucket, he noticed it was nearly full, yet contained only worthless rice snails and mud snails. Old Zhang's heart swelled with pride. The youth lacked experience. Although his own findings were few, he had managed to catch 2 large blue crabs, each weighing nearly 2 pounds, worth around 300 to 400. He felt he had struck it rich that night. If he could find just one more before returning home, he would wake up laughing. At that moment, he turned his gaze towards Jiang Han's bucket, which was covered with a cloth. He reached out to lift the fabric, but Jiang Han swiftly tossed a large blue crab into the water bucket, startling Zhang. This crab appeared to weigh around 3 pounds, larger than any he had found. Yet, recalling that Jiang Han only had one while he had 2, he felt a slight sense of balance restored. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Jiang Han tossed another crab of similar weight into his bucket. Where did that come from? Zhang's eyes widened in disbelief. After searching for so long and only finding 2, Jiang Han had caught 2 in such a short time. One had just scuttled past his feet. How was that possible? Zhang felt as though Jiang Han was playing a trick on him. With a smile, Jiang Han remarked, "Perhaps my youth grants me sharper eyesight." Zhang, feeling irritated, wondered if this was a subtle jab at his age. Just then, he spotted another large blue crab, also weighing about 2 pounds. He was about to grab it with his claw when Zhang Haidai swiftly snatched it and tossed it into his own bucket. Observing Zhang's pale, rigid expression, Zhang Haidai inquired with feigned concern, "Uncle Zhang, are you all right? Feeling weak?" Zhang's complexion grew even paler. Zhang Haidai was more infuriating than Jiang Han. "Weak? I'm perfectly fine." Though he had missed out on several large crabs, Zhang, with his experience, believed there were still more in the area. He decided to follow Jiang Han and Zhang Haidai, hoping to ride on Jiang Han's reputed good fortune. Jiang Han, unnoticed by Zhang, slipped some crabs from his bucket into Zhang Haidai's. Zhang trudged through the waterlogged ground. While river clams and rice snails were not valuable, there were plenty around the sluice gates, and occasionally he managed to catch a few shrimp. Just as he was enjoying his clam gathering, he saw Jiang Han using his tongs to lift a sea urchin. How could there be sea urchins here? The water level where Jiang Han stood was slightly higher than where he had just been. Yet, he had passed through this area and had seen nothing. Jiang Han quickly grabbed another sea urchin. Was it not normal for them to be found here? Sea urchins typically cling to such spots. The dam area was artificially constructed with steel-reinforced concrete, and a small depression had formed, providing perfect hiding spots for the sea urchins too subtle for the untrained eye to detect. However, with his scanning system, Jiang Han easily spotted them. He swiftly collected 7 or 8, prompting Zhang Haidai to grab 2 as well. As Zhang approached, Jiang Han managed to catch 5 more, the last being a white sea urchin. "Brother Han, is this white sea urchin poisonous?" Zhang asked. Typically, sea urchins are black. This white one appeared strikingly beautiful, leading Zhang Haidai to instinctively suspect something amiss. Jiang Han, encountering a white sea urchin for the first time, speculated it might not be harmful. While he was uncertain about sea urchins, he knew that crabs could also be white, albeit rare, thus classified as a mutant variety, scientifically speaking, due to a deficiency of astaxanthin. He wondered if the white sea urchin was similarly a mutant, lacking some essential substance. Zhang glanced at the unusually beautiful white sea urchin. It might not be toxic, but its price was likely unremarkable. Jiang Han's eyes lit up. "You recognize this?" he asked. Jiang Han exchanged a knowing glance with Zhang Haidai, who then offered a cigarette. Zhang took a puff, feeling a surge of confidence under the young men's eager gaze. 2 years prior, old Luo had also found one, believing he had struck gold, only to be told by Jiang Ermao that it was edible but no different from regular sea urchins, hence its price was the same. Zhang Haidai rationalized that if the price was unchanged, at least it could still be sold. If it were toxic, it would be unsellable. Jiang Han did not doubt Jiang's honesty but was wary of Jiang Ermao's credibility. After several encounters, he understood Jiang Ermao's character all too well. The villagers likely knew, yet they had no recourse. The merchants in town refused to buy their seafood, and selling to other villages would break the established order. Under Jiang Ermao's monopoly, his word was law. Noticing Jiang Han and Zhang Haidai engrossed in examining the white sea urchin, Zhang hastened to the spot they had just cleared, only to find it utterly devoid of any sea urchins. As the tide began to rise, Jiang Han scooped up a few small shrimp with his net. Zhang stared in disbelief. When he used the same net, he could catch only 2 or 3 shrimp at most. Yet Jiang Han's haul was tenfold. Was this sheer luck? Jiang Han turned to Zhang with a smile. "The tide's coming in. We should head back." After speaking, he snatched a bread crab from the ground. Zhang's mouth twitched in frustration. What incredible luck! By the time Jiang Han and Zhang Haidai returned home, it was already 3:30 in the morning. Exhausted, they collapsed onto their beds. Jiang Han learned from Zhang Haidai that the Hailei Wang restaurant opened at 8:30. So they set an alarm for 7:30. When they awoke, they assumed Ma Xiaomei and Ma Xiaomei were still asleep. However, they were already up. Ma Xiaomei, despite having a perfectly functional induction cooker, suddenly decided to fiddle with Jiang Han's firewood stove, leaving him exasperated. I need that wood for when the power goes out. If you use it, I want to be able to cook next time. Do you experience frequent power outages here? Ma Xiaomei inquired curiously. More often than you do in the big city. After all, we're on a small island, and resources are scarcer than in larger cities. Ma Xiaomei immediately halted, realizing her actions with the firewood stove were inconsiderate. Did you go crabbing last night without inviting us? Upon waking, the two girls noticed the abundance of seafood in the pool. Jiang Han smirked. Had they brought them along, they wouldn't have found so many treasures. I didn't want to disturb your sleep. The girls were suddenly touched, perceiving Jiang Han as a considerate man who could earn money while being gentle. They hurried off to prepare breakfast. The final outcome was a bowl of handmade seafood noodles for each, accompanied by a farm-fresh egg, containing bits of shellfish and the small shrimp caught in the dead of night. Even without high-end seafood, it was utterly delectable. A bowl of this wild seafood handmade noodles, paired with a farm egg, could easily fetch 70 to 80 yuan. Jiang Han glanced at the time. It was already 8:10, just as he was about to call for a ride. Ma Xiaomei and Ma Xiaomei appeared with their backpacks, standing before him. With their identical faces, they smiled at Jiang Han. Are you heading out too? Let's go together. You're leaving now? Yes, we have other places to visit. Just as Jiang Han wondered how they planned to leave the village, a private car pulled up to his doorstep and honked twice. This driver helped us when we arrived, and we saved his number. I called him while cooking. Ma Xiaomei winked playfully at Jiang Han. If possible, they would have liked to stay longer, but their itinerary was already arranged as part of their couch surfing plans. They had reserved spots in various places, and altering their plans would be troublesome. Jiang Han appreciated the sisters' foresight, as it spared him the trouble of calling for a ride. After retrieving the seafood they needed to sell from the pool, the four of them climbed into the private car. Since the sisters needed to transfer to a bus at the town to reach the port, they got out together. When they arrived, Meng Fei was already there. Having opened the shop early, Menggu waved at them. Hi, Zhang Haidai and your friends. You actually brought seafood. Jiang Han was speechless. Noticing his gloomy expression, Menggu couldn't help but laugh, then performed an exaggerated welcoming gesture. Welcome, Jiang Han. Startled, Jiang Han asked. You remember me? Menggu giggled sweetly. How could I forget? I even saved your number with a note. Seeing the 3 buckets they brought, she approached to take a look. One bucket contained tied-up crabs and various shellfish. Another held stone crabs and sea urchins, while the last was covered with a cloth. Menggu curiously asked Jiang Han, May I open this one? Jiang Han nodded, indicating that these items were indeed meant for them. Waiting for their unveiling. However, he had one stipulation. He hoped they would keep the contents of the barrel confidential. Menggu glanced at Jiang Han, intrigued by the air of mystery surrounding him. Rest assured, no one will speak a word, she assured him, her excitement palpable as she gripped the cloth, her hands trembling as though she were about to unveil a surprise. When she peeled back the cloth, she was taken aback. Was that wild bamboo shoots? Chapter 26. Non-toxic and marketable are these farmed? Menggu's question stemmed from the rarity of wild bamboo shoots. Even the cultivated ones were quite valuable. This was indeed wild. Meng Fei, emerging from the kitchen, was equally astonished upon seeing the bamboo shoots. I can't believe you two found such treasures. Zhang Haidai, feeling a bit sheepish, scratched his head. All credit goes to Han Go. I couldn't have found such gems myself. I'm merely assisting him. Jiang Han patted Zhang Haidai on the shoulder, acknowledging, I owe you for your help. Otherwise, I wouldn't have collected so much. Time spent foraging was limited, and he required assistance to gather more. Meng Fei's impression of Zhang Haidai improved. She had previously viewed him as a slacker, but now recognized his diligence. She scrutinized the goods Jiang Han had brought. When Meng Guo had mentioned them yesterday, she had dismissed it, never anticipating they would indeed arrive today, and of such high quality. The stone crabs were even sorted into 2 sizes, indicating careful selection. I'll take this larger one, but the smaller one. Meng Fei hesitated. She approached her business with utmost seriousness, insisting on only the finest quality. Her restaurant had only recently opened, yet its reputation had already spread, attracting patrons from outside the island specifically for her seafood. Boss, I only brought this smaller one along. Can you help me clean it? I'm willing to pay for the processing, Jiang Han proposed. Meng Fei chuckled at the mention of processing fees, stating, What processing fees? I have the tools. Cleaning is no trouble at all. Once it's done, you can take it back. Jiang Han beamed, grateful for her willingness to assist. Meng Fei's restaurant management was quite systematic, with a dedicated space for weighing ingredients. Ma Xiaomei and Ma Xiaomei exchanged glances. Having reached town, they were in no rush and decided to see how much Jiang Han could sell his goods for. Meng Fei weighed each item meticulously, The stone crab weighed 5 jin and 2 liang, priced at 780 yuan. 3 bread crabs weighed 5 jin, totaling 198 yuan, and the bamboo shoots weighed 4 jin and 3 liang, amounting to an astonishing 3698 yuan. How much? Jiang Han thought he must have misheard. 3698. Meng Fei confirmed, with Mengguo logging the figures in her ledger. The bamboo shoots weigh 4 jin and 3 liang. And my sister calculated the price at 860 per jin. That's quite a respectable rate. Are you doubting our scale? No, not at all. I just couldn't believe the price. Jiang Han quickly clarified, understanding his surprise. Mengguo laughed, explaining, farmed ones don't fetch such high prices, but these are wild bamboo shoots, which are becoming increasingly rare. Rarity drives value. After all, Ma Xiaomei and Ma Xiaomei were equally astonished. Could a few worms truly command over 3,000 yuan? Initially, they had been frightened by the sight, never anticipating such worth. Meng Fei then inspected the blue crabs, noting they were all tied with rope to prevent injury. According to market customs, the weight of the rope was also factored in. Although Jiang Han's rope appeared lighter, indicating he was not one to cut corners, the blue crabs weighed a total of 11 jin and 8 liang, priced at 1085 yuan. The river snails weighed 7 jin, totaling 20 yuan. The river clams weighed 8 jin, also at 20 yuan, and the mud snails totaled 5 jin, priced at 92 yuan. Jiang Han was taken aback once more at the mud snails' price. He remembered them costing only a few yuan per jin in his childhood, and now they approached 20 in the city. Meng Fei then examined the last item of the day, sea urchins. Each looked plump and healthy until she spotted a white, spiky sea urchin. A white sea urchin. Meng Fei was stunned into silence. Mengguo gasped, covering her mouth in disbelief. In contrast, Ma Xiaomei remained composed. Unaware of the rarity of the white sea urchin, there's something special about this white sea urchin, Ma Xiaomei inquired. Mengguo nodded gravely. It's incredibly rare, so rare that even seasoned fishermen might never encounter one. This revelation left Ma Xiaomei with mouths agape, astonished by its scarcity. Meng Fei regarded Jiang Han and Zhang Haidai with newfound respect. How could they remain so composed with such valuable items? Never once mentioning it, Zhang Haidai, still processing the information, asked, Sister Fei, are these really non-toxic and sellable? Meng Fei's expression was complex. She couldn't fathom why he would doubt it. Of course they're sellable. Upon hearing this, Zhang Haidai felt a weight lift off his chest. Meng Fei then turned to Jiang Han, speaking with newfound respect. I'll weigh the standard sea urchins first. As for the white one, I need to contact a buyer. Frankly, this surpasses what our restaurant can handle. I will connect you with a buyer through my network, taking a small commission. Is that agreeable, Mr. Jiang? Jiang Han was grateful for her willingness to assist. That if she treated the white sea urchin like the others, he would be at a loss. However, her tone suggested it was indeed valuable. You need not call me Mr. Jiang. Jiang Han will suffice. I trust you completely with this. Meng Fei nodded, satisfied, and began weighing the ordinary sea urchins, which totaled 4 jin and 7 liang, amounting to 258 yuan. Altogether, the goods fetched an impressive 6151 yuan. The sisters' jaws dropped further at the staggering sum. Their first foray into foraging had yielded only what they consumed, except for what they sold to Jiang Ermao. Now, they realized they had earned a substantial profit from their second outing. Chapter 27. Everyone seeks a lucky break. Their parents were also in business, earning well but laboring tirelessly every day, worrying about competitors, employee laziness, and customer fatigue. Despite their youth, their hair had already begun to gray. Unlike Jiang Han, who lived so freely and effortlessly, Meng Fei instructed Mengguo to transfer the funds to Jiang Han, mistakenly thinking Jiang Han's QR code was for adding WeChat. Mengguo was surprised to find it was a payment code. Without a cent more or less, she transferred 6,151 yuan. Notification. Host sold seafood for 6,151 yuan. Earning system points of 6,151 points. Accumulated points total, 8,473 points. You can now consume 7,500 system points to exchange for a scanning range of 15 meters. Do you wish to proceed? Exchange successful. Host now possesses a scanning range of 35 meters. Exchange successful. Remaining system points, 973 points. Continue to strive for success. The warehouse where they stood had windows, and Jiang Han could see clearly the small print on a billboard 30 meters away. Turning back, he noticed Meng Fei gently tapping Mengguo's head, teasing her for not rounding off the payment. Mengguo, with a look of innocence, replied, How do I round it off? Should I deduct a yuan? Meng Fei could only smile in exasperation, apologizing to Jiang Han. After her remark, Jiang Han caught Mengguo sticking her tongue out playfully from behind Meng Fei, realizing her earlier comment had been deliberate. I think Shedwood did splendidly. After all, I did benefit from this today. He decided against cleaning the stone crab himself. Meng Fei was at a loss with her sister's antics. After wrapping up their transaction, Jiang Han prepared to leave, while Ma Xiaomei and Ma Xiaomei ready to head to the station. At the door, Ma Xiaomei suddenly embraced Jiang Han. I'm the younger sister. Xiaomei, I have a small mole at the corner of my eye. Remember me? Jiang Han looked at the identical sisters, noting the small mole at the corner of Ma Xiaomei's eye. While her sister Ma Xiaomei bore none, the sisters waved goodbye. See you, Jiang Han. Jiang Han waved goodbye to them. It was for the best, as having two female guests at home could often be inconvenient. Initially, he intended to linger in town for a while, but a phone call from the logistics company interrupted him, informing him that the water heater and washing machine he had purchased would arrive that morning. Consequently, he decided against staying in town. He rounded up a sum and transferred 700 yuan to Zhang Haidai. Opting to take a day off from fishing, he was genuinely exhausted from digging for bamboo shoots, and considering it was a minor tide today, he felt little inclination to exert himself. He believed in the importance of balancing work and rest. After all, if he were to exhaust himself, who would he turn to for support? Zhang Haidai noticed the discrepancy in the amount. Brother, you've given too much, Jiang Han replied. Take it. It's yours. The items he had initially reserved were meant for them to share. However, Zhang Haidai was often absent, and Jiang Han also wished to send some to his sister. Therefore, giving Zhang Haidai a bit more was only fitting. When he inquired, Zhang Haidai mentioned he planned to stay at the internet CAF. So Jiang Han rode Zhang Haidai's bicycle back home. Upon noticing the additional 700 yuan in his account, Zhang Haidai could hardly contain his delight. Following Han Ge was indeed a wise choice. Just then, another call came in, offering work in the neighboring village where someone needed help with a fight, promising 100 yuan upon completion. Zhang Haidai scoffed at the idea, dismissing it with a curt hang-up. He wasn't about to risk his well-being for such a paltry sum. Upon returning to the village, Jiang Han was taken aback by the peculiar activities unfolding around him. Aunt Baoya was furiously stepping in dog feces. Content only when her shoes were thoroughly soiled. Aunt Li pushed her aside, exclaiming, "Enough, let me have a turn." She stomped around in the mess, insisting it was tea sufficient and suggesting they feed Wang Kai more to increase his output. Aunt Jinjue offered some remarkably constructive advice, while old man Zhang chimed in, suggesting that relying solely on Wang Kai was unfair. They should rally all the village dogs. You have no idea how much Jiang Han manages to catch with just one scoop of the net. Jiang Han was at a loss for words. Was this all because he mentioned having struck a stroke of luck? The abundance he retrieved was solely due to his keen observation, although the water was shallow and murky from the typhoon's aftermath. While others fished blindly, he strategically targeted where the bounty was plentiful. Perhaps the villagers were too engrossed in their antics to notice him passing by. When he returned home, Jiang Feng was already there. She had intended to help him with the laundry, but found everything neatly washed and hung in the yard. A sigh escaped her. Did this mean her brother no longer needed her? Jiang Han, bewildered, thought to himself. What was she pondering? The fortune teller had once claimed she was destined for toil, and now, having run after fortune tellers from one end of the village to the other, she felt dejected because he no longer required her assistance. Jiang Feng realized she was overthinking. His independence was a positive development. Seeing there was nothing left to assist with, she prepared to leave. But Jiang Han stopped her. I have some items for you to take back. He had planned to deliver them himself, but fate had intervened. What is this? Jiang Feng inquired, opening the bag to discover stone crabs. You've already prepared these. Over the years, while her daughters were in school, she occasionally pried open rocks for snacks. Yet, she had shied away from stone crabs due to the hassle of preparation. It dawned on her that she hadn't indulged in stone crab for many years. Her children had only enjoyed them a handful of times during family gatherings. Han, how did you manage this? She recalled her brother never particularly enjoyed dealing with such things. That's not for you to worry about. The meat is freshly prepared. Take it home for the kids. Jiang Feng was so moved, she felt tears welling up. How thoughtful her brother was. Jiang Han also fished out a considerable number of river snails and clams from the pond. These river delicacies weren't worth much, but he gathered plenty, knowing that the freshwater river was quite far from his sister's village, making it unlikely she would search for such treats. You should take these as well. This time, Jiang Feng could no longer contain her emotions. Tears streamed down her cheeks. Chapter 28. The most prosperous moment. Jiang Han felt a headache coming on. Were women truly made of water, they seemed to cry at the slightest provocation, whether from sorrow or joy. He had initially considered saving some bamboo shoots for his sister, but realizing the number of people aware of this might lead to the extinction of that patch, he abandoned the idea. The sound of a horn followed by a knock on the door interrupted his thoughts. This Jiang Han's home. Jiang Feng opened the door to find a robust middle-aged man standing there. Is this Jiang Han's residence? What brings you here? The man spoke with a commanding voice. The washing machine and water heater have arrived. Where should I place them? Jiang Feng hadn't yet grasped the situation when Jiang Han appeared. Instructing, please place them in my bathroom. This bathroom had been renovated by his sister during her working years in the past. They had no bathroom at all, making even the simplest of tasks inconvenient. Once the man unloaded the items, he departed, informing Jiang Han that the installation crew would come by in a couple of days, urging him to keep an eye on his phone. Jiang Han thanked him. And as he reached the door, a crowd of villagers gathered around. Jiang Han bought a washing machine and a water heater too. Jiang Han, aren't you going out anymore? If you don't go out, wouldn't your university education be for naught? Jiang Feng was irritated by the commotion. My brother has merely purchased a washing machine and a water heater. What does that have to do with going out? Our family affairs are none of your concern. With that, she shut the door. This was one of the downsides of village life. Even the smallest matters became common knowledge, and everyone relished discussing others' affairs. Jiang Feng looked at the newly acquired washing machine and water heater with mixed emotions, joy and worry. She had long wished to buy such items for their home, but after marrying and having children, financial freedom had dwindled. Is he out of money now? Those appliances must have cost a pretty penny. How could he afford them? She pondered, in a way. These items are just the beginning. Jiang Feng found Jiang Han's claims somewhat exaggerated. Yet she had always trusted her brother's reliability. Regardless, she decided to support him in pursuing his ambitions. Fine, do as you please, but let me know if you run low on funds. All right, I understand, he replied. After Jiang Feng left, Jiang Han took a refreshing shower before heading to bed. Having not slept well in the past few days, he dozed off until the afternoon when his phone rang. The installation crew was on their way. Jiang Han was taken aback by the promptness. He got up, opened the door for the technicians to install the appliances, and casually prepared a bowl of noodles for himself. Observing the installed water heater and washing machine, he felt a sense of hopeful anticipation for the future. Suddenly, his phone vibrated. Someone had added him on WeChat through his phone contacts. The name read Lu Jishan, with a note saying, Yabi, LOL. Without a second thought, Jiang Han declined the request. Many scammers use this tactic to increase their chances of success by saving their numbers and then adding you on WeChat, making it appear as if they were friends. He wouldn't fall for that trick. To his surprise, the scammer persisted and sent another request, this time with the note Mengua. Jiang Han was taken aback. Mengua was Lu Jishan. Why the bizarre remarks earlier? He accepted the friend request. Mengua, why didn't you add me earlier? Jiang Han found himself at a loss for words. Mengua, haha, just teasing you. Jiang Han, Mengua, your goods have already been sold by my sister. I'll transfer the money to you. Transfer, 28,000 yuan. Jiang Han was stunned for a moment. Jiang Han, did you perhaps add 2 extra zeros? A black sea urchin is worth only a few dozen yuan. A white one tops out at 280 at most. Right? Mengua, no, it's indeed 28,000. Jiang Han, this was utterly unexpected. However, looking at the 28,000, he found it hard to believe he had never held that much money in his life. Even his university tuition hadn't amounted to such a sum. Momentarily, he hesitated to accept. Suddenly, Mengua called him on voice chat. The sea urchins really sold for 28,000. I'm not lying to you. These are rare, and there is no fixed market price. It all depends on what buyers are willing to pay. So someone actually offered 28,000. Who is this lunatic? No, this angel. I even thought we sold them for too little. Considering 1 in 10,000 sea urchins might be white, Jiang Han was astonished. Did this mean the flavor was exceptional? Mengua pondered for a moment. I haven't tasted it myself, but those who have say the flavor of white sea urchins isn't much different from that of regular ones. Jiang Han thought there was no way he'd spend 28,000 on something that tasted nearly the same as a regular sea urchin. I truly appreciate your help with this. If I had sold it to Jiang Ermao, it would have been worth only a few dozen yuan. That's unnecessary. We've earned our share as well. Just keep the money. Jiang Han acknowledged her words and ended the call. He received the money, and instantly his phone displayed an additional 28,000 yuan. Combined with his previous funds, he now possessed over 30,000 yuan. This was the most affluent moment of his life. Ding! The host sold seafood for 28,000 yuan, earning 28,000 system points. Accumulated points from previous transactions total 28,973 points. Currently, 27,500 system points can be consumed to exchange for a scanning range of 55 meters. Do you wish to proceed with the exchange? Exchange successful. The host now possesses a scanning range of 90 meters. Exchange successful. Remaining system points, 1,473 points. Please continue to strive for progress. Jiang Han transferred the money to Zhang Haidai. Upon seeing the extra 2,800 yuan, Zhang Haidai felt dizzy. He abandoned his game and called Jiang Han. Brother Han, Did you transfer the money to the wrong person? No, it's indeed for you. It's the money from selling that sea urchin. Jiang Han was astounded. Is it really that much? Brother Han, did you perhaps add an extra zero? Jiang Han sensed that Jiang Han was more audacious in his thoughts. His immediate reaction was to think of 2 extra zeros, while Jiang Han merely believed there was one. Indeed, it's 2800. Jiang Han glanced at the figure once more. My goodness, he had never seen such a sum before. He felt as though he had reached the pinnacle of his life. While someone in the game was urging him to continue playing, he momentarily lost interest. What's the point of gaming? I am a wealthy man now. I need to take it slow. Take it slow? I'll watch you guys play. I'll join once I've calmed down. Unexpectedly, upon awakening, Jiang Han noticed the peculiar glances from the villagers. When he attempted to inquire, several ants hastily retreated, as if encountering a great calamity. Particularly, Aunt Baoya nervously adjusted her clothing. Chapter 29. What is the purpose of bringing the children? Jiang Han was utterly astonished. What were they suspecting? Did they think he would misbehave? How could they harbor such outrageous notions? Eventually, and Ho-Hot stammered, They say you. What do they say about me? They say you're a villain. Not merely intending to shelter the girls, but to take advantage of them. The 2 girls had left in tears. Jiang Han struggled to comprehend how this scoundrel they spoke of was connected to him. And Ho-Hot hesitated, and the rumors were likely even more unsavory than what she had disclosed. His act of sheltering Ma Xiaomei, and Ma Xiaomei was purely out of kindness. They had been eating and drinking at his house, and he had even contributed financially. Yet, instead of gratitude, he was met with scandal. Aunt Ho-Hot, what else do you know? Well, Aunt Ho-Hot bit her lip and finally said, They say you might have gotten those 2 girls pregnant. Jiang Han was at a loss for words. Ma Xiaomei had only stayed at his home for 2 nights. Could one truly ascertain pregnancy in such a short time? Jiang Han, you wouldn't, would you? Aunt Ho-Hot was at a loss for how to express her concerns. Jiang Han smiled at her, revealing a bright smile. What they say is merely that, whether true or false. It matters little to me. As Jiang Han departed, and Ho-Hot was left bewildered, pondering the boy's true intentions and whether any of the rumors held merit. Each year, the village was rife with gossip. But Jiang Han chose to ignore it. Just as he stepped out of Aunt Ho-Hot's home, he heard a commotion at his own doorstep. His sister was wielding a broom, fiercely scolding Aunt Li and Aunt Baoya. Jiang Han felt overwhelmed and rushed to pull Jiang Feng back into the house. Why are you getting involved with them? How can I not argue with them when they say such things about you? Jiang Feng was furious. Her brother was such an upright individual. How could he possibly harm 2 girls? Observing her flushed face, Jiang Han felt a mix of pity and amusement. He retrieved the sole electric fan in their home and directed it toward Jiang Feng. Pouring her a glass of water, they can say whatever they wish. It doesn't affect me. Jiang Feng, witnessing her brother's nonchalance, realized she had overreacted. He was right. They had endured countless rumors over the years. There was no need to let a few words upset her. Noticing the washing machine and water heater were already installed, she felt a twinge of envy. Even though you didn't stay in the big city for work, life is improving. Jiang Han sighed in relief as his sister finally came to terms with it. Before Jiang Feng left, Jiang Han bought a case of Waha drinks for her to take home. These are for Ling Ling and Wan Wan. As their uncle, I haven't bought them anything yet. You just bought Barbie dolls for them last time, right? Next time, don't get such things. Just buy them practice papers. Jiang Han's mouth twitched at the thought of his niece's expressions upon receiving practice papers. He dared not agree with his sister. Once Jiang Feng departed, Jiang Han called Zhang Haidai. He decided against going to the beach today. Knowing Zhang Haidai was still at the internet CAF. He rode the bicycle he had borrowed from Zhang Haidai the day before to town. Initially, he intended to buy some cola, but upon discovering it was sold out, he settled for a dozen Waha drinks instead. Zhang Haidai stared at the drinks in bewilderment. Brother Han, why did you bring Waha? To drink, of course. Am I expected to wash my hair with it? Zhang Haidai rubbed his bald head. Typically, he just wiped it with a towel, never needing a wash. Jiang Han handed him a bottle of Waha. Zhang Haidai took a sip. It's been years since I had this. The taste is quite nostalgic. Jiang Han took a seat beside Zhang Haidai. What are you playing? Let us join in. He needed some relaxation as well. Brother Han, you're a college student. Are you sure you can handle this? While in prison, Jiang Han always appeared busy, whether with romance, work, or studies. Zhang Haidai assumed he wouldn't have time for games. He wasn't concerned about being dragged down. Rather, he feared Jiang Han might suffer a crushing defeat. Damaging his confidence, Jiang Han shot him a glance. Do you underestimate me? Just because I practice less doesn't mean I'm lacking. In other words, only those who are truly inexperienced need to practice more. Jiang Han quickly showcased the prowess of a prestigious university student. Initially, he struggled to adapt to the game, but once he did, he led the team to victory. After an indeterminate amount of time, His stomach growled. Checking the clock, he realized it was mealtime, prompting him and Jiang Han to head to the Healewang restaurant. It was then that Jiang Han noticed the internet CAF was located just behind the restaurant. Upon entering, Jiang Hai's gaze immediately fixated on the proprietress, Mingfei. Jiang Han gaped, wondering if Jiang Hai lingered at the internet CAF solely for this reason. Mengwa bounced over. Boss, why are you here today? Jiang Han nearly choked on his own saliva. Why call me the boss? Mengwa smiled sweetly. You sold that expensive sea urchin, so why not be the boss? Jiang Han recognized that Mengwa enjoyed teasing him. Fine, you can call me whatever you like. Shall I order for you, or will you do it yourselves? Mengwa's voice remained delightfully melodic. You can order for us. Jiang Han was too lazy to ponder what to eat. Mengwa beamed at him. How about a large lobster? A lobster it is. I'll treat you. Jiang Han's face bore no hesitation. Jiang Hai frowned slightly. Brother Han, perhaps we should skip the lobster? He had seen the price of lobsters. Just that dish alone exceeded 1,000 yuan. Mengwa hadn't anticipated Jiang Han's lavishness. I was just joking. Let me order something else. Lobster was typically reserved for banquets or special occasions. Not for everyday dining. No worries. A lobster is fine. I can afford it. He realized he needed to treat himself better. Otherwise, he might regret not enjoying life when unexpected events occurred. Seeing Jiang Han's insistence, Mengwa chose not to argue, especially since he had just sold a sea urchin for 28,000 yuan. That money was still in her account. Chapter 30. Purchased a trike. Mengwa also ordered a portion of stir-fried squid, a shrimp soup, and a cucumber salad. This was Jiang Han's second time dining at Healewang restaurant. The more he ate, the more he appreciated the culinary skills of the establishment. When Mengwa brought over the final dish, the cucumber salad, Jiang Han stopped her. Does your restaurant offer processing services? Like if I bring my own seafood, can you cook it for me? Of course, we have a clear pricing list for processing. Jiang Han had merely inquired casually but was pleasantly surprised they offered such a service. May I see the pricing list? Mengwa quickly fetched it. After reviewing the list, Jiang Han felt even more assured of the restaurant's professionalism. Every category and weight range was clearly outlined, ensuring that out-of-town visitors would not need to worry about being overcharged. The various methods of processing shellfish are clearly delineated with their corresponding prices. For shellfish weighing under 2 pounds, boiling is priced at 5 yuan per serving. Spicy stir-fry and steaming cost 10 yuan each. Soy sauce, salt and scallion mixing are 20 yuan per serving, while oil splashing is priced at 25 yuan. Jiang Han gestured towards the lobster and king crab, inquiring about the distinctions among the 3 methods of preparation. Mengwa pointed to the small text below, which detailed numerous culinary variations including spicy, peppery salt, garlic, porridge, and steamed egg. That if one opts for lobster but employs only one method, it counts as a single preparation. However, if the lobster's body is prepared with garlic while the head is used for porridge, that constitutes 2 methods. Should a portion be reserved for steamed egg, it is classified as 3 preparations, with a total cost of 150 yuan. Jiang Han comprehended the concept if he brought fresh seafood for processing. As long as the procedures were not overly complicated, 3 types of seafood would cost him only a few dozen yuan. For simpler dishes like steamed sea urchin egg, they charge merely 10 yuan per serving. The fresher the seafood, the less intricate the cooking process required. Unlike the arduous task of cooking and cleaning at home after foraging, it was more practical to sell his catch and have the remaining ingredients processed at their establishment. He wondered if they could store his seafood if he brought in excess that could not be consumed all at once. He recalled from his previous visit that this restaurant was equipped with oxygen and refrigeration systems, allowing the seafood to survive better than if kept at home. Mengwa chuckled. Others can't, but you're different. Jiang Han, noticing her playful demeanor, quipped, What makes me so special? Taken aback by his retort, Mengwa stammered. Well, you're just different. You provide us with such fine seafood. We share a strategic partnership. After saying this, she dashed away. Jiang Hai scratched his head, bemused by Mengwa's loquacity. After satisfying his appetite, Jiang Han proceeded to settle the bill, which totaled 1,200 yuan after discounts. Given the premium quality of the lobster, the price was indeed reasonable. Following his meal, Jiang Han realized his hair had grown long and decided to get a trim at the barber shop across from the restaurant. Opting for a classic cut. As he exited, he unexpectedly bumped into Mengwa, who blushed and quickly retreated into the restaurant. It was said that a young man's attractiveness could be gauged by how he looked with a buzz cut. If he looked handsome with one, he could be deemed genuinely handsome. Jiang Han undoubtedly fell into this category. He later joined Jiang Hai for a gaming session at an internet CAF. On their return, they found the vehicle repair shop's doors still ajar. In this small island, there were no car dealerships. The shop featured bicycles, electric scooters, and motorcycles, along with agricultural tricycles. Jiang Han, could not continue relying on Jiang Han's second-hand bicycle, as it became tiresome to ride. Since he frequently needed to travel to town to sell goods, he considered purchasing an electric tricycle for transport and delivery. Its compact size would allow navigation through narrow alleys and smoother mountain paths, making it quite practical. After bargaining, he managed to buy the tricycle for 5,300 yuan. By the time he returned home with it, it was quite late, and the village was tranquil as its residents turned in early. For reasons unknown, he found himself restless in bed. Recalling the slippery eel claw he had struggled with while catching octopuses, he decided to search online for a suitable claw tool. The array of options available online far surpassed that of the local fishing gear store. Ultimately, he settled on a pair of pliers featuring a rubberized grip, priced at 60 yuan each. The shopkeeper also recommended a lightweight variant. He learned that while heavier pliers were better suited for octopus, they could become cumbersome over prolonged use, especially for collecting shellfish and sea cucumbers. The lighter pliers were quite affordable at 15 yuan each, so he purchased two, disappointed that the items could not be shipped to town. He was relieved that the store stock would be sent to the district port instead of the coastal harbor. The boat ride to the coastal harbor took 3 hours, while the district port was a mere 40 minutes away. Villagers often sought medical treatment at the district hospital if the town's clinic could not provide adequate care. In this context, the district was akin to a county, and facilities there were considerably superior to those in town. Realizing he would need to make the trip anyway, he browsed the store's additional offerings. Purchasing items from the same retailer had the advantage of consolidating the pickup. Spotting crab traps, he bought several. Having inquired in the village about the legality of placing a few small traps during the closed season, it was generally overlooked. He also acquired 2 simple fishing rods, as he was unfamiliar with more complex gear. Noticing that the shop stocked children's fishing rods, he pondered whether his sister's children would enjoy fishing, and, seeing the reasonable price, bought 2 for them as well. Just as he was about to turn off his phone, Mingwa sent him a message. Expecting something important, he was surprised to find a photo of himself riding the tricycle. His rather unglamorous appearance on the tricycle had been captured by Mingwa. He muttered a thank you before tossing his phone aside to sleep. On the other end, Mingwa was puzzled by his gratitude, wondering why he would thank her. Did he not find his tricycle ride amusing? Despite his handsome features, he was riding such a humble vehicle. Her sister had mentioned that Jiang Han was a student at a prestigious university. Did all students from such institutions share this peculiar mindset? Jiang Han slept soundly until the following midday, awakening to a message from Jiang Han, inquiring whether he would join the next fishing expedition. Of course. Why wouldn't I? Jiang Han replied, checking the Tide app. He noted that the first fishing opportunity had already passed. The second would occur at 6:30 in the evening, so he instructed Jiang Han to arrive by 6:15. He had initially intended to take a stroll but was dismayed to find that rumors about him had escalated, alleging that he had peeped at 2 girls bathing. Old Jiang, puffing on a cigarette, grinned widely upon seeing Jiang Han, inquiring with keen curiosity, "How are those 2 girls' figures?" He gestured suggestively as he spoke. Such was the manner of village gossip, particularly among the older generation, who were unrestrained in their comments. Jiang Han rolled his eyes, retorting, "Of course they were good. It's summer, not winter. You can see their figures even with clothes on. Why would anyone need to see them undressed?" Old Jiang, feeling a twinge of envy, nodded appreciatively, while the elderly women spat on the ground, disapprovingly exclaiming that he must have wasted his education on such lewd behavior. Unperturbed by their words, Jiang Han returned home to scroll through his phone. Outside, Ye Tiantian's mother was surrounded by a group of women, listening to the latest gossip. This Jiang Han is still a university student. Yet he has no shame, she scoffed out. If only his parents were alive, they would surely be mortified. All those years of education wasted. If he were truly capable, he wouldn't have returned to the village. He even bought household appliances recently. It seems he intends to become a fisherman. What a disgrace. Ye Tiantian's mother grew increasingly convinced that Jiang Han was beyond redemption. Upon returning home, she called her daughter. "Sweetie, you made the right choice in breaking up with him." Ye Tiantian was in her dormitory eating instant noodles. Following her split with Jiang Han, she found herself without anyone to help her earn money. Relying solely on her meager graduate stipend of 600 yuan, which was hardly sufficient, her quality of life had significantly declined. Had Jiang Han made an effort to win her back with thoughtful gifts, she might have considered delaying their breakup until after her graduation. What's wrong with Jiang Han? She asked. A few days ago, 2 couch surfers were supposed to stay with us, but they ended up at Jiang Han's place, where he apparently took advantage of them and got them pregnant. Really, Mom? Are you sure? Of course. Would I lie about something like this? Ye Tiantian was taken aback. She had never imagined Jiang Han to be such a person. Throughout their relationship, he had behaved decently. It was shocking to learn he acted differently with other women. Just days prior, her mother had informed her that Jiang Han had made quite a bit of money from his fishing endeavors. Yet he never sent her any. Feeling frustrated, Ye Tiantian searched for Ma Xiaomei's contact information within the couch surfing community. Is this Ma Xiaomei? This is Ye Tiantian. Due to the previous incident, Ma Xiaomei was reluctant to answer Ye Tiantian's call. But out of courtesy, she did. What do you need? Ma Xiaomei asked. I apologize for what happened last time. Ye Tiantian explained that she had been part of the couch surfing community for 2 years. And with no visitors to their island during that time, she had almost forgotten about it. The moment 2 couch surfers finally came to their island, she hadn't expected her mother to refuse them entry. Couch surfing was meant to be mutually beneficial, and she realized that after graduating, she would likely stay in hotels while traveling, rather than crashing on someone's couch, since she couldn't gain anything from the experience. She acquiesced to her mother's wishes. Just say what you need to say, Ma Xiaomei replied. Growing impatient, he detested untrustworthy individuals above all else. If one no longer wished to be a couch surfer, they should promptly withdraw from such circles. What was this behavior now? The sole reason for my call was genuine concern for you. I am aware of your distress. Jiang Han has gone too far. We, as women, should not tolerate such wrongs after suffering losses. Instead, we ought to unite and wield the law as our shield for protection. Ma Xiaomei was utterly bewildered. What nonsense are you spouting? Yet Ye Tiantian continued to offer comfort. I know you're upset, but this is not the time for sorrow. You must uplift your spirits. Ma Xiaomei found the situation incomprehensible. I don't understand what you're talking about. Ye Tiantian thought Ma Xiaomei was being insincere. Putting on a facade at such a time. Don't deny it out of embarrassment. We all know. Jiang Han has bullied both you sisters, and you were both pregnant. Ma Xiaomei's fiery temper flared. Unable to contain herself, Ye Tiantian, are you out of your mind? Have you lost your senses? We've only been in Jiang Han's house for a few days. How could anyone tell if we were pregnant in such a short time? Poor academic performance is not your fault. Lacking common sense is clearly your mother's doing. After saying this, Ma Xiaomei hung up the phone. Ye Tiantian was infuriated. No one had ever spoken to her in such a manner. She attempted to call back, only to find herself blocked. Furious, she considered throwing her phone but restrained herself, realizing she could not afford a new one. When Jiang Han arrived at Jiang Han's home, Jiang Han had already begun organizing his belongings. Where are we going? Han Gu, to the Golden Sands beach. It's south the closest place we haven't visited. Jiang Han was surprised by Jiang Han's spontaneity. As Golden Sands beach was notorious for its lack of attractions, a place where only children played in the sand. Nevertheless, he trusted Jiang Han. There must be a reason behind his choice. However, halfway through their journey, they spotted 2 familiar figures. 2 identical beautiful silhouettes were distributing candy to a group of children in the village's drying yard. Pretty sister, what kind of candy is this? This is pear syrup candy. It's good for your throat. The village aunties and uncles gathered around, curiously observing Ma Xiaomei and Ma Xiaomei. Sisters, you really haven't been bullied? The sisters smiled brightly. Do we look like we've been bullied? Those who were truly oppressed wouldn't appear this way. The village gossip had evidently been unfounded. When the 2 girls looked up, they saw Jiang Han and Zhang Haidai, waving enthusiastically. Jiang Han, Zhang Haidai. The village ladies were not inherently malicious, just gossipy. Now realizing they had wronged someone, they felt a bit embarrassed. It was impossible to expect apologies, but upon recalling that a grown man like Jiang Han had no vegetable garden, they returned to check their own homes for fresh produce. After finding some, they each brought vegetables to Jiang Han's yard. Chapter 32. The Tide Crabs. Jiang Han was pleasantly surprised to see Ma Xiaomei and Ma Xiaomei. Aren't you supposed to be in Huqing? What brings you back? We did go to Huqing. We brought back these pear syrup candies from there, Ma Xiaomei replied. Jiang Han, why didn't you seek us out when you encountered such trouble? Ma Xiaomei was somewhat displeased. Such matters could have easily been clarified with their explanation. Jiang Han smiled nonchalantly. Honestly, it wouldn't have mattered if you hadn't made the trip. Gossip in the village blows over in a few days. I truly don't mind. He was genuinely taken aback that they came all this way solely to clarify his situation. Thank you. Why be so polite? You've been so warmly hospitable to us. It's the least we could do. Ma Xiaomei noticed the items Jiang Han and Zhang Haidai were carrying. Are you going to the sea? Take us with you. Even if we hurry to the port now, we wouldn't catch the last boat. Jiang Han readily agreed. Although bringing them along would significantly reduce their catch, they had come specifically for him. It was only right to extend his hospitality and accompany them for this seaside excursion. Especially since he had planned to go casually today. The quantity of their catch mattered little to him. Where are you going for the sea catch today? Ma Xiaomei inquired. The beach. Upon reaching the beach, Ma Xiaomei gasped in delight. Wow, what a beautiful beach. Jiang Han, why didn't you bring us here before? Jiang Han felt wronged. How could he have known they would adore such a beach? Moreover, compared to other locations, villagers rarely frequented this area for sea catching. He had merely chosen it for its proximity, hoping for good fortune. Unexpectedly, he encountered Wang Xiaobao and Li Xiaoya. Upon seeing Jiang Han, they recalled the last time he had caught mantis shrimp and felt as though his gaze was mocking them. Unconsciously, they distanced themselves from Jiang Han and his companions. Xiaomei chuckled. It seems you're not favored by the little ones. Jiang Han's mouth twitched. That was a sweeping generalization. Just because these two children disliked him didn't mean all children did. Due to the heat, Ma Xiaomei and Ma Xiaomei decided to remove their shoes and socks. Reveling in the sensation of the sand beneath their bare feet, the sand rubbed against their soles, somewhat painful, a bit itchy, yet profoundly pleasant. At that moment, two large birds soared in from the distance. Ma Xiaomei exclaimed, "Oh my, what enormous birds! Their feathers are so white." Jiang Han looked over. Weren't those egrets? Common birds by the sea. You know about flamingos but not egrets. Jiang Han was somewhat surprised. We use flamingo patterns for our bed linens. Of course, we know flamingos. Jiang Han hadn't anticipated that reason. Just then, Ma Xiaomei excitedly cried out, "Oh my, there are crabs here." At that moment, Jiang Han's scanning range had broadened significantly, allowing him to see clearly within a 90-meter radius. Yet, he saw no crabs. Was there something wrong with his eyesight? He glanced toward Ma Xiaomei, who was pointing at a small crab scuttling across her foot. "This crab is so cute." Jiang Han was at a loss for words. Was this a tide crab? Jiang Han, why does this crab have one claw so large and the other so small? That's just the nature of tide crabs. One claw is always larger than the other. The tide crab was diminutive, the one scuttling across Ma Xiaomei's foot no bigger than a fingernail. To Jiang Han, seeing a tide crab was akin to someone else spotting an ant. He glanced over and truly didn't regard the tide crab as anything noteworthy. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that tide crabs were indeed plentiful in this area. Do you girls enjoy crab paste? Crab paste? The sisters recalled the first time they had tasted it, brought home by their father from the seaside. They found it delicious. However, after finishing that jar of crab paste, none of the others tasted the same. Their eyes lit up at the thought. Being on an island, the crab paste here should be authentic, right? Jiang Han, can you make crab paste? Jiang Han shook his head. There are many methods to prepare crab paste, but I have never made it myself. You can follow online tutorials. Disappointment washed over Ma Xiaomei and Ma Xiaomei. Jiang Han then added, for crab paste to be delicious, the ingredients must be top-notch. These tide crabs are perfect for making crab paste. Suddenly, Ma Xiaomei and Ma Xiaomei appeared to have found the crux of the matter. Their previous crab paste had been unsatisfactory. Could it be due to the ingredients rather than the preparation method? Watching the adorable tide crabs scurrying across the golden sands, they felt certain that must be the case. Ma Xiaomei reached out to catch a tide crab, but it was highly sensitive. Sensing her approach, it burrowed into the sand. Ma Xiaomei was at a loss. How could she manage this? Jiang Han felt it was indeed a tall order for the two girls to catch tide crabs. This was not an easy task even for those who lived by the sea. Wang Xiaobao and Li Xiaoya had been here for quite some time, managing to catch only 2 tide crabs. Jiang Han surveyed the area again. With his expanded scanning range, it was indeed much easier to observe. To his surprise, this beach he had previously dismissed was teeming with lugu shrimp. Jiang Han handed the shrimp-catching device strapped to his back to Ma Xiaomei and asked Zhang Haidai to pass his to Ma Xiaomei. He used a sand shovel to remove some of the top sand, revealing the breathing holes beneath. Then he explained how to use the shrimp-catching device. Ma Xiaomei and Ma Xiaomei were quick learners. Ma Xiaomei pulled up a bucket, and a lugu shrimp emerged along with the sand and water. Mantis shrimp, Ma Xiaomei exclaimed. This isn't mantis shrimp. It's lugu shrimp. The appearance was somewhat similar to mantis shrimp, albeit smaller, while certain parts resembled crayfish. Jiang Han realized that as long as he was with the two sisters, he would naturally become their guide. Upon hearing Jiang Han's description, the girls nodded in agreement. They truly resembled a hybrid of crayfish and mantis shrimp. Ma Xiaomei pointed to the breathing holes that Jiang Han had revealed with his shovel. Surely, there aren't just lugu shrimp underneath, right? Jiang Han hesitated for a moment. He almost let the secret slip. There should be. You can keep catching here while Zhang Haidai and I go after the tide crabs. The two young girls immediately understood that Jiang Han had entrusted them with simple tasks. They also recognized that their previous antics had caused Jiang Han to miss out on many catches. Promptly, they patted their chests and assured him, "Rest assured, we will complete the mission." The girls dove into their work with enthusiasm, and they performed quite admirably. Chapter 33, The Bounty of 4 Buckets. The tidal crabs were indeed the most suitable choice for making crab paste. If these were to be sold in the market, they could fetch around 20 yuan per pound. However, the tidal crabs were rather small and light, making it quite a challenge to gather a couple of pounds for those living by the sea. Even if they managed to catch some tidal crabs, they would typically make crab paste for personal consumption, with few surplus crabs available for sale in the market. Thus, for people from the inland regions, Obtaining wild tidal crabs to make crab paste was no easy feat. Jiang Han relied solely on his experience to catch tidal crabs. Upon spotting one scuttling out, he would swiftly rush over to grab it. If he saw one burrowing into the sand, he would quickly use a sand shovel to unearth it. Jiang Han, however, was different. His gaze swept over the area, and with gloved hands, he effortlessly captured them. While Jiang Han had only caught 5 or 6, Jiang Han had already gathered nearly 20. With admiration, Jiang Han exclaimed, "Han Ge, you are truly impressive," and no wonder. When they were younger and attended school together, Han Ge never seemed to study hard, yet consistently ranked among the top in class. Though he occasionally took his studies seriously, he struggled to grasp certain concepts. Some abilities, it seemed, were innate. Fortunately, Han Ge did not disdain him, allowing him to assist with his tasks. Otherwise, he might still be fighting for a pack of cigarettes. On the other side, the two girls had completely emptied their air holes. A Xiaomei approached Jiang Han, who then unearthed a new area for them. A Xiaomei gazed at Jiang Han in awe. "You are truly remarkable. You always know exactly where to look," observing the dense array of air holes below. She anticipated a wealth of lugahu shrimp underneath. Leaning closer to Jiang Han, she playfully asked, "So, who do you think I am?" Jiang Han glanced at the alluring little mole at the corner of Ma Xiaomei's eye and replied, "You are Ma Xiaomei." Overjoyed, she clapped her hands. "Jiang Han, you finally remember me." Ma Xiaomei's sister, Ma Xiaomei, looked up in confusion, perhaps bemused by her sister's exuberance. She too approached, her bucket in hand, and upon seeing the air holes, her delight was palpable. "With your skills, Jiang Han, you really have no need to work in the city. Tom. Men without a sense of routine appeared to be more carefree and unrestrained." Jiang Han smiled at them. "Perhaps I am truly more suited to being a fisherman." Suddenly, Jiang Han's phone vibrated. He removed his gloves to check. Someone in the group chat had tagged him. "Lu Buhong, Jiang Han, let us see how you live on your little island." "Hudanjin, yes, we haven't heard from you in a couple of days." Jiang Han was preoccupied with his coastal adventures and had no time for idle chatter. He merely sent a photo of his seaside activities. In summer, the days lingered long into the evening. Although the sun had disappeared, the sky blazed with vibrant red hues, painting a picturesque sunset. The crimson reflections adorned the beach, transforming it into a golden expanse. Coupled with the elegant silhouettes of the two girls and the herons dotting the landscape, this ordinary photograph became an exquisite piece of art. The group chat fell into a momentary silence as they marveled at Jiang Han's seemingly idyllic life. Once Jiang Han determined that he had gathered enough tidal crabs for the crab paste, he ceased his efforts and called Jiang Han to help him dig for lugahu shrimp. The two girls felt immensely grateful as Jiang Han generously allowed them to use the only 2 shrimp buckets. He and Jiang Han then extended their hands into the shrimp holes. Initially, Jiang Han hesitated to dig into the shrimp holes, uncertain of what he might unearth. However, upon witnessing Jiang Han's confidence, he followed suit without hesitation, trusting that Han Ge would not steer him wrong. True to Jiang Han's assurance, they successfully pulled out only lugahu shrimp, devoid of any dangers. This time, the two girls not only refrained from causing mischief but also contributed significantly. Before they knew it, both buckets were filled to the brim. With time to spare, Jiang Han contemplated rushing home to fetch 2 more buckets. As he turned around, he noticed the tearful eyes of Wang Xiaobao and Li Xiaya. Seeing the children upset, he approached and inquired, "What is wrong?" Upon hearing his question, the two began to sob. "You are bullying us. Boo-hoo. You are a bad guy, boo-hoo." Jiang Han was taken aback. He looked at the small buckets they had brought, which contained barely 7 or 8 tidal crabs combined. Meanwhile, his own 2 large buckets were nearly overflowing. Understanding their sorrow, he realized the children were so distraught that they had neglected their own tools. Taking their sand shovels, Jiang Han dug 2 meters away, uncovering a plethora of air holes beneath the sand. After completing his task, he walked away. The 2 children exchanged glances. Their grandparents had always said Jiang Han was a graduate of a prestigious university, urging them to learn from him. Yet, this Jiang Han seemed rather dim-witted, failing to excavate the holes he had just revealed. Despite their initial doubts, the children quickly took their small tools and began to dig. To their delight, they uncovered numerous white clams. These could be sold to Jiang Ermao for 2 yuan per pound, though they knew their harvest would not be enough for sale. Returning home, they hoped to have their mother prepare a bowl of soup, which would suffice to satisfy their appetites. The white clam and winter melon soup was exceptionally delicious, and with plenty of clams, both families could enjoy several meals. The area rich in clams was merely a short distance from where they had previously found nothing. Upon seeing Jiang Han return with 2 empty buckets, they began to reassess their impression of him, realizing he had merely been fortunate in his findings. Jiang Han delineated several more areas, and before the tide rose, all 4 buckets were filled to capacity. Today, he had brought home the largest buckets from his house, and together, they weighed nearly 200 pounds. Estimating his earnings, Jiang Han surmised that he might make around 10,000 yuan from this haul. Upon returning home, he gazed at the mound of vegetables piled in the courtyard, a sight that left him both amused and exasperated. Those who scolded him were the same who gifted him such bounty. Frankly, he was too weary to engage in disputes over it. Beside the vegetables lay a significant number of eggs. Jiang Han sought a shaded spot to neatly arrange the vegetables and eggs before placing the lugu shrimp in a pool of water. He instructed Ma Xiaomei and Ma Xiaomei to wash the tidal crabs and encouraged them to learn how to prepare the crab paste online. To ensure the flavor was authentic, he even called Jiang Feng to inquire about the crucial steps. Realizing that it would be difficult to explain everything over the phone, Jiang Feng decided to hop on her bicycle and visit Jiang Han upon hearing that Ma Xiaomei and Ma Xiaomei were present. As she arrived and spotted the two girls studying their phones for crab paste recipes, she felt a wave of affection. "You don't need to do this. I'll handle it. You can just watch. When you return home and find tidal crabs, you can make it yourselves." The two girls felt a bit shy, yet Jiang Feng was delighted. "I must thank you for coming to help my brother." Chapter 34. Selling at a premium. Jiang Feng had been accustomed to handling tasks since childhood, and she went about her work with remarkable efficiency. She crushed the cleaned crabs using a stone mortar, layering them with salt in a jar, finishing with a layer of the crab's large pincers on top. A Xiaomei filmed the process, while Ma Xiaomei diligently took notes. Jiang Feng felt a bit bashful. Witnessing the two beautiful girls so earnestly learning from her, having sealed the jar, she informed them that it would be ready to eat in 15 days, perfect for mixing with rice or noodles, or as a dipping sauce for steamed buns. However, considering the girls' upcoming travel plans, she felt concerned. "Carrying a jar will be cumbersome, won't it?" The two girls agreed with her assessment. Jiang Han suggested, "Tomorrow, when you reach the coastal port, you can mail the jar back home. That way, you won't have to carry it while traveling." Ma Xiaomei and Ma Xiaomei found this solution splendid, realizing that Jiang Han, a graduate of a prestigious university, was indeed quite clever. With the abundance of tidal crabs caught by Jiang Han and Zhang Haidai, they had plenty left over after filling the jar. Jiang Han intended to keep all the remaining crabs for Jiang Feng, along with 5 pounds of lugu shrimp for her to take home. Jiang Feng gazed at the pool brimming with shrimp, unable to contain her delight. Her brother was truly remarkable. Initially, she thought he was merely lucky every now and then, but it became evident that he consistently returned with a bountiful harvest. This was no longer mere luck, it was true skill. "Once the crab paste is ready, I will bring some over for you." Jiang Han responded without hesitation. The crab paste made from tidal crabs was genuinely delectable. Even a little added to instant noodles would enhance the flavor. Jiang Han escorted Jiang Feng to the door. Zhang Haidai mentioned he still intended to visit the internet CAF. Had it been earlier, Jiang Han would have asked him to take the lugu shrimp to the restaurant for sale. However, it was already nearing 11 o'clock at night, and the restaurant was closed down. If he brought the shrimp to the internet CAF, they would likely perish by the time the restaurant opened the next day. It was better to wait until the following day. After washing up and preparing for bed, Jiang Han was startled by a sudden knock at the door. A Xiaomei stood at his doorstep, wearing a delicate white silk nightgown. Jiang Han assumed she wanted to contact her family again, so he decided to vacate his room. However, he was halted by Ma Xiaomei. "Jiang Han, is Ye Tiantian really your girlfriend?" "She is my ex-girlfriend," Jiang Han corrected her. Observing Ma Xiaomei's inquisitive expression, he sighed. "She got into graduate school, but I didn't. She looked down on me and broke up with me." Ma Xiaomei was surprised by this reason, exclaiming, "That shows her lack of vision. You will surely find someone better." Seeing Ma Xiaomei's serious demeanor, Jiang Han couldn't help but chuckle. "You don't need to comfort me. I've long since moved on. I'm not comforting you. I mean it." As Jiang Han prepared to leave again, Ma Xiaomei called out to him. "I want to discuss something with you." I've informed the circle about Ye Tiantian. She has already been removed from the couch surfing community. Jiawa Island is currently in need of someone to provide a couch. Would you be willing?" Sensing Jiang Han's hesitation, she quickly added, "It's perfectly fine if you decline. Everything is voluntary. It's just providing a place to stay. It's no trouble for me." Ma Xiaomei gazed at Jiang Han in astonishment. "You agreed?" "Yes." Ma Xiaomei felt that Jiang Han was truly a wonderful person. "I'll register your name then. If others come to your home, don't feel obliged to serve them such lavish hospitality." Although she and her sister enjoyed it, she worried that Jiang Han might end up at a disadvantage. "Actually, it's not that bad. Everything you two found at the beach has been given to me. That stuff is quite valuable, especially since Ma Xiaomei and her sister cooked for themselves. Jiang Han often benefited from their meals." "Jiang Han, we sisters are genuinely happy to have met you. Our days on Jiawa Island have been the happiest of our journey." The next day, Jiang Han set out with the two girls. This time, they left a little later than before. Previously, they had traveled in a private car with tinted windows, so no one knew they had left. This time, Ma Xiaomei and Ma Xiaomei confidently sat in Jiang Han's newly purchased tricycle, passing by a group of chatting villagers. They greeted them cheerfully. Goodbye, villagers of Shajiang, when they saw children outside. They pulled out some candy from their bags and tossed it to the kids. Jiang Han understood that Ma Xiaomei and her sister were helping him. With their cheerful departure, the villagers could no longer speak ill of him. Upon arriving at the Healewang restaurant, Jiang Han's buckets of Lugu shrimp were weighed. After setting aside 5 pounds for Jiang Feng and keeping 5 pounds for himself, he still had a remarkable 202 pounds left. Recently, Lugu shrimp had been in high demand, and Ming Fei offered a price of 73 per pound. This trip yielded a total of 14,746 yuan, and Menggu handed him 14,800 yuan. Ming Fei glanced at Menggu. Did you finally learn to round up? Menggu stuck out his tongue but said nothing. Ding! The host sold seafood for 14,800 yuan and earned 14,800 system points. Accumulated points from last time, total system points, 16,273 points. The host can now consume 15,000 system points to exchange for a 30-meter scanning range. Would you like to proceed? Exchange successful. The host now possesses a 120-meter scanning range. Exchange successful. Remaining system points, 273 points. Please continue to strive for improvement. Jiang Han, you were truly amazing. Ma Xiaomei couldn't help but praise. The girl's eyes sparkled with excitement. Earning tens of thousands in a single day is a remarkable feat in a big city. When they had previously accompanied Jiang Han to sell goods, he earned over 6,000 yuan. They thought that day was just a stroke of luck, but today's earnings exceeded their expectations. Even wealthy heirs, though supported by their families, could not necessarily earn that much in a single day. Jiang Han achieved this entirely through his own efforts, which made him even more impressive. Jiang Han also didn't expect such a substantial amount today. He had anticipated around 10,000, but it turned out to be over 14,000. It seemed Ming Fei's pricing was indeed fair. That Xiaomei blinked her large eyes at Jiang Han. Honestly, how much did you sell the white sea urchin for last time? Jiang Han felt no need to hide it. 28,000. Ma Xiaomei gasped, covering her mouth. That's incredible. Chapter 35. There's always someone to warm him that time. I was just lucky to find such a rare white sea urchin. Luck is also a form of skill. Ma Xiaomei gave Jiang Han a thumbs up. If Ye Tiantian knew how well you earn money now, she would surely regret it. I don't need her to know. Since they had parted ways, he felt no connection to her anymore. Whether she regretted it or gloat, it was irrelevant to him. Xiaomei opened her mouth, genuinely feeling that a woman like Ye Tiantian was unworthy of Jiang Han. Ma Xiaomei also couldn't fathom how such an outstanding person like Jiang Han ever dated someone like Ye Tiantian. The two girls hailed a car and arrived at the port. Ma Xiaomei handed Jiang Han a document about their couch surfing project. Jiang Han filled out each section diligently. In the special requirements section, he specified that pets were not allowed, that if someone brought a cat or dog, that would be acceptable, but he dreaded the thought of some eccentric pet owners bringing bizarre creatures. His place was small and could not accommodate such things. When Jiang Han looked up, he found Menggu watching him with an amused expression. Feeling uneasy under her gaze, he asked, "Why are you looking at me like that? You seem quite popular with the ladies," she replied. Jiang Han smirked. "Does that include you?" Menggu was momentarily taken aback, then excused herself, claiming a customer needed water. Jiang Han dined at the Healewang restaurant, bringing some seafood from home for processing. He also transferred the portion of money owed to Zhang Haidai. When Zhang Haidai noticed the extra 500 yuan, he felt as if he were dreaming. He glanced at Ming Fei, who was busy, wondering if he might really be able to marry someday. However, considering Ming Fei's capabilities, he felt deflated. Jiang Han realized that bringing seafood for processing indeed saved him a significant amount. In addition to his own seafood, he ordered a spicy and sour potato dish. For 2 people, 3 dishes and a soup cost a total of only 80 yuan. It was truly economical and practical. After the meal, with nothing else to do, Jiang Han and Zhang Haidai decided to play games at an internet CAF. Although the CAF allowed overnight stays, sleeping there was definitely not as comfortable as his own bed. After defeating a monster, Jiang Han casually remarked, "With you coming to town every day, you might as well rent a place here." Zhang Haidai slapped his bald head. "Right, now that I have money, I can rent an apartment." Jiang Han was taken aback, wondering if he was serious. Considering the boss lady, Ming Fei, he decided it was best not to meddle in his brother's affairs. He checked the tide schedule. The time for harvesting today was even later than yesterday, at 7 o'clock in the evening. So he planned to have dinner with Zhang Haidai at the Healewang restaurant again. Just as they intended to head back to the village, it started to drizzle. Before long, the rain intensified. "Well, I guess we won't be going to harvest today," Zhang Haidai suggested. "Why don't you stay at the internet CAF too? The rain is too heavy." Menggu appeared unexpectedly. Jiang Han. The rain is too heavy. My sister and I rented a room on the third floor for convenience. There are guest rooms. You can stay the night. Jiang Han felt a bit embarrassed. I'm particular about beds. I'd rather go home. Menggu looked at him in confusion. At your age, you're still particular about beds? What did you do when you lived in the dorms? Jiang Han felt awkward. What else could I do? I just had to adapt. As he spoke, he prepared to step outside to ride his electric tricycle. Wait a moment. Menggu dashed into the kitchen and returned with a raincoat. Were this to go back? Holding the raincoat, Jiang Han felt a warmth in his heart. Thank you. Having lost his parents at an early age, he and his sister relied on each other. After finally getting into a prestigious university, he found himself jobless at graduation and dumped by his girlfriend. Yet, amidst all this, there were always people and moments that could warm his heart. On his way back, despite the raincoat, he still got wet from the downpour. The rain seeped into the collar of his raincoat, and his hat was blown off twice, leaving his hair soaked. Fortunately, he had equipped his home with a water heater and washing machine. After taking a hot shower and tossing his clothes into the washing machine, he comfortably laid down on his bed. Unexpectedly, Lu Buohong sent him a private message. Lu Buohong. Jiang Han. How much do you earn in a month? Lu Buohong, like him, studied financial management but lacked any family background. Now, he struggled daily at a large company. Jiang Han. I'm not sure. Is there something you need? He had only been back for a few days, but he instinctively checked his earnings over the past few days. To his surprise, it exceeded 60,000 yuan. After deducting his expenses, he still had about 50,000 left. It seemed he hadn't even harvested that many times. This was far better than he had anticipated. Lu Buohong. Every day, I'm exhausted, doing the work of 3 or 4 people. Today, I informed my employer of my resignation, to which he proposed a raise of 500 yuan. I now find myself in a state of indecision. Lu Buohong remarked, you know the circumstances of others. I am of a different class, and thus unable to discuss this. I can only seek your opinion. Jiang Han queried. 500 a day? Lu Buohong retorted, are you jesting? If it were 500 a day, I would be in fits of laughter. It's merely 500 a month. Jiang Han responded. A mere 500 increase. If you truly dislike that job, then resign. Lu Buohong countered, but 500 is still money. You, who live at home, cannot possibly understand. Jiang Han, feeling disinclined to converse further with Lu Buohong, reflected on his own circumstances, realizing he had no family to rely on. He had never shared his home life with his classmates. He bore no ill will towards Lu Buohong's comments. Had he remained in the city, would he too be hesitating over a mere 500 a month? Jiang Han diverted his attention to a game on his phone. The next day, the rain continued unabated. When Aunt Ho-Hot visited last, she expressed envy for the spacious courtyard of Jiang Han's home. It was indeed large enough to plant scallions, erect a grape trellis, and even stake a bamboo pole to grow loofah and cucumbers. However, Jiang Han knew he would not manage the upkeep of the grapevines or vegetables. He could scatter some scallion, chives, and vegetable seeds, allowing nature to take its course. If they grew, wonderful. If not, it would simply be a waste of seeds. Additionally, there was land available on the hillside behind his home. He contemplated scattering rice seeds there, leaving them to thrive or wither, hoping to one day enjoy the fruits of his own labor. Chapter 36. To the district. Unlike the previous occasion where I had to select specific tools, there are numerous online shops selling seeds that I placed in order with those that deliver to the island and reviewed my previous purchases. To my surprise, the goods would arrive in the district by tomorrow. If the rain ceased, I would make a trip to collect them and check on the boats available. Should I find no suitable vessels in the district, I would have to venture to the city. Suddenly, my phone vibrated. It was a message from Ye Tiantian. Jiang Han, I will return next week. Perplexed, I wondered what her return meant for me. I chose not to reply. Reflecting on the rain that had fallen for 2 days, I realized I had forgotten to inquire whether Ma Xiaomei and the others had successfully left the island. I quickly sent a message to Ma Xiaomei. Did you all make it to the coast? She promptly responded. I boarded the ship when I sent you the form. We were fortunate to catch the last boat. I heard the service will be suspended afterward. Otherwise, we would not have been able to leave today. She included a cheeky emoji, adding, thanks to you, our luck has improved. Knowing the 2 girls had safely arrived, I felt relieved. The following day, the rain indeed ceased. I informed Jiang Han that we would not be going to the beach. I drove my 3-wheeled vehicle to the port. Due to the torrential rains, the first ferry, which usually departed at 5:30 a.m., was now delayed until 8:30 a.m. I was not in a rush. But among the crowd, I spotted a figure exuding urgency. My brother-in-law. The tall, lean man glanced my way and recognized me. Jiang Han, are you going to work? I recalled my sister mentioning that Jiang Wenshan worked at a factory in the district, returning only on weekends. Yes, that he acknowledged with a slight nod. Ah Feng mentioned you're back. What brings you out today? I replied candidly, I need to pick up a package from the port in the district. Jiang Wenshan smiled faintly and fell silent. His reticence did not imply a lack of opinion. Although Jiawa Island was somewhat underdeveloped, it possessed all essential amenities. Even if one could not find the desired brands, alternatives were always available. The costs of items on the island, regardless of their price, were still more economical than taking a boat to the district for a package. Jiang Wenshan glanced at the time. Knowing he would be late, the weather at sea was unpredictable, and he refrained from returning during the week. Even on weekends, he would leave by Sunday evening. This time, he returned after work on Friday but was caught in the torrential rain, forcing him to catch a boat back early Monday morning, resulting in his tardiness. His hopes for a full attendance bonus were dashed. Noticing Jiang Wenshan's demeanor, I inferred his predicament. Brother-in-law, if you were late for a valid reason, just explain it to the supervisor. They will understand. He responded with a soft maintaining his silence. In his view, even if I were to attend a prestigious university, my disposition remained unsettled. Even if he divulged his troubles, I would not grasp the depth of his struggles. Feeling a bit awkward, I struggled to find a topic to discuss with Jiang Wenshan. Just then, I noticed an elderly woman with a duck beside me. The duck quacked loudly, nearly pecking my face. My head was spinning. At that moment, my phone vibrated again. Ye Tiantian, did you receive my message? I assumed she was merely checking if my phone was malfunctioning. Jiang Han, I received it. Ye Tiantian, if you received it, why didn't you reply? I found her inquiry rather absurd. There was nothing pressing in my message warranting a response. Previously, when we were together, I would indulge her every whim. But now that we had parted ways, I felt no obligation to respond. After a while, she sent another message. Jiang Han, you've changed. I found her remarks utterly nonsensical. Out of sight, out of mind, I decided to block her. Just as she sent a pouty emoji, she noticed the red exclamation mark indicating I had blocked her. Furious, she almost smashed her phone but refrained. Knowing its value. As I disembarked, an elderly woman carrying a shoulder pole followed closely behind, nearly striking me. Unbeknownst to me, Jiang Wenshan had appeared beside me, reaching out to prevent the pole from hitting me. Be careful, ma'am. The woman repeatedly apologized. I'm so sorry, young man. I turned to Jiang Wenshan. Thank you, brother-in-law. He nodded slightly and hurried off, needing to catch a bus. I sighed, realizing that Jiang Wenshan treated everyone with the same demeanor. Regardless, he was a reliable man, diligently earning a living to support his wife and children. Moreover, he maintained a stable temperament. My sister had mentioned they had never quarreled in all these years. He could have sought work in a larger city, yet chose to remain in the district, allowing my sister to care for their 2 children and sacrificing his prospects to work in a small factory. His decision ensured their children would not become left-behind youths, as there was a significant difference between being raised by grandparents and being nurtured by parents. Ultimately, for the sake of my sister and my 2 nieces, I resolved to tolerate his brusque nature. During my school days, ferries occasionally docked at the district port, but it had been years since I set foot on this island. Compared to the simple, unrefined life on Jiawa Island, the district was industrialized and commercialized, teeming with factories and bustling shopping centers. Moreover, with Busan being a renowned tourist destination, the streets were filled with visitors. A travel agency at the port was actively soliciting tourists, charging a ticket price of 120 yuan. I glanced at the sign and moved on. Exploring alone held little appeal. I resolved to invite my sister's family on their next visit. Instead of heading directly to retrieve my package, I hailed a taxi. Where to, young man? I seized this opportunity to inquire about the local shipyards. Although I had researched online, nothing compared to the reliability of a local's knowledge. I produced a pack of cigarettes I had purchased earlier and offered one to the driver. Sir, may I ask how many boatyards there are in this vicinity? Chapter 37. The Pricey boat. The driver glanced at the cigarette and then at me, somewhat surprised. I appeared to be in my early 20s. Young man, you're quite young to be smoking such fine cigarettes. Out of professional courtesy, he did not smoke but placed the cigarette behind his ear. What size of boat are you considering? What purpose will it serve? I pondered for a moment. Around 15 meters, primarily for fishing. The driver was taken aback. At your age, you're contemplating purchasing a boat of that size. Impressive. He chuckled. No wonder you can afford such good cigarettes. I smiled. I'm merely browsing. I may not be you. Why do you have any recommendations? There are 2 shipyards in Pushu that I've heard both primarily manufacture fishing boats. For fishing vessels, there's likely more custom work. Which of these yards offers the best value? The driver chuckled. That's a tough call. I handed him another cigarette. Just a casual inquiry. Feel free to share your thoughts. The driver took the cigarette and considered before responding. One of the yards is quite established. In my youth, I had ample experience, yet due to various operational issues, my current circumstances are not favorable. Another boatyard, which has only emerged in recent years, boasts a more contemporary range of vessels. As for pricing, it appears that the new factory offers slightly lower rates. Jiang Han believes that to truly understand the situation, he must see it for himself, so he decides to visit the nearby boatyard. The new one inside the boatyard, he encounters several freshly completed fishing boats, which are quite impressive in appearance. Upon learning that Jiang Han intends to purchase a boat, the staff at the yard warmly welcome him. "I do not wish for such fishing boats. I desire a professional fishing vessel," he states. The salesperson, upon hearing Jiang Han's request for a fishing boat, becomes even more enthusiastic, presenting brochures one by one. Jiang Han finds these boats rather appealing and points to a model, inquiring, "How much for this 12-meter fishing boat?" Initially, he had considered a 15-meter vessel, but after the salesperson's explanation, he realizes that the prices are far beyond his expectations. For a fully outfitted boat with all necessary amenities, the cost amounts to merely $2 million. Only $2 million. No wonder the driver's expression changed upon hearing, "I wanted a 15-meter offshore fishing boat." If 12 meters is priced at that, surely a 15-meter would not be less than $3 million. Boats, much like cars, vary significantly in value depending on one's specifications. There are vehicles priced in the thousands and others in the millions. The disparity among boats may be even more pronounced. The inclusion of positioning systems, emergency equipment, engines, air conditioning, railings, and restrooms alters the overall cost dramatically that we are not simply selling an empty shell, the salesperson notes. To say nothing of the quality of railings, which can cost tens of thousands. Inferior options are available, but you may choose not to install them. The craftsmanship involved in boat building is no less complex than that of automotive manufacturing. In addition to modern fishing equipment, considerable effort goes into constructing the bilge and drainage systems, essential for handling rough seas. Of course, one could theoretically tie a few logs together and call it a boat. But the comfort and safety of vessels are worlds apart. Jiang Han gasps in astonishment and points to a 7 or 8 meter fishing boat nearby. "How much for this one?" he asks. "This is primarily for taking tourists out to sea and is quite affordable. Around 400,000 when fully equipped," replies the salesperson. Jiang Han is taken aback once more. 400,000 for such a modest vessel. It seems clear that boats are indeed a pastime for the affluent that in his class. Most of his peers are second-generation wealthy. In their leisure, they no longer compare cars, but rather the number of yachts owned by their families. After all, only those who can afford and maintain a yacht can truly be considered wealthy. The salesperson likely could not fathom that he, with a mere 50,000 in his pocket, would dare to visit a boatyard. Jiang Han flips through the entire catalog but finds no trace of the traditional wooden boats equipped with engines. It appears this factory does not cater to such low-end options. The driver had claimed that this yard was inexpensive, yet the amount in his pocket wouldn't even cover a fraction of the cost of a fishing vessel. With his current funds, he could only afford to take a certification exam. After leaving the new boatyard, he hails a taxi to the old boatyard. Upon his arrival, he observes workers constructing a metal fishing boat. The vessel is nearing completion, and he inspects the cabin, which is well equipped with facilities for cooking, sleeping, and even a luxurious restroom. The craftsmanship is indeed commendable, and the configuration is top-notch. However, upon inquiring about the price, he is taken aback to learn it exceeds 600,000. His heart sinks. The 15-meter fishing boat he longs for would command a price of over 600,000 here. Do you not have any wooden boats left? He inquires. Such vessels are outdated. Who still manufactures them? The salesperson responds. Even if you were to find a wooden boat, outfitting it with equipment would render it quite expensive. The cost of the wood and the craftsmanship may surpass that of a metal boat. Are there no affordable metal boats? Jiang Han asks. The salesperson gestures toward another section, revealing boats priced at 70 to 80,000. After viewing the 600,000 boat, the difference is staggering, just as with cars. Can a vehicle priced in the tens of thousands truly compare with one in the millions? Even at 70 to 80,000, he finds himself unable to afford it. Perhaps there are cheaper boats elsewhere. But he lacks the energy to search further. Cheaper options would likely mean even more rudimentary designs. Jiang Han's hopes for purchasing a boat have been thoroughly dashed. It seems he is still far from realizing that dream. Upon returning home, he resolves to work diligently to earn money from fishing. Knowing that the seafood market is nearby, he decides to visit it once more. The market is bustling with various shellfish, fish, and snails, some of which he cannot even name. After inquiring about prices, he discovers that the rates offered to Meng Fei's restaurant are nearly equivalent to the market's retail prices, and no wonder her business thrives. She is truly fair in her dealings. That moment, he spots some farmed clams. They appear to be cultivated, and upon asking the price, he finds they are 200. Jiang Han initially intended to leave after inquiring about the price. But he hears the vendor call out, though these clams are farmed, they possess substantial nutritional value. They are excellent for ladies seeking beauty and for children to boost their immunity. remembering his sister's frequent complaints about her daughter's poor health. He decides to purchase 2 pounds. Due to his concerns, he had not saved any wild clams for his sister last time. Now he intends to bring her some farmed ones that as he reaches for his phone. He notices a message from Menghua asking where he is. Jiang Han, I am in Pu District. Menghua, can you help me buy an eyebrow trimmer from the commercial street? The one I bought in town is ineffective. The ones from Pu District are much better. Jiang Han finds it somewhat odd for a man to buy an eyebrow trimmer. Jiang Han, I will not go. Menghua sends several cute emojis in response, followed by a voice message. Menghua, Jiang Han Gij, you are the best. Please help me buy it. Next time you come to the restaurant, I will treat you to a fruit platter. Her voice is softer than usual. After some contemplation, Jiang Han decides to visit the commercial street. He has not been to his sister's house in a long time and wants to bring something for his 2 nieces. He purchases a variety of school supplies and heads to a children's clothing store. Informing the salesperson he is buying clothes for girls in the 3rd and 1st grades. The salesperson assists him in selecting suitable styles. Unsure of the exact sizes, Jiang Han opts for slightly larger ones, reasoning that even if they do not fit now, they will next year. The accessory store is located across from the children's clothing shop. He buys some hair ties and clips for girls and also picks up Menghua's eyebrow trimmer. As he glances at the time, he realizes it is getting late, prompting him to return to the port to collect his package. Concerned that the items might be spoiled, he decides to open the packaging at the port to inspect them. Finding everything in order, he gathers his belongings and takes a boat back to Jiaohua Island. Transitioning from the bustle of Pu District back to the simplicity of Jiaohua Island, Jiang Han experiences a brief moment of disorientation, though Jiaohua Island falls under the jurisdiction of Pu District. The disparity between the two is striking. The prosperous economy of Pu District significantly benefits the villagers of Jiaohua Island. Even those elderly villagers who have never paid into Social Security receive a monthly stipend of 500, which, for rural seniors, is often sufficient to cover minor expenses and even allow them to save a little for their grandchildren. Medical expenses can also be partially reimbursed using their rural insurance cards. Thanks to the generous benefits of Pu District, the residents of Jiaohua Island, aside from their persistent poverty, do not face the dire circumstance of hunger. Jiang Han presents the newly purchased eyebrow trimmer to Menghua, who is visibly delighted and promptly prepares a fruit platter for him. Would you like to have dinner here? I saved the seafood you brought last time. Should I cook it for you? Yes, please. Thank you. Menghua assures him it is no trouble and busies herself in the kitchen. Jiang Han calls Zhang Haidai to invite him for dinner. After their meal, Zhang Haidai takes Jiang Han to see the apartment he has rented. Jiang Han is surprised to find that Zhang Haidai actually followed through on his casual suggestion. Fortunately, the apartment is quite decent. A 2-bedroom, 1 living room, 1 bathroom unit in town, costing only $450 a month. Moreover, it is conveniently located near an internet CAF and the Haolai Wang restaurant. Brother Han, I've saved a room for you. If you come to town and don't feel like going back, you can stay here. For Zhang Haidai, $450 was once an enormous sum, but now it seems trivial. Brother Han, the town only has 1 dilapidated old inn. People who have stayed there say that flies and rats come out at night. If we were to rent this entire building and convert it into a guest house, wouldn't people come to stay with us? Jiang Han casts a glance at Zhang Haidai, surprised that he is considering such matters. However, earning money through a guest house requires tourists, and there are hardly any visitors to their area throughout the year. Earlier today, while taking a taxi, Jiang Han passed through Pu Mountain, despite it not being a holiday. The area was teeming with people, and traffic was heavily congested. Zhang Haidai sighed, realizing that it might not be feasible after all. Indeed, Brother Han is astute. You can tell right away if it's a sound plan. After leaving Zhang Haidai's rented apartment, Jiang Han rides his electric tricycle back home. He puts away his belongings and then heads to the seawall with the crab traps he purchased online. Through the ever-rolling waves of the sea, he gained a clear view of what lay beneath. It was not until he reached a spot where he could see crabs that he lowered his crab trap into the water. After generously adding a variety of bait, some of these baits had been purchased from the local tackle shop during his last visit, while others were acquired through online shopping this time. He placed different baits in separate traps, hoping to ascertain which would yield the best results. Old Zhang, leisurely carrying a teacup and wandering about, noticed Jiang Han as he methodically set each crab trap. Approaching him, Old Zhang inquired, "How many traps did you bring?" 6, Jiang Han replied. Zhang couldn't help but chuckle. What good is just 6? The other day, I set out 16 traps and caught nothing but 2 pitiful sardines. Sardines come in various types, many of which are used for canning and sell for about 10 or so yuan per pound here. Those 2 small fish hardly weighed a pound. No matter. Jiang Han said, I'm just doing this for fun. After placing the last trap, he carried his bucket back home, knowing he would find out whether he had caught anything by this time tomorrow. Once at home, he organized his belongings, loading everything he had brought from the coastal area onto his electric scooter. Within minutes, he arrived at his sister's doorstep. Before he could enter, he heard Jiang Feng's voice raised in frustration. How many times must I say it? You must calculate the expressions within the parentheses first. Why can't you ever listen? And you, scoring 28 in English, how did you manage that? Jiang Feng's anger escalated, leading her to bang on the table. Amidst her shouting, tears began to flow as she lamented, Your father and I work so hard every day for whom? Why can't you show a bit of ambition? Upon hearing her voice nearly break from crying, Jiang Han pushed the door open. Sister, didn't you say the hairdryer at home was broken? I bought you a new one. He revealed a brand new hairdryer, catching Jiang Feng off guard. Instantly, her tears transformed into a smile. You came at the perfect time. These two children are beyond my teaching capabilities. Since your grades are good, you should teach them. Jiang Han accepted without hesitation. Moving to examine Ling Ling and Wan's test papers, his brow furrowed slightly at the sheer number of mistakes. Nevertheless, he patiently explained each problem, finding that the two girls were not lacking in intelligence. Concepts that Jiang Feng had struggled to convey became clear to them with just a few of Jiang Han's words. Jiang Feng continued to grumble. Honestly, their heads are just for decoration. It seems they are determined to drive me mad. Ling Ling, sticking out her tongue, retorted, Mom, could it be that your explanation isn't as clear as Uncle S? I understand when he explains. Jiang Feng's frustration boiled over. You little brat. If I can't explain clearly, does that mean your teacher can't either? You never seem to want to study. If it were any other time, such defiance would have earned them a reprimand. But today, Jiang Feng merely pretended to scold them. Feeling a swell of pride within, her brother was indeed remarkable, and it seemed only natural that the teacher's explanations paled in comparison to his. Jiang Han brought forth an array of beautiful clothes for the girls. She noted how well they fit. Oh, you have a good eye for sizing. It had been quite some time since he had seen Ling Ling and Wan. They had grown so much in his absence. Fortunately, he had bought larger sizes, or he would have ended up purchasing too small. Jiang Feng accepted the clothes without any pretense of modesty, feeling immensely gratified that her brother was growing more considerate. Yet, she teased, next time, even if you want to splurge, please refrain from buying such things. Just get some practice papers instead. Chapter 39, Sweet Fruits. After bitter trials at almost the same moment, Ling Ling and Wan looked up at Jiang Han with wide, sparkling eyes, making him feel a tad uncomfortable. Well, sister, studying requires a balance of work and rest. Look at me. I wasn't particularly diligent in my studies as a child, yet I still did quite well. That is not the same. You're clever. Can those two airheads compare to you? Ling Ling and Wan exchanged bewildered glances. Jiang Han, feeling slightly embarrassed under their scrutiny, continued. What I mean is that learning should be flexible, with both intensity and relaxation. Only then can your grades improve. Ling Ling and Wan are your daughters. You must have faith in them. Jiang Feng, however, was devoid of confidence. She had fretted endlessly over their education. Jiang Han added, they are still in elementary school. Life is long. Think back to our childhood. Those who excelled in elementary school didn't always maintain that momentum in middle and high school. Many who burned out in their early years faltered later on. As Jiang Feng pondered this, she realized it was indeed true. Many students who ranked highly in elementary school struggled in the following years, while those who were once overlooked often emerged as top achievers. As for her brother, he had always been a model student, effortlessly excelling without causing anyone concern. Seeing that Jiang Feng was swayed, Jiang Han spoke to Ling Ling and Wan. From now on, focus on your studies while also allowing yourselves time to play. Understand everything your teachers teach. There is no need for extra practice papers. If you ever have questions, feel free to reach out to your mother's phone, and I will gladly help whenever I can. After saying this, Jiang Han felt he may have overstepped. After all, they were his sister's children, and he worried that she might not take him seriously. He feared her husband might think that good grades required endless practice papers, and that he was leading their children astray. However, the two girls' expressions softened, their eyes sparkling as they nodded vigorously. Uncle, we understand. You're the best. They knew all too well that their mother became exceedingly anxious whenever it came to their studies. From kindergarten, she had pushed them to recognize characters and solve simple arithmetic problems, hoping they would excel through education. Yet, for reasons unknown, even with their efforts, they struggled as the curriculum became more challenging. Such times, their mother would become irritable, piling on additional practice papers after they completed their assigned homework, as if endless drilling would guarantee better results. Despite their hard work, their scores remained stagnant, further exacerbating their mother's frustration and diminishing her patience. Whenever she stood behind them while they did their homework, it felt terrifying. As Jiang Feng watched her children's joyous expressions, she felt lost in thought. Her brother, with his impressive grades, surely spoke the truth. Could it be that she had been employing the wrong methods all along? Yet, even when she urged them to study diligently, their performance remained unchanged. If they didn't exert effort, how could their grades possibly improve? Unbeknownst to her, Jiang Han had taken her hand, gently squeezing it. Sister, do you believe that a person's hardships will eventually come to an end? Once those difficult days are behind, fortune will follow. As Jiang Feng gazed at the generous offerings Jiang Han had brought, she sensed the truth in his words, feeling a sense of relief from her worries about her children. Her gaze then fell upon the plastic bucket he had brought. Sea cucumbers? Did you gather these from the shore? No, they are farm-raised. I bought them from the seafood market in the coastal area. They're said to enhance immunity, so prepare some for Ling Ling and Wan Wan. Jiang Han explained. Jiang Feng felt a deep sense of gratitude, nearly brought to tears. She and Jiang Han had originally come from the same village, known as Shajiang Village, while she had married into Shangjiang Village. Many of the villagers from Shangjiang were acquainted with those from Shajiang. After her marriage, her husband, Jiang Wenshan, had never spoken ill of her. Yet, there were plenty of rumors circulating in the village, calling her foolish for solely focusing on nurturing her brother. Believing that once he became successful, he would forget her kindness. Yet, here she was, supported by her brother, who was now looking out for her. Is it really necessary to buy so much? She mused, aware that even though these were farm-raised, they were not inexpensive. However, despite her protests, a smile crept onto her face. The vendor had claimed that women who consumed them would enhance their beauty, while men would strengthen their health, and children would ward off illness. If there's enough, you and your brother should have some too. Jiang Feng's smile widened. The vendor was clearly trying to encourage bulk purchases with exaggerated claims. Jiang Han chuckled. Everyone knows that sea cucumbers are beneficial. It is not just the vendor saying so. Jiang Feng's spirits lifted even more. Since you went to the coastal area, did you visit the Guanyin Temple in Pishan? Regardless of what you do in the future, if you're relying on the sea for your livelihood, you must pay your respects to Guanyin Bodhisattva. I didn't have the time this trip, but next time, I'll go with you. When I have a chance, I'll visit the temples around here, Jiang Han promised. Jiaohua Island is part of Puzhou's Zhoushe, a group of islands that comprises numerous islets, with Jiaohua Island being one of the more remote and ordinary ones. Like many islands in the Zhoushe area, Jiaohua Island is home to many temples. Those who make their living from the sea tend to hold stronger beliefs in the supernatural compared to those inland. Whenever someone is set to venture out to sea, they often visit multiple temples to pray for safety and favorable winds. To visit the god of wealth, seeking fortune at sea. To go to the Dragon King, praying for a smooth journey devoid of peril. If it were in the past, one would have invited the boatman Bodhisattva aboard. Ling Ling and Wan Wan rushed over, spotting two delicate fishing rods amidst a pile of goods. Uncle, are these fishing rods for us? Ling Ling inquired. Yes, they are indeed for you, came the reply. The two girls expressed their gratitude, saying, Thank you, uncle, but were soon captivated by two dolls nearby. Jiang Han's lips twitched in response. He seemed disapproving. It was understandable. How many girls truly enjoyed fishing? Fortunately, he had bought other gifts as well. Suddenly, Jiang Feng recalled something. Wan Wan, quickly check if the hot water for bathing has boiled over. Wan Wan immediately dashed to the bathroom. Discovering that the water had indeed been boiling for quite some time, she swiftly unplugged the heater, and Jiang Feng felt a pang of regret over the wasted electricity. Ling Ling sighed from the side. If only we had a water heater at home, how wonderful that would be. Chapter 40. The conch Jiang Han surveyed the empty bathroom, astonished that so many years had passed, apart from a basic toilet. There was nothing else in his sister's bathroom. Jiang Feng playfully tapped Ling Ling's forehead. Haven't you heard? Enduring hardships is the path to greatness. Now you only seek comfort. How will you succeed in the future? Mom, you must be mistaken. They say once you grow accustomed to hardship, you'll never escape it, Ling Ling retorted, sticking out her tongue before scampering away. Jiang Feng, feeling frustrated, poured half the hot water from one bucket into another clean bucket, adding cold water to both. Once the temperature seemed suitable, she allowed Ling Ling and Wan Wan to enter for their bath. In the living room, Jiang Feng asked Jiang Han, Have you eaten? Let me prepare some rice noodles for you. By this time, she and the two children had already dined, but she knew her brother often ate at irregular hours and might not have had a meal. No need to prepare anything. I am full already. You carry on, I'll head back first. Jiang Han rode off on his electric tricycle, and no amount of calling could bring him back. Upon returning, Jiang Han sought out the appliance store where he had previously made a purchase. At that shop, with a slight additional fee, delivery to the village was possible. This time, he not only bought a washing machine and a water heater online, but also ordered a large double-door refrigerator. Using his sister's address for delivery, he pondered whether he should buy a refrigerator for himself as well. He spent nearly half his time dining at the Wallawong restaurant, where many seafood items were stored. Having a refrigerator seemed unnecessary, but given the current hot weather, it would be delightful to have chilled beverages or ice-cold beer at any moment. Even fruits like watermelon would taste better after being refrigerated. Thus, he placed an order for a smaller refrigerator, suitable for a bachelor like himself who rarely cooked at home. Perhaps he should also consider acquiring a standing air conditioner, while a fan sufficed at night. The daytime heat could be uncomfortable, but a standing air conditioner in the living room would allow him to relax in the rocking chair, enjoying its cooling effect, or utilize its heating function during the frigid winter months. With this thought, he ordered 2 standing air conditioners, one for himself and one for his sister's household. In a mere span of 10 minutes, he spent 20,000 yuan. Initially, he had intended to save some money to purchase a boat. But after visiting 2 shipyards, he realized his funds were far from sufficient. It would be wiser to obtain a boating license first before considering renting a boat for leisure. At the entrance of the town supermarket, information regarding the boating license examination was posted. He called Jiang Han, asking him to send the details when passing by the supermarket. They also arranged a time for beachcombing the following day. Jiang Han, just exiting an internet CAF and contemplating a snack from the supermarket, found the advertisement for the boating license amid a stack of flyers. He snapped a photo and sent it to Jiang Han. Scanning the QR code, Jiang Han added the instructor, who, recognizing Jiang Han's prior boating experience, sent a plethora of forms for him to complete, along with theoretical materials. Operating a boat was significantly more challenging than driving a car, requiring not only technical skills but also knowledge of tides and weather conditions. Jiang Han furrowed his brows, realizing he would need to hit the books again. However, this was not daunting for him. The next day would feature a medium tide, with the shoreline retreating further than during a small tide, yet not as far as during a large tide. The beachcombing would commence at 10 in the morning and continue until 2 in the afternoon. There was also an early morning session, but he doubted he would wake up in time for that. Missing the midday opportunity was not an option. Eschewing breakfast, Jiang Han arrived at 9:20. Bringing buns and soy milk from the town, the buns, filled with shrimp and various shellfish, were far fresher than the pork buns found inland. Jiang Han relished the meal. "Brother Han, where are we headed today?" Jiang Han inquired, placing complete trust in Jiang Han's judgment. "That let's revisit the 4 gates," Jiang Han suggested. That location marked the confluence of salt and fresh water, where he had previously discovered wild bamboo shoots and white sea urchins. The bounty there was plentiful, and he had spotted something unusual on his last visit but hesitated to disturb it in the dark. Now that it was daytime, he was eager to explore, hopeful that the treasures remained. Typically, Jiang Han and Jiang Han would only bring 1 shovel due to its weight, but this time, Jiang Han specifically requested both shovels. Jiang Han was puzzled, but asked no questions. When Brother Han requested something, he knew it must be for a reason. The 4 gates were somewhat distant, so Jiang Han rode his electric tricycle, with Jiang Han seated beside him, given it was daytime. Many people were beachcombing at the 4 gates. The recent 2 days of heavy rain had left the waters murky. Jiang Han halted the tricycle, taking a different route than last time, although sandy. This area had more mud. "Brother Han, kelp," Jiang Han exclaimed, prompting Jiang Han to wonder if he was losing his mind, calling out to himself. However, he soon saw Jiang Han staring intently at a patch of kelp. Jiang Han sighed. After collecting such an abundance of treasures, was he still interested in kelp? Kelp was something the islanders typically ignored, but they could certainly enjoy it themselves. After all, it could add variety to their meals at the Wallawong restaurant. Jiang Han considered this and, alongside Jiang Han, harvested a couple of kelp fronds to place in their bucket. Yet, upon adding them, they filled half the bucket. Finding it too bulky, Jiang Han discarded 1 frond. His scanning radius now extended to 120 meters, and as he looked down, he discovered something hidden beneath the kelp, a conch. Upon hearing the term conch, Jiang Han perked up. For conchs were hefty and costly. Previously, while at the Wallawong restaurant, he had awkwardly asked Meng Fei about the price of conchs. If memory served him correctly, she had mentioned 200 yuan per jean. Yet, at a glance, he could see no conchs around. Jiang Han, unhurried, approached a large patch of kelp. Jiang Han was baffled. Hadn't Brother Han said not to collect kelp anymore? Why was he now heading toward it? Jiang Han flipped over a piece of kelp and gently dug with the shovel, revealing a large conch that had burrowed into the sand. The tide had only recently receded, yet this conch had already nestled itself deep into the sand. Jiang Han gestured for Jiang Han to search beneath the kelp in a different area. Chapter 41. A fortune beyond imagination. Jiang Han observed several conchs hiding beneath the kelp, barely having time to settle into the sand. If Jiang Han searched carefully, he would surely find them. Armed with a shovel, Jiang Han moved over, lifting the kelp to discover a conch attempting to burrow into the sand. He explored other spots and unearthed 2 more conchs. Jiang Han's task was much easier. Although many of his conchs were buried, his scanning system allowed him to see clearly beneath the sand and in a short while, he had collected 5 or 6 conchs, each weighing around half a gene. Jiang Han felt he had stumbled upon a veritable conch haven. Jiang Han, have you found conchs? So many. When Jiang Han turned, he saw a figure completely wrapped in protective gear. With only 2 eye holes visible. It was midday, and with the sun blazing, most beachcombers donned similar attire, making it difficult for him to recognize the person. As the figure removed some fabric from their face, revealing a set of buck teeth, Jiang Han finally recognized her. It's me, Aunt Bucktooth. Aunt Bucktooth, are you here beachcombing too? Jiang Han exclaimed in surprise. This area was quite distant from their village, and he had not anticipated encountering her here. The coastline near our village seldom yields anything, she explained. I've heard that the 4 gates are rich in finds, so I came to take a look. Jiang Han thought about mentioning that there were indeed treasures along their village coast but refrained, as he had ventured to the 4 gates himself, and it would be inappropriate to dismiss her experience. This area had indeed proven bountiful for him. Jiang Han, you are here too. Another figure emerged. Jiang Han blinked, still unsure of the person's identity. It's me, Aunt Ho-Hot, she smiled, pulling down her face covering conchs. Aunt Ho-Hot's eyes nearly bulged out upon seeing the conchs in Jiang Han's bucket. It was said that one was fortunate. But who would have thought that such luck could persist? As she spoke, Aunt Ho-Hot unconsciously reached for Jiang Han's clothes, yet she maintained a sense of propriety, only giving a light tug at his attire. Jiang Han was amused and bewildered, wondering if she was attempting to share in his good fortune. Aunt Baoya, however, was less reserved, her muddy hand poised to wipe against Jiang Han's clothes. Alarmed, he stepped back. Despite the mud on his own outfit, he truly wished to avoid her intrusive touch. Noticing that they had already searched the area thoroughly, Jiang Han suggested to Aunt Baoya and Aunt Ho-Hot that they venture elsewhere, allowing them to continue their search at their leisure. With a bucket already brimming with kelp and conchs, he felt fortunate, especially since he and Zhang Haidai had each brought 2 buckets. Zhang Haidai, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, Brother Han, following your lead has never been a misstep. Look at us, we've struck conch gold today. Jiang Han felt a surge of joy himself. Conchs were indeed a prized seafood. They had certainly come to the right place. As they walked toward the muddier areas, Zhang Haidai asked, are we going to catch crabs? He recalled their previous adventure nearby, where they had captured numerous blue crabs. We'll catch whatever we find, Jiang Han replied, and Zhang Haidai realized he had posed a rather foolish question. As they chatted and walked, Jiang Han reached the spot where he had previously spotted something intriguing, only to find it absent now. Unsure if it had moved to another location or had been caught by someone else, he gazed ahead. His line of sight extended to 120 meters, allowing him to discern many details. Just as he was about to lose sight of a distant area, he caught a glimpse of the creature's tail. Jiang Han hurried towards it, and upon arrival, he could see the full figure of the creature. To his surprise, he discovered that there were several of them nearby. He retrieved the spade he had prepared in advance and urged Zhang Haidai to do the same. Together, they began to dig. Although Zhang Haidai was unsure why they were digging, his strength enabled him to unearth considerable amounts of mud with each swing of the spade. As they dug deeper, villagers began to gather around, their skin covered, revealing only their eyes. Are these youngsters out here foraging for sea creatures? One mused. It's not even the weekend. Shouldn't they be at work instead of wasting time by the sea? They admonished Jiang Han and Zhang Haidai, criticizing their lack of seriousness and suggesting they should be using their energy to earn money instead of idly digging. Jiang Han remained calm, but Zhang Haidai could hardly tolerate the criticism. If he had cotton balls, he would have stuffed them in his ears. Just as they had dug nearly 2 meters deep, Jiang Han suddenly halted, prompting Zhang Haidai to stop as well. Their shared experiences had fostered an unspoken understanding. A mere glance or gesture from Jiang Han was enough for Zhang Haidai to know what to do. As Zhang Haidai crouched to inspect the hole, he initially found nothing. It wasn't until Jiang Han kicked the side of the pit that a smooth, glistening head emerged. Quick as a flash, Zhang Haidai seized the creature. My goodness, it's a soil dragon, he exclaimed in disbelief. No wonder we had to dig so deep. They actually exist here. The villagers, previously skeptical, were now utterly astonished. Just moments ago, they had been questioning the 2 young men, and now one had caught a soil dragon. The value of such a creature could equal half a month's wages. As they processed this astonishing development, Jiang Han retrieved an even larger soil dragon from the pit. This one was bigger than Zhang Haidai's catch. Goodness, there are 2 soil dragons in this hole. The sheer fortune was staggering. The current market value of soil dragons had reached 300 to 400. Together, these 2 weighed nearly 6 pounds. Did you 2 know there were soil dragons here beforehand? A villager queried, intrigued. Some older fishermen possessed the skill to deduce what lay beneath based on soil texture and the patterns of holes, but these young men seemed too inexperienced for such expertise. As they admired Jiang Han's nearly full bucket of conchs, their disbelief grew. So many conchs, they exclaimed. With the dwindling catches these days, how did you manage this? Jiang Han smiled warmly and jested. I possess the gift of X-ray vision. I can see what lies beneath the surface. The onlookers shot him skeptical glares. Such fanciful claims were hardly believable. Jiang Han chuckled, acknowledging their doubts. I was just kidding. My family taught me a few skills. I'm not in danger of starving. The villagers understood then that it was a family tradition, a craft passed down through generations. They realized that such skills were rare and likely not something one could easily learn. As Jiang Han and Zhang Haidai moved on with their buckets, the villagers scattered, opting to put in their own efforts rather than simply following in the footsteps of the fortunate pair. 3 villagers, however, decided to follow Jiang Han and Zhang Haidai, curious to witness their prowess firsthand. Jiang Han approached a promising spot, marking the ground with a circle before he and Zhang Haidai began to dig. The soil here was soft, yielding easily, and they managed to excavate nearly 3 meters deep. Jiang Han jumped into the pit and accurately pulled out another soil dragon. The 3 onlookers were left speechless. Astonished at the display of skill. As Jiang Han unearthed the 4th soil dragon, the villagers erupted into applause, a mix of admiration and envy swelling within them. If only they possessed such talent. They mused. Meanwhile, Aunt Ho-Hot and Aunt Baoya passed by, having caught a few shrimp and bread crabs worth a mere 100 yuan. Initially pleased with their modest haul, they could only look on in envy at Jiang Han's remarkable bounty. Despite their jealousy, Aunt Ho-Hot felt a sense of pride for Jiang Han. Having been neighbors for many years, she remembered how worried his parents must have been for him and his sister. Now, they could finally rest easy. However, she pondered whether Jiang Han's prestigious education would go to waste if he remained on the island. Jiang Han, oblivious to Aunt Ho-Hot's thoughts, dug another hole and emerged with yet another soil dragon. Realizing from the villagers' comments that Jiang Han's successes were not mere luck, but rather the result of skill, Aunt Ho-Hot and Aunt Baoya began to comprehend the depth of his abilities. The area was vast, with countless spots to dig, yet Jiang Han consistently found soil dragons beneath where he dug. As more villagers witnessed Jiang Han's continued success, they rushed over, eager to glean a bit of fortune for themselves. Yet, the task of digging for soil dragons required precision and focus. Even if they dug nearby, they were unlikely to find anything. An elderly man pushed Jiang Han gently, asking, "Is there still a soil dragon in this area?" Jiang Han smiled and replied, "I doubt it, but even if there were, he wouldn't disclose it. He had already nearly exhausted the supply in this location. He felt a slight unease around these serpent-like creatures. And with ample time left, he collected some river snails and clams, choosing to keep them for his own meals rather than selling them. While foraging for snails, he also managed to catch 3 large blue crabs. And Zhang Haidai was equally fortunate, gathering several bread crabs and a substantial amount of mud snails. When their 4 buckets were finally filled, the tide began to rise. The villagers watched with longing as Jiang Han and Zhang Haidai, 2 sturdy men, struggled to carry their heavy buckets, while they themselves could easily lift theirs. Due to the heat and the layers they wore, both Jiang Han and Zhang Haidai were drenched in sweat. Having already installed a water heater, Jiang Han rushed home, where the 2 men took a quick shower before hastily riding their electric scooter to town. It was daytime, and the heat was intense. Concerned that the large catches they had apprehended might perish from the oppressive heat and lack of oxygen, they hurried to sell the insurance for the goods. Meng Fei and Meng Guo were astonished by the haul that Jiang Han had brought this time. Meng Guo patted Jiang Han on the shoulder, exclaiming, "Well done, Jiang Han, you always manage to bring in such significant catches." Jiang Han raised an eyebrow at Meng Guo, replying, "Brother, it's all about skill." Meng Guo regarded Jiang Han with newfound admiration. Acknowledging, "All right, I see your prowess." Prompted by Meng Fei, Meng Guo began weighing the items one by 1.5 earth dragons weighed a total of 16 jin, priced at 500 per jin, totaling 8,000 yuan. The conch weighed 23 jin, at 220 yuan per jin, amounting to 5,060 yuan. 3 blue crabs weighed 6 jin altogether, priced at 90 yuan per jin, totaling 540 yuan. The total sum for all the seafood came to 13,600 yuan. After calculating, Meng Guo promptly transferred the money to Jiang Han, exceeding Jiang Han's expectations. Meng Fei's prices were consistently fair. Although this amount was slightly less than last time, that instance had involved 4 people, with Ma Xiaomei and Ma Xiaomei contributing significantly. This time, with just him and Zhang Haidai, the earnings were commendable. Notification: Hostess sold seafood for 13,600 yuan, earning 13,600 system points. Accumulated from last time, Total system points, 14,837 points. Currently, 500 system points can be consumed to exchange for a scanning range of 25 meters. Would you like to redeem? Redemption successful. The host now possesses a scanning range of 145 meters. Redemption successful. Remaining system points, 2,337 points. Please continue to strive for excellence. Jiang Han. Aren't you selling what's in that bucket? Mingguo asked with her adorable face and soft voice. Not selling. I'm keeping it here to enjoy gradually. There is so much. Your goods are overflowing. Chapter 43. We are friends. Jiang Han chuckled. If you want to eat, feel free. I wouldn't eat yours. Mingguo flipped through, discovering 2 large conchs, which could fetch another 300 yuan. Aren't you selling those either? Well, I'll keep one for dinner with Haidai today. The other is a gift for you. Didn't you say you love the sound of conchs? Mingguo was taken aback. She had mentioned it casually during their previous conversation. And he had remembered. I only need the conch shell then. I'll scoop out the meat for you and Zhang Haidai. With that, Mingguo happily carried the conch to the kitchen. Jiang Han had a late breakfast and skipped lunch. The labor of digging for earth dragons had drained his energy, and he was now quite hungry. Zhang Haidai was even hungrier, feeling as though his stomach was touching his back. Fortunately, it wasn't yet dinner time. And the restaurant was relatively empty, allowing for quick service. They enjoyed clear broth with snails, kank meat, steamed bread crabs, spicy seaweed, and a bowl of seafood soup. Both Jiang Han and Zhang Haidai devoured their meals ravenously. Zhang Haidai polished off 3 bowls of rice, while Jiang Han had 2. Jiang Han transferred 1,400 yuan to Zhang Haidai, causing the latter to beam with delight. Han Ge, I think my money is never ending. Jiang Han glanced at him. If you find yourself with excess funds, you could lend me some. Sure. Without questioning Jiang Han's intentions, Zhang Haidai pulled out his phone to transfer money. Jiang Han stopped him. Joking, I was just kidding. He took it seriously. Although he wished to purchase a boat, the sum Zhang Haidai could provide would barely make a dent. After their meal, the two relaxed. They played games at an internet CAF for a while but soon lost interest due to fatigue from their earlier endeavors. Since Zhang Haidai had already rented a room, they headed there together. Jiang Han made himself comfortable, lying down in another room and falling sound asleep until the following morning. Suddenly, he slapped his forehead. Recalling something, I left the crab traps by the seawall. He had intended to check them for catches the previous evening, but had forgotten. Are you going? Jiang Han asked Zhang Haidai. Zhang Haidai shook his head. I am not going. Since the traps are already set, there's no need to go back. If they're there, we can just pull them up. If you go, it might make you feel awkward. Seeing Zhang Haidai's reluctance, Jiang Han decided to go alone, slipping on his shoes and heading out. The electric tricycle was still parked outside the Heilei Wang restaurant when he was suddenly stopped by a middle-aged man. Young man, you're the one delivering to Heilei Wang, right? Jiang Han eyed the man warily. May I ask who you are? The man appeared to be in his 40s or 50s, with a slight paunch and a genial smile. He pointed to the collection shop beside the restaurant. Jiang Han had noticed the shop occasionally open or closed, and today it was open. I'm the owner of that collection shop. My surname is Qian. Jiang Han was even more puzzled. What can I do for you? Owner Qian offered Jiang Han a cigarette, which he politely declined. I don't smoke. Owner Qian withdrew the cigarette, still smiling. I heard you sold a lot of earth dragons and conchs yesterday. I was wondering if you have more goods. Jiang Han looked at Owner Qian curiously. You want to buy my goods? Yes. What do you have for sale? Jiang Han found it odd. Aren't you the one who doesn't accept goods from Jiang Village? Owner Qian recalled that someone had indeed called him recently inquiring about collecting seafood. Upon learning they were from Jiang Village, he directed them to Jiang Ermao at Tom, whether the villagers came directly or Jiang Ermao did. The price remained the same. He would earn the same amount if villagers brought goods directly. They might receive more money, but it would harm Jiang Ermao's interests, which could sour their relationship. That it was better to allow everyone to profit. Unexpectedly, this young man didn't bring his goods to Jiang Ermao, but delivered them to Heilei restaurant. It was rumored that this Jiang Han had previously supplied many fine items to the restaurant, which affected his profits. Owner Qian continued to smile. I thought you were like the other villagers, bringing in a little sea rainbow to sell to me. I have no interest in such small quantities. If you have larger catches, that's a different matter. From now on, just bring your goods directly to me, and I will offer you a good price. Jiang Han smiled back at Owner Qian, initially intending to decline firmly. However, considering the proximity of Heilei Wang restaurant and the collection shop, he thought it wise to maintain harmony in business. Owner Qian, the restaurant owner's sister, is my friend. I want to be going through the usual collection channels. Selling his goods to friends transcended mere profit. At that moment, Mingguo happened to emerge from the restaurant. Jiang Han, you're in town. I didn't return last night. Jiang Han replied, winking at Mingguo. Why don't you tell Owner Qian that we are friends? Mengwa playfully tapped Jiang Han on the shoulder. If we aren't friends, then what are we? Her cheeks flushed at the remark. Owner Qian was taken aback, sensing a flirtatious exchange between the two. If they were indeed courting, it would be entirely reasonable for Jiang Han to supply the restaurant. Perhaps their relationship could lead to favorable deals. Feeling a twinge of regret, Owner Qian's smile faltered. You two carry on. With that, he closed the shop and rode off on his electric bike, presumably off to attend to other matters. Have you had breakfast? Would you like to join me? Mengwa asked with wide, innocent eyes. Heilewang restaurant did not serve breakfast, but occasionally, if Jiang Han and Zhang Haidai wanted breakfast, Ming Fei would prepare seafood noodles or fried rice for them. However, buns were not on the menu. Jiang Han had not planned on having breakfast, as it had been a long-standing habit of skipping it. Often eating or not eating without thought. I haven't eaten. Let us go together then. Chapter 44. Pulling up crab traps. There was a bun shop in town that sold not only buns, but also pancakes, fried dough sticks, sesame balls, and fried dough pastries. The owner employed only family members. Jiang Han had not had pancakes and fried dough sticks in quite some time, so he ordered a serving of each, along with a bowl of soy milk. Mengwa, meanwhile, opted for 2 seafood buns in addition to her tofu pudding. Jiang Han snapped a photo of his pancakes and soy milk, posting it on his social media with the caption, "Lately, I've been a bit tired of seafood. Time for something lighter. In no time." Several classmates commented on his post. Hudanjin, I'll give you 2 minutes to delete this and repost it. Lu Bahong, you can get tired of seafood. Aren't you afraid of divine retribution? Tiantian remarked, do not be misled by my affluent background. Our family rarely indulges in seafood. He responded, are you trying to evoke envy? Ma Xiaomei sighed. I envy you. Ma Xiaomei added playfully, perhaps we can enjoy seafood together next time. Jiang Han, however, had no intention of deleting and reposting his message. His purpose for sharing was merely to document his daily life. He savored his breakfast, and when Mengwa offered to pay, she discovered that Jiang Han had already taken care of her portion. Thank you, Jiang Han, she smiled, revealing a charming dimple on her cheek. Why be so courteous? The money you give me is enough to treat you to several breakfasts, Jiang Han replied. As they approached the restaurant's entrance, Jiang Han prepared to ride his electric tricycle home. When Mengwa first saw him on the tricycle, she found it amusing. Now, having seen it repeatedly, she began to think there was a certain charm to it. As Jiang Han pedaled away, Mengwa waved. Be careful on the road. He did not turn back, but simply raised a hand in acknowledgement, signaling that he understood. Upon arriving in the village, the villagers regarded him with newfound respect, thanks to Auntie Bao's enthusiastic promotion. The entire village was now aware of Jiang Han's remarkable skills. Old Zhang approached him, brazenly inquiring, Han, do you have any techniques for gathering seafood? Perhaps you could teach me? Jiang Han sighed. There is no secret. I simply possess a keen eye. Old Zhang chuckled. You little rascal, trying to trick me. If you won't teach me, don't concoct such tales. He had merely been jesting, never expecting Jiang Han to impart his knowledge. After all, such skills were essential for his livelihood, and sharing them could jeopardize his own success. Old Zhang reminisced about Jiang Han's parents, genuine individuals whose early departure had been a tragedy. If they were here now, they would surely enjoy the fruits of their child's labor. Please refrain from boasting about your keen eyesight. While I find it amusing, a more sensitive soul might take offense, believing you lack sincerity. Jiang Han retorted, no one believes my truths. My fabrications fare no better. Acknowledging old Zhang's good intentions, he replied, understood. Thank you, Uncle Zhang. Where are you off to? Old Zhang inquired to the seawall to collect the crab traps. Jiang Han answered, what is there to collect? Surely, they are empty. Old Zhang responded skeptically. Even if Jiang Han had a knack for gathering seafood, he couldn't possibly have the same luck with crab traps. Nevertheless, curiosity compelled him to follow Jiang Han. Other villagers, hearing about Jiang Han's intent to retrieve the traps, also trailed behind. In the past, the harvest from the traps had been substantial, but environmental changes had diminished the sea's bounty in recent years. On several occasions, they had set numerous traps without catching a single crab. Jiang Han soon located the first crab trap. Peering inside, he was astonished to find 2 fish within, given the small opening. The fish could not have been large. These 2 fish weighed about a pound each and were blackhead fish. Additionally, there were 2 bread crabs, seemingly recently caught, with their claws poised as if to devour the fish. Jiang Han swiftly retrieved the trap, prompting gasps of astonishment from the onlookers. Fish, and 2 sizable bread crabs, they exclaimed. If these fish make it to Jiang Ermao, they could fetch 50 to 60 yuan per pound. The villagers were mesmerized by Jiang Han's prowess. Relieved that he had brought along 2 buckets, Jiang Han separated the fish from the crabs to prevent any clashing. He then sought out the second trap. The ropes for his traps were each 20 meters long, suitable for the shallow waters on this side of the seawall. The second trap was even shallower, merely a dozen meters deep. Inside, he found one sizable crab. A 2-pound swimming crab. Annie Hohot felt a mix of envy and joy. This single crab could easily sell for 200 yuan. Jiang Han smiled but chose not to comment. The figures they quoted were based on Jiang Ermao's rates. While Meng Fei was far more generous, he placed the swimming crab alongside the 2 bread crabs and proceeded to the third trap. This time, he did not bother peering inside, but simply pulled the trap up. To his surprise, it was empty, eliciting laughter from the villagers, who found some amusement in his misfortune. Undeterred, Jiang Han approached the fourth trap. Leaning down, he peered through the water and noticed it was also empty. Yet, he spotted a fish swimming nearby. Although Jiang Han had the extreme scanning system, from his vantage point, he could only see the top of the fish. He quickly devised a plan to ensnare the fish with the trap's rope. Remarkably, the fish swam right into the trap without hesitation. Annie Bao teased, "If you intend to pull it up, just do so without all the fuss." Lao Luo chuckled, warning, "Be careful. You might jostle everything out of the trap." As they bantered, Jiang Han successfully pulled the trap up. Goodness, am I dreaming? It's a grouper. Chapter 45. Fortuitous luck. There are many types of grouper, and this one is exceptionally delicious. If sold, it could command hundreds of yuan per pound. The villagers, wide-eyed, marveled at his luck. Jiang Han, did you have this crab trap blessed by the goddess of mercy? They jested. Indeed, I had a master bless it for 49 days. Jiang Han replied nonchalantly. The villagers, taken aback, were intrigued. Is it possible for a master to bless a crab trap? The village head's wife queried. I once took a smaller trap, but the master refused, claiming it was too sinful. Jiang Han was astonished to learn that people sought blessings for their traps. Annie Li asked, Jiang Han, where did you find such a master? If the results are this impressive, I wish to seek one for myself. Given Jiang Han's haul today, she would gladly offer a substantial red envelope in gratitude. Jiang Han pointed to himself, proclaiming, the master is none other than my own keen eyesight. The villagers, hearing this, were both amused and frustrated, realizing he was merely jesting. How many traps have you set? They asked. 6 in total. I've retrieved 4 so far, Jiang Han replied. What treasures could possibly lie in the remaining 2? The villagers watched eagerly, their anticipation palpable, feeling somewhat self-conscious under their scrutiny. Jiang Han made his way to the 5th trap. This time, while the contents were not as surprising, he did find a large blue crab and a small white pomfret. The white pomfret was severely damaged by the crab's claws. Typically, small fish would avoid crab-infested waters. But it appeared this one had entered the trap first, lured by the crab's scent. Jiang Han placed the blue crab in a bucket designated for crabs and tossed the barely alive white pomfret back into the sea. Hoping for a miracle, he then approached the final trap, which revealed 3 crabs upon being pulled up, a large blue crab and 2 swimming crabs. The large blue crab had lost a claw, rendering it less valuable, but it would suffice for his own consumption. The villagers were astonished. They typically considered themselves fortunate to catch even 1 crab from their many traps. Yet here was Jiang Han, securing 3 swimming crabs along with a blue crab, grouper, and blackhead fish. Their catch from an entire year could not compare to the bounty Jiang Han had amassed in a single day. Jiang Han, your luck is extraordinary. Can you not share a fraction of it with us? Auntie Bao lamented, her eyes gleaming with envy. Jiang Han chuckled. We are all from the same village. If I could share, I would have done so long ago. Despite his reassurances, the villagers remained envious, their hearts heavy with longing as they gazed at Jiang Han's impressive haul. Jiang Han pondered for a moment and decided to place a black-headed fish in the pool at his home. He also added a crab that had lost one of its pincers into the basin. Although it had only 1 claw left, that claw still possessed a degree of lethality. He was concerned that the crab might harm the black-headed fish. Lastly, he placed 2 bread crabs in the basin as well. He called Jiang Feng, saying, Sister, I've caught some things using the crab trap and put them in the pool at home. You can come by and collect them. Jiang Feng's voice came through the phone with a brisk energy. What can you possibly catch with a crab trap? You should just eat it yourself. Sister, you underestimate me. Not only can I save some for you, but I can also sell them. All right, you're impressive. Just don't head out yet. Wait for me. After saying this, Jiang Feng hung up. Jiang Han was momentarily taken aback. He had asked her to come alone because he intended to head to town. If he weren't going to town, he would have delivered the items to her himself. But now Jiang Feng insisted that he stay put. He thought it over and decided it wouldn't matter if he waited a little longer. He reclined comfortably in the rocking chair, listening to music on his phone while awaiting his sister's arrival. The internet connection downstairs was rather poor and often intermittent, but it was functioning well at the moment. Recently, the show I Am a Singer had been quite enjoyable, particularly the impressive performances by the 2 foreigners. When Jiang Feng arrived, she found Jiang Han lounging in the rocking chair like a distinguished elder. At an age when one should be striving from 9 to 5, he had instead adopted the lifestyle of a village elder. However, thinking of the items Jiang Han had brought home and given her recently warmed her heart. If he hadn't returned, he might not have been able to afford so many things. Sister, the items are in the pool. You can take them in no rush. Jiang Feng took out a plastic bag, which contained a sealed ceramic bowl. The item you gave me, I prepared it the next day. I've been to your place twice and haven't seen you. It's been sitting in Aunt Wang's fridge all this time. Aunt Wang was Jiang Feng's neighbor, who was relatively well off. I even gave them a small bowl to keep it cold. The delicacy of the earthworm jelly was precious, but she didn't feel regretful giving it away. She wanted the villagers to know that her brother was considerate and capable, someone who could look after his sister. He was not the ungrateful person they claimed he was. Jiang Han smiled. Couldn't you just have called me? I was actually planning to come over to see if you needed any help. He suddenly remembered that he had changed out of his dirty clothes and put them in the washing machine before heading to town yesterday, leaving no time to hang them up. When he returned today, not only were his clothes dry, but they were neatly folded on his nightstand. His sister truly had a knack for tidying up in the little moments she found. Jiang Han opened the sealed lid of the ceramic bowl, revealing the earthworm jelly inside. It reminded him of his childhood when his parents were still alive, and his father had once dug up earthworms. His mother had made the jelly by hand. After eating it as a child, he used to savor the taste, licking his lips. Jiang Feng's version looked exactly like their mother's after tasting it. He found the flavor remarkably similar. If the earthworms were wild, the taste was indistinguishable. Jiang Han's eyes grew misty. Sister, I haven't visited Mom and Dad's grave since I came back. Let us find a time to go together. All right. There's been so much to do at home. I haven't been since Qingming. Now that her brother had returned, it was indeed time to pay their respects. Chapter 46. Perhaps simply fortunate. Jiang Feng went to the pool and was astonished by what she saw, including the items Jiang Han intended to sell. Did you catch these using the crab trap? Jiang Feng could hardly believe her eyes. After dropping her child at school, she had set her own crab traps, initially catching 1 or 2 items, but the catches had dwindled over time. After several empty returns, she had lost the motivation to even set the traps anymore. With that spare time, she could have woven fishing nets to earn some money, but Jiang Han had managed to catch these. I forgot to check the traps yesterday evening. I only went to retrieve them this morning. She realized that if he had gone yesterday, he likely wouldn't have had such a bounty. Perhaps he should check the traps every other day. That way, it would be less burdensome. Where did you set the traps? By the sea dike. Jiang Feng was truly taken aback. She had set traps there too. But how had Jiang Han caught so much? Just then, Jiang Han's phone vibrated as people in his class group began tagging him again. Knowing he lived on an island, they were eager to glimpse into his island life. Hudanjin, Jiang Han, what are you doing today? Yuhi, Jiang Han, I'm curious too. Tian Chengwen, I can't live by the seaside myself, so it's nice to see someone else's seaside life. Jiang Han found himself at a loss with their incessant inquiries. Jiang Han, just snacking. Li Fei Yue, what snacks? He imagined they might as well install a camera on him. He snapped a picture of what he was eating and posted it in the group. The others looked perplexed. What is that? Hudanjin blinked, recognizing the dish. Hudanjin, Jiang Han, you're not eating earthworm jelly. Are you? Jiang Han, indeed. You know about earthworm jelly. Hudanjin, is that really earthworm jelly? Is it authentic? A lot of it is fake nowadays. Jiang Han, this was made by my sister. So you tell me if it's real. Lu Buhong, Hudanjin, is this stuff expensive? Hudanjin, not too bad. Her not too bad was relative to her wealthy background. She simply couldn't fathom that Jiang Han casually enjoyed earthworm jelly as a snack. Hudanjin even posted a link to the shop where she frequently bought her earthworm jelly. It was authentic, and the ingredients were genuine. She wouldn't dare purchase from elsewhere. Lu Buhong, upon seeing Hudanjin's screenshot, felt his teeth ache. Lu Buhong, Jiang Han, you treat something worth hundreds per pound as a snack. Lu Buhong figured the items in Jiang Han's large bowl must weigh at least 2 pounds. Did he really just scoop and eat it that way? Jiang Han was surprised to learn how expensive earthworm jelly was online. He had bought his farm goods for 200 per pound. That a single pound of earthworms could produce numerous servings of jelly. His large bowl contained only a few earthworms in total. He anticipated their astonishment. At that moment, Lu Buhong sent him a private message. Lu Buhong, are you really not considering returning to the city for work? Jiang Han, I don't handle pressure well. Life in a big city isn't suitable for me. Lu Buhong, after considering it, I decided to stay at my current company. They gave me an extra 500 yuan. If I switch companies, I doubt I'd find a salary like this. Jiang Han sighed. Before graduation, Lu Buhong had been the most ambitious in their class, discussing their bright futures. Now, A mere 500 yuan had led him to make a begrudging choice. Lu Buohong. Earthworms must be quite cheap where you are. Right? You probably can just pick them up by the seaside. Jiang Han replied to Lu Buohong with an emoji, choosing not to continue the conversation. Lu Buohong, lacking a financial cushion, was struggling in the big city alone. There was no need to say anything that might provoke him. Seeing Jiang Han finish his earthworm jelly, Jiang Feng returned the ceramic bowl to the plastic bag. As she was leaving, she casually asked, "Where did you put the crab trap today?" Jiang Han froze. His memory had been quite poor lately. After bringing the trap up, he had completely forgotten to put it back. Jiang Feng was momentarily stunned as well. "You didn't put it back? I'll go do it now." Jiang Feng was still holding the seafood Jiang Han had left for her. Realizing there wasn't much bait left in the pool, she inquired, "What will you use for bait?" Jiang Han pulled out a bottle of lure. He had found that the lures bought online performed similarly to those purchased at the town's fishing gear store. "So it didn't matter which he used that you're using this?" Jiang Feng asked. "Last time, I used some minced shellfish meat. This time, I seem to have nothing to use." That he regretted throwing that small white pomfret into the sea. If he had chopped it up, it would have served well as bait. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Han decided to use the black-headed fish as bait. Jiang Feng winced. That wild black-headed fish was not cheap, selling for over 100 per pound. Each of Jiang Han's black-headed fish weighed around 2 pounds. How could he bear to use a fish worth 200 as bait? "Wait, I'll get it for you." Jiang Han didn't want to trouble Jiang Feng, but she had already dashed out. When she returned, she had 2 green mullet in hand. The strong flavor of green mullet made it excellent for bait. Based on experience, Jiang Feng was much more knowledgeable than Jiang Han. "Sister, how much were these 2 green mullet? I'll transfer you the money." Jiang Feng shot him a glare. "You want to calculate the cost for these 3 or 4 yuan per pound green mullet? Shouldn't I send you money for all the things you've given me?" Jiang Han fell silent. When calculating like this, it would never add up. Jiang Feng cut each green mullet into 3 pieces, placing them in the bait buckets of each trap. Now, even Jiang Han, whose sense of smell was particularly keen, could detect the fishy odor of the green mullet. It seemed that using green mullet as bait was indeed a great idea. Jiang Han went to set the traps, with Jiang Feng following closely behind, eager to learn from her brother. "The crab trap of my younger brother is capable of catching such an abundance of sea creatures, undoubtedly possessing some unique attribute." Consequently, she observed Jiang Han casually tossing the crab trap into the sea. Jiang Feng, "Is that all?" When Jiang Han turned around, he was met with the astonished gaze of his sister. "Sister, what is wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Jiang Feng shook her head. "I'm fine." Perhaps it was best not to say anything. Her brother might simply be fortunate, grasping the items Jiang Han had given her. She returned home, pondering that one's luck must eventually run out. If her brother's good fortune were to wane, she would certainly take good care of him, for he was genuinely considerate. Once home, she hesitated but ultimately sent Jiang Han a message. After selling the seafood and making some money, remember to save a bit. Chapter 47. Unprecedented luck in times of misfortune. This money could prove invaluable. Jiang Han had gifted her a blackhead fish, a large blue crab with a broken claw, and 2 bread crabs. Initially, he intended to give her a swimming crab, but she declined, returning it. Over this period, Jiang Han had frequently sent her seafood, ensuring their household was well stocked. Glancing at the items in her hands, she noted that the blue crab with a broken claw would not fetch a good price. She decided to steam it along with the 2 bread crabs for the children. The blackhead fish was delicious and expensive, something she usually refrained from purchasing. Yet, contemplating it, she opted to sell the blackhead fish to the seafood collector in the village before heading home. That a wild blackhead fish weighing 2 pounds and 2 ounces surprisingly fetched 150 yuan. Jiang Feng resolved to set aside this money for Jiang Han, considering it a way to help him save. As Jiang Han mounted his electric tricycle, he received a call from the courier. The seeds he had ordered a few days prior had arrived at the town's delivery point. The courier inquired whether he would pick them up in town or prefer them delivered to the village, which would take an additional 2 days. "Excuse me, do you accept packages there?" "Of course, we can deliver and accept packages. Then I will come to town to collect them." Jiang Han dismounted his electric tricycle and knocked on the door of Aunt Ho-Hat's house. "Annie, do you have any dried goods? Mussels, dried seaweed, or dried squid will do." Typically, fishermen's households would possess such items. Though it was challenging to catch substantial quantities of seafood these days, mussels and kelp remained plentiful. When they had excess, they would dry them. Dried mussels were simply referred to differently. During her second outing to the sea with him, Ma Xiaomei had helped him collect quite a few Lugo shrimps. Not wanting to owe anyone anything, he decided to purchase some dried goods to send them. Aunt Ho-Hat, upon hearing Jiang Han wished to buy her goods, was naturally delighted. She presented him with a large bag of dried mussels, a bag of dried seaweed, and a bag of dried squid. Not specifying a price, Jiang Han handed her 600 yuan. Watching Jiang Han depart, Aunt Ho-Hot smiled broadly. Even if she couldn't catch anything while fishing, as long as Jiang Han was willing to buy from her, she would earn more than the other old women in the village. During this period, she had made quite a bit of money thanks to Jiang Han. She resolved to venture to the shore and gather more kelp. One never knows when Jiang Han might inquire about purchasing again. Even if he didn't ask, she could always keep it for herself. Ensuring no loss. As Jiang Han rode his electric tricycle once more, Jiang Ermao unexpectedly stood before him. Jiang Han greeted him with a smile. Uncle Ermao, out for a stroll? Without waiting for a response, he maneuvered his electric tricycle around him. Jiang Ermao, incensed, felt his beard bristle. He had deliberately positioned himself in front of Jiang Han, hoping that, at the very least, Jiang Han would sell something to him out of courtesy for being from the same village. He had anticipated that this time, he would receive something. Instead, after the greeting, Jiang Han simply bypassed him. He had observed that Jiang Han's electric tricycle contained 2 barrels. There were no secrets in the village. People spoke of him catching mud dragons, mud spots, large blue crabs, swimming crabs, all of which were valuable catches. Yet, none of these had ever been sold to him. Yet, he felt powerless to voice his grievances. Those catches belonged to Jiang Han, and he could sell them to whomever he pleased. Even if the emperor himself came, it was Jiang Han's prerogative. In just a few days, Jiang Han had even bought an electric tricycle. Was he truly not planning to return to the city? The one speaking was Ye Tiantian's mother, who had returned to her family home a few days ago. Upon her return, she saw Jiang Han riding the electric tricycle out of the village. He had purchased it several days prior. Aunt Li, who had a good relationship with Ye Tiantian's mother, shared what she knew. This electric tricycle was no small expense. Besides the tricycle, Jiang Han had also bought a water heater and a washing machine. Ye Tiantian's mother, upon hearing this, became even more disdainful. Having acquired so many things, he was indeed not planning to go to the city. A student from a prestigious university, yet he intended to remain on this desolate island. How embarrassing it would be to admit. Aunt Li, influenced by Ye Tiantian's mother's comments, felt a twinge of regret. Many years of education wasted. If one truly wished to be a fisherman, one could do so without reading a word. She then looked enviously at Ye Tiantian's mother. Your Tiantian is quite capable, managing to get into graduate school. Such a stroke of fortune. Why Ye Tiantian's mother's smile deepened. It is indeed our Tiantian's own hard work. By the way, isn't it's summer vacation now. Other schools are already on break. Why has Tiantian returned yet? Speaking of this, Ye Tiantian's mother beamed with pride. Now that she is in graduate school, she can't compare to undergraduates. They have many responsibilities with their mentors. Isn't that quite exhausting? No days off? There are breaks, but not as long. Our Tiantian will be back next week. The more Ye Tiantian's mother spoke, the happier she became. Her daughter had truly shown foresight by breaking up with someone like Jiang Han. That a person like Jiang Han was truly unworthy of her daughter. In town, Mengwa smiled as she spotted Jiang Han, her cherubic face seemingly capable of thawing the winter chill. Didn't you just return to the village? How come you're back so soon? It is unlikely you could have gathered much in such a short time. I set out a few crab traps the day before yesterday and caught a few things with the daytime heat. I feared they wouldn't keep well at home, so I brought them over. Mengwa leaned over to look into Jiang Han's bucket. Oh, you even have mud spots and swimming crabs. How many crab traps did you set? 6. Mengwa exclaimed. Jiang Han, you're incredible. Just yesterday, someone dined with us and said it's increasingly difficult to catch anything along the coast, even with a dozen crab traps. One might catch very little. Yet you, with just 6 traps, managed to catch so much. Jiang Han chuckled. Perhaps I'm just lucky. Your luck is indeed extraordinary. Mengwa led Jiang Han to the scale. It was mealtime, and the restaurant was bustling. Meng Fei was too busy to assist, leaving Mengwa to weigh Jiang Han's seafood alone. 1 blackhead fish, 2.5 pounds, that's 300 yuan. 1 blue crab, 2 pounds, that's 180 yuan. 3 swimming crabs, a total of 5 pounds, that's 990 yuan. In total, that amounts to 1470 yuan. Mengwa said as she handed Jiang Han 1,500 yuan. Jiang Han suddenly found that setting crab traps was rather convenient. One simply placed the traps, and the creatures would enter on their own. Then, he just needed to retrieve them for his earnings. The host sold seafood for 1,500 yuan, earning 1,500 system points. Chapter 48, Water Pit. Accumulated last time S points, total system points, 3,837 points. Currently, 2,500 system points can be consumed to exchange for a scanning range of 5 meters. Would you like to exchange? Exchange successful. The host now possesses a scanning range of 150 meters. Exchange successful. Remaining system points, 1,337 points. Please continue to work hard. Jiang Han effortlessly added another 5 meters to his scanning range. Jiang Han, have you eaten yet? Are you dining here? Jiang Han had just consumed some earthworm jelly, but being a young man with a hearty appetite, he could certainly eat more, especially since it was mealtime. He intended to invite Zhang Haidai to join him, but as he dialed, the phone rang from outside the door. Jiang Han opened the door to find Zhang Haidai carrying a box of beverages, placing them in the storeroom. Not noticing Jiang Han, he turned to fetch another box. Jiang Han couldn't help but smile, having assumed he was gaming at the internet CF, only to find him working hard at the restaurant. To spare his friend any embarrassment, he stepped aside. After Zhang Haidai finished moving the items, Meng Fei handed him a towel. Quick, wipe your face. You're sweating. Zhang Haidai chuckled, using the towel to wipe his face. Thank you. I should be the one thanking you for always helping us. What would you like to eat? I'll have the kitchen prepare something for you. Anything is fine. Then let us make you a grilled fish. All right, anything is good. Jiang Han smiled at Meng Gua. I want to eat here. TNT anticipated that Zhang Haidai would be so considerate in his absence. As Jiang Han exited the restaurant, Zhang Haidai called him. Hangu, what was the matter when you called earlier? Nothing. Just carry on with what you're doing. Jiang Han glanced at the Halawang restaurant. He decided not to be a third wheel. Hoping Zhang Haidai would achieve his desires soon, Jiang Han purchased a pancake filled with an abundance of seafood from a street vendor. Occasionally indulging in such snacks proves to be quite delightful. He had not visited the delivery point, but inquired with a passerby. Ultimately, he located the postal service station. Jiang Han paused momentarily, realizing that the small parcels delivered to the village were predominantly handled by the postal service. Did this imply that in the future, he merely needed to select postal delivery for small items? Jiang Han entered the establishment. First retrieving his own parcel, he then requested a delivery slip from the staff inside. A few days prior, Ma Xiaomei had sent Jiang Han their detailed address. She had invited him to visit their home as a guest, promising the best couch for his comfort. Jiang Han, presently pressed for time, assured her he would visit when he could. He transcribed the address onto the delivery slip. After dispatching his package, he rode his electric tricycle back to the village. Upon arriving home, he immersed himself in a plethora of ebooks. He needed to prepare for boating and certification, which required a solid grasp of theoretical knowledge. As he read, he eventually fell asleep. Uncertain of how long he had slumbered, he was roused by Zhang Haidai. Brother Han, did you not mention going to the beach? Jiang Han glanced at the time. It was already 10:30 in the evening. That if you are weary, you may rest at home. Just tell me where to go, and I shall venture forth. I merely dozed off while reading. I am quite alert now, he replied, concerned that if he allowed Zhang Haidai to go alone, he might return empty-handed after a night of effort. Jiang Han noted that today was a significant low tide. How about we head to the water pits? We could use a larger bucket to scoop water. It's a pity we don't have a pump. Otherwise, we could have utilized that. Jiang Han considered it, contemplating that perhaps it was unnecessary to complicate matters. Let us bring the dip net. Last time, I purchased the longest-handled dip net, but its total length is only 1.6 meters. Had I known, I would have ordered a telescopic dip net online. The longest telescopic model can extend up to 2.8 meters, providing an additional meter. Zhang Haidai did not understand Jiang Han's sudden obsession with the dip net, but he believed there must be a valid reason behind it. Shall we attach a bamboo pole to it? Zhang Haidai suggested. Jiang Han found this to be a feasible idea, yet pondered where they could find a bamboo pole at this late hour. If we venture into the mountains, what if we encounter a cobra? Additionally, the tide has already begun to rise. If we delay any further, we may miss our chance. Perhaps I should retrieve one from home, he proposed. You have some at home. My backyard has a plethora of bamboo poles. Zhang Haidai's home was not far. It would only take 3 to 5 minutes to fetch a pole. Jiang Han nodded. Then go ahead. He remained behind, waiting. Observing the door ajar, Zhang Haidai climbed over the wall. Their dog, upon sensing someone entering, was about to bark, but upon detecting Zhang Haidai's scent, began to wag its tail. Zhang Haidai patted the dog's head, selected 2 sturdy bamboo poles, and climbed back over the wall. 3 minutes later, he rejoined Jiang Han, carrying not only the poles, but also 2 lengths of rope. Without hesitation, Jiang Han wrapped one of the poles with rope onto his dip net. Zhang Haidai mirrored Jiang Han's actions, securing a pole to his own net. Their dip nets now exceeded 3 meters in length. Although the quality of the poles appeared questionable, likely affecting their weight capacity, Jiang Han acknowledged this concern. Regardless, they would only know the effectiveness through trial. Due to the significant low tide, the coastline had receded considerably. Jiang Han and Zhang Haidai made their way towards the rocky shore. Upon arrival, They were greeted by numerous headlamps swaying about. Jiang Han momentarily froze, then deemed it normal. After all, it was a major low tide. Those who typically refrained from beachcombing would certainly seize the opportunity during such an event. Who could resist the allure of potential fortune? As it was nighttime, no one concealed their faces. All identities were vividly clear. Jiang Han approached. Jiang Han, you arrived rather late today. They say you are lucky and truly skilled. Given the circumstances, I trust you won't falter this time, will you? On the rocky shore, during the retreat of the tide, numerous water pits of varying sizes were left behind. Within the larger pits, treasures often awaited discovery. Those villagers who arrived early had already selected their preferred spots based on experience at this moment. Families were out in full force, each equipped with buckets, eagerly scooping water. Once the water had fully receded, the bounty would be theirs for the taking. Estimating their capabilities, they avoided selecting too deep pits. While dismissing those that were too shallow, nearly all suitable pits had already been claimed. Among the crowd, the village chief's family stood out. They typically refrained from beachcombing unless there was a significant tide. This time, they had brought along their pomp. Chapter 49. Using the dip net. Brother Han. What shall we do now? Zhang Haidai, feeling somewhat dim-witted, had no solutions, fearing they might return empty-handed. Returning empty-handed was not an option. Today's situation was indeed unexpected for Jiang Han, yet it was not insurmountable. He gestured towards the leftmost water pit. Let us head over there. Zhang Haidai was astonished. But that is the largest pit. Brother Han, do you think we can scoop enough with the 2 buckets we brought? This pit remains because others deemed it too daunting to tackle. Even the chief's family did not select it. Despite having a pump. We shall not scoop here. Jiang Han and Zhang Haidai proceeded in that direction. Along the way, they unexpectedly encountered Zhang Haidai's parents and his older brother and sister-in-law. His brother and sister-in-law, who usually resided elsewhere, had returned specifically for the low tide. The Zhang family regarded Zhang Haidai as a stranger, failing to greet him. However, Zhang Haidai dutifully approached each of them to say hello. His mother shot him a disapproving glance. Every day, just eating and not working. Truly a waste of our efforts raising you. Zhang Haidai's fist clenched unconsciously. Previously, feeling uneasy dining with his family, he would wait until they finished to eat their leftovers. After meals, he would willingly wash the dishes, even when there were no remnants left. During this period, Zhang Haidai had been living outside. His parents were oblivious to the fact that he had not returned home, allowing him to be so thoroughly overlooked. His brother extended his bucket towards Zhang Haidai, a clear indication that he was expected to scoop. Zhang Haidai closed his eyes, deliberately ignoring the gesture. His sister-in-law stomped her foot in frustration. What does he mean by this? Every day, he learns nothing. We provide for him without complaint, and yet he bears a grudge. Zhang Haidai heard every word, but offered no rebuttal, resolutely following Jiang Han. Jiang Han glanced back at him. Zhang Haidai's expression was grim. Jiang Han patted Zhang Haidai's shoulder, thinking his friend had matured compared to before in the past. If his brother had handed him the bucket, he would have accepted it without question and toiled for them. Standing at the edge of the largest water pit, Zhang Haidai remarked, Brother Han, this water is far too deep. How shall we manage? Jiang Han closed his eyes momentarily before reopening them, clearly envisioning the situation beneath the surface. The pit was approximately 10 meters deep and quite expansive. Hand me the dip net. Zhang Haidai passed him the dip net, now equipped with the bamboo pole. Brother Han, you cannot possibly intend to scoop directly from here. Though he had faith in Jiang Han, he found the approach somewhat dubious. Jiang Han smiled at Zhang Haidai. There are plenty of creatures in this pit. We shall easily gather some. As he spoke, he dipped his net into the water, retrieving 5 sizable shrimp, each measuring the length of a forearm, characterized by alternating brown and white segments. Zhang Haidai stared in astonishment. Is this bamboo shrimp? Aunt Alan's family happened to be scooping water from the adjacent pit. Many spoke of Jiang Han's good fortune. Upon hearing he intended to use a dip net to gather seafood, Aunt Alan suspected Jiang Han might be somewhat delusional. If it were so simple to catch with a net, why would they labor so hard to scoop water? Initially intending to mock Jiang Han, she was taken aback upon witnessing him successfully catch bamboo shrimp. The sight was almost painful to behold. Villagers nearby, hearing the mention of bamboo shrimp, turned their attention towards Jiang Han. Has Jiang Han found any bamboo shrimp? How many? Aunt Jinju shouted. Upon hearing that there were only 5, the villagers lost interest. Although bamboo shrimp were precious, 5 of them hardly seemed significant. After all, in the water pits, as long as one's luck was not entirely depleted, a variety of treasures could be uncovered. What they did not realize was that each of Jiang Han's 5 bamboo shrimp measured a forearm's length, collectively exceeding a pound. Jiang Han discovered that the pit contained a considerable number of bamboo shrimp. However, given that his dip net including the bamboo pole, was only about 3.1 meters long. He could only scoop from the surface. Noticing more bamboo shrimp swimming up from the depths, he continued to use his net to gather them. With casual scoops, he amassed 15 to 16 bamboo shrimp in his bucket. Observing Jiang Han's ease, Zhang Haidai decided to try his own net, equipped with a bamboo pole. Unfortunately, his first attempt yielded nothing. The second brought up a bit of seaweed, and the third was merely more seaweed. Discouraged, Zhang Haidai felt disheartened while Jiang Han continued to gather a bounty of bamboo shrimp. Brother Han, perhaps I should take over the water scooping? Zhang Haidai felt utterly useless, perpetually believing he ought to contribute in some manner. However, in this vast water pit, even during high tide, little could be salvaged. He glanced at Zhang Haidai, convinced that he should be assigned a task. How about diving? Is 10 meters a problem? In their youth, they had all dived. Now, after so many years, he wondered if Zhang Haidai had lost his touch. No problem, I can manage. Then dive down. There are things down there. Unfortunately, his scoop net was ineffective. Hearing that he could actually do something brought Zhang Haidai joy. Without hesitation, he shed his clothes, leaving only his shorts, took a deep breath, and leaped into the water pit. With a splash, onlookers turned their attention once more. What are you doing? Jiang Han, is this really necessary? It's just a water pit. Do you need to dive? We don't even know what's in there. What if it's dangerous? Even if there is no danger, aside from the immobile creatures, nothing else can be easily caught by diving. Even if you catch one each time, how much can you really get? At that moment, Zhang Haidai resurfaced, one hand clutching 3 sea cucumbers, totaling 6. He placed them in a bucket. Han Gu, quick, give me a bag. There are so many sea cucumbers down there. If there were many fish below, he would have no means to catch them. However, capturing sea cucumbers was effortless for him. Jiang Han chuckled and handed him a plastic bag. That should suffice. Don't overexert yourself. Repeated dives were indeed taxing. But thankfully it was summer, so at least he wouldn't be cold. Don't worry, I have it under control. Zhang Haidai was now thrilled, able to procure something for Han Gu with his own skills. Taking a deep breath, he dove again with the plastic bag. Jiang Han gathered a considerable number of bamboo shrimp. Logically, if this water pit boasted so many bamboo shrimp, others surely did too. He craned his neck to observe the other pits. Chapter 50. The bucket was stolen. He now possessed a scanning range of 150 meters. Within this range, he clearly saw the other pits. A few had 1 or 2 bamboo shrimp, but nothing compared to the abundance in his pit. Indeed, selecting the larger water pit was undoubtedly wise. Zhang Haidai resurfaced and transferred all the sea cucumbers from the bag into the bucket. After doing so, he dove down again. Jiang Han noted that Zhang Haidai could hold his breath for quite a long time. He wondered if he was pushing himself. If he hadn't been bound to the extreme scanning system, he would have worried about Zhang Haidai's prolonged absence. However, now he could see Zhang Haidai's condition clearly. He knew better than anyone whether Zhang Haidai was safe. Perhaps it was just an itch on Zhang Haidai's foot. As he noticed him scratching the sole of his foot, Jiang Han, that Zhang Haidai collected a significant number of sea cucumbers. Meanwhile, some smaller water pits were being drained by villagers. They too managed to gather some sea cucumbers, but nowhere near the quantity Jiang Han and Zhang Haidai had. Zhang Haidai was diving to the bottom, dismissing the smaller ones. The villagers were intrigued, never having witnessed such a sight. Instead of draining the water, they were using scoop nets or diving themselves. The harvest was indeed bountiful. 1 of Jiang Han's bamboo shrimp equaled 6 or 7 of theirs. 1 of Zhang Haidai's sea cucumbers could match 2 or 3 of theirs. A few villagers, weary from scooping and feeling fatigued, imitated Jiang Han's technique with the nets, only to find their efforts fruitless. They caught nothing, not even the most ordinary shrimp. Zhang Haidai resurfaced with yet another bag full of sea cucumbers. Observing his pale complexion, Jiang Han suggested, "How about you come up and rest?" Zhang Haidai, indeed feeling a bit drained, reluctantly complied to avoid worrying Jiang Han. Wow, so many sea cucumbers and bamboo shrimp. A woman's voice chimed in with a hint of envy. Jiang Han turned to find it was Zhang Haidai's sister-in-law, Sun Yuqin. Jiang Han, having had little interaction with Sun Yuqin, responded politely. Zhang Haidai, seemingly reluctant to converse with her, who had been resting, now leaped back into the water pit with his bag. Perhaps he had encountered someone he wished to avoid. Shortly after, he was ensnared by kelp at the bottom. Despite his struggles, he could not free himself. Seeing Zhang Haidai in peril, Jiang Han leapt into the pit without a second thought. Even neglecting to remove his clothes and shoes, he used his sand shovel to sever the kelp and dragged Zhang Haidai to safety. Zhang Haidai coughed up water several times before his complexion improved slightly. He clutched the bag tightly, still containing 3 sea cucumbers. Thankfully, these 3 had not been lost. Jiang Han was furious. Are sea cucumbers more important than your life? Zhang Haidai wanted to retort that his life wasn't worth much. But during this time spent with Jiang Han, He began to feel that perhaps his life held more value than he had once thought. Accompanying Han go, he realized he could live well. He was no inferior to anyone else. Fearing Jiang Han's reprimand, he remained silent, focusing instead on placing the sea cucumbers into the bucket. These 3 were large, premium 8-headed sea cucumbers, each weighing half a pound. Wait, where's the bucket? They had brought 4 buckets for their catch, yet now only 3 remained. The bucket filled with sea cucumbers was nowhere to be found. Jiang Han spat out seawater in frustration. He had risked everything to save Zhang Haidai, only to have someone steal his belongings in the process. Who could be so shameless and unethical? Jiang Han recalled that before he jumped in to save Zhang Haidai. Sun Yuqin had been standing nearby, but now she had vanished. He turned his gaze towards Zhang's family. The Zhang family's water pit was not far off, and with a 150-meter line of sight, he could discern the details clearly. He spotted Sun Yuqin stealthily hiding the large bucket behind her family's bucket, which was taller and still protruded significantly. He also saw that the bucket was filled to the brim with sea cucumbers. Jiang Han dashed over to Zhang Haidai's family. He greeted Zhang Haidai's parents with a polite smile before addressing Sun Yuqin. Sister Yuqin, thank you for carrying my bucket for me. It's time to return it. Sun Yuqin feigned ignorance. What are you talking about? What bucket? Jiang Han chuckled. I'm referring to the large bucket behind your family's bucket. Sun Yuqin appeared anxious, momentarily at a loss for how to respond. Zhang Haidai's mother glared at Jiang Han. What do you mean? When did our bucket become yours? Just now, Sister Yuqin accidentally took my bucket. I would appreciate it if you could return it. Jiang Han maintained his composure. Villagers, drawn by the commotion, began to gather around. They had indeed seen Sun Yuqin head towards Jiang Han's water pit, but whether she had taken his bucket was unclear. It was evident that Sun Yuqin had assessed her surroundings before seizing the bucket. Ensuring no one was watching her, as the crowd grew, Zhang Haidai's mother sought to dismiss Jiang Han quickly. You, a university student, should be out shining in the world, not here with us common folk gathering sea creatures. I have no time for your games. Leave, and hurry up. Speak any more nonsense, and I want to be so polite. Zhang Haidai's mother appeared to be a notably harsh middle-aged woman. Andy, my name is written on the bottom of the bucket. Take a look and you'll see. The Zhang family felt a jolt of alarm at this cunning revelation. He had even written his name. Zhang Haidai's mother, hands on her hips, shouted at Jiang Han. What is there to look at? Would I not recognize my own bucket? Do I need others to verify it? Fortunately, the name was inscribed on the bottom, only visible when the bucket was lifted. As long as no one picked it up, no one would know it belonged to Jiang Han. He sighed. I also carved my name on the inner wall of the bucket. The Zhang family felt another wave of apprehension, but quickly reassured themselves. Thankfully, it was carved on the inner wall, and the bucket was currently filled with sea cucumbers, meaning they would need to empty it to see the name inside. Jiang Han. Are you done yet? I've already told you to leave. If you don't, I'll hit you with a shovel. Mother, Zhang Haidai interjected, stepping in front of Jiang Han. In truth, Han Gu had also inscribed his name on the outer wall of the bucket. Chapter 51. The great cat shark Zhang Haidai was once the most notorious delinquent in the village. After his release from prison, he had relied on brawling for a living. His imposing stature allowed him to push through the crowd, and he effortlessly retrieved the tall bucket from behind the others. The light from his headlamp illuminated the outer wall of the bucket, where indeed, the name Jiang Han had been inscribed with a small knife. Due to the darkness and the subtlety of the carving, Sun Yuqin had not noticed the name. As Zhang Haidai raised the bucket higher, the name beneath became apparent, clearly written in marker, Jiang Han. The villagers exchanged glances, realizing the situation. Sun Yuqin, it seemed, had been caught red-handed. This bucket truly stolen by you. I did not steal it. Do not slander me. Sun Yuqin retorted through clenched teeth. I saw Jiang Han jump into the water to save Zhang Haidai just now. This bucket must have been taken while Jiang Han was rescuing him. Suddenly, the villagers cast peculiar glances at the Zhang family. No way. No way. Zhang Haidai is still a member of the Zhang family. Jiang Han kindly jumped into the water to save a member of the Zhang family. Yet they took his bucket while he was saving them. Is this not the epitome of ingratitude? The bucket contained numerous sea cucumbers, worth a considerable sum. Goodness. Is the Zhang family truly so ungrateful? The Zhang family members flushed with indignation, thinking Jiang Han must be somewhat unhinged. Which sane person would write their name on both the inside and outside of a bucket? Jiang Han had simply thought, since he was already writing, he might as well write a few more names. If one was unclear, there were 2 others as backups. Zhang Haidai's father snatched the bucket from his son's hands and placed it before Jiang Han. Shooting a glare at Zhang Haidai, fully aware of the rebellious nature of his son, Jiang Han, the bucket is here. Take it and leave. Do not harass our family. Seeing the item returned, Jiang Han chose not to argue. He was already well aware of the Zhang family's character. Had they possessed even a modicum of conscience, they would not have allowed Jiang Han to bear the blame for their financial gain. Jiang Han lifted the bucket and departed, observing the villagers whispering about the Jiang family, who were filled with resentment towards him. It was merely a bucket of sea cucumbers. Must they be so embarrassed? Han Gu, I'm sorry, I didn't know my sister-in-law would. This is not your concern. Instead of wallowing in self-pity, you should help me gather more seafood. Jiang Han did not quite grasp what Jiang Han meant by self-pity. But he recognized he should assist Han Gu in collecting more items. Attempting to dive down for more sea cucumbers, he was halted by Jiang Han. There is less than half an hour until the tide rises. Use this last bit of time to catch something substantial. Just assist me from the side. Jiang Han's eyes brightened. There's something valuable, not quite as valuable as bamboo shrimp or sea cucumbers. Jiang Han's expression dimmed slightly. Jiang Han added, it's not entirely worthless. It's just not as valuable as those two. The key aspect is its size. This is why many people buy boats to fish for large catches. Some fish may only sell for a few dozen yuan per pound, but if a fish weighs hundreds of pounds, it could fetch thousands. Though some smaller items are expensive, it's challenging to accumulate a pound. He had seen a large creature swim by while catching shrimp, but was too intimidated to catch it. The net was too long, and the creature was formidable and powerful. He feared that a few thrashes would break his net. If the net broke, he would lose everything. Previously, he had been cautious not to scoop too many shrimp at once. Now, with the tide approaching, he decided it was better to catch that creature. Jiang Han quietly waited for it to swim closer, swiftly scooping it up with the net. The creature, sensing the trap, struggled fiercely to escape. Just as Jiang Han anticipated, it was wild and powerful, bending the pole of his net. Jiang Han's eyes lit up as he recognized the creature. A cat shark. Han Gu, you've caught a cat shark. The villagers paid little attention to the news of the cat shark, as they had already filled their buckets. Some had even caught 1 or 2 cat sharks. Unaware that Jiang Han's was over 10 pounds, far beyond their small catches, concerned that Jiang Han's net might break, Jiang Han quickly positioned his own net beneath Jiang Han's. Together, they pulled up the cat shark. Han Gu, you are truly amazing to have caught such a large cat shark. While cat sharks are a type of shark, their meat is not particularly favored locally, yet they sell for a decent price. Around 100 yuan per pound. This one alone could fetch over 1,000 yuan. Indeed, as Jiang Han had said, it was inferior to bamboo shrimp and sea cucumbers, but still not cheap. Jiang Han made a shushing gesture, causing Jiang Han to pause briefly. He then placed the net back into the water, soon pulling up another cat shark, even larger than the first. Jiang Han quickly positioned his net to assist. Despite their efforts, they heard the sound of nets snapping. Just in time, they managed to secure the cat shark in the bucket. Han Gu, both our nets are ruined. Although cat sharks are significantly smaller than other sharks and not as aggressive, it was still a shark. It was not surprising that it could break 2 nets while thrashing about. Well, if they are broken, so be it. I do not intend to continue fishing. This big waterhole has other treasures. But due to limitations, I cannot retrieve everything. Even so, I am quite satisfied. After all, I have collected so many bamboo shrimp and sea cucumbers, along with 2 large cat sharks. The busy villagers were surprised to see Jiang Han and Jiang Han preparing to leave so soon. Despite arriving later than the others, that you're leaving already. You still have another 20 minutes. As Jiang Han waved goodbye, the villagers glanced curiously at their buckets. Goodness, how did you catch such a large cat shark? And these bamboo shrimp are enormous. This sea cucumber is also quite large. One of these is worth several of ours. Jiang Han, you are bound to strike it rich. Your luck is incredible. It seems all the wealth of the ocean is destined for you alone. They then turned to their own meager catches from the waterholes they had chosen based on their individual efforts. Some had fared decently, but after exhausting themselves, their arms felt nearly useless. The contents of their holes paled in comparison to Jiang Han's haul. Some had chosen poorly, and despite their strenuous efforts, their finds were worth merely a few yuan. Watching Jiang Han's impressive catch, they felt a wave of emotion. Jiang Han, what is this luck of yours? Do you possess some sort of X-ray vision? The speaker jested, knowing full well that no one could truly see through objects. Jiang Han smiled. Perhaps I really do have X-ray vision. The villagers laughed awkwardly, their expressions revealing their dissatisfaction. They recognized Jiang Han was merely trying to lighten the mood. As Jiang Han and Jiang Han passed by the Jiang family, the atmosphere was tense, with silence enveloping the 4 members. Once they had walked past, Jiang Han's father angrily tossed an empty bucket aside. This ungrateful child, I regret having him. Father, please do not be angry. You know my brother is always like this. Jiang Han's older brother, Zhang Yaozu, attempted to console him. Indeed, after gathering so much, he doesn't think to honor his parents. Sun Yuqin added resentfully. They felt incredibly unlucky today. Sun Yuqin had been caught stealing the bucket. Their chosen waterhole was not small. Yet after a long while, they had only found 2 small crabs, which collectively would sell for about 30 or 40 yuan, not enough for each of them to have one dot among the villagers. Their family was the most unfortunate, especially with the high tide today. Others had gathered at least 200 to 300 yuan. Upon returning home, Jiang Han placed all his finds in the pool. The evening was cooler, thus reducing the risk of oxygen depletion. He opened the window but secured the screen to prevent anything from entering and consuming the seafood. After showering, he and Zhang Haidai went to bed early. Preparing to sell their haul at the restaurant the next day, just as Jiang Han lay down, he noticed a message from Menghua sent 20 minutes earlier. Menghua, are you asleep? Jiang Han, it's already 3 in the morning. Aren't you going to sleep? Jiang Han struggled to send the message, feeling his phone was sluggish. He hadn't taken it out when he jumped in to save Zhang Haidai. It was a knockoff he had purchased for 999 2 years ago, and the salesman had claimed it was waterproof, though it seemed not entirely so. Menghua, I took a nap, but woke up and couldn't fall back asleep. Jiang Han, Menghua, why don't you keep me company for a bit? Jiang Han, it's too late, you should sleep, you have work to do for your sister tomorrow. Typing that many words was exhausting. On the other end, Menghua was bewildered, having seen Jiang Han's typing indicator for so long, only for him to send a few words. Menghua, but I really can't sleep. By the way, the conch shell you gave me last time is all ready. Would you like to hear me blow it? Jiang Han found himself intrigued. Jiang Han remarked, then go ahead and blow it. Just after this statement, Menghua initiated a video call. Jiang Han pressed the connect button several times before the call was finally established. What are you doing? He asked, noticing Menghua, devoid of makeup and clad in soft pajamas. Appearing rather adorable, she had assumed Jiang Han was reluctant to answer her call. No, I just had a bit of a slip. Menghua thought little of it, and picked up a conch shell. Then I shall truly blow it, Jiang Han observed as Menghua positioned her cherry-like lips against the hole at the back of the shell, her fingers pressing on the adjacent holes. He assumed she would merely blow lightly. To his surprise, she produced a remarkably melodious tune. The sound of the conch was distinct from other instruments, imbued with a natural, ancient weightiness. Jiang Han felt as if he were transported through swirling sands to a tumultuous era of warfare. Unbeknownst to him, he had drifted into slumber. When he awoke, the video call with Menghua had long since ended, showing a duration of 35 minutes. Menghua had played the conch for 35 minutes. He wondered if her lips were sore from blowing. Should he purchase a box of throat lozenges for her? Jiang Han roused Zhang Haidai, and the 2 men quickly brushed their teeth and washed their faces before setting off on an electric tricycle. Jiang Han did not rush to the Halowang restaurant. Instead, he stopped at a supermarket that was open to buy a box of throat lozenges. Upon arriving at Halowang, he found Meng Fei already inside the restaurant. Jiang Han glanced around but did not see Menghua. Where's Xiaogua? He inquired. She's still sleeping. This girl usually wakes up early, but today she couldn't get up. I saw her sleeping soundly, so I didn't wake her. Jiang Han smirked slightly, guessing it was due to insomnia. He wondered if Menghua had fallen asleep after blowing the conch, perhaps only managing to sleep at dawn. Meng Fei looked at Jiang Han. Do you need to find her? If so, I can call her to come down. No need. Let her sleep. I was just asking casually. He decided to keep the throat lozenges for himself. Meng Fei smiled, not thinking much of it, and led them to the weighing area. Initially, she had not examined the contents Jiang Han had brought. Upon seeing what was in the bucket, she was astonished. Jiang Han, you're impressive. Most people don't have your luck when it comes to catching seafood. Even if there was a massive tide yesterday, it's unlikely to yield such a bounty. The items in Jiang Han's possession seemed to have been selectively gathered, as if he had only chosen the finest catches. If others were to learn of Jiang Han's fortune, they would surely be envious or even indignant. Zhang Haidai had assisted considerably, as he had helped gather these sea cucumbers. Meng Fei glanced at Zhang Haidai again, recognizing him as a reliable type. Zhang Haidai, feeling slightly bashful under Meng Fei's gaze, rubbed his head, where short hair had begun to grow, resembling a closely cropped style. He placed the contents from the bucket onto the scale. There were 3 types of items: 1 cat shark, 1 bamboo shrimp, and 1 sea cucumber. Chapter 53. Bamboo shrimp is worth a fortune. As Meng Fei weighed the items, she recorded their details. 2 cat sharks weighed 12 and 15 pounds respectively, totaling 28 pounds. Such large cat sharks must fetch a different price. I'll give you 150 per pound. Totaling 4,200 yuan for the 2. Both Jiang Han and Zhang Haidai were elated. They had not anticipated earning 4,200 yuan just from the cat sharks. Despite having broken 2 nets, it was a small cost of only 10 yuan each. They had made a significant profit. Meng Fei then weighed the sea cucumbers, which are known to absorb water. Wild sea cucumbers can release considerable amounts of water when squeezed. Without applying any pressure, she placed them on the scale. These wild sea cucumbers are quite large, I'll price them at 200 per pound. There are 35 pounds here, amounting to 7,000 yuan. Jiang Han was thrilled, as he had personally caught all these sea cucumbers, which made him feel useful. Meng Fei then weighed the bamboo shrimp, which were also substantial and of exceptional quality. Given that it was currently a restricted fishing period, these bamboo shrimp could be sold for 450 per pound, totaling 38 pounds, 3 pounds more than the sea cucumbers. These bamboo shrimp will fetch you 17,100 yuan. How does that sound? Sounds wonderful. Jiang Han nodded enthusiastically. Meng Fei's pricing was always fair, and even so, he had not expected to earn over 17,000 just from the bamboo shrimp. After calculating, Meng Fei announced the total, 28,300 yuan. She promptly transferred this amount to Jiang Han. He felt slightly dazed, astonished that he had earned over 28,000 in a single night. Meng Fei did not shy away from Jiang Han and Jiang Han, retaining some seafood for herself and calling over a staff member. Take this seafood to the dock for me. She then turned to Jiang Han. The quantity of quality goods you have is rather large. Our restaurant may not be able to consume it all in a short time, and over time, we risk it losing freshness, especially the bamboo shrimp. Losing even a few would be a significant loss. I have relatives who run a restaurant along the coast. I'll send these goods to them. Meng Fei's straightforwardness impressed Jiang Han. He admired her character and approach to business. Since these items are sold to your restaurant, you may handle them as you see fit. We have no objections. Jiang Han glanced at Jiang Han, who quickly echoed, yes, we have no objections. Meng Fei beamed with joy, pleased with the quality of the goods Jiang Han and Jiang Han had provided. Her restaurant had gained notoriety recently, and she enjoyed collaborating with Jiang Han. Ding! Host sells seafood for 28,300 yuan, earning system points of 28,300 points. Accumulated system points, 30,637 points. Currently, you can consume 27,500 system points to exchange for a scanning range of 55 meters. Would you like to exchange? Exchange successful. The host now possesses a scanning range of 205 meters. Exchange successful. Remaining system points, 2,137 points. Please continue to work hard. Jiang Han was momentarily taken aback, surprised that his scanning range had exceeded 200 meters so swiftly. He felt a surge of excitement. After bidding farewell to Meng Fei, he transferred 2,800 yuan to Jiang Han. Jiang Han let out a sigh without realizing it. Jiang Han eyed him quizzically. What's with the sigh? Having too much money can be a burden, Jiang Han replied. Jiang Han was speechless, feeling an urge to slap him. He glanced at his phone, which had become rather unreliable. It had taken him quite a while to transfer money to Jiang Han. Perhaps it was time to seize this opportunity to buy a new phone. This counterfeit model was due for retirement. He and Jiang Han entered a mobile phone store, where two salespersons were present. The one in front barely acknowledged their entrance, exhibiting a disinterested demeanor, having been in sales for many years. She had grown accustomed to such encounters. Young men like them typically had little money, yet they often expressed keen interest in high-end phones, only to eventually settle for a cheap one after much indecision. Salesperson, can I take a look at that phone? Jiang Han pointed to an 8,000 yuan model. The front salesperson rolled her eyes at the ceiling, already predicting the outcome. She stepped aside, retreating to a corner. The other female salesperson approached warmly. Are you interested in this one? Let me get it for you. The salesperson retrieved the phone Jiang Han had pointed out and began explaining its features. Jiang Han held it in his hands, appreciating its feel. Suddenly, he recalled something. Excuse me, do you have waterproof phones? The other salesperson scoffed. Are you looking for a counterfeit phone? Those often claim to be waterproof. Ignoring her, Jiang Han turned to the helpful salesperson. Many counterfeit phones claim to be waterproof, but they are not entirely so. They can withstand a bit of water, like being splashed by a faucet. But submerging them is a different matter. There are brand-name phones with this feature, but they tend to be quite expensive, especially the latest models. Does the brand Huawei have such a feature? Jiang Han inquired. Intrigued, the salesperson nodded. Yes, this model can withstand being submerged for an hour without issue. That is not necessary. I often work by the sea, and while I hope not to encounter situations like last night, dropping my phone in a puddle can happen easily. I just need it to be functional after retrieving it. The salesperson presented the Huawei waterproof phone, and Jiang Han found it even more comfortable than the previous one he had examined. The interface was smooth and user-friendly. How much is this? He asked, concerned about whether he had enough funds. This phone cost 7,500 yuan. The salesperson perceived the price might shock him. Jiang Han was taken aback. What? 7,500? The salesperson sensed his surprise and reassured him. If you really like it, you don't have to pay all at once. We offer installment plans and credit card options. Jiang Han felt a bit bewildered. The model he had just looked at was priced over 8,000. The sales clerk froze momentarily, acknowledging that indeed, that particular model was quite expensive. She had assumed he was merely browsing, never anticipating he would decide to purchase. Yet, it became evident that he truly favored this waterproof phone. Jiang Han picked up the device once more and decided, all right, I will take this one. Please also provide me with a complete set of accessories. Chapter 54. The new phone purchased. The sales clerk felt a surge of joy. Was it really that easy? In her 3 days at the store, she hadn't sold a single phone. To think that her first sale would be such a costly item. Radiant with happiness, she inquired, will you be paying in installments or using a credit card? Full payment? Jiang Han replied. It's only 7,500 after all. The clerk was momentarily stunned. What did you say? I said I will pay in full. Finally comprehending, the clerk could hardly contain her delight. Please follow me. After completing the paperwork, she awaited Jiang Han to open the payment code. His old phone was indeed on the brink of failure. After several attempts, he still couldn't access the payment page. Another clerk couldn't help but scoff. Mei, it seems you've been duped. He talks big but doesn't intend to pay. The clerk named Mei remained patient. It's all right, take your time. Jiang Han felt a bit embarrassed, but after several tries, he finally managed to display the payment code. Mei scanned it, successfully receiving the 7,500 yuan. The other clerk still found it hard to believe, repeatedly confirming that the money had indeed been transferred. How is this possible? Did he really pay? Why wouldn't he? This gentleman appears quite capable, Mei said, genuinely surprised. Would you like assistance with wrapping it? No, thank you, he replied, handing her his old phone. Please transfer the SIM card to the new device. Purchasing a waterproof phone for 7,500 was quite a bargain, especially considering that a banana phone could cost over 10,000. Mei cheerfully took Jiang Han's old phone and happily switched the SIM card. She would earn a substantial commission from this sale. Jiang Han tried the new phone and found it to be excellent. Zhang Haidai, observing with envy, asked, does this model come in different colors? There is a white option. Mei responded politely. I'll take one in white, Zhang Haidai declared. Mei was momentarily taken aback. Are you also interested in the 7,500 model? Yes, I want the waterproof one too. This was a perfect opportunity to spend some of his newfound wealth. In the past, he had never carried more than 500 yuan on him, and now he felt an odd sense of insecurity with so much money. Jiang Han was hesitant about Zhang Haidai buying the same model, as it felt like they would be using matching couple phones. However, since Zhang Haidai accompanied him for beach outings, a waterproof phone was indeed necessary. He sighed, accepting it as a work necessity. Both men promptly completed their purchases. The other clerk, consumed by jealousy, lamented that these two sales should have been hers. Jiang Han and Zhang Haidai walked away without even glancing back, while Mei waved cheerfully, wishing them a pleasant day. Han Ge, are you returning to the village? If not, shall we play some games together? At that moment, a light drizzle began to fall. Rainy days were perfect for gaming. Jiang Han checked the weather forecast on his new phone, which indicated occasional rain for the day. Not today. I have some tasks to attend to. What could possibly require your attention on a rainy day? I bought some vegetable seeds the other day, and I plan to plant them today. Really, planting on a rainy day? As for farming, Jiang Han was not particularly knowledgeable. The soil on the island was not as fertile as that of the mainland. Although villagers did engage in farming, it was not regarded with the same importance as it was for farmers on the mainland. The island's youth primarily focused on education, rarely venturing into agriculture. Jiang Han had only heard his sister mention that planting on rainy days was beneficial since the ground would be moist, thus eliminating the need for watering. He didn't wish to water the plants, and the light drizzle was inconsequential to him. Therefore, he felt it was an opportune moment to plant the vegetable seeds he had at home. Let me help you, Zhang Haidai offered, eager to assist Jiang Han. He was willing to forego gaming. Before returning home, they made a trip to the fishing tackle shop. After inquiring about a specific type of net and finding it unavailable, they exited the store. Jiang Han immediately opened his new phone to search online. Unfortunately, the specifications for the net he desired were not available. He contacted 2 shops that offered custom fishing gear, detailing his requirements. But the owners did not respond immediately. So he decided not to wait. He retrieved the electric tricycle parked in front of the restaurant, and together with Zhang Haidai, they headed back to the village. Jiang Han had purchased a significant quantity of seeds, including rice seeds. Are we planting the rice seeds today as well? Zhang Haidai asked. Since we're already planting, we might as well do it all at once. Zhang Haidai raised an eyebrow, perplexed. Is it the season for planting rice in this heat? I am not sure. The land at home is already lying fallow, so we might as well scatter the seeds. If they grow, great. If not, no loss. Zhang Haidai gave Jiang Han a thumbs up. Han Ge, I admire your attitude. In Jiangxia village, the number of villagers was limited, and many years ago, plots of land were allocated to them. Jiang Han was aware of the location of his family's land. Together, he and Zhang Haidai shouldered hoes and iron rakes and ascended the hill. Upon arrival, they were taken aback. They had thought they could simply scatter the seeds, but instead, they were met with a sea of weeds. Jiang Han scratched his head, smiling awkwardly. The lush growth of weeds indicates that Han Ji's land is quite fertile. Jiang Han felt embarrassed. Had he known the condition of the land, he would not have come. However, having trekked up the hill with tools in tow, there was no easy retreat. What else can we do? We'll have to pull them out. After their efforts, breakfast seemed wasted. Once they had cleared the weeds, both men were famished, their stomachs growling. Though they wore straw hats, they were soaked with sweat. Jiang Han tossed a bottle of mineral water and a store-bought bread to Jiang Han. After filling their stomachs, they felt somewhat better, but due to a lack of foresight, they had not brought gloves, resulting in red marks on their palms. Thankfully, their rough hands were not particularly sensitive to such discomfort. What lay ahead appeared straightforward yet required considerable physical exertion. Once they had sown all the seeds, they both sighed in relief. Han Ge, once the rice grows, will we need to transplant it? Jiang Han pondered, feeling a bit of a headache. No need for transplanting. I bought drought-resistant rice seeds that if they grow, they will do so on their own. If not, we'll simply consider today a wasted effort. This was Jiang Han's steadfast belief in this matter. Chapter 55. The thunderstruck with Jiang Han once again gave Jiang Han a thumbs up. Perhaps it was due to never having farmed before, but after scattering the seeds, both men felt soreness throughout their bodies. As they began their descent, Jiang Han recalled something. It should be the season for bayberries. Right? I'm not sure. Recently, the fruit shop in town had some, but they likely sold out by now. Let us take a detour to check. It's not far. Jiang Han's family also owned a parcel of land on Bayberry Mountain. Due to their parents not having connections during the land allocation, their plot was the same size as Jiang Han's, but his family had 5 bayberry trees, while Jiang Han's had 6. They first arrived at Jiang Han's plot, where the 6 bayberry trees bore no fruit. However, some were still visible on the tops of the other trees. Jiang Han speculated that Zhang's bayberries had simply been picked, as the season had not yet concluded. Upon locating his family's bayberry tree, he discovered it was laden with fruit. Unfortunately, there were even more rotting bayberries scattered on the ground. Jiang Han felt a twinge of regret. Had he known, he would have come sooner to harvest them. Bayberries that were not consumed could be used for brewing wine, which was delightful. They could also serve medicinal purposes. During summer, if one suffered from headaches or stomachaches, a few fermented bayberries could provide relief. Harvesting bayberries was a staggered process, with significant time gaps between the earliest and latest harvests. The fruit on the trees now was likely from the final picking, perhaps due to their habit of foraging at the beach. Jiang Han and Jiang Han had taken 2 snakeskin bags with them. Now, those bags proved useful. Jiang Han casually picked a bayberry and popped it into his mouth. Han Ge, I must say, your bayberries are quite sweet. While the first batch of bayberries was fresher, the later ones were sweeter. Let us gather more of the sweet ones. Meng Fei and Meng Guo always offer fair prices, so we should bring some for them. Upon hearing that they would share some bayberries with Meng Fei, Jiang Han became even more enthusiastic in his picking. It seemed this year's bayberry season was rather late. Otherwise, he would have missed even the last harvest. Jiang Han felt fortunate. During his time studying away from home, he had been unable to manage such matters. Now that he had returned, it was time for him to pay more attention to the resources at his disposal. After all, the organically sourced, pure, and pollution-free bayberries picked directly from the mountain surpass any chemically treated fruits found in stores. Jiang Han, while picking and savoring the berries, felt a delightful exhaustion. Soon, the lower branches were stripped bare, prompting Jiang Han and Jiang Han to ascend higher into the bayberry tree for more. Brother Han, the weather seems off, Jiang Han remarked, glancing skyward. Dark clouds churned ominously, signaling an impending downpour. Indeed, the rain had intensified since earlier. Jiang Han felt deceived by the weather forecast, which had promised only light showers throughout the day. The current conditions indicated a much heavier rain was imminent. Let's head back. Then we've already collected 2 sacks, he decided. Just as they leaped from the tree, a deafening thunderclap struck, splitting the very bayberry tree they had just vacated in half. Jiang Han, shaken to his core, exclaimed, Brother Han, what sin have we committed to incur such wrath from the heavens? Had they delayed their descent by even a couple of seconds, they might have met the same fate. Jiang Han, equally startled, marveled at the ferocity of the lightning, feeling a tingling numbness in his fingers. Possibly a residual effect of the strike. The tree was now charred, a stark reminder of nature's power. We should return home for safety, Jiang Han suggested. Jiang Han concurred, but paused to capture a photograph of the bayberry tree with his phone. Subsequently recording a brief 10-second video, Jiang Han, watching in bemusement, thought it peculiar to commemorate a tree struck by lightning. Brother Han, are you planning to post about our encounter with the lightning? He queried. It's called Thunderwood, Jiang Han replied. Thunderwood? Isn't this a bayberry tree? Jiang Han was perplexed. I'm not entirely sure. I believe it can be used for protection or ritualistic purposes. Jiang Han scratched his head, realizing this was a gap in his knowledge. However, he chose not to press further, acknowledging Jiang Han's academic background. The only reason Jiang Han was aware of this was due to an enthusiast in their class who collected ritual items and had mentioned Thunderwood specifically, cautioning that those sold online were often counterfeit, with genuine Thunderwood being nearly impossible to procure. As the thunderstorm intensified upon his return, Jiang Han urged Jiang Han to shower first while he retrieved his newly purchased phone. Despite being dampened by the rain, the device functioned flawlessly, confirming that his decision to buy a waterproof model was indeed wise. That he shared the photo of the Thunderwood in their class group chat. Jiang Han, I witnessed the Thunderwood being struck. Who wants it? Jiang Han, Shenren. Shenren, the classmate who had informed him about Thunderwood, typically remained silent in group discussions, but he responded promptly this time. Shenren, Jiang Han, is this real? Jiang Han, I saw it struck. How could it be anything but real? Shenren's profile picture flickered as he sent a private message. Shenren, do you have any other proof? Jiang Han had anticipated this and promptly shared the 10-second video he had filmed, showcasing the charred section of the bayberry tree amidst the storm. The scene was dramatic, with flashes of lightning illuminating the dark sky and rain pouring down heavily, accompanied by flickering flames dancing on the tree. Shenren, after viewing the video, immediately called Jiang Han. Upon answering, Jiang Han was surprised to find it was a video call. Shenren, looking somewhat disheveled, was seated in a factory workshop. Sipping tea, Jiang Han recognized that Shenren's family owned the factory. It was likely the very one he was in. While others toiled earnestly on the assembly line, Shenren lounged, nonchalantly enjoying his tea while on the call. Jiang Han, did you really find Thunderwood? Where did you come across it? Where else? Back in my hometown? Jiang Han was in his room, where the signal was strongest. As he spoke, a flash of lightning arced past his window, accompanied by a resounding clap of thunder. Wow, you weren't joking. That I can't believe it, Shenren exclaimed in awe. Chapter 56. Unexpected generosity. Jiang Han was momentarily speechless, realizing that Shenren had been testing him to confirm the authenticity of his find. So, are you interested in this Thunderwood? He inquired. Absolutely. What's your asking price? I'm not quite sure. You name a price. Jiang Han had already calculated that if Shenren offered only a few hundred, he would suggest Shenren come to dig it out himself. He had better things to do than expend energy on that. However, if Shenren offered over 1,000, he would gladly excavate it and ship it to him. Shenren pondered for a moment, then raised 2 fingers. Jiang Han blinked. 200 or 2,000? Surely not 2,000 for a mere tree that won't even bear fruit. He felt that 200 was too stingy. It would be reasonable to ask for at least 500, considering the effort to replant a tree of similar size. Jiang Han, I'll give you a 20,000 deposit now, and once the item arrives, I'll pay you 180,000. Does that sound fair? Jiang Han was taken aback. 20,000 plus 180,000 equated to 200,000. Shenren, noticing Jiang Han's astonishment, clarified, I suppose that price is a bit low. How about I add 5,000? 25,000 is my maximum. Jiang Han's jaw dropped further. All right, 28,000 it is. Given that we're classmates, I want to make it difficult for you. Shenren expressed deep gratitude, saying that had he not been Jiang Han's classmate, he wouldn't have sold the wood to him. Send me your address, and I'll arrange for the shipment. Jiang Han said, striving to maintain his composure. All right, and how much deposit do you want? You mentioned 2,000, so let us stick with that. Shenren was nearly in tears from gratitude. Jiang Han, you're truly exceptional. I want to forget this kindness. After they ended the call, both were satisfied. Jiang Han felt a rush of excitement. Jiang Han was still in the shower, and he could hardly contain himself as Jiang Han emerged. Hastily dressing, he called out, Brother Han, where are you going? But Jiang Han had already ventured far away, the sound of rain muffling his response. Jiang Han attempted to follow, but by the time he was dressed, Jiang Han had vanished. Upon reaching the Bayberry Mountain, Jiang Han began to dig out the tree. After all, this seemingly worthless tree was now worth 28,000. He couldn't leave such a fortune unguarded on the mountain. Fortunately, since part of the tree had been struck and burned, he was able to manage its weight. When he finally returned home with the tree, Jiang Han was left speechless. Brother Han, why did you bring this broken tree home? This is no mere broken tree. It's Thunderwood worth 28,000. Jiang Han struggled to comprehend, but ultimately trusted Jiang Han's judgment. You should shower to avoid catching a cold, he advised. Agreed. This damp clothing is quite uncomfortable. After a quick shower, as Jiang Han dried his hair, he sneezed, a troubling premonition washing over him. He hoped he was truly catching a cold, but for 28,000. Enduring a minor illness seemed worth it. After all, a box of cold medicine cost less than 20 yuan. Recalling the 2 fishing nets he had inquired about, he opened his shopping app. Several sellers had responded, confirming the nets could hold 60 pounds and be 5 meters long. One seller even claimed they could make them. How much? Jiang Han asked. Custom orders are a bit pricey, around 580. While Jiang Han considered this steep, knowing that his previous nets had only cost 10 each, he acknowledged that custom nets meeting his specifications would indeed be worth the investment. All right, please custom make 2 for me. Additionally, I'll add 50 yuan for the courier to deliver them to the village. With over 1,000 already spent, 50 seemed negligible, especially considering the 15 yuan round-trip boat fare to fetch them from the district. Another sneeze escaped him, and he shivered. Brother Han, you've caught a chill. Haven tea you. I'll borrow some ginger from Aunt Hohot and make you a bowl of ginger soup, Jiang Haidai offered. Jiang Han, unsure of the soup's efficacy, rummaged through his drawer for 5 yuan and change, not wanting to take advantage of Aunt Hohot. Jiang Haidai quickly prepared the ginger soup, which Jiang Han found soothing. Though he still sneezed. Could it be that I didn't drink enough soup? Should I make more? No need to make more. Once the rain stops, I'll head to town for some cold medicine. The rain continues without a hint of stopping. This season is prone to sudden downpours or even typhoons. I hope it ceases soon, especially since the rain has lessened significantly compared to earlier. And the thunder and lightning have abated. Jiang Han transferred 800 yuan to Jiang Haidai, asking him to buy a jar of strong liquor from the small shop. Surely, a jar of liquor shouldn't cost that much? Jiang Haidai had previously purchased high-proof baijiu for his father, and even the most expensive large jar was only 680 yuan. As you see fit with the purchase. You can keep the change as pocket money. How can that be? I'm merely assisting you with this liquor purchase. Perhaps upon your return, you could help me retrieve the crab traps. Jiang Han initially planned to collect them every 2 days. But daily collections would also be acceptable. Some villagers are diligent enough to check their traps every few hours. Very well, just make sure to drink plenty of water while at home. Jiang Haidai sensed that if he continued to press Jiang Han about money, his friend might grow displeased. He genuinely wished to assist Jiang Han, but Jiang Han was resolute in ensuring he did not suffer any loss. With an umbrella in hand, Jiang Haidai soon returned with a large vat of strong liquor. They had harvested the bayberries themselves from the trees, so they were clean and did not require washing. He soaked the bayberries in several jars of liquor, sealing them tightly. The remaining bayberries were packed into baskets. Although Jiang Haidai had once been a bit of a rogue, he was quite meticulous in his tasks. Jiang Han called Jiang Feng, saying, Sister, Haidai and I picked some bayberries. Please take some with you. Chapter 57. Mengguo arrived. Jiang Feng was surprised that Jiang Han had gone to pick bayberries. In fact, when Jiang Han returned, Jiang Feng had intended to remind him that the bayberries were ripe and ready for harvesting. However, she assumed her brother would not be so industrious, so she remained silent. How could I take your bayberries? When Shan has also received bayberry trees. We have enough to eat ourselves, after the family division. Jiang Wenshan's household was left with only 1 bayberry tree due to the number of children. Thankfully, that tree bore fruit well enough for the family's needs. Before Jiang Han returned, Jiang Feng had harvested once, unaware that he would be coming back, and had soaked all the excess bayberries in liquor. She had planned to go pick more in the next few days, intending to send the surplus to Jiang Han. Little did she expect that he would gather them himself. Make sure to soak any surplus bayberries in liquor. Soaking them for a year will allow them to be used as medicine. I still have some bayberry liquor from last year. Come by when you're free to pick it up. It's good for hot weather and heat stroke. Understood. After hanging up, Jiang Han sneezed. Luckily, his sister did not hear him. Otherwise, she would worry again. The rain stopped rather quickly, and soon it was entirely gone. Jiang Haidai finished with the bayberries and set out to collect the crab traps as Jiang Han had instructed. Indeed, 6 traps were hanging by the seawall. Jiang Haidai was skeptical about the traps. What could possibly be caught in such small cages? Nevertheless, since Jiang Han had asked him to retrieve them, he complied. As expected, the first trap yielded nothing. The cylindrical crab trap remained expanded even after being retrieved. Unlike the collapsible square traps, Jiang Haidai proceeded to the second trap, only to find 2 sizable swimming crabs, each weighing about a pound. He was astonished. Jiang Han was indeed exceptional, for these 2 crabs alone were worth quite a bit. He then checked the other 4 traps and discovered several large blue crabs, 5 tiger prawns, and 2 black-headed fish. He poured everything into a bucket, growing increasingly amazed. Is it truly possible to achieve such bountiful catches with crab traps these days? Yet, the people on the island did not seem to share this sentiment. Jiang Haidai rushed back to Jiang Han, exclaiming, Brother Han, you are incredibly fortunate. 6 crab traps yielded so many catches. If you set out more traps, wouldn't you effortlessly earn money? Jiang Han observed the contents of the bucket. Realizing that a day's worth of traps was not inferior to those left for 2 days, he had placed them in areas rich in catch. The success of capturing these creatures depended largely on chance. With the sudden downpour today, perhaps the weather had increased the yield. After all, the coastal folks say, the greater the storm, the more valuable the fish. Have the traps been set? Jiang Han asked Zhang Haidai, recalling that he had forgotten last time. They have been set, approximately 20 meters from your original spot. As natives of the island, they possessed basic knowledge. Placing traps in the same location would only diminish returns, necessitating a change of location. Jiang Han nodded. Good. The catch you retrieve will count as yours. Brother Han, you shouldn't say that. The traps belong to you. I'm merely lending a hand. Just being allowed to accompany you on your fishing endeavors is fortune enough for me. Observing the sum accumulating in his account, he felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. Jiang Han sneezed again. All right. From today onward, I decree that whoever sets the traps will retain all earnings, regardless of who retrieves them. Zhang Haidai opened his mouth, unsure of what to say. Ultimately remaining silent, it seemed he would once again benefit from Jiang Han's generosity. Brother Han, you should rest at home. I'll take these items to sell at the restaurant. Since he rented a place in town, he could sell the items and stay there directly. Jiang Han nodded. Then I entrust the selling to you. He had complete faith in Zhang Haidai. On this island, apart from his sister, Zhang Haidai was the person he trusted the most. Zhang Haidai carried the bucket and hopped onto Jiang Han's electric scooter. Jiang Han reclined in a rocking chair, feeling a chill after sneezing twice, his head growing somewhat foggy. His phone vibrated. A payment of 20,000 yuan had just been deposited into one of his accounts. Shinrin had transferred the deposit to him. After a long wait, the system had finally responded. The lightning struck what he had acquired was purely coincidental. It seemed the system required income from fishing to exchange for points, thus expanding the scanning range. Jiang Han was indifferent to this. After all, it was 280,000 yuan. Regardless of whether the scanning range could be increased, he would gladly accept that sum. When he visited the district previously, someone at the boatyard mentioned that a small leisure fishing boat, complete with a restroom, would cost around 450,000 yuan. Furthermore, they offered installment plans. If he were to finance a smaller fishing boat, he believed it would not pose a problem. However, compared to a fishing boat, he yearned for a fishing vessel more akin to a 5 million yuan model. With that thought, he dismissed the idea of a fishing boat and decided to save more money instead. His phone vibrated again. This time, Zhang Haidai had transferred 2,380 yuan to him. It seemed he had already delivered the goods to the Healewang restaurant. Ding, the host sold seafood for 2,300 yuan, earning 300 system points. Accumulating previous points, total system points, 4,437 points. Currently, 500 system points can be consumed to exchange for a 5-meter scanning range. Would you like to exchange? Exchange successful. The host now possesses a 210-meter scanning range. Exchange successful. Remaining system points, 1,937 points. Jiang Han felt that as long as he did not venture out to sea, a 210-meter scanning range was sufficient. Once at sea, however, it would be another matter entirely. The vast ocean stretched endlessly, and in comparison, 210 meters seemed minuscule. Growing increasingly drowsy, Jiang Han succumbed to sleep at some unknown hour. He awoke to the sound of rustling nearby, accompanied by the rich aroma of meat porridge. Could it be that Zhang Haidai had returned? This fellow was becoming increasingly attentive. Jiang Han did not dwell on it, and drifted back into a light slumber. When he awoke again, something felt amiss. The enticing scent of meat porridge was mingled with a familiar fragrance, one he often encountered at the Healewang restaurant, a distinct seasonal aroma. Menggua carried that same scent. Jiang Han jolted upright in his rocking chair, turning to see Menggua waving a tattered fan, a playful smile gracing her face. What are you doing here? Jiang Han stammered, feeling flustered. Chapter 58. The ex-girlfriend will surely regret it. Menggua pouted slightly. Are you that displeased to see me? I heard from Zhang Haidai that you were unwell, so I took the key from him and rushed over to check on you. I even got my shoes wet while asking for directions. Usually, Menggua wore flat sneakers, but at that moment, she was donning Jiang Han's flip-flops, which were several sizes too large for her petite feet. She placed a box of cold medicine on the table. I even kindly brought you some medicine. If you don't want me here, I'll leave. Jiang Han quickly stopped her. I'm not unwelcome to you. He had merely been a bit anxious earlier. Given the warm weather, he sometimes lounged at home without a shirt, fearing his bare-chested appearance might startle her. Realizing he was only wearing a tank top, he felt relieved. I just felt a bit dizzy. I must have been a bit out of sorts. I asked that so. Let me check. Menggua tiptoed and placed her hand on Jiang Han's forehead. Oh dear, you have a fever. Really? Jiang Han had not considered that he was running a fever. No wonder he felt so lightheaded. Fortunately, I brought you some antipyretics. Menggua produced a medicine box from somewhere. revealing it contained various other medications. Where did you acquire all these medicines? Of course, I purchased it. I heard that your home lacks even cold medicine, so I assumed you would be even more short on other medications. I bought a selection of essential medicines to keep at home. And I also got you a medicine box. Jiang Han indeed found that the box contained various common medications. Additionally, there were iodine, bandages, cotton swabs, and other items often used for treating wounds. Jiang Han felt a touch of gratitude. Thank you. Mengwa's petite face flushed slightly. No need to thank me. You frequently deliver supplies to our restaurant. You are practically one of our suppliers. I consider this a gesture of goodwill towards our supplier. You even cooked porridge for me, didn't you? I imagine it's well cooked by now, and the aroma is even more pronounced than before. Mengwa's face turned even redder. I was concerned about you waking up and being hungry since you were unwell. I omitted the seafood and included easily digestible meat slices instead. Mengwa looked up at Jiang Han, her sparkling eyes glimmering with curiosity. Are you hungry now? Would you like to eat? Jiang Han smiled and nodded. Miss Mengwa, could you serve me a bowl? Sure. Mengwa seemed quite pleased and dashed to the kitchen to ladle out the meat porridge. Jiang Han glanced at the instructions for the fever-reducing medicine and took a tablet. Swallowing it with water, the medication worked effectively. By the time Mengwa returned, he was already sweating, and his head felt less dizzy. Mengwa placed the porridge on the table. Drink it while it's hot. She then took out a packet of pickled vegetables. Would you like some? Jiang Han thought of Mengwa as the worm in his stomach. He had been wishing for pickled vegetables when he caught a whiff of the porridge. To his surprise, Mengwa placed the pickles right before him. He studied her soft, adorable face closely. Are you not Doraemon? You seem to have everything at your disposal. Mengwa laughed at Jiang Han's jest. If I were Doraemon, I would just make wishes for myself. Jiang Han continued to eat while watching her, finding the porridge truly delightful. Despite feeling unwell, his appetite remained strong. That if you could make a wish, what would it be? Mengwa answered without hesitation. Of course, I wish to pass my economics principles and English courses smoothly. Jiang Han raised his gaze. You, studying hotel management, need to take those exams. Mengwa pouted. Yes, that I find it quite baffling. Why must we study these subjects? Yet, their credits are so high. I study financial management. I wonder if I would know your exam questions, Jiang Han casually remarked. Mengwa looked at him with astonishment. Although she studied at Nanda as well, she had barely made it into this major as the last admitted student. It wasn't that she struggled academically, but she had a severe preference for subjects. Her excellent scores in other subjects were all dragged down by her English performance. She had thought university would be easier, so she enrolled in hotel management, only to discover that English was also a requirement. Moreover, the principles of economics troubled her greatly. In practical terms, she felt she excelled compared to others, yet she struggled to match the bookish students in theoretical knowledge. With graduation approaching next year, she feared her grades wouldn't be sufficient to pass. I have a collection of incorrect problems on my phone. Could you help me review them? Mengwa asked sweetly. She had already extended her phone but hesitated to retract it. How foolish of me. You're sick, so I shouldn't burden you. However, Jiang Han seized her phone at the last moment, glancing at the problems. Although they differed from what they learned, the essence remained the same, and he found the questions rather simple. He explained a particularly confusing problem to Mengwa, who was left astounded. Jiang Han, you are truly impressive. We're not in the same major, yet you understand our questions. The problem he had just explained was from the principles of economics. Mengwa then showed him an English question. Her English problems mostly pertained to hotel management-related topics. Jiang Han had a strong foundation in English, making such questions easy for him. He explained it to Mengwa, who gazed at him with even greater admiration. Jiang Han, your explanations are clearer than the professor's. Zhang Haidai said you excel in your studies. It must be true. With your capabilities, pursuing a master's degree should pose no problem. Jiang Han momentarily lost himself in thought, recalling unpleasant memories. Jiang Han, what troubles you? Mengwa's perceptiveness picked up on his mood. I once had a girlfriend from this village who enrolled in Nanda with me. She pursued a master's degree while I could not continue my studies. She felt I was unworthy of her and broke up with me. Mengwa looked at Jiang Han in shock. How could that be? With your academic prowess, how could you not succeed? Jiang Han offered a bitter smile. If I truly wished to pursue it, I could have succeeded. Even if I couldn't this year, I would have next year. Little Gua, it no longer matters. I find my current life quite satisfactory. Mengwa seemed to grasp Jiang Han's sentiment, reflecting on the profits he earned from supplying the restaurant, which could amount to thousands in a single day. She pondered why he would even consider pursuing a master's degree. Moreover, she could see that Jiang Han's lifestyle appeared quite comfortable, and he genuinely enjoyed his current state. If your ex-girlfriend knew of your success now, she would undoubtedly regret her decision. Chapter 59. Is it really worth so much? Jiang Han smiled and shook his head. My relationship with her is in the past. Noticing his reluctance to discuss it further, Mengwa shifted the topic. The 2 baskets of bayberries you gifted us were a delight, my sister, and I thoroughly enjoyed them. That I wonder if there are still bayberries on the mountain. Could you take me to pick some? There are none left. Even if there were, after this rain, the berries would have fallen. Besides, I only have 5 trees, and one of them has been struck by lightning. Jiang Han glanced at the sky. It had grown dark. It's unsafe for you to return alone. I will accompany you. But you're still unwell. It's all right. I feel much better after taking the medicine. She had come specifically to care for him. If anything were to happen to Mengwa on her way back, he would carry that guilt for a lifetime. That moment. Mengwa noticed the bayberry tree that had been struck by lightning. Why does this tree look so charred? How did you bring it home? I'm planning to sell this tree. He worried that Jiang Han might misunderstand, so he hadn't let him take it when he went to the town. Now that it was completely dark, the post office would surely be closed. He would have to wait until tomorrow to send it. Since Jiang Han had taken his electric trike, Mengwa arrived on her electric bike. Jiang Han allowed her to ride on the back of his bike as he pedaled towards the town. Sitting behind Jiang Han, Mengwa felt a sense of security. How could there be a woman in the world who did not appreciate Jiang Han? His ex-girlfriend must have been blind. Jiang Han, can I ask you about any questions I don't understand in the future? Of course. Little Guo was delightful. He treated her with the same patience he afforded his 2 nieces. Jiang Han escorted Mengwa all the way home. Zhang Haidai parked the electric trike at the entrance of Heilewang restaurant. He sent Zhang Haidai a message and rode the trike back. As he returned under the cover of night, he felt both cold and sweaty. He rummaged through the medical box Mengwa had brought, selecting some medications based on instinct. The next day, he awoke to find it was already 1:30 p.m. Feeling extremely hungry, yet much more comfortable. Upon entering the living room, he discovered that Mengwa had left him bread from the previous night. Consuming the bread restored his energy to prevent unnecessary delays. He decided to send the lightning-struck bayberry tree as soon as possible. The postal workers were astonished when they saw Jiang Han's intention to send the damaged tree. Shipping this might not be cost-effective. It's too heavy and too large. The shipping fee far exceeds the value of the item itself. That's all right. As long as it can be sent, I'm fine with it. The staff calculated the shipping address and weighed the tree. The shipping fee alone will be 330 yuan. Fine. Spending over 300 yuan to have something delivered seemed quite reasonable. Concerned about potential mishaps, he asked, "Can I insure this tree?" The staff looked at him incredulously. "For a broken tree, do you really need insurance? The shipping cost is already quite high. No, I want to add it. It's better to be cautious with such items." "All right then. Our insurance is calculated at one of the item's value. Judging by its condition, I'd say this tree is worth about 10 or 20 yuan. I'll pay 280 yuan for the insurance." The staff stared at him as if he were foolish. "Do you realize that an insurance fee of 280 yuan implies the value of the item is 280,000 yuan, not 280 or 2800? Is this tree worth 280,000 yuan? It looks so charred. I doubt anyone would buy it for 28 yuan. Jiang Han frowned. "Isn't there a way to insure it for 280? The staff thought Jiang Han was being unreasonable. "I'm quite busy right now. I don't have time for idle chatter." He believed Jiang Han would back down upon hearing the shipping fee. But out of pride, he continued to challenge him. "If you're going to send it, go ahead. If not, take your broken wood back." He felt it was a nuisance to keep it there. The supervisor of the shipping station approached. "What's going on, Manager Fong? He's causing a disturbance." The staff explained the situation. Jiang Han's complexion was far from favorable, yet he maintained his composure, stating his desire to procure insurance. Manager Fong, glancing at the piece of wood, deemed it worthless, but he exhibited greater patience than those beneath him to dissuade Jiang Han. He captured a photograph of the dark tree and sent it to the insurance company. "Sir, I have forwarded the image of this tree to the insurance company. They have specialists for evaluation. Please wait here for a moment. If the insurance company is willing to insure you, there will be no issues." Jiang Han furrowed his brow, questioning whether the value of the item wasn't determined by the buyer. Just as he was about to speak, Manager Fong's phone chimed. After staring at the screen for several moments, seemingly incredulous, he said, "Mr. Jiang, please fill out the necessary information. The insurance company has agreed to your coverage." All the staff present were momentarily stunned. "Manager Fong, is the premium 280? "Yes, 280. This indicated that the item was indeed valued at 280,000. The situation had swiftly reversed, and the entire courier station staff became diligent, meticulously wrapping the dark myrtle tree, fearful that any oversight in packaging might lead to mishaps. This was the most valuable item they had ever shipped since the station's establishment. Manager Fong respectfully handed a business card to Jiang Han, saying, "Mr. Jiang, the staff at the courier station experiences high turnover. If any issues arise in the future, you can contact me directly. Jiang Han expressed his gratitude and accepted the card, given the island's remoteness and the singular courier point. Having direct communication with the responsible party was indeed beneficial. He took a photo of the receipt and sent it to Shunrin. However, as he rode his electric tricycle back, he unexpectedly encountered someone he wished to avoid. Jiang Han, is that you? Turning to look, he saw Ye Tiantian stepping out of a private car. Her vehicle must have been called from town, as the village roads were unpaved and muddy due to the rainstorm yesterday. Private cars typically refrained from entering the village, dropping passengers at the entrance instead. Ye Tiantian waved at Jiang Han. Is this your tricycle? Could you give me a ride? Her dress and shoes were newly purchased, and the muddy ground threatened to soil them. Jiang Han's mind involuntarily conjured the image of Meng Guo, barefoot and sporting his slippers, with her nails painted a playful pink. Quite adorable. Chapter 60. Ye Tiantian returns. Jiang Han cast a glance at Ye Tiantian, remarking, everyone else is walking. Can't you manage on your own? Ye Tiantian could scarcely believe the words that had escaped Jiang Han's lips. She wanted to retort, but Jiang Han had already sped away on his tricycle. Infuriated, she hoped to encounter someone else passing by, but the village was sparsely populated, and fewer villagers traversed the path at that hour. With no other options, she grit her teeth and trudged through the muddy ground. Upon returning home, fatigue washed over Jiang Han. After a day spent tilling and picking myrtle berries, compounded by the rain and subsequent chill, he had yet to fully recover, now that he was back on the island. He vowed not to emulate the overworked denizens of the city. When ill, one should rest adequately and not work while unwell. He sent a message to Zhang Haidai, urging him to rest as well. Before lying down to continue his sleep at 6:30 that evening, Zhang Feng's call interrupted his repose. Han, do you think these people are scammers? Jiang Han jolted upright in bed. Sister, what happened? Please, take your time. He put the phone on speaker while dressing, knowing he needed to rush to his sister's side. A large truck just arrived with numerous appliances. They claim I ordered them, and they're here to deliver them to our home. I noticed they had not only our address but also my name and contact number. How on earth do these scammers know everything? Jiang Han slapped his forehead, feeling both amused and exasperated. He had completely forgotten to inform his sister about this purchase. Those were ordered online, and I registered your details as the recipient. What? You bought a washing machine and a large refrigerator. How much did that cost? Goodness, there's even a big air conditioner and a water heater. Jiang Feng felt faint. She was aware that her brother had earned some money recently, but this was an extravagant expenditure. She had hesitated for ages over purchasing a water heater herself. While Jiang Han had acquired so much in one go, as if money were inconsequential. Sister, when you earn money, isn't it meant to be spent? You, Jiang Feng stuttered. She wondered how their parents would react if they knew of his recklessness. Jiang Han could sense his sister's frustration even through the phone. Having dressed, he hopped onto his electric tricycle and headed to Shangjiang village. Upon seeing him, Jiang Feng exclaimed, I don't want these items. Return them. Jiang Han offered her some smaller gifts, which she accepted. However, the sheer volume and value of this delivery were overwhelming. Grasping Jiang Feng's hands, he implored, Sister, after our parents passed, it's just the two of us left. If you hadn't supported me during those years, I might not have made it. Please trust me. I am not frivolously spending money. The earnings I've made during this time are sufficient for these purchases. Jiang Feng scrutinized Jiang Han, increasingly convinced of her brother's maturity. Is that truly the case? She asked, genuinely worried he might be reckless. Of course, it is. Overcome with emotion, Jiang Feng embraced Jiang Han tightly. Han, I feel incredibly fortunate to have you as my brother. In rural settings, it is common for sisters to unconditionally care for their brothers, often without any reciprocation. Yet, her brother was remarkably considerate, to the point of being heart-wrenching. All the hardships of the past were not in vain. Her brother was worthy of her sacrifices. The large truck soon attracted the attention of the villagers. Feng, you've struck it rich, buying so many big-ticket items. Is this a dowry for your two daughters? Ha ha ha. How old are your daughters? Is it necessary to prepare a dowry so soon? With so many items, surely they can't all be for personal use? Jiang Feng wiped her tears and cheerfully responded to the villagers. All these big items are gifts from Han. I told him it was unnecessary, but he insisted, in no longer frowning. Jiang Feng's smile could hardly be contained. My brother not only excels academically, but is also so filial. He fulfills every wish I have, fearing I might struggle. Just look at these items. The quality of the cardboard alone indicates the worth of the contents. The villagers were astonished. Although Jiang Feng had praised Jiang Han previously, they believed she was merely putting on a facade or that Jiang Han was making superficial gestures. Yet these were substantial gifts. Not trivial ones. Such generous offerings could even serve as a dowry. Who else's brother would be so lavish? It was already commendable that he didn't pinch pennies. The delivery workers wiped their brows. Young man, so these items are indeed yours. Your sister thought we were crooks and wouldn't let us in. The worker chuckled, explaining that the delivery was delayed due to rain and a broken-down vehicle. No worries, just deliver them. And thank you for your hard work. Jiang Feng felt a twinge of embarrassment as she opened the door and offered the workers tea. Please, have a cup. We may not have fine goods in our rural area, but this tea is from my personal harvest and roasting. I hope you don't mind. The workers, seasoned in the ebb and flow of human kindness, appreciated the gesture. Thank you. We'll drink after the delivery is complete. Where should we place the washing machine? In the bathroom, please. Unlike the bustling city where space is a premium, Jiang Feng's bathroom was spacious and devoid of clutter, making it easy to find a suitable spot. The delivery workers positioned her washing machine in the most fitting corner as they brought in the water heater. The villagers were left in awe upon seeing the enormous refrigerator. I asked this that a refrigerator of such size. It resembles a cabinet. Jiang Feng also appeared perplexed. While the material confirmed it was indeed a refrigerator, its design resembled that of a cabinet. Han, is this the right item? No mistake. This is the trendy double-door refrigerator from the city. He opened the doors, revealing ample space that could accommodate several individuals. So spacious. Jiang Feng felt a bit dazed. In the past, she had borrowed a refrigerator from Aunt Wang next door while working with earthworms. And now she had a refrigerator of her own, and such an impressive one at that. Aunt Wang couldn't help but exclaim, "Your brother has truly grown up, buying you such an impressive refrigerator." Chapter 61. Another appliance purchase. Aunt Wang's home was relatively well off, yet her old refrigerator paled in comparison to Jiang Feng's new acquisition, which resembled a heap of scrap metal. Jiang Feng was laughing so heartily that her face was creased with joy. My brother is simply too impressive. Not only is he diligent, but he also cares for his sister. It's truly a remarkable situation to that moment. Another standing air conditioner was brought in. Jiang Feng was astonished. Why did you buy an air conditioner? A fan would suffice to keep cool at night. Isn't this a waste? My dear sister, all these items were purchased online. They're just basic models, devoid of any extravagant features, and quite affordable, Jiang Han replied. Even if they are inexpensive, why purchase unnecessary items? Jiang Feng was genuinely happy yet pained by the expenditure. She felt a pang for Jiang Han. Who says they are unnecessary? Ling Ling and Wan's interest classes must be nearing completion, right? It's quite hot for them to be at home during the day in summer. Can't you turn on the air conditioning for them to cool off? Ling Ling and Wan, who were busy with their homework, perked up at this. Uncle, you're so kind. They often found it too hot to concentrate on their studies. However, Jiang Feng was irritated with their grades. Did they even deserve such treatment? The two girls immediately lowered their heads, acknowledging their poor performance. Sister, you are their mother. If you think they are not exceptional, who will? Jiang Han argued. When they grow up and enter society, they will be filled with insecurity. Although Jiang Feng didn't fully understand, she felt her brother's point was valid. Well, if it's too hot, I will turn on the air conditioning for them during the day. The two girls jumped up in delight. Long live Uncle. Seeing Ling Ling and Wan's joy, Jiang Han felt pleased as well. Among the onlooking villagers, several older sisters wished their brothers were as considerate. Reflecting on their own brothers, they sighed, hoping they wouldn't be a source of trouble, as they lacked any expectations for their own siblings to show such thoughtfulness. The delivery worker hastily finished his tea and turned to Jiang Han. Young man, do you know the way to Xiajiang village? Jiang Han smiled at him. Are you delivering goods to Jiang Han of Xiajiang village? The worker was taken aback. Yes, how did you know? Then, realization struck him. You are that Jiang Han. Indeed, follow me, Jiang Han replied. The worker, astonished, drove his truck behind Jiang Han's small vehicle. He noted that Jiang Han appeared youthful, resembling a recent university graduate. How could someone so young afford so many appliances for his sister and himself? His own child had graduated this year and was still unemployed, living off his parents. The vehicle stopped in front of Jiang Han's house. Though he didn't brew tea, he offered each worker a bottle of iced tea. You two siblings are too polite. You are such good people. It's only right that you live well. Aunt Li and Aunt Jinju noticed the delivery truck outside and entered Jiang Han's home. Greeted by the sight of the newly placed large appliance. What is this massive item? Aunt Li exclaimed. It's an air conditioner, Jiang Han explained. Aren't air conditioners usually wall-mounted? Does it really need to be this large? This one is floor-standing, similar to what's in the town supermarket, Jiang Han patiently clarified. Jiang Han, you've really made it, purchasing such an impressive air conditioner. Aunt Li impulsively patted Jiang Han on the shoulder. You must turn it on so we can see how remarkable it is. Aunt Jinju was even more excited. Aunt Jinju, I bought this online. The installation crew won't arrive until tomorrow. Then can we come back tomorrow to see it? Of course. Aunt Li, unable to contain her excitement, patted Jiang Han's shoulder again, exclaiming, "My goodness, you're really making something of yourself. You've broadened our horizons." Just then, Ye Tiantian's mother happened to pass by Jiang Han's house. Aunt Li's smile suddenly faltered, and she curiously remarked, "I heard Tiantian has returned. Have you seen her?" Jiang Han frowned. "Aunt Li, I have no relation with Ye Tiantian anymore." Regarding Ye Tiantian, Jiang Han had consistently maintained this stance. His expression soured, yet Aunt Li and Aunt Jinju remained oblivious. "Young man, is this refrigerator placed here?" the worker inquired. "Could you help me move it a bit further back?" Aunt Li and Aunt Jinju were even more astonished. "You bought a refrigerator too?" They contemplated how, if it were large enough, they could store any leftover food in Jiang Han's refrigerator. However, the refrigerator turned out to be smaller than the standing air conditioner. "Jiang Han, why did you buy such a small refrigerator? I don't cook much. Even if I do, there's nothing that requires refrigeration. This refrigerator is just for drinks and ice cream." Aunt Jinju and Aunt Li were taken aback. "You bought a refrigerator just for these? Isn't it necessary to have a dedicated fridge for drinks in the sweltering summer?" Jiang Han replied with a smile. Aunt Li and Aunt Jinju were perplexed. Buying a refrigerator just for drinks seemed like a frivolous use of money. Yet, Jiang Han appeared to have truly changed. His home now boasted not only an air conditioner and a refrigerator, but also a washing machine and a water heater. What was once perceived as a poor household now seemed much more comfortable with these additions. "Jiang Han, if you renovate your home a bit more, it will be even cozier," Aunt Li remarked. "Renovation isn't urgent," Jiang Han mused. "The doors and windows here are quite old. However, I prefer a unified design rather than merely replacing old items with new ones." After bidding farewell to the two aunts, he noticed a message from Menghua. "Menghua, drink plenty of water if you have a cold or fever." Jiang Han took the advice seriously, drinking a large jug of water before going to bed. The next morning, he received a call from the installation worker. After the air conditioner was installed, he switched it on to test its effectiveness. The results were splendid. Soon the entire living room was comfortably cool. Aunt Li and Aunt Jinju seemed to have received word of the air conditioner and returned to knock on his door. When Jiang Han opened the door, he locked eyes with Ye Tiantian, who was passing by. Aunt Li immediately pulled Ye Tiantian over. "Tiantian, you know Jiang Han has installed an air conditioner and came to enjoy it, right?" Ye Tiantian hadn't considered the air conditioner and was puzzled about how she ended up there. Before she could speak, Aunt Li dragged her into Jiang Han's home. The heat outside was unbearable, contrasting sharply with the refreshing coolness inside Jiang Han's house. Chapter 62. Jiang Han's home has changed. Aunt Li's face brightened. "Jiang Han, your air conditioner is incredible. It's even better than the village chief's." "You've got it wrong. It's not that Jiang Han has the same air conditioner as the village chief. It's the village chief who has the same one as Jiang Han," Aunt Jinju corrected her. "What's the difference?" "They mean the same thing." Aunt Li shrugged off the correction. Ye Tiantian also noticed the transformation in Jiang Han's home. Since they attended the same university, she was well aware of the previous state of his house. Despite its decent size, it had been utterly barren, offering little of value. Now, while the old rocking chairs and tables remained, a strikingly conspicuous standing air conditioner and a small refrigerator had appeared. She recognized the latter as one often seen in her classmates' homes in the city, specifically designed for beverages and ice cream. Ye Tiantian frowned, recalling how her mother had mentioned Jiang Han purchasing an electric tricycle. Thus, she wasn't surprised to see him riding one. However, she couldn't fathom why he had also acquired a standing air conditioner and a refrigerator. Where did he find the money? Especially for such a refrigerator, who would spend on something like that without extra cash? As she pondered, she considered the possibility that her assumptions might be flawed. Perhaps Jiang Han's intention for the refrigerator wasn't just for drinks and ice cream, but rather because it was more affordable than a larger model. Maybe it was filled with vegetables instead. The more she thought about it, the more convinced she became of this reasoning. Determined to uncover Jiang Han's true motives, she casually remarked, "Jiang Han, I'm so thirsty. Is there any water in your refrigerator?" Before Jiang Han could respond, Ye Tiantian approached the small refrigerator and opened it. Instead of the chaotic assortment of seafood and vegetables she had anticipated, she found rows of neatly organized beverages, with 2 or 3 bottles of each flavor. Opening the freezer compartment, she was met with an array of ice creams and popsicles instead of frozen meats or seafood. Earlier, while the worker installed the air conditioner, Jiang Han had bought numerous ice creams to treat him, placing the leftovers in the freezer. He had also stocked the refrigerator with various drinks purchased from the town supermarket. "Wow, so many drinks." Aunt Lee exclaimed. And so much ice cream. In this heat, you could sell ice cream. Aunt Jinju chimed in. Jiang Han chuckled at their banter. I bought these from the small shop, that if my prices were higher. You wouldn't buy from me if they were lower. I'd be at a loss. And Aunt May from the small shop would come after me. Upon contemplating the scene, Aunt Lee and Aunt Jinju burst into laughter. Sweetie, this air conditioning is incredibly pleasant, isn't it? When will you buy one for your home? Aunt Jinju felt invigorated by the refreshing breeze of Jiang Han's air conditioner, but I still have to focus on my studies. Now is not the time for indulgence. Aunt Lee and Aunt Jinju soon realized. Oh yes, you are already a graduate student. Once you graduate, you will undoubtedly excel. Of course, Ye Tiantian replied proudly, lifting her chin. What did it matter if Jiang Han was enjoying himself? He was merely an undergraduate, struggling to find work in the big city, a failure, from the moment she was accepted into graduate school. She felt she had transcended Jiang Han's social standing. When Ye Tiantian went to the restroom, she unexpectedly encountered a washing machine and a water heater. The water heater was always powered on. Unlike some villagers who purchased appliances merely as decoration, upon seeing the faucet in Jiang Han's bathroom, she chuckled. Even the school had better faucets than this. What if he owned a few appliances? The floors were made of bare concrete, devoid of any tiles. The ceiling was simply painted white, lacking any decorative features. The rest of the place was even more Spartan. In a good mood, Ye Tiantian exited. At least the restroom's concrete floor was smooth, while the hall's floor was rough and unfinished. Her smile became more genuine as she confidently approached Jiang Han. Jiang Han, you're not a child anymore. You can't keep asking your sister for money. What are you talking about? Jiang Han responded, perplexed. This collection of appliances must have cost a fortune, right? Your sister has 2 daughters to care for. Life is already challenging for her. It would be unreasonable to keep asking her for money. Upon grasping Ye Tiantian's implication, Jiang Han found it amusing. How blind had he been to have ever liked a woman so duplicitous? Previously, Ye Tiantian had set her sights on a phone costing over 5,000 yuan. He could not afford it, only hoping to work extra hours to save up for her. Yet, she could not wait that long, continually urging him to ask his sister for money. Fortunately, while he had been infatuated with Ye Tiantian, he had not stooped to using his sister's hard-earned money for gifts. Moreover, her phone was perfectly functional. She merely desired to flaunt a new model. At that moment, Jiang Han's phone rang. As he retrieved it, Ye Tiantian noticed it looked somewhat familiar, but could not place it. Perhaps Jiang Feng's voice was too loud, or the living room was simply too quiet. Jiang Han did not put the call on speaker, yet Jiang Feng's voice resonated clearly for Ye Tiantian and the 2 aunts to hear. Han, the technician has finished installing the air conditioning at home. I never knew it would be so effective. The temperature in the house has dropped, and I feel so much less irritable. Jiang Feng then timidly inquired, but this appliance consumes a lot of electricity, right? The water and electricity resources on Jiaohua Island aren't scarce, but they aren't abundant either. Electricity bills have been rising year after year. If it consumes too much power, I might hesitate to use it. Sis, if you find it too costly, I'll help you with the summer electricity bill. How can I allow you to pay the bills? Jiang Feng replied, cutting the conversation short. I have to go. The technician is here to install the water heater. After hanging up, Jiang Han could tell his sister was quite pleased. He had been sending various items to his sister's home recently. Her words made him realize that merely supplying her with things would not resolve the underlying issues in her household. Chapter 63. How can one purchase so many items? These appliances might elevate the quality of life at his sister's home, but would also escalate their expenses. The family's income depended solely on his brother-in-law's factory job, and making ends meet required careful budgeting. If possible, he should strive to gradually increase his sister's household income. Aunt Lee and Aunt Jinju looked at Jiang Han in astonishment. What? Your sister has also bought appliances? Yes, Jiang Han replied without elaboration. He simply wished to lead a good life, without needing to prove anything to others. Zhang Haidai entered. Han Go, the house is so lively. His gaze fell upon Ye Tiantian, surprised to see her at Han Ji's home. Noticing Jiang Han's unwelcoming demeanor towards her, he wisely refrained from approaching her. Han Go, shall we go clam digging? Zhang Haidai had initially thought Jiang Han would need a couple more days to recuperate. However, an hour ago, Jiang Han had informed him that he was fully recovered and ready to go clam digging today. All right, let's prepare our supplies. All their clam digging equipment was stored in the warehouse, and they quickly organized it. Aunt Lee and Aunt Jinju felt a bit awkward that you're going clam digging. Then you two get busy. We'll head back. They wanted to remind Jiang Han that today was a small tide with little catch, but remained silent. Recalling Jiang Han's past successes even during small tides, after the 2 aunts left, Ye Tiantian lingered in the living room. Jiang Han frowned. He had turned off the air conditioning and was ready to leave. Yet Ye Tiantian showed no inclination to depart. Ye Tiantian looked at Jiang Han. Are you resorting to unscrupulous means to earn money now? Ye Tiantian, if you have something to say, just say it. What do you mean by being so evasive? Her gaze shifted to Jiang Han. Jiang Han, even if you deny it, I know the truth that I'm only looking out for you and hope you choose the right path. If Jiang Han had not engaged in illegal activities, how could he have afforded so many possessions in just half a month? She was certain that before their breakup, she had drained him of all his resources. Jiang Han found it amusing, so she believed he and Jiang Han were involved in wrongdoing. It was quite a perspective. Ye Tiantian, if you think I've committed a crime, feel free to report me. Now, please leave my home. Otherwise, if anything goes missing, I'll be the one reporting you. Ye Tiantian stomped her foot in frustration. Do you think I want to stay in your house? She turned on her heel, storming out of Jiang Han's home, but paused after a few steps to face him again. Jiang Han, out of respect for our childhood friendship, I want to report you. She would watch him descend into the abyss, ultimately facing irreparable consequences. As many lucrative ventures were detailed in criminal law, Jiang Han reaffirmed that Ye Tiantian's reasoning was quite flawed. Was she a victim of her education? His phone vibrated. It was a message from Ma Xiaomei. Ma Xiaomei, thank you for sending us the dried goods. My sister and I are still traveling. My dad received them. He used some to make soup and said it tasted great. Jiang Han, I'm glad you like it. Noticing Ye Tiantian still standing nearby, Jiang Han and Jiang Han exchanged no glances and walked past her. Ye Tiantian felt stiff. She had earlier thought the phone looked familiar. Now she recalled it was the new model launched by Feng Wei, retailing for over 7,000 yuan. Had Jiang Han truly become that affluent? She took a deep breath, desperately reassuring herself that he must have earned the money through illicit means with Jiang Han. Perhaps he would be caught in a few days. She failed to connect these thoughts with clam digging. Jiang Han did not intend to wander far and planned to visit their usual muddy shore. Passing the seawall, he and Jiang Han spotted 6 crab traps. I want to check if there are any catches inside, Jiang Han said. Han Ge had mentioned that these traps belonged to him, and he didn't want to monopolize them. Simultaneously, he worried that his haul might be excessive and feel embarrassed. Jiang Han considered advising him to be patient, but decided to let him have his moment of excitement. Jiang Han lifted the first trap, finding it empty. He felt no disappointment, recalling that the first trap had also been emptied during his last collection for Jiang Han. However, after pulling up 4 additional traps, all of which were devoid of catches, he hesitated to retrieve the 6th one. Han Ge, why don't you pull up the 6th trap? Jiang Han sniffed the trap scent. There was a saying that fishing nets and traps emitted a specific odor after prolonged use, causing marine life to avoid them. Thus, nets and traps needed regular cleaning and sun exposure. Since Jiang Han's traps had been used so infrequently, they lacked any notable scent. It likely wasn't the reason he was contemplating. He stepped beside Jiang Han. Fine, I'll do it. The location of the traps had shifted 20 meters from where Jiang Han had last placed them, but that posed no issues. Jiang Han peered through the water's surface towards the empty trap, confirming it was indeed vacant. If he pulled it up now, it would truly be a wasted trip. Jiang Han was puzzled by Jiang Han's stillness, but refrained from urging him. After a moment, Jiang Han finally spotted a small pomfret weighing about a pound. Mimicking his previous method, he swayed the crab trap and managed to catch the little fish inside. The pomfret was worth around 20 to 30 yuan per pound. While this catch was modest, it saved him from a completely fruitless endeavor. Strangely enough, during his last visit, there were still many items here. This time, however, the coastal embankment seems to have dwindled significantly in resources. Jiang Han's scanning range now extends to 210 meters, and as he gazes into the distance, he notices that the items beyond 50 meters from the embankment have begun to increase. It is not that there are no items. Rather, they have simply moved away from the shore. At this moment, Aunt Allen and Old Lai Tu arrive with a plethora of cages, several of which are the foldable square type. They greet Jiang Han and Jiang Han before setting down the cages. Shortly after, Aunt Ho-Hot arrives, pulling her little grandson along to place cages as well. Jiang Han, are you collecting cages today? What do you have? She inquires. There's nothing today. Jiang Han reminds them that if this continues, all these cages will have been placed for naught. Aunt Ho-Hot, however, maintains a positive outlook, stating, there's no catch today, but perhaps tomorrow will yield something. If not tomorrow, maybe the day after. Living on the island, they rely on the whims of nature and must exercise patience. She continues to place the cages as Aunt Allen and Old Lai Tu finish their own. Jiang Han refrains from saying much more. Little Leopard, Aunt Ho-Hot's grandson, approaches Jiang Han and asks, Brother Jiang Han, do you have any candy? Aunt Hohot immediately pulls him back, scolding, "You little rascal. How many times have I told you not to ask your brother Jiang Han for candy? I don't want others' things." Little Leopard looks at Aunt Hohot with a pitiful expression, but brother Jiang Han isn't just anyone. He is our neighbor and big brother. Aunt Hohot can't help but laugh. "You little chatterbox. What he says is true. I am indeed his neighbor and big brother," Jiang Han replies, crouching down to Little Leopard's level. "Brother doesn't have any candy today, but when I do, I'll make sure to share some with you, all right?" Little Leopard immediately cheers up. As Jiang Han stands, he spots a swimming dongfeng snail. The dongfeng snail is a type of flower snail, slightly cheaper than the small white pomfret. Adhering to the principle that even a mosquito's leg is meat, Jiang Han moves the crab cage to collect the snail. Zhang Haidai has modest expectations, expressing joy at finding both the small white pomfret and the dongfeng snail, especially since he personally placed the crab cage. "Brother Han, you are indeed fortunate," he exclaims. "What fortune? Last time I did this, I caught mudskippers. How is that lucky?" Jiang Han reflects, realizing that his success does not stem from luck, but rather from his keen observation. "Brother Han, let us use this fish and snail as bait," Zhang Haidai suggests. Jiang Han smiles and replies, "Are you willing to part with them? Of course, if we don't have this small white pomfret and flower snail, we want to even have bait." Zhang Haidai insists, "In no rush. Let us explore other areas," Jiang Han recommends, noting the diminishing resources in this spot and the multitude of cages placed by others, which would render their own efforts ineffective. Aunt Hohot looks on in surprise. "Are you not going to place any more cages? What if there is something out there? Just yesterday, old Luo and the others caught quite a few good items here." Initially, old Luo had looked down upon Jiang Han's cage placement, but now seems to be inspired by Jiang Han's successes at the embankment, leading him to place his own cages nearby. Jiang Han strategically selects locations with abundant resources for his cages. If old Luo and his companions place their cages adjacent to Jiang Han's, they might also yield some results. However, as the marine life becomes increasingly scarce, they have learned to be cautious and avoid the embankment. "There are too many people placing cages here. I'll check out other areas," Jiang Han concludes. Aunt Alan, intrigued, asks, "Jiang Han, where are you planning to place your cages?" She has heard that following Jiang Han often leads to greater success. While they may not have seen any catch today, an occasional stroke of bad luck is insignificant, like others in the village. She believes that following Jiang Han is a wise choice. Jiang Han feels somewhat helpless. I haven't decided yet. He initially thought that placing cages was a fantastic idea, allowing the marine life to enter the cages on their own, essentially a form of effortless profit. However, if others continually place their cages nearby, he will need to keep relocating, significantly diminishing his success. That it seems prudent to take a break from placing cages. He and Zhang Haidai head towards the mudflat. In previous visits, Jiang Han had experienced decent luck, and even if the coastline had receded slightly, it had not hindered his earnings. However, today, as he scans the area, he finds that there are truly no valuable items to be found. The only things visible are ordinary dongfeng snails, similar to those he had just collected, worth only about 10 yuan per pound. Given their small size, he wonders how many he would need to gather to make a pound. A piece of driftwood, covered in oysters, catches Zhang Haidai as it retrieves a hook to pry the oyster meat from the shell, eating a couple in the process. "Brother Han, would you like some?" he asks. Jiang Han recalls having eaten raw oysters before, finding them quite sweet. However, he is currently averse to consuming them raw. I'd rather take them home to steam with eggs, he replies. While oysters are indeed palatable, they are not particularly valuable. Much cheaper than dongfeng snails, they are akin to green-lipped mussels, easily found along the coast when one is in need of sustenance. Zhang Haidai has no plans to sell them. Otherwise, he wouldn't have only extracted the meat. He places all the meat into a clean jar. "Brother Han, where should I look for things next?" Zhang Haidai asks, now accustomed to Jiang Han indicating good spots for him. Jiang Han sighs. "Today is the most fruitless day since I first began foraging." After surveying the mudflat, he finds that within his 210-meter range, there are indeed very few items. After such a long search, he has only managed to collect 2 scallops. Early this morning, upon seeing Ye Tiantian, he had sensed that misfortune was upon him, and it seems his intuition was correct. Encountering that woman has indeed brought him bad luck. "What a stroke of misfortune," Jiang Han exclaims, tossing the 2 scallops into his bucket. "Do you know any methods to ward off bad luck?" Zhang Haidai scratches his head. "How would I know, if it's about seeking good fortune? Doesn't everyone in the village pray to Guanyin, the Dragon King, or the god of wealth? Or perhaps they honor their ancestors?" Jiang Han suddenly remembers, "My sister mentioned wanting to visit our parents' graves to pay respects together. It has been several days, and we still haven't gone." He promptly gathers his belongings. "Let us go home. I'll visit my parents. Given the current situation, foraging seems to be futile, although Jiang Han is surprised. He knows to trust Jiang Han's judgment. He packs up his things and follows Jiang Han. Brother Han, I want to head to town for now. I'll have lunch at your place. I'll grab an egg to steam with the oysters, and I'll boil a couple of packs of instant noodles. Alright, you can grab the eggs from Aunt Hohat's house. I'll settle the bill in a few days. Jiang Han replies. Upon returning to the village, Jiang Han attempts to call Jiang Feng twice, but she does not answer. He sends her a message. Sister, I'm heading to see our parents. I'll visit with you next time. After sending the message, he ascends the hill to the temple to buy some incense, candles, and offerings to burn for their ancestors. Jiang Han finds his parents' grave well-maintained, free of any weeds, and a dried bouquet rests atop it. It seems that during his absence, his sister has regularly come to pay her respects. He collects the dried flowers and places incense and candles before the grave. He burns the offerings. He speaks softly. Mom and Dad, I've been home for a while now. Life is treating me well. I'm late in coming because I feared you would scold me. I've decided not to pursue a life in the big city, but to remain on Jiaohua Island as a fisherman. If you have the power, please help me ward off bad luck, so I can live more comfortably on the island. After completing this, he heads home, where Jiang Han has already steamed the oysters and prepared instant noodles. Upon checking the class group chat, Jiang Han notices someone has tagged him. Hu Donjin. Jiang Han, someone like you who returns home to develop will probably never understand the struggles of a working person. Accompanying her message is a photo of her eating instant noodles. Jiang Han, is eating instant noodles considered suffering? Because I'm also eating them. He shares a photo of his own noodles. But the class group quickly shifts their focus to the plate of oysters. He. Instant noodles with oysters? What a divine combination. Jiang Han. They're just oysters. Tian Shengwen. Here's another chance to articulate your thoughts. Jiang Han finds himself at a loss for words, genuinely believing they are merely oysters. Oysters, like green-lipped mussels, have become mundane for many coastal dwellers. Jiang Han checks the time and remarks, the small white pomfret should be done as well. You steamed the small white pomfret? Jiang Han asks, surprised. Didn't you say you weren't placing any more cages? If you're not placing cages, you need bait that I saw you hadn't returned. So after steaming the oysters, I put the small white pomfret in to steam as well, Jiang Han explains. Oysters should not be steamed for too long. 3 minutes is usually sufficient, Jiang Han, perhaps for convenience. Had steamed the dongfeng snails along with the oysters, and he had even arranged the presentation nicely. In the center lies a small white pomfret, surrounded by a circle of dongfeng snails. Observing the chatter in the group about his seemingly extravagant instant noodle meal, he decided to share a picture of the small white pomfret. Hudanjin, Jiang Han, is what you're eating still called instant noodles? Jiang Han, what else would you call it? Hudanjin, a seafood instant noodle feast. Jiang Han, Tang Chin, are those the flower snails around the fish? Jiang Han, yes, they are flower snails, specifically dongfeng snails. Tang Chin, just this one dish must cost over 200 yuan. Right, Lu Bohong. Our team leader treated us to dinner last time, and it wasn't this lavish. Jiang Han's phone rang. It was Jiang Feng calling at last. Have you visited Mom and Dad? Yes, I was particularly eager to see them today. I won't wait for you then. That's fine. They will surely be delighted to see you. By the way, there's something I want to ask you. Jiang Feng had initially hesitated to mention it, but with the call made, she couldn't help but let it slip. Late last night, your brother-in-law returned. He mentioned that a comrade of his has an old boat that's about to be scrapped. And he asked if you wanted it. I scolded your brother-in-law for that. We're not in the business of collecting junk. Why would we take a nearly scrapped boat? Jiang Han perceived a different tone. Sister, did you really scold him? Of course. Jiang Feng's voice sounded somewhat uncertain. I scolded him quite loudly. Jiang Han couldn't suppress a chuckle. His sister had always been tough with her words, but he had never witnessed her reprimanding her husband before. What kind of boat is it? An old boat that's nearly scrapped. Jiang Han. Jiang Feng sensed his silence. All right, I'll let your brother-in-law speak to you. Jiang Wenshan's stern voice came through the line. It's an old wooden boat, passed down through generations in my comrade's family. They want to get rid of it as it takes up space. Your sister mentioned you've been busy at sea since you returned. So, I went to take a look. It is indeed quite old. If it doesn't encounter severe storms, it could still be usable for another 6 months to a year, and with proper maintenance, it could last 2 or 3 years. The engine was installed later and has also seen better days. If you find it unsatisfactory, you can replace it. I wouldn't recommend taking it too far. Staying within 100 meters of the island is fine. Jiang Han understood that shallow waters are certainly safer than deep ones. If anything were to go awry within that 100-meter range, he could easily swim back. Jiang Han felt that the ancestral spirits were truly benevolent, as his parents had gifted him such a substantial opportunity. What price are they asking? I didn't inquire, I just wanted to gauge your interest. If you want it, I can find out the price. If not, I won't bother. After pondering, Jiang Han replied, brother-in-law, take me to see the boat. If I like it, I'll negotiate the price directly. Sure. When would you like to go? If it's convenient for you, I can go now. Jiang Wenshan glanced at his two daughters doing their homework. All right, I'll wait for you at the village entrance in half an hour. Okay, I'll be there in half an hour. It only took a few minutes for Jiang Han to reach the entrance of Shangjiang village from his home. He had ample time to savor the seafood instant noodle feast prepared by Zhang Haidai. Half an hour later, Jiang Han saw Jiang Wenshan waiting at the village entrance, clad in his work attire that he recalled that his brother-in-law often wore his work clothes, having few personal outfits. Sorry to keep you waiting. Not at all. I just arrived. Jiang Wenshan maintained a certain distance in his tone, but Jiang Han knew he was not a bad person. Where does your comrade live? Jiang Wenshan had served in the military for 2 years before marrying Jiang Feng. Residing on the same island, albeit a bit far away, Jiang Wenshan rode over on his electric bike and noticed Jiang Han approaching on his electric tricycle. Park your tricycle to the side. I'll take you over on my bike. If it had been Zhang Haidai suggesting this, Jiang Han would have declined. It felt odd for two grown men to squeeze onto one bike. Yet, he couldn't voice such thoughts to his brother-in-law. All right, he obediently parked the tricycle under a tree and took a seat behind Jiang Wenshan. Jiang Wenshan drove slowly and steadily, mirroring his personality. Did you buy all the appliances at home? Jiang Wenshan suddenly asked. Jiang Han was taken aback, but nodded. Just a few appliances. It doesn't compare to your care for me. Chapter 66. Inspecting the boat, Jiang Han recognized that his brother-in-law also valued his dignity. So he intentionally mentioned their kindness towards him. Jiang Wenshan's expression softened slightly. The sea is not a serious occupation. Enjoy it for a while. But if an opportunity arises for work, you should take it. Jiang Han struggled to articulate an explanation to Jiang Wenshan, merely responding, if there's work, I'll go. The two fell into silence again, and Jiang Han awkwardly scratched his head, unsure of what to discuss. Fortunately, they soon arrived at his brother-in-law's comrade's home. The comrade lived in a narrow alley, making Jiang Wenshan's electric bike far more convenient than Jiang Han's tricycle. Jiang Wenshan knocked on the door, and a man of similar age opened it. Warmly embracing Jiang Wenshan, you arrived without a call. We weren't prepared at all. Why call? We're just here to check the boat. Zhang Qi turned to Jiang Han. Is this your brother-in-law? Yes, this is my brother-in-law who wishes to see the boat. Jiang Han stepped forward to shake Zhang Qi's hand. Hello, I'm Jiang Han. Zhang Qi sized up Jiang Han. So young, and you're already looking for a boat? Most young people have left this island. Even I am working outside. I've only returned for a short vacation. I just graduated from university and couldn't adapt to city life. I prefer the life of a fisherman. Zhang Qi recognized that everyone has their own choices and remarked. Not many young people think like you nowadays that it's actually quite good. Jiaohua Island needs fresh blood. Currently, Jiaohua Island is predominantly inhabited by the elderly and left-behind children. Without the youth, once the elderly pass on, the children will also leave, turning Jiaohua Island into a deserted land. It's hot outside. Come in for some tea. Jiang Wenshan declined. No need. We have matters to attend to, with Jiang Wenshan refusing to enter. Jiang Han felt even less inclined to go in. All right, let me take you to see the boat now. The boat is docked at the village pier. As they walked, Zhang Qi candidly shared, to be honest, we haven't used this boat in years that we never intended to sell it. But the village committee approached me, complaining that my boat takes up space, that if I don't use it, they'll help me dispose of it. Rather than that, I might as well sell it myself. Zhang Qi's candidness indicated a level of trust. He likely wouldn't have shared such details with anyone else. They soon reached the village pier, where various boats of different sizes were docked. It was still low tide. All the boats lay stranded. Zhang Qi led them to an old wooden boat, perhaps due to years of disuse. Spider webs had formed inside the cabin, and barnacles had grown on the exterior. The boat measured about 12 meters in length and 3.5 meters in width. Zhang Qi tossed a measuring tape to Jiang Han. You can measure it yourself. Surprised by Zhang Qi's straightforwardness, Jiang Han took the tape and confirmed the dimensions. Zhang Qi then jumped into the cabin, lifting a wooden plank to reveal ample storage space. He moved to the other end, where another wooden panel opened to reveal yet more storage. You can add some water to these storage compartments for seafood and categorize them, as crabs shouldn't be stored with fish. Jiang Han was quite pleased with this arrangement, knowing that ample storage would accommodate enough fish. The drawbacks were the lack of a canopy, making it quite sunny in summer and prone to rain. There was also no restroom, necessitating the most rudimentary methods for nature's calls. However, within a 100-meter range of the island, if he found it unbearable, he could always return to shore, unlike being far out at sea with no land in sight. How much wind can this boat withstand? Jiang Han inquired. According to my father, this boat used to handle waves of about 1.2 meters without issue and could cope with winds up to level 5. As for now, Zhang paused. I can't say for certain. After all these years of disuse, Zhang was unsure of the boat's sturdiness, and he sighed softly. Such boats are most suitable for those with fish farms, as they engage in nearshore aquaculture, not too far from their bases. With a boat like this, they would reach their farm in no time. However, those with fish farms typically did not lack for such boats. The number of individuals willing to become fishermen is dwindling, making it increasingly difficult to sell this old vessel. Jiang Han leaped twice onto the ship, which appeared weathered yet felt surprisingly sturdy upon jumping. Observing the thick wooden planks, he mused that if he were to commission a wooden vessel, it might not employ such robust boards. He suspected his brother-in-law had underestimated the ship's potential. Jiang Han was confident that this vessel could easily last another 5 years. So, what do you think, brother-in-law? Do you like it? Zhang jested. Since Jiang Han was the brother-in-law of Jiang Wishan, he too was considered family. However, Zhang harbored doubts about selling the ship, as he believed young people like Jiang Han would likely dismiss it. How do you plan to sell this ship? Jiang Han inquired. Zhang scratched his head, suggesting a price of 500,000, then lowering it to 400 or even 200,000. He patted his thigh. If you're genuinely interested, name your price. How much are you willing to pay? Jiang Han was taken aback by such a low offer. He hadn't even countered before Zhang dropped the price to 200,000. Given Zhang demeanor, it seemed that with an offer of around 170 to 80,000, the ship would be his. Jiang Han refrained from immediately responding, with the tide coming in. May I take the ship for a test? The vessel seemed satisfactory, albeit somewhat aged on the surface. The real condition could only be ascertained through testing if it proved inadequate. Even a price of 100,000 would be futile. All right, give it a try, Zhang replied, eyeing the barnacles. If you do decide to buy, remember to clear those barnacles. It will lighten the load and reduce the draft. Jiang Han nodded, promising to clean them should he make the purchase. Wait for me. Zhang called toward the service station, summoning a middle-aged man. What's the current price of fuel per liter? He asked. The man gestured in 8, indicating the steep price. Taken aback, Zhang desire to sell the ship diminished further. Give me 100 liters. My friend needs to test the boat. Perhaps sensing the small quantity of fuel, the man appeared reluctant but eventually dragged out a hose. This ship originally lacked an engine. It was modified by my father later. A full tank holds 1,000 liters, Zhang explained. Jiang Han calculated that filling the tank would cost 8,000 yuan, and that was for a modest vessel. In contrast, larger ocean-going ships could incur fuel costs in the tens of millions. If profitability were lacking, one might not even recoup the fuel expenses. As the fuel was being dispensed, Jiang Han jumped off the boat to settle the bill. Zhang felt a tinge of embarrassment. By this time, the tide had risen, and Jiang Han hopped back aboard. Zhang waved. I won't join you. You two should discuss whether or not to purchase the ship. He believed discussions would be more straightforward without him present. Jiang Wishan was his comrade, and he hoped Jiang Han was genuinely fond of the vessel before committing to as Jiang Wishan navigated away from the dock. He remarked, your brother-in-law is quite impressive. Indeed, my comrades are all commendable. He had worked in the factory for several years. The camaraderie built over years of labor was not easily rivaled by the 2 years of friendships formed in the military. Although Jiang Wishan had previously worked on ships, the instability of such employment, coupled with the absence of insurance and fixed holidays, prompted him to opt for factory work, especially considering his 2 children. His experience far surpassed that of Jiang Han. Upon inspecting the ship's draft, Jiang Wishan surmised that the barnacles beneath were likely weighing it down significantly. Neither he nor Jiang Han was particularly heavy. Yet their combined weight should not have caused such a noticeable dip. After years of accumulation, the barnacles likely weighed as much as Jiang Han. If you want this ship, you'll need to scrape those barnacles off for me. Brother-in-law, why do you want those? They aren't edible. I noticed the ship is paint. It's toxic. Those barnacles have absorbed all the toxins from the paint. Jiang Wishan wanted to advise Jiang Han to be prudent with his finances, fearing he would squander his newfound wealth. However, he refrained from voicing such thoughts. Jiang Han was correct. Those barnacles were indeed detrimental to the ship's condition. Is the engine powerful enough? Jiang Han queried. It's adequate. Achi mentioned the engine has been around for quite some time. Based on its model, it indeed seems aged, yet it appears to have seen little use. The quality is commendable. After all these years, it operates almost as if it were new. Jiang Han concurred, feeling the power was sufficient. They had only filled it with 100 liters of fuel. If filled to capacity and with the barnacles removed, its performance would surely improve. Zhang mentioned that his father had left the island for business long ago, implying the ship had not been used frequently. The sensation of sailing the vessel exceeded Jiang Han's expectations. Jiang Wenshan scrutinized the planks. The last time he viewed the ship was at night, and the daylight revealed a different perspective. He assisted Jiang Han in evaluating the ship, noting that despite years of neglect, it showed no signs of rot, a testament to the protective coating applied during its construction and the quality of the wood used. The ship must have cost a considerable sum when it was built. Jiang Han shared a similar sentiment. Although his financial resources were limited, he called Shenrun, inquiring about the arrival of the lightning-struck wood. Shenrun, having inadvertently mixed Jiang Han's package with others, had not realized the valuable wood had arrived. Upon opening the parcel and confirming its authenticity, he was thrilled and promptly transferred 260,000 yuan to Jiang Han. Instantly, Jiang Han's spirits lifted. Brother-in-law, let's head back, so soon. Don't you want to take it out for a bit longer? No need. I'm quite satisfied with the ship. He had visited the shipyard and noted that a comfortable 12-meter fishing vessel with a canopy and restroom would cost around 2 million yuan. This second-hand ship, lacking such amenities, would likely fetch no more than 400,000 to 500,000 yuan, given its age. Zhang Qi's initial valuation was relatively market-driven, yet his urgency to sell, compounded by pressure from the village committee, meant he would struggle to secure 50,000 even if he sold it to someone else. Much like real estate, when one is eager to sell, a property worth 100,000 might only command 50. Upon arriving at Zhang Qi's home, he brewed tea from leaves cultivated by his mother. Brother-in-law, how much are you willing to offer? Zhang Qi pondered a low figure from Jiang Han. What about 18,000 for the ship? Jiang Han proposed. He did not wish to push too hard, as Zhang Qi was a comrade of his brother-in-law and a good friend. Zhang Qi was taken aback, doubting his hearing. Yes, that sounds fair. If the village committee took charge of the ship, he might not see a single cent. Do you have all the necessary documentation for the ship? Jiang Han inquired. Yes, all in order. Zhang Qi presented the certificates. The value of a ship with documentation vastly differed from one without. Obtaining such paperwork was far simpler in their time. After completing the contract, Jiang Han transferred 18,000 yuan to Zhang Qi. Zhang Qi was astonished. Wenshan, your brother-in-law is quite capable. 18,000, just like that. Jiang Wenshan was equally surprised that Jiang Han possessed such a sum. He had heard that Jiang Han's class consisted mostly of wealthy second-generation individuals. And earlier on the ship, he had overheard him on a phone call with a classmate. It seemed likely that he had borrowed the money. Jiang Han finalized the remaining paperwork with Zhang Qi, and the ship was entirely his. Overjoyed, he filled the tank with 7,950 yuan upon reaching the dock. Jiang Wenshan observed Jiang Han's elation, but refrained from dampening his spirits. The cost of fuel had escalated remarkably, while beachcombing bore no costs. Venturing out to sea with a vessel certainly required financial consideration. He hoped Jiang Han would not find himself unable to recover even the fuel expenses. As Jiang Wenshan navigated the ship to the dock at Xiajiang village, evening had fallen, and many villagers were already dining. Jiang Feng called to inquire about their whereabouts. After hanging up, Jiang Wenshan turned to Jiang Han. It's late. Why don't we go eat at our place? No need. Zhang Haidai has already prepared a meal for me. In truth, Zhang Haidai had returned to town, but felt too shy to impose on his sister. Brother-in-law, we still need to tend to the ship tomorrow. Please come help. I'll pay you for your work, and no need for payment. I'll be there tomorrow. Jiang Han returned home and promptly transferred 28,000 yuan to Zhang Haidai. Startled, Zhang Haidai immediately called, Brother Han, what's going on? Why such a large sum? Jiang Han explained the sale of the lightning-struck wood for 280,000. Brother Han, I can't accept this money. I don't even know what lightning-struck wood is. And you carried it back through the rain. I didn't help at all. He had only seen the wood briefly. It's fine. We had an agreement. You would assist me in my endeavors, and I would allocate a portion of the earnings to you. Just because your contribution this time was minimal does not mean you should be excluded from the share. The lightning-struck wood was something we both witnessed together. At that moment, we were beneath that very tree. Perhaps the bolt was intended for you, yet it struck the tree instead. Zhang Haidai did not anticipate that Jiang Han would jest with him in such a manner. For a fleeting moment, he genuinely believed that the lightning had been aimed at him. Unable to counter Jiang Han's playful banter and fearing his displeasure, he accepted the money. Indeed, Brother Han was the finest of companions. He felt as though he had stumbled upon extraordinary luck to be working alongside Jiang Han. He resolved to put forth even greater effort in the future. The following morning, Jiang Wenshan arrived, bringing with him 2 barrels of paint, specifically a marine-grade anti-corrosive variety. Jiang Han understood that this paint was not inexpensive. The 2 small barrels likely cost around 1,000. A brother-in-law, you need not have brought paint, he remarked. It was my request. Jiang Feng, accompanied by her 2 children, followed close behind Jiang Han. Jiang Han found himself at a loss against his sister's persistent kindness, despite his ability to care for himself after all these years. She still sought ways to assist him. Sister, I can purchase the paint myself. You have already bought so many appliances for our home. What is the harm in my buying 2 barrels of paint? Jiang Feng felt no remorse for her actions. Out of nowhere, Zhang Haidai appeared, asking, which ship is it? Jiang Han had informed him the previous day that he would be dealing with his newly purchased vessel. So he had come before dawn to get an early start. Not wishing to disturb Jiang Han, he had taken a nap at the dock, only to find several unfamiliar ships moored there. Together, they worked diligently for half the day, removing all the barnacles from the ship and repainting it. Even the children contributed significantly to the effort. Brother Han, will we be able to go fishing in a couple of days? Jiang Han nodded, surprised that his dream was materializing so swiftly. Initially, he had only hoped to purchase a ship by the end of the year. Sister, brother-in-law, thank you for coming to help today. Glancing at the time, he added, Sister, you needn't cook. I'll take you all to the town for a meal. Jiang Feng considered dining out a waste and intended to decline, but Ling Ling and Wan Wan had already cheered in excitement. Jiang Han happily placed the 2 children in his electric trike and invited Zhang Haidai to join them, to help supervise the kids. Sister, brother-in-law, my trike is small and cannot accommodate so many. You all should head to town on your own. With that, Jiang Han rode off on his trike, leaving Jiang Feng speechless. She felt compelled to follow. Yet, she felt a sense of comfort, realizing she could now enjoy meals provided by her brother. However, Jiang Wenshan dampened her spirits with a dose of reality, remarking on the wastefulness of dining out immediately after purchasing a ship. Jiang Feng shared his concerns but harbored an inexplicable confidence in her brother. Well, a meal won't silence your complaints, Jiang Wenshan retorted, the Heilewang restaurant. Meng Fei and Meng Guo were taken aback at the sight of Jiang Han and Zhang Haidai arriving with their families. Upon learning that they were Jiang Han's sister and brother-in-law, Meng Fei instructed Meng Guo to prepare the restaurant's finest private room for their use. Jiang Feng and Jiang Wenshan were momentarily at a loss for how to act in the lavishly decorated room. While the children reveled in their surroundings, while waiting for their dishes, Meng Guo kindly brought out a set of building blocks for the children to play with. Jiang Wenshan frowned, wishing he had brought worksheets for them instead. Lamenting the time wasted on such frivolity, brother-in-law, Ling Ling and Wan Wan have been diligent. They deserve some leisure, Jiang Han suggested. Jiang Wenshan shot Jiang Han a glance, hesitant to speak, though he hailed from Shajiang village. His connection to Jiang Feng afforded him insight into Jiang Han's life. He knew that Jiang Han and Ye Tiantian were contemporaries, and the village often spoke of how diligently Ye Tiantian studied late into the night. While Jiang Han appeared unburdened by academic pressures, maintaining a relaxed routine, ultimately his exam results surpassed those of Ye Tiantian, demonstrating that some find studying effortless and assume others do as well. As Meng Guo began serving the dishes, a plethora of seafood appeared on the table: baked conch, garlic scallops, steamed blue crab, braised eel, and stir-fried kelp. Jiang Feng and Jiang Wenshan were astounded by the variety. That's enough. We cannot possibly finish all this. Jiang Han, noticing the abundance, instructed Meng Guo not to bring any more seafood, requesting instead 2 vegetable dishes and a fruit platter. Considering the children, he also added a sweet milk soup to the order. Jiang Feng felt as though they were hosting a grand banquet. Sensing her concern, Jiang Han reassured her, Sister, all this seafood is from my stock. They are merely processing it for me, and I'm paying them a small fee. Really? Jiang Feng had never heard of such a service at a restaurant. Of course, Jiang Han affirmed. Meng Guo returned with a smile, placing the fruit platter on the table, adorned with toothpicks, and strategically positioned it before the children. Jiang Feng scrutinized Jiang Han, questioning the nature of their relationship. Jiang Han reflected on his rapport with Meng Guo, considering her a friend. Beyond their business dealings, she had cared for him when he was unwell. Jiang Feng dismissed her thoughts, captivated by Meng Guo's beauty, and compared her to Ye Tiantian. Han, if only you could find a girl as lovely as her, she would surely eclipse Ye Tiantian. Jiang Han found himself amused and exasperated. Sister, if I seek a partner, it will not be to compete with Ye Tiantian. My desire is for a genuine connection based on love, free from ulterior motives. Jiang Feng shot him a knowing glance, recalling their previous conversation regarding his romantic pursuits. Jiang Han had merely stated he was in no rush. She believed her brother had been hindered by Ye Tiantian and felt that as long as he found someone, even if she were slightly inferior to Ye Tiantian, it would suffice. Chapter 69. The exam completed. The family indulged in a hearty meal, especially Ling Ling and Wan Wan, who found the restaurant's food far superior to their mother's cooking. They nearly licked the bowl of sweet milk soup clean. As Jiang Han went to settle the bill, Jiang Feng watched closely. The fruit platter is on the house. The total is 230 yuan. Surprised to see such an extravagant spread for just over 200 yuan, Jiang Feng realized that her brother's claims were true, aside from the last two vegetable dishes and the sweet soup. He had indeed only been charged for processing fees. Feeling somewhat inadequate, Jiang Feng noted how little she knew about the town, having spent every day on the island. Checking the time, she said, "Wenshan, you should be leaving soon. If a strong wind picks up, you may not be able to depart. Brother-in-law, please wait. I'll take you there." Jiang Wenshan considered this and agreed. He turned to Jiang Feng, instructing her to take the children home to complete their homework. Jiang Feng concurred, realizing the kids needed to catch up after their day of play. Jiang Han felt a pang of sympathy for his nieces, but understood he could not interfere with their parenting. "I'll be right there," Jiang Han called as he made his way to the restaurant's back kitchen, where the head chef greeted him. He retrieved two large, sealed jars of marinated seafood from the refrigerator, one containing crab paste and the other marinated mud snails. While not particularly expensive, they were akin to how people inland crave pickled vegetables. The islanders similarly enjoyed these items, which paired well with rice. Handing the jars to Jiang Wenshan, he said, "Brother-in-law, these were prepared for me earlier. Take them to the factory for your meals." During his school days, his sister often worried he would struggle with unfamiliar foods, so she would send him back to the island with ample marinated seafood. Now, the roles had reversed. Jiang Wenshan stood momentarily stunned, reflecting on Jiang Feng's remark. "My brother has truly grown up." Snapping back to reality, he accepted the items with gratitude. He had never considered Jiang Han to be a bad person. However, he had observed over the years how Jiang Feng quietly supported her younger brother. Being a fisherman was no easy task, and if Jiang Han were to incur losses, both he and Jiang Feng would face difficulties. After escorting Jiang Wenshan to the dock, Jiang Han was preparing to bid farewell when he noticed Jiang Han boarding a boat. "Are you heading to the district too?" Jiang Wenshan asked, surprised. "That I need to take an exam. Otherwise, I want to be able to operate my ship." Jiang Wenshan had no concerns about Jiang Han's ability to pass the exam. After all, he was a top student. Good luck. Absolutely. Once they disembarked, Jiang Wenshan took a bus to the factory, while Jiang Han hailed a taxi to the hotel he had booked online. Given the unpredictable weather at sea, he wanted to ensure he arrived on time for the ferry the next day. The exam would take 2 days, during which Jiang Han planned to also obtain his fishing license. Therefore, he intended to stay in the district for 3 days, allowing the paint on his ship to fully dry. During his nights at the hotel, he kept busy, calling Zhang Haidai. "Now that we have a ship, why don't you go to the mudflats and gather some sea worms?" Zhang Haidai was quite pleased to hear that Jiang Han sought his assistance. However, after the tide receded, he rummaged through the mudflat for quite some time, without unearthing a single sea worm. His face fell into a deep frown, feeling utterly useless. Reluctantly, Zhang Haidai dialed Jiang Han's number. "Brother Han, I truly cannot find any. Could you perhaps delineate a specific area for me?" Having grown accustomed to Jiang Han's guidance, he now felt dependent on it. Suddenly, a peculiar thought crossed Jiang Han's mind. Why not try a video call? He was curious to see if he could scan the depths of the mudflat through the screen. However, reality proved him overly optimistic. The video merely displayed the mudflat, with nothing visible beneath its surface. "Brother Han, can you see clearly? Where should I search for the sea worms?" Jiang Han closed his eyes, recalling his previous visits to the mudflat where he had indeed spotted sea worms. These creatures, however, were somewhat elusive, wriggling with their bristly hair. But now that they had a boat, he desired to fish. Sea worms were renowned as an omnipotent bait in the ocean, yielding excellent results. "How about you search in areas with grass?" he suggested. From his memory, he recalled that some worms resided beneath the mud while others intertwined with the grass. Many grassy spots teemed with these sea worms. Zhang Haidai trusted Jiang Han's words implicitly. He immediately uprooted a tuft of grass and, sure enough, discovered a sea worm entangled within it. "Brother Han, you are truly remarkable. You could direct operations from afar." Jiang Han was somewhat speechless. He was not as extraordinary as Zhang believed, merely possessing a good memory. "Gather more of them and stash them away for when I return." Within 3 days, Jiang Han had obtained all the necessary documents. Upon his return, Zhang Haidai was ecstatic. "Brother Han, I followed your advice and collected quite a few sea worms. I have 2 large jars, nearly 1 to 200 of them." Jiang Han felt that the difference between 100 and 200 was significant, yet 100 would suffice. With their boat now seaworthy, they no longer needed to rely on tidal software.is that the boat drying its paint. "Yours, Jiang Han?" Aunt Baoya exclaimed from a distance, rushing over to inquire. "Indeed, I just purchased it," he replied. Aunt Baoya's eyes widened in astonishment. "You young man are impressive. You can even afford a boat now." Your parents would be overjoyed if they were alive. Jiang Han smiled. This is all thanks to my parents, though they had passed away early. He always felt their presence watching over him and his sister. Aunt Li approached. Jiang Han, how much did you pay for the boat? A friend sold it to me at a bargain, he replied. Omitting further details, old Zhang, feeling a pang of envy, reminisced about his youth. I had the chance to buy a boat 30 years ago. Laughter erupted among the crowd. The notion of having a chance equated to never having purchased one. This Jiang Han is truly capable. Educated individuals are indeed different. They procure boats without a sound. Just then, Ye Tiantian approached, eyeing Jiang Han with curiosity. Did you really buy a boat? Jiang Han did not respond. But Aunt Li interjected, is there any doubt? The boat is still at the dock drying its paint. Ye Tiantian pursed her lips. How large is the boat? May I see it? Chapter 70. Setting sail. Aunt Li tugged at Ye Tiantian. Silly girl, why would Jiang Han need to take you to see the boat? You're familiar with the village dock. Just walk over yourself. Aunt Baoya added. Indeed, that's the only boat they're drying its paint. Ye Tiantian bit her lip, acknowledging the situation. A group of villagers, having nothing better to do, exuberantly made their way to the village dock. Zhang Haidai leaned toward Jiang Han. Brother Han, why are there so many people? Aside from those engrossed in mahjong, nearly everyone else in the village has come over, Jiang Han observed. He was not surprised. How many years has it been since anyone bought a boat in our village? The village head has one, as does the village secretary, and both Jiang Ermao and old Luo have small boats. But as for new purchases, I've heard nothing. The younger generation had moved away, and the older folk had lost their ambition. Naturally, it had been years since a new boat was acquired, and they were likely just curious, perhaps even sharing in their joy. Soon, they arrived at the village dock, where new vessels were anchored. These likely belonged to outsiders. Many boats passing through the village dock would stop for supplies, such as fuel or basic necessities. Villagers rarely purchased from the service station, as prices there were considerably higher than Aunt Meihua's village shop. Among them were some who encountered Jiang Han's boat for the first time, and they were taken aback. Jiang Han, your boat is quite substantial. I thought it was a maximum of 7 meters, but it appears to be over 10 meters long. If I'm not mistaken, it should be 12 meters, right? Jiang Han found old Zhang's observation quite accurate. It was indeed 12 meters. He surveyed the crowd, noticing most were elderly, likely over 60 years of age. Pondering for a moment, he sought out the dock workers. There were no young people among them. Only strong men in their 40s or 50s. Just like last time, Jiang Han offered each of the 8 workers 100 yuan, including himself and Zhang Haidai, making a total of 10. Could I trouble you all to assist me in pushing my boat back into the sea? He needed to elevate the boat to scrape off barnacles and paint it, requiring it to be placed on stones. Now, it was time to return the boat to the water. The dock workers, accustomed to labor, were delighted at the prospect of easy work for 100 yuan. With collective effort, they swiftly pushed the boat into the sea. During this, old Zhang and old Luo also lent a hand, and Jiang Han rewarded them each 100 yuan as well. As Jiang Han and Zhang Haidai prepared to board, Jiang Feng rushed over with supplies. Hey, why the rush? You haven't even worshipped the boat god yet. Jiang Feng glared at the onlooking villagers, mildly irritated. My brother and Zhang Haidai are young and unaware. You all should know better. The villagers were momentarily silenced. I thought the younger generation no longer believed in such things. Aunt Baoya said, somewhat aggrieved. Who says they don't believe? They simply lack understanding. Jiang Feng laid out the items she had brought for the ritual. This ceremony could be elaborate, but today, time was of the essence. So she simplified it. In the past, they would have invited the boat god onto the vessel for worship. She lit incense and candles. Boat god, please ensure my brother Jiang Han and his friend Zhang Haidai remain safe during their time at sea. After bowing to the boat, she offered prayers to other deities, including Guanyin, the Dragon King, and the god of wealth. My brother is inexperienced. Once he returns from sailing, he will come back to pay his respects. According to tradition, every newly purchased boat must be honored at various temples before its maiden voyage. Those venturing far into the sea would also pray before departure. Jiang Feng pulled Jiang Han over to participate in the ritual. Although Jiang Han felt somewhat helpless against his sister's insistence, he knew there was little danger near the island. Yet, to ease her worries, he complied with the ritual. Jiang Feng reminded him, some things cannot be taken lightly. Remember to visit Guanyin, the Dragon King, and the god of wealth when you return. I just made promises to them. Jiang Han could only smile wryly and nod. Rest assured, upon my return, I will promptly visit each temple. Finally, Jiang Han and Zhang Haidai boarded the boat. Jiang Feng also packed the offerings for the boat god, including fruits and snacks, for them to enjoy on their journey. Jiang Han waved farewell to the dock workers. We are setting sail. Zhang Haidai mimicked his gesture, waving to everyone. Amidst the crowd, Ye Tiantian stood out, her expression oddly discontent. Brother Han, why does Ye Tiantian look so glum? Who knows? Perhaps the stress from studying has taken its toll. Jiang Han dismissed, focusing on mastering the boat. Initially a bit clumsy, he soon found his rhythm that he remained cautious, recalling the advice from Jiang Wenshan and Zhang Qi to stay within 100 meters of the island. If he sensed the boat drifting too far, he would steer it back. Brother Han, where shall we fish? Zhang Haidai inquired. Currently, it was a closed season for fishing. They could not catch fish but could engage in single-rod fishing. Let us not rush. I need to practice a bit more to as Jiang Han navigated the boat around Jiaohua Island. The removal of barnacles had significantly lightened the vessel. He observed the underwater conditions while steering. The waters surrounding the island were clearly much deeper than the coastal regions. Typically, a depth of 40 meters is considered profound in nearshore waters. However, he discovered depths exceeding 100 meters, with a scanning range of 210 meters. He could see the underwater landscape quite clearly. The seabed was rich with sand, and he could discern not only the surface, but also what lay beneath it. This moment, he spotted numerous sea cucumbers, with many shells resting beneath the sand. Jiang Han swallowed, feeling a pang of regret. In such deep waters, not only does he lack the courage to dive, but even if he did, he could not reach such depths. He can only lament the missed opportunity to engage with the sea cucumbers and snails. Han Ge, are there any fish? Zhang Haidai always felt that Han Ge knew everything related to the ocean. Yes, came the reply. They were already at sea, so it was inconceivable that there would be no fish. The uncertainty lay in whether they could catch any. Jiang Han anchored the boat in a spot abundant with fish. Through the clear water, he spotted a fish of undetermined species, neither small nor large, being devoured by a school of others. Though it was a cruel sight, it saved him the trouble of baiting. Take out the sea worms. Chapter 71. The first fish caught. Zhang Haidai retrieved a large jar filled with sea worms from his backpack. Han Ge, this is all I brought today. I have a small portion left at your house. There are over 150 in this jar. It seemed Zhang Haidai had indeed collected more than 200 sea worms in recent days. Jiang Han peered into the jar at the writhing, bristly sea worms, feeling a wave of discomfort. Nevertheless, he endured, reasoning that they proved effective for fishing. He had heard that these creatures were highly nutritious and possessed anti-cancer properties. Regardless, Jiang Han had no desire to consume them. Zhang Haidai then produced a landing net that Jiang Han had purchased online. This net was a custom design, featuring dragon motifs engraved on the handle. It was retractable, measuring 60 centimeters when collapsed and extending to 5 meters when fully deployed. Jiang Han admired the net's craftsmanship, feeling justified in spending over 1,000 yuan on 2 of them. Han Ge, I've seen many people fish, and when they catch larger fish, they always use a landing net. Set it aside for now. Jiang Han baited the hook with a sea worm and cast it into the ocean. Han Ge, look how fast. Jiang Han turned to see Zhang Haidai's fishing rod bending significantly. Had it truly hooked a fish so quickly? However, the bend lasted only a moment before Zhang Haidai felt the rod lighten, and it straightened. He lifted the rod, revealing that most of the sea worm had been consumed. With only its head still attached to the hook, Jiang Han's lips twitched. At least the hook remained intact. Zhang Haidai opened his mouth in disbelief. Can a fish really bite off the hook? Jiang Han hadn't anticipated that Zhang Haidai would take his words seriously. He had merely spoken in jest. Glancing beneath the surface, he noticed a red snapper leisurely swimming away from Zhang Haidai's position. When you baited the sea worm, did you ensure the hook was exposed? Zhang Haidai pondered for a moment before replying. Han Ge, I honestly don't know. His casual approach to baiting left him oblivious to whether the hook was visible. Although he was a native islander, he had mostly engaged in beachcombing as a child, with little experience in fishing. Even when he did fish, it was often a casual endeavor, and he had never caught anything significant. The excitement of hooking a fish had thrilled him just moments ago, but there were many reasons for a fish to escape. One possibility was that the hook had not been exposed. In such cases, even if a fish bit, it could easily spit out the hook. Zhang Haidai gazed at Jiang Han in astonishment. Han Ge, how do you know so much? He had never seen Jiang Han fish before. Could it be that he had secretly practiced during his years of imprisonment? What are you thinking? I've read a bit about fishing recently. Zhang Haidai was taken aback. You can learn fishing by reading? Han Ge, if you're so good at studying, why didn't you pass the graduate entrance exam? Passing the graduate exam requires time to study, back then, to provide a better life for Ye Tiantian. I spent all my free time working, leaving no time for studies. Can't you try again? Zhang Haidai pressed. If you succeed, You'd be a graduate student, that it's unnecessary, Jiang Han replied, content with his current life. Even if he were exempt from exams and allowed to pursue graduate studies directly, he would have no desire to do so. Zhang Haidai scratched his head, his hair having grown a bit longer. Not studying is fine, as you said. Ye Tiantian has been so consumed by her studies that she is not quite right in the head that we don't need to endure that kind of suffering. Jiang Han looked at Zhang Haidai in surprise. He had casually remarked on Ye Tiantian's state, not expecting Zhang Haidai to take it seriously. Zhang Haidai held up a newly baited seaworm. Han Go, am I doing this right? It should be like this. He recalled the illustrations from the ebook he had read that moment. Jiang Han's rod dipped, and looking down, he saw his hook had snagged a flounder. This fish was impressively large, measuring approximately 1.5 meters in length. Flounders are relatively easy to identify due to their unique appearance. They lie on their sides, appearing very flat, with both eyes on one side of their bodies. In many regions, fishing for flounders is colloquially termed fishing for flat fish. Most flounders available in markets are farmed, though there used to be a golden variety that commanded high prices. Eventually, it was discovered that these golden flounders were raised with special chemicals in their feed, leading to their gradual disappearance from the market. However, even ordinary flounders are often fed medicated feeds to boost their survival rates. Wild flounders, if available, fetch significantly higher prices than their farmed counterparts. That a flounder of this size would be easily recognized as wild. As farms cannot produce such specimens, that if Jiang Han managed to reel it in, it could be worth over 2,000 yuan. Energized by the thought, he applied everything he had learned from his readings. Tirelessly reeling in and letting out line, Zhang Haidai, anxious, asked, Han Go, is there anything I can do to help steer the boat? When faced with a large fish, the fear lies in one's strength being insufficient against the fish's power. If the boat could be maneuvered, it would help to tire the fish out, but I don't know how to steer. Then it's not necessary. Jiang Han continued his relentless battle with the fish. Lacking experience, he relied on instinct to end the back-and-forth struggle. The line grew shorter, bringing the flounder closer. Gradually, even Zhang Haidai could see the shadow of the fish. Wow, that's a huge fish, he exclaimed. Quick, use the landing net. At this moment, the flounder was approximately 4 meters from the surface. Zhang Haidai, reaching down further, was almost able to grasp it. Realizing he needed to act, he quickly grabbed the landing net, using all his strength to scoop the flounder. When Jiang Han had requested a 5-meter extension for the net, he had specified that it should still support up to 60 kilograms. Now, as the net enveloped the flounder, the handle bent under the weight. Han Go, this is so heavy. Seeing that the fish could not escape, Jiang Han set down his rod, and together with Zhang Haidai, they lifted the flounder aboard. This fish must weigh around 100 jin. Right? Impossible. If it were truly 100 jin, the net would have broken. Zhang Haidai reconsidered, realizing that the net had held firm, indicating the fish's weight was within 60 jin. Yet, it was still quite large. Chapter 72. A high price offered while other fish of similar size might exceed 100 jin. The flounder, being flat, appeared larger than it actually was, from the moment Jiang Han had seen it. He had estimated its weight to be around 50 jin, and upon closer inspection, it seemed accurate that a flounder of this weight was already impressive. He measured the fish, discovering it was an astonishing 1 meter and 62 centimeters long. Conservatively estimated, it could fetch around 2,000 yuan. Jiang Han opened the storage compartment, and he and Zhang Haidai carefully placed the flounder inside. At this point, the storage compartment already held some seawater. The seawater in the two compartments was interconnected with the external ocean, effectively creating a flowing water environment. Fish kept inside typically survived well, in rough weather. For safety, the seawater could be drained from the storage compartment. This feature contributed to the high cost of fishing boats. Beyond the engine, fishing vessels are equipped with numerous devices for catching and storing fish. The boat Jiang Han purchased, while limited in functionality, offered exceptional value with its storage system. For fish that could not survive, there was also a sizable storage box on board, where they could be placed as needed. Just then, Zhang Haidai hooked another fish. Jiang Han glanced over to see it was a small catch, approximately half a jin. Upon closer inspection, it was a butterfly fish, named for its beautifully fan-shaped tail. Some particularly striking butterfly fish are sought after as ornamental pets. Though Zhang Haidai's catch was not exceptionally attractive, as he lifted the rod and saw the small fish he had caught, he frowned briefly, but then his expression brightened that a small fish was still a fish. And at least he had managed to catch it. This was his first fish that he excitedly showed it to Jiang Han. Han Go, I caught a fish. Although it paled in comparison to Jiang Han's earlier catch, the joy of having caught it himself was irreplaceable. Jiang Han smiled at him. Well done. Keep it up. Zhang Haidai finally realized that Jiang Han's fishing rod had been bent all along, nearly at a 90-degree angle. Much like the previous fish, Brother Han, it seems we've caught another big one. Jiang Han nodded, revealing yet another flounder. Many fish appeared in schools, as flounders prefer to rest on sandy bottoms. He noticed several more flounders lurking in the sand. Zhang Haidai quickly placed the mackerel he had caught into the storage compartment. This time, he had learned to be clever, standing by with the landing net at the ready. After several tugs between Jiang Han and the fish, Zhang Haidai gradually discerned the creature's form. Wow, Brother Han, another flounder, and it's quite a sizable one. That you're amazing. Flounders inhabit both coastal and deep-sea waters. Typically, villagers encounter small flounders when gathering seafood, averaging merely the size of a few palms. Hahowever, today's catches were impressively large. Brother Han, it seems the waters here are quite deep. Generally, deeper waters yield larger fish. Zhang Haidai admired Jiang Han once more. He always chose the best spots as the distance closed. Zhang Haidai lowered the landing net. Together, they exerted effort to pull the flounder aboard. Jiang Han removed the hook and measured the fish with a tape measure point 1.63 meters. It's even larger than the last one. Jiang Han felt a surge of joy that he had rarely fished before. Yet now he was catching such substantial fish. The sensation was extraordinary, almost addictive. It's no wonder that those who love fishing often rise before dawn and return only after dark. Undeterred by perilous fishing spots, fishing, indeed, holds a profound allure. Jiang Han asked Zhang Haidai to take a photo of him with the fish, and after securing it, he casually shared the photo on his social media. Such a significant catch deserved commemoration. Their location was near Jiao Frog Island, so the signal was relatively stable, but he soon felt his phone vibrating incessantly in his pocket. Upon checking, he discovered that within merely 5 minutes, he had garnered over 50 likes, many of which he couldn't even match with names. The class group chat became lively, as Li Feiyue shared his photo in the group. Li Feiyue, Jiang Han. Is that fish really that big? Hu Dongjin. No way, that fish is even larger than me. Yu He. In my entire life, I've never seen such a massive fish. Tian Chengwen. Who hasn't? Lu Buohong. Jiang Han. That fish must be quite valuable, right? Overwhelmed by the numerous inquiries, Jiang Han lacked the energy to respond individually and opted for a collective reply. Jiang Han. The fish is undoubtedly real. As for the price, it depends on the buyer's offer. Shenren. Would you sell it for 2,000 yuan? Shenren felt somewhat embarrassed by such an offer, but after purchasing a lightning-struck wood, his finances were rather limited. His bid was met with laughter from his classmates. Yu He. I'm serious. I'll offer 5,000. Jiang Han. Would you sell it? Jiang Han's heart skipped a beat. He hadn't anticipated that his affluent classmates would be interested in his fish. He had initially estimated its value at around 2,000 yuan. Yet here was someone willing to pay 5,000. His other fish was of similar size. If both were sold to Yu He, could he potentially earn 10,000 yuan? Jiang Han. Yu He, it's not that I don't want to sell it to you, but the transportation is quite inconvenient for me. The fish is still alive. If I send it to you, and it dies. Not to mention that it would likely spoil by the time it arrives. Yu He considered this and realized that if the fish remained alive, it would please his clients. However, if it spoiled, he wouldn't even want to eat it himself. That why Yu He glanced at the picture again. What a magnificent fish! For those inland, such a sizable flounder was a rare treasure. Not being able to acquire it felt like a significant loss. Lu Buohong was nearly boiling with jealousy. Lu Buohong. What? Did I just see that correctly? The price of a single fish exceeds my entire monthly income. Jiang Han. I haven't even sold it yet. Lu Buohong felt uneasy upon hearing Jiang Han's response. Their starting points had been the same. Since Jiang Han returned to the fishing village while he remained in the city, he suddenly felt his starting point was now higher than Jiang Han's. Yet why could Jiang Han sell a fish for more than his monthly earnings? Even with the additional 500 yuan, he was only making 4,500 a month. Ignoring the chatter around him, Jiang Han continued fishing. He soon spotted another flounder. Though it was deeper, he slowly lowered the fishing line, intending to position the sea worm in front of the flounder's mouth. Unexpectedly, a swiftly approaching sandfish bit his hook, catching him off guard. This sandfish was even smaller than the previous mackerel, weighing only about 3 taels. Sandfish are typically abundant near mudflats, but he hadn't expected to find one here. The unit price was low, and they didn't grow large. He felt the sea worms he had fed were worth more than this sandfish. With no other choice, Jiang Han brought the sandfish aboard. He removed it from the hook, not wishing to keep such a small fish, and tossed it back into the sea. Brother Han, what type of fish is that? You're throwing it back. It's a sandfish. And I've wasted a sea worm on it. We could just collect sea worms from the mudflat. But despite being worthless, sandfish are quite fresh. We could take it to the Highly Wong restaurant and ask Sister Fei to prepare us some soup. Zhang Haidai's words made Jiang Han reconsider. Fishermen often release smaller catches into the sea to allow them to grow, an act that can be seen as an ecological preservation effort. However, sandfish don't grow. A three-tailed sandfish is already an adult. Moreover, their adaptability to the environment is poor, and in this heat, even if returned to the sea, they wouldn't survive long, having already wasted a sea worm. Why not keep the sandfish? Yet, such thoughts were futile as the sandfish had long since swum away. Jiang Han could only reattach a sea worm and lower the line once more. Previously, villagers often claimed that sandfish were greedy, but he had never witnessed it firsthand. Just as he placed the bait, the distant sandfish returned, its large mouth ready to bite. Frustrated yet unwilling to waste another sea worm, he quickly released the line. The challenge of catching the fish was one thing. Actually landing it was another. Fortunately, sandfish weren't particularly clever, and as his bait sank deeper, it lost track of it. At last, Jiang Han managed to place his bait before the flounder's mouth. To ensure the flounder noticed, he waved the bait in front of its eyes. The flounder indeed bit the hook. Jiang Han swiftly reacted, pulling in the line with all his strength. When the flounder tugged fiercely, he would let out a bit of line. It was once again a tug-of-war between man and fish. That moment, Zhang Haidai had just reeled in a butterfly fish weighing around a pound. While it might only fetch about 10 yuan, he was still elated. Turning his head, he saw Jiang Han struggling with the line. "Brother Han, how are you so incredible? That's the third one already." For most fishermen, catching even one large fish was a success, yet Brother Han had managed 3 consecutively, not counting the sandfish. Jiang Han, having already caught 2 large fish, felt his arms growing wearied. He handed the rod to Zhang Haidai. "Help me pull this one in." Zhang Haidai spat into his palms, feeling a surge of anxiety. He had never pulled in such a large fish before. What if the hook came loose? The pressure weighed heavily on him. It's all right. Just fish. If the hook comes loose, it doesn't matter. Jiang Han believed they were in this together. He couldn't rely solely on himself. He needed to extend absolute trust to his teammate. Zhang Haidai felt a wave of gratitude. Working alongside Brother Han was truly a joy. He nodded and accepted the fishing rod. Feeling the weight of the fish on the hook, the sensation was indeed different. Thankfully, his daily workouts in prison had given him considerable strength in his arms. Following Jiang Han's guidance, he began to reel in and release the line. After several tugs, he sensed the fish drawing closer. Gradually, its shadow became visible. "Brother Han, it's another flounder," Zhang Haidai exclaimed once more. Jiang Han certainly recognized it as a flounder. Within his fishing range, these were the largest fish available. He had been targeting these flounders all along. As the distance closed, it was Jiang Han's turn to use the landing net to scoop the fish aboard. Like the previous 2, he measured the fish with a tape measure. This one was slightly smaller, measuring only 1.28 meters, but it still counted as a large fish. Together, Jiang Han and Zhang Haidai placed the fish into the storage compartment. Zhang Haidai then proudly displayed his catch: a mackerel, a sandfish, and 2 butterfly fish. Jiang Han was surprised to see that while he had been reeling in, Zhang Haidai had also caught other fish. The sandfish looked familiar. It seemed to be the one he had discarded earlier. Jiang Han glanced at the time and noted that 3 hours had passed since they left the dock, with 2.5 hours spent fishing. Although Jiang Han's line often attracted fish quickly, the time spent reeling them in was lengthy. Each large fish took over half an hour to land. Jiang Han suspected that his inexperience played a role. He was still a novice at fishing. At this point, both of them were utterly exhausted. Zhang Haidai is doing well, but Jiang Han is truly feeling fatigued. He must navigate the boat, fish, and endure the scorching sun on such a sweltering day. Even idleness can be overwhelming under the relentless rays. Jiang Han shares his water with Zhang Haidai and divides the offerings from Jiang Feng. As Zhang Haidai savors the juicy pears, he observes Jiang Han's tireless efforts. "Brother Han, I wish to obtain a boating license as well." Currently, he feels helpless. If he could also steer the boat, at least he could relieve Brother Han when fatigue sets in. "Sure," Jiang Han replies. Surprised by Zhang Haidai's ambition, "I spent quite a sum on my boating license, and I had no one to guide me through the practical training. If you require full assistance, it could cost nearly 30,000. Zhang Haidai's mouth drops in astonishment. "Is it really that much?" "Indeed, you must consider it carefully," Jiang Han cautions. "What is there to ponder?" Zhang Haidai exclaims, brimming with excitement. "I'll sign up for the test as soon as we return. I've been fretting over excess funds that I can't seem to spend," Jiang Han thinks to himself, ignoring some of Zhang Haidai's statements. Brother Han, should we head back? Zhang Haidai inquires. Their boat is not equipped for cooking. Yet they must eat that we could manage without returning. Your sister has given us plenty we can nibble on fruits and biscuits, and perhaps a slice of bread to tide us over. Still, let us return. It is far too hot to be out at sea in this weather, especially since our boat lacks even a canopy for shade. I'll take a loop back. Jiawa Island is neither too large nor too small. Jiang Han had been moving slowly, only managing to circle half of it. Now, he decides to navigate around the back, where the landscape comprises primarily mountains and rocks, largely uninhabited, yet visually captivating, since this area lacks a dock. Boats seldom venture here, and for Jiang Han, who has never owned a boat, this is his first glimpse of this side of Jiawa Island. Brother Han, it's breathtaking here. Chapter 74. The Sandy Cave. Jiang Han shares Zhang Haidai's sentiments. Admiring the island's beauty while piloting the boat, suddenly, a glimmer catches Jiang Han's eye as they approach a particular area that he furrows his brow, puzzled by the translucent nature of the rock. Upon closer inspection, he confirms that it is indeed transparent. Ever since he integrated the extreme scanning system, his vision has vastly improved. He cannot be mistaken. Peering through the rocky layers, he discerns a spacious cavity within the mountain, albeit with a complicated structure that obscures his view. Brother Han, what's wrong? Zhang Haidai notices the boat's speed has diminished. Let us investigate that direction, Jiang Han suggests, steering the boat toward the illuminated area. Even as they draw closer, Zhang Haidai fails to see anything remarkable. Brother Han, are you searching for gooseneck barnacles? They thrive on sheer cliffs, and premium specimens can fetch up to 10,000 per pound. Even the ordinary ones sell for around 4,000. Foreigners are particularly fond of them, and it's said that several individuals have perished each year while harvesting them. Brother Han, it's all trees here. There couldn't possibly be any gooseneck barnacles. The scant layer of soil coats the rocky mountain, creating a lush environment due to the favorable temperatures on the island that I hardly believe I possess the fortune to discover such things. I am merely observing the trees. Zhang Haidai grows increasingly curious. What is so captivating about trees? Jiang Han stands at the bow, parting the intertwined branches. Goodness, there's a cave here, Jiang Han exclaims, unable to contain his surprise. Brother Han, how did you spot this? Zhang Haidai wonders, astonished that he hadn't considered a cave could exist behind the dense foliage. Perhaps it's my keen eyesight, Jiang Han casually remarks. Zhang Haidai is in awe of Jiang Han's perceptiveness. Brother Han, you always uncover what others overlook. With so many people residing on Jiawa Island, you might be the first to discover this cave. This type of cave is known as a sea cave, formed through the erosive action of seawater. The entrance is small, yet the interior is spacious. Brother Han, why is it so bright inside? Zhang Haidai notes that while the cave isn't lengthy, he can see the end clearly. Yet it seems unusually luminous. Logically, with obstructions at both ends, it shouldn't be so bright. It will find out once we enter. Huh. At that moment, Zhang Haidai feels hesitant, though he fears nothing when facing danger. The thought of entering such a place unnerves him. Jiang Han smiles at Zhang Haidai. You wait on the boat. I'll take a look. Zhang Haidai immediately protests. Brother Han, it's just a cave. If you're going in, I'm going in too. Perhaps to prove his courage, Zhang Haidai leaps into the cave first. The entrance is low and flooded with shallow water, reaching only to his calves. However, his leap drenches his shoes and pants. The splashed water even dampens half his shirt. Jiang Han looks at Zhang Haidai with bemusement. He could have simply removed his shoes beforehand. Zhang Haidai hadn't anticipated entering the cave in such a disheveled state. Jiang Han secures the boat. Learning from Zhang Haidai's experience, he carefully removes his shoes on the boat, but to protect against the sun, he and Zhang Haidai are clad in long sleeves and trousers. He rolls up his pant legs to his thighs and gracefully steps into the cave, avoiding splashes and keeping his clothes dry. Zhang Haidai. Jiang Han glances at Zhang Haidai with sympathy. The damp clothing is uncomfortable for him. On the boat, he hesitated to change, but here he removes his shirt, relieved that the cave is free of sunlight. As they venture further into the cave, the terrain rises, and soon they no longer walk through seawater. As the space expands, their visibility improves. What was once a narrow passage for one person now accommodates two side by side, reaching the cave's end. Zhang Haidai thinks they've hit a dead end, but Jiang Han veers to the side, revealing another opening. This new entrance is even wider than the previous one. Brother Han, wait a moment. Does the sea's erosion really make turns? Just then, they are greeted by an expansive vista. Before them lies a hidden beach, nestled beneath the Rocky Mountains. Jiang Han looks up, noticing sunlight streaming through cracks in the rocks. Though scant, it is enough to illuminate the cave. In this vast expanse, Only a small patch of golden sand is visible beneath their feet, while the rest is submerged beneath seawater. Jiang Han scans the area with his system, discovering numerous treasures concealed beneath the water. When is the tide due to recede? Jiang Han inquires. Zhang Haidai checks his waterproof phone, relieved that it suffered no damage from the earlier splashes. Brother Han, it'll recede in half an hour. Then we shall wait for the tide to go out. The sandy stretch beneath their feet is dappled with sunlight, while stepping back a few paces plunges them into shadow. Jiang Han gathers several branches from the beach and instructs Zhang Haidai to hang his damp clothing on them to dry. The two sit in a shaded area, enjoying a respite. The breeze flowing through the cave is refreshing, providing relief from the summer heat. Jiang Han marvels at the wonders of nature if he is not mistaken. The cave did not curve due to erosion. Rather, it appears that this cave connected with the previous one under certain conditions that asks for why this cave is so luminous or how the beach came to be within it. He remains uncertain in this pleasant environment. An idea strikes Jiang Han. He turns to Zhang Haidai. Did you bring a lighter? Zhang Haidai rummages through the pocket of his drying pants and produces a lighter. Brother Han, it still works in that case. Why don't we have a barbecue here? They can grill while waiting for the tide to recede. The dry branches may have fallen from above through the crevices. Regardless, there are plenty of branches for their barbecue. Zhang Haidai perks up. Indeed, in such a splendid setting, it would be a shame not to grill something that I caught 2 butterfly fish earlier. They won fetch a good price. So I'll roast them now. Jiang Han nods. Go get them. Isn't long before Zhang Haidai returns. Clutching the 2 butterfly fish, Jiang Han has gathered a small pile of dry twigs. Using his Swiss Army knife, he sharpens 2 small branches, skewering the fish before placing them over the fire. The fish quickly releases a delightful aroma, while the seawater gradually recedes before them. Chapter 75. Barnacles in the Cave. Brother Han. This is truly extraordinary. Yes, once we finish eating, we can gather from the sea. Butterfly fish are flat, swimming upright unlike flounders that lie flat. They have minimal fishy odor. Steaming is typically ideal. However, given their current circumstances, they are fortunate to be able to enjoy grilled fish. Brother Han, I believe adding a bit of salt next time would enhance the flavor. Jiang Han concurs, considering that he has an old, slightly deformed pot at home. The pot's base may be unsealed, yet it remains functional, albeit lacking in aesthetic appeal. Thus, he purchased a new one. The old pot will be stored in this cave later, accompanied by some seasonings. The number of branches here is limited. Perhaps next time, we should leave some charcoal behind. Zhang Haidai was the first to finish his meal. After wiping his mouth, he went to the boat to retrieve the tools for gathering sea creatures. Initially, he felt these tools were superfluous, as their purpose today was fishing. But to his surprise, they proved invaluable. He spotted a jellyfish desperately fleeing toward the depths of the retreating tide. Zhang Haidai dashed over and ensnared the jellyfish in his net. Han go. Hurry, I can barely hold it. This jellyfish was quite large and appeared heavy. Zhang Haidai could only cover it with the net. Lifting it was impossible. Jiang Han brought over the largest bucket, and together they managed to place the jellyfish inside. The bucket filled to capacity upon its addition. Han go. This is incredibly heavy. It's even heavier than the fish we caught today. Jiang Han lifted the bucket slightly. I estimate it weighs around 70 pounds. Luckily, you didn't attempt to scoop it up with the net. Otherwise, the pole would have snapped. It's so heavy. Zhang Haidai exclaimed. Jellyfish are typically quite heavy. Those from the deep sea can weigh several hundred pounds. Han go. How much are jellyfish selling for nowadays? With this weight, have we struck it rich? Zhang Haidai lacked a clear understanding of seafood prices. In his mind, the heavier, the better, and the pricier. Jiang Han recalled their visit to the seafood market, stating, I saw them selling for $8 a pound. This is wild, so we could potentially double that. Zhang Haidai struggled to calculate, but ultimately remained perplexed. Jiang Han set the bucket aside, relieved that no one else was nearby to claim their find. This should fetch us $1,000. Upon hearing this, Zhang Haidai felt reassured. Indeed, the heavier the item, the more valuable it seemed. To catch something worth $1,000 in one go was exceedingly gratifying. Han go. Sea cucumbers. Zhang Haidai couldn't contain his laughter as the tide receded, revealing more of the sandy shore. Numerous sea cucumbers lay exposed, ready to be gathered. In other places, older individuals would rush to seize such opportunities, leaving no chance for the younger generation. However, Zhang Haidai, armed with a bucket, leisurely collected them, grinning with delight. This was his most effortless gathering of sea creatures yet in this expansive area. Jiang Han's system could not survey the farthest reaches. As the tide continued to recede, Jiang Han noticed another opening at the far end of the beach. Initially, he merely wished to test his luck, if this body of water was not connected to the ocean beyond. The sandy shore would remain hidden even at low tide. It appeared that, while surrounded by rocks, one section was indeed connected to the outside. This gap only became visible at low tide, allowing light into the cave. As the tide withdrew further, Zhang Haidai also noticed something clinging to the rocks. Hangu, look at all the barnacles on these rocks. A vast expanse was covered in barnacles, primarily the edible kind. Many barnacles are inedible, like those scraped off his boat the other day, with only a small portion being consumable. However, these barnacles were all edible. At that moment, Jiang Han spotted a large turtle crawling by. He swiftly picked it up. Hangu, we can't eat that. Put it down. Jiang Han chuckled. Even you know that this creature is inedible. Do you remember Mao from the neighboring village? He was reported after catching a turtle. Fortunately, he wasn't fined for consuming it, just $3,000. Otherwise, he would have spent more time in jail than I did. Zhang Haidai watched as Jiang Han held the turtle, feeling anxious for his friend. Jiang Han, unfazed, pulled out his Swiss Army knife and aimed at the barnacle on the turtle's head. Just as Zhang Haidai contemplated rushing to stop him, he saw Jiang Han pry off the barnacle. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that the turtle was covered in barnacles, which could severely harm it, particularly the one near its head, which could eventually break its shell. Unlike the barnacles on the rocks, these resembled turtles. Are these turtle barnacles? Zhang Haidai recalled hearing that barnacles resembling turtles were called turtle barnacles. I'm not sure. They're quite rare and certainly not beneficial. Jiang Han made several cuts on the barnacle he removed. Ensuring it was dead, he continued to pry off the barnacles from the turtle's back, destroying each one until none remained. He then washed the turtle in seawater and returned it to the ocean. Whether the turtle recognized Jiang Han's assistance was unclear, but it did turn back to observe him for a while. Jiang Han waved, saying, "Go on, the tide is low, hurry home." The turtle seemed to understand. Swimming deeper into the sea, Zhang Haidai resumed gathering sea cucumbers, quickly filling another bucket. He picked up an empty one. Hangu, should we pry off all the barnacles from the rocks? After all, they're not beneficial. If they were inedible, he wouldn't bother, but since they were, he felt compelled to pry them off. Not only could he earn money, but he could also do a good deed. Hangu, I heard these barnacles are incredibly resilient. They can survive days without water. Jiang Han's eyelids twitched. What did you say? He had been lost in thought and missed something crucial. Zhang Haidai, somewhat confused, repeated, I said these barnacles aren't good. Chapter 76. Ordered over 200 pounds. No. The other sentence. These barnacles can survive for several days without water. Suddenly, a thought flickered in Jiang Han's mind. The price for the edible barnacles here was around $20 per pound. However, if he could sell them elsewhere. Jiang Han opened his phone and initiated a group video call. The classmates were momentarily taken aback by this feature. Hu Dongjin, Jiang Han, what are you doing? The workforce is still operational. Lu Bohong, working 1. Yu He, working 1. Shun Rin, working 1. Tian Chengwen, working 1. Tang Qin, working 1. Jiang Han was speechless. Apart from Lu Bohong, the others were all working in their family businesses. These privileged individuals were accustomed to a laid-back lifestyle. Even when starting from the bottom, they rarely regarded their superiors with respect. They claimed to be working while conversing in the group chat. Jiang Han, I have something exciting to show you. Upon sending this message, Yu He was the first to join the call. And he was greeted with breathtaking scenery. Soon, Hu Dongjin, Tian Chengwen, Tang Qin, Shen Run, and even Lu Bohong joined. Hu Dongjin exclaimed, Jiang Han, where are you? It's stunning. Jiang Han only showcased a portion of the scenery. Concealing the fact that this beach was located within a cave, he was somewhat selfish, wishing to keep this place a secret for a little longer. Jiang Han grinned at the camera, of course. I'm at my hometown. He shifted the camera to focus on the barnacles on the rock wall. Tang Qin screamed, oh my gosh, what is that? So frightening. Li Feiyue scrutinized the screen closely for several moments. That should be a barnacle, right? Jiang Han nodded. To be precise, this is one type of barnacle called the edible barnacle, which is quite delicious. While I can't transport that flounder to you, I can certainly deliver these barnacles. These affluent individuals, whose families were in business, instantly grasped Jiang Han's intentions. Why you? He asked. Just tell us, how do you plan to sell these barnacles? Their company, an advertising firm, was relatively small, but had numerous clients, some of whom had a particular fondness for wild seafood. Hu Dongjin chimed in. I just looked it up online. They do sell these barnacles. They're priced around $30 to $40 a pound. Jiang Han's lips twitched. Indeed, they were sharp-minded. They understood that these barnacles were resilient and easy to transport, hence the online market. Jiang Han responded, do you know where those online barnacles come from? Are they scraped off ships or harvested from toxic areas? The group fell silent. Unsure of the origins of those barnacles, Jiang Han continued, the barnacles you see here are fresh and unpolluted. And look at their size. Are the ones online even comparable? Jiang Han was quite confident about this. The barnacles here were indeed the largest he had ever seen in his life. The group fell silent once more. Eventually, Yuhi broke the silence, inquiring about the price of the barnacles. He was simply curious about the cost. Jiang Han replied, I am offering these barnacles at a fixed price of 60 yuan per kilogram, excluding shipping fees, although the price of 60 yuan per kilogram was higher than online rates. It was hardly a concern for this group of wealthy second-generation individuals. Yuhi responded, then I'll take 50 kilograms. Hu Donjin interjected, what on earth do you need so much for? Yuhi retorted, mind your own business that I can give them away as gifts, or if I can't, I'll just eat them myself. 50 kilograms of barnacles would only cost around 3,000 yuan, plus shipping, which was a negligible amount. Yuhi felt it was quite a bargain. Once he took the lead, others in the group began to express their desired quantities one by one. Jiang Han had initially thought few would want any. But out of the 42 students in their class, a surprising 25 ordered barnacles. Even Lu Buahong requested 2 kilograms, eager to sample them. Jiang Han calculated that the total order amounted to 235 kilograms. Hu Donjin and Shun Rin each requested 20 kilograms, while many others asked for 10 kilograms. Hu Donjin warned Jiang Han, if these aren't good, I won't be paying. Jiang Han assured her, no problem. All items can be paid for upon delivery, but if you find them delicious, then pay me afterward. Silence enveloped the chat once again. To them, Jiang Han was merely a fisherman. They could not possibly swindle money from him. Hu Donjin chuckled, I was just joking, Jiang Han. After hanging up the group call, Hu Donjin promptly transferred 1,300 yuan to Jiang Han. Hu Donjin, the extra 100 yuan is for my shipping costs. Jiang Han, I don't think it requires 100. I'll let you know after I ship it. Hu Donjin, no need, just keep the extra money for yourself. Before long, the others also began transferring money to Jiang Han in less than 10 minutes. He had received payments totaling 14,100 yuan. Jiang Han did not click to accept the funds. Instead, he rummaged through the various tools for clam digging. With so many kilograms of barnacles, they needed to pry them off before the tide came in, or else they would have to wait until the next day. Jiang Han picked up a sand shovel. But after a few attempts, his hands began to ache. He then switched to a spade, which made the task significantly easier. They had 4 water buckets. One held jellyfish, while the other 2 were filled with sea cucumbers. The last empty bucket was quickly filled with barnacles. Zhang Haidai organized the buckets on the boat, and then returned with the empty ones to the cave. Come help pry off the barnacles. Jiang Han called to Zhang Haidai that he was determined to fulfill his promise to those who had ordered. All right, Zhang Haidai replied, grabbing a spade to start prying barnacles off the rocks. These barnacles were still in their shells and were quite heavy. Brother Han, with this many barnacles, even if they want hundreds of kilograms, we can definitely manage a few tons. There are just so many barnacles here. Let us gather more. The hen T brought a scale, so they could only estimate the weight. It wouldn't do to collect too little. Zhang Haidai suddenly asked, Brother Han, since there are so many barnacles, can I send some to my uncle? Usually, Zhang Haidai wouldn't ask Jiang Han for favors. But the abundance of barnacles was truly overwhelming. Jiang Han paused, realizing that Zhang Haidai had been helping him for quite some time and had never sent anything to his uncle. Chapter 77. Roasting Barnacles. His uncle was so much better than his parents. For Zhang Haidai, his uncle was his only family. That might not be appropriate, Jiang Han remarked, observing Zhang Haidai's demeanor. Zhang Haidai immediately lowered his head. Brother Han, I was just saying that, don't misunderstand, I intend to sell these barnacles. Jiang Han was speechless. His brother had been with him for so long, yet he still didn't think things through. What I mean is, just taking these barnacles isn't enough. Sea cucumbers are nutritious, especially for the elderly. You should also take some sea cucumbers for them. Zhang Haidai was taken aback for a moment. Brother Han, are you saying I can send barnacles? Yes, send some barnacles and a few sea cucumbers. Forget the sea cucumbers. Just sending some barnacles will suffice. Sea cucumbers are too precious. My uncle is getting old and isn't in good health. Even if he wants to eat something, he doesn't have the energy to go clam digging anymore, but I'll take some barnacles to satisfy his cravings. Jiang Han felt that Zhang Haidai was making progress. He had previously known about his uncle's poor health, yet still asked him for money. Now, at least he was willing to give something back. I often share what we gather with my sister. Since you consider your uncle family, you should treat him well. Besides, all these sea cucumbers were collected by you. It's only fitting to share what you've gathered. Zhang Haidai couldn't argue with Jiang Han. Every word he spoke resonated with him. All right, then I'll send a FEW.AS, they chatted. They continued to diligently pry off barnacles. Jiang Han glanced at the beach and noticed numerous Pacific scallops beneath the sand, some larger than his head. Initially, he had intended to dig for these scallops, but now he felt it was more important to focus on the barnacles. With 4 buckets filled, they transported the goods to the boat and returned for the empty buckets. They made several trips without knowing exactly how many barnacles they had collected. Eventually, their arms ached, and the tide began to rise. Jiang Han and Jiang Han retreated to the small stretch of beach where they had eaten grilled fish earlier. They had consumed a butterfly fish for lunch and now felt both exhausted and hungry. Their arms felt foreign, sore from the labor. Brother Han, should we head back now? Let us rest a bit longer. The scenery here is delightful and tranquil. Resting here feels no different from resting at home. Besides, I'm not in the mood to sail back just yet. The two sprawled out in a shaded spot, enjoying the gentle sea breeze that wafted through the cave entrance, feeling more comfortable than if they were in an air-conditioned room. Once they regained some energy, Jiang Han noticed numerous dry branches on the beach. Let us eat something before heading back, he suggested, starting a fire. What are we having, Brother Han? Let us eat barnacles. With so many barnacles available, he was eager to taste their flavor. Jiang Han immediately sprang into action. Brother Han, there's a wire mesh on the boat. I'll go get it. This wire, about 50 centimeters long, had been left on the boat from before. They hadn't noticed it while cleaning the boat, but it had come to light when they were putting fish away today. Jiang Han had advised against throwing garbage into the ocean, so Jiang Han had refrained from discarding the wire, planning to deal with it later. Little did they know it could be repurposed now. Jiang Han set up some large stones around the fire, placing the wire mesh atop them. They arranged the barnacles with the openings facing up on the mesh to roast. The barnacles soon emitted a tantalizing aroma. Jiang Han set the roasted barnacles aside to cool and placed more on the grill. Brother Han, how do we eat these barnacles? Jiang Han asked. The openings of the barnacles were too small, and the first thing visible inside was a sharp object resembling a bird's beak that it was impossible to extract the meat with their hands. If they were at home, they could use tweezers to pull out the meat. But lacking tools here, did they need to smash the shells open with stones? Doing so would result in losing the precious broth inside the barnacle. The broth from the barnacles was truly exceptional. Jiang Han handed him his Swiss Army knife. First, shave off a bit of the top shell, then use the knife to pry out the meat. Jiang Han followed Jiang Han's instructions, successfully prying out the meat. The shell had cooled down by now, but the meat still emanated a faint steam. Jiang Han took a bite, and the freshness made him feel as if he were on fire. Brother Han, this is absolutely delicious. He drank the broth inside the shell as if it were water. This broth, infused with the essence of the natural seawater, was a concentrated delight of the barnacle's flavor, indescribably fresh. They say gooseneck barnacles are expensive, considered a delicacy from held. I think culinary preferences are subjective. I truly believe that gooseneck barnacles aren't as tasty as these. Jiang Han became intrigued. Have you ever tasted gooseneck barnacles? Those were rare delicacies, scarcely seen on the market, and when they appeared, their prices were exorbitant. Even he had only heard of them but never tasted them. That I used to just drift through life. Among the people I hung out with, someone managed to get their hands on gooseneck barnacles. They didn't have any concept of profit. They just shared and enjoyed them together, if you ask me. They refresh, but the aftertaste is somewhat bitter. Jiang Han was astonished. Is there something wrong with your palate? Such an expensive item tasted bitter? I can't say for sure. All I know is that when I ate them, they were bitter. Jiang Han was at a loss for words. He had never tasted gooseneck barnacles, so he couldn't comment on them. He decided to try a barnacle himself, and indeed, the flavor was extraordinarily delightful. The barnacles here were far superior to any he had tasted before. This time, he felt more confident in his product. Selling them at 60 yuan per kilogram would undoubtedly be a profitable venture. Jiang Han and Jiang Han continued to devour several barnacles. Though they appeared large and shell-covered, there was not much meat inside. The two men could not satisfy their hunger solely with barnacles. Jiang Han picked out a few sea cucumbers. Using his Swiss Army knife, he sliced open the abdomen of the sea cucumber and cleaned out the insides. Then, they skewered 2 sea cucumbers together, making a total of 12 skewers, which were also prepared for grilling. After they were done, he and Jiang Han each took 6 skewers to eat, amounting to 12 sea cucumbers per person. Han Go, do you think this will be too nourishing for us? He inquired. I've heard that sea cucumbers are quite nourishing. Many who consume them regularly only eat one every 2 or 3 days. I wonder if eating 12 at once will cause a nosebleed tonight. That shouldn't be the case. I've already picked out the smallest ones. Those larger ones are equivalent to 3 or 4 of the smaller ones. Chapter 78. Unloading goods, they regarded it as if they had consumed 3 or 4 of the large ones. Jiang Han glanced at Zhang Haidai. Are you afraid? Afraid you won't be able to control your vitality? How could that be? Zhang Haidai replied, blushing, as he bit off half of a skewer. The taste of sea cucumbers after the barnacles was a completely different experience. Zhang Haidai suddenly felt an unparalleled joy in life, a feeling he had never experienced before. Previously, he thought there was no difference between being out of prison or not, nor between living and dying. Life felt like a mere existence. Yet now, he found himself wishing for a longer life. Jiang Han's phone buzzed. It was a message from Lu Buohong. Lu Buohong, Jiang Han, thank you. Jiang Han, are you expecting me to thank you? I should thank you for being my benefactor and purchasing my 2 pounds of barnacles. Lu Buohong, I'm serious that you've made me realize many things. Jiang Han sensed a disconnect between him and Lu Buohong. He could hardly comprehend Lu's words. Lu Buohong, do you remember when I spoke to you about work? I stayed at my old company for that 500 yuan. Lu Buohong, I always thought that as long as I remained in the big city, I was superior to you. Only those who fail leave the big city to return home. Lu Buohong, but today, you utterly defeated my arrogance and self-righteousness. You sold over 10,000 yuan worth of goods in less than half an hour, and without any capital. Jiang Han, I do have costs. Refueling is quite expensive for me. Lu Buohong, I always thought that my decision to stay for 500 yuan was a compromise made after careful consideration, but your actions today made my compromise seem ridiculous. Lu Buohong, thank you that I've decided to resign. Life is short, and I must take responsibility for my own life and live it to the fullest. Jiang Han was at a loss for words. He felt he hadn't said anything yet Lu was resigning, that if he was going to resign, then so be it. He had heard Lu complain about that job many times, doing the work of several people while being constantly hassled. Such a job was hardly worth keeping. Jiang Han, then I congratulate you on a brighter future. Lu Buohong, thank you. As Jiang Han and Zhang Haidai finished their meal, the sun had already set. The entire sky was painted in shades of crimson, with the evening glow casting a beautiful hue over the scene. They boarded the boat and, accompanied by the twilight, headed straight to the town's dock. Barnacles are unlike other marine creatures. They cannot be stored in the storage compartment. Moreover, since they had gathered so many barnacles, they placed them directly on the deck of the boat. The dock workers, upon seeing such a large quantity of barnacles, were left astounded. Currently, it was the closed fishing season, and nets could not be used, resulting in a scarcity of fishing boats venturing out to sea. The only boats frequently seen were recreational fishing boats. If the ban were lifted, the fishing boats would be filled with legitimate catches. The dock workers had never witnessed such a sight before. Young man, did you take a fishing boat out to gather barnacles? You don't need such a large boat for that. And can one boat hold so many barnacles? Isn't that too fuel inefficient? This boat appeared to be around 12 meters long, and would likely consume 600 to 700 yuan worth of fuel in an hour. In reality, Jiang Han had not spent much time actually sailing. He had merely circled the island, likely using only about 1,000 yuan's worth of fuel. Jiang Han smiled at the dock workers. If I hadn't taken such a large boat, I wouldn't have been able to carry so many barnacles. The workers considered this, but felt something was amiss. Young man, where did you find so many barnacles? That's an incredible amount. I just happened to spot them and gathered them. Jiang Han did not lie. The workers chose not to press further. He then called Menghua. Do you have a bigger vehicle there? I have a lot of barnacles that need transporting. Menghua, bewildered, asked, how many barnacles do you have? A lot. Were already at the town dock. Confused, Menghua drove over in a pickup truck and was taken aback by the sheer quantity of barnacles. Did you uproot their nest? Barnacles are not uncommon. But such a large haul was something she had never seen before. You could say that. Jiang Han glanced at the pickup truck Menghua arrived in. He had assumed she would come in a 3-wheeler. He was surprised to discover that she could drive. The pickup truck was undoubtedly superior to a 3-wheeler, but it was unexpected to see such a delicate girl emerge from such a large vehicle. How much can this truck hold? Jiang Han inquired. It can handle 1,000 jin without issue. Hearing this, Jiang Han felt that he could resolve the matter in one go. The dock. He found 2 unloading workers and paid them 50 yuan each. Could you help us move the goods? The workers gladly accepted the money, but one said, you'll need to make 2 trips for all these. Jiang Han was taken aback. My friend said her truck can hold 1,000 jin. The unloading workers assessed the situation. I doubt it. Jiang Han realized something was off. In their minds, 200 jin of goods was already a lot, considering they also had to set aside some for others. They figured they needed at least around 300 jin. If it exceeded that and reached 400 jin, it wouldn't matter. They had been digging tirelessly in that cave, filling 4 barrels, carrying them to the boat, emptying them, and returning for more. They had no clear idea of how many barnacles they had collected. Now, looking at this mountain of barnacles, it hardly seemed like just 300 or 400 gene. The unloading worker suggested, "There's a scale at the dock. You can fill the barnacles into bags and weigh them all together." Jiang Han thought this was a good idea to he and Zhang Haidai, along with the unloading workers, filled the barnacles into plastic bags and placed them on the scale. Watching the numbers climb, everyone was stunned to see the weight reach an astounding 1115 gene. They had inadvertently gathered over 1,000 gene of barnacles. Mengguo was speechless. It was clear they would need to make 2 trips. They first loaded over 800 gene onto the truck. Jiang Han instructed Zhang Haidai to stay behind and watch over the remaining goods while he and Mengguo hopped into the vehicle. "And I must warn you, our restaurant cannot take that much. I doubt my relatives would accept so many barnacles either." Mengguo had not anticipated Jiang Han would collect such a large quantity. Chapter 79. A kiss. Jiang Han noticed a pack of wet wipes on the truck and pulled one out to wipe his face and dab at his sweat. The sheer amount of barnacles shocked him. Fortunately, barnacles are classified as harmful marine organisms, so there was no fishing ban on them. Otherwise, the authorities would have come after him for such a large haul. "How much can you accept?" he asked Mengguo. Mengguo thought for a moment. "At most, 200 gene. That's fine. My classmates also want over 200 gene. That takes care of over 400 gene right there. I'll gather some to give away, which will reduce it further. Barnacles are hardy creatures. They can survive without water for 6 days. Given some seawater, they might even live longer than expected." Mengguo turned to Jiang Han. "Wow, Jiang Han, I didn't realize you'd find new buyers so quickly. You won't stop supplying us, will you?" Jiang Han then realized he had misspoken. The young girl looked upset, like a little hamster whose acorn had been snatched away. "Of course not. I wouldn't withhold goods from you. Didn't you like my posts on social media? I have 3 fish. They're all yours." Mengguo immediately cheered up. "Those 3 fish aren't from buyers who didn't want them. Are they? What nonsense. Those fish were always meant for you. That I didn't give them to anyone else. Moreover, I prioritized you for the barnacles. Choose the best ones, and whatever's left can go to others." After saying this, Jiang Han felt somewhat guilty and swallowed. He sneakily glanced at Mengguo's expression. The young girl had already stopped pouting. They didn't walk to the front entrance. Mengguo parked the truck at the back door, which was closer to the warehouse. She asked Jiang Han to stack the barnacles in the empty space of the warehouse. While Jiang Han unloaded, Mengguo helped out. She wore a short t-shirt and shorts. Although her little arms and legs couldn't carry much, she did her best to assist. "You can sit by the side. I can handle this," he said. That it felt quite awkward to borrow their restaurant's warehouse without letting her help. Mengguo drank a bottle of water before heading out. Soon, she returned with a worker from the restaurant. "Lao Xia, please help Jiang Han unload these goods from the truck." Old Xia usually works as a handyman in the kitchen and has encountered Jiang Han a few times. He is a good-natured person and, upon hearing that help was needed, he earnestly got to work. Jiang Han felt a bit embarrassed and went to a nearby shop to buy a pack of cigarettes, which he handed to Old Xia. Upon receiving the cigarettes, Old Xia worked even harder. Jiang Han and Mengguo returned to the dock and loaded the remaining barnacles onto the vehicle. Next, they turned their attention to the items in the storage shed. The sight of 3 large flounders caused an uproar among the dock workers. "Young man, did you catch these?" Zhang Haidai proudly replied. "Yes, they were all caught by Brother Han." The crowd's gaze towards Jiang Han shifted significantly. They had thought these young men were only capable of scraping barnacles, but they had not expected them to catch such sizable fish, along with 2 full buckets of sea cucumbers. "Did you go beachcombing?" They inquired. It's the closed fishing season. No one would dare to cast nets at this time. The catch from netting is different from that gathered from beachcombing. The dock workers could easily tell that these fish were caught by line, while the sea cucumbers were gathered from the shore. Ordinarily, one wouldn't find so many sea cucumbers while beachcombing. "Did you dive to collect them?" Zhang Haidai was about to say something when he saw Jiang Han shake his head. So he kept quiet. Diving was no issue. After all, he had also collected quite a few sea cucumbers during his last dive. The dock workers began to lament how fortunate the young man was to possess such a robust physique, capable of diving for sea cucumbers, while they themselves could no longer manage it that moment. A dock worker approached them and asked if their boat would be staying overnight. Jiang Han didn't want to return that evening. During the test run of the boat, he had heard his brother-in-law mention that some docks charged for overnight stays. Was this worker going to ask him for money? "How much is it to dock a boat like mine for a day?" Jiang Han asked. "You folks are from the island, right?" "We're from Xiaozheng village. Island residents get a discount. For a boat like yours, it's only 100 yuan per day." Zhang Haidai was taken aback. 100 for one night. That's called a discount. The docking fee was more expensive than that. The dock worker was also startled by Zhang Haidai's comment, noting that docking fees were certainly more than parking fees. There were far more people with cars than boats. Yours still from the island. If you were outsiders, a boat of over 10 meters would be charged at least 500 yuan per day. Jiang Han did not wish to argue. Upon reflection, he realized it made sense. They could dock their boat at their village's dock for free, but other boats would incur charges. This was also why the village committee of Zhangqi was eager to dispose of Zhangqi's boat, as it had occupied a spot and hindered their ability to charge fees for other vessels. Jiang Han paid the fee. For tonight, that would suffice. After all, with 100 yuan, he could purchase many items. Once back at the warehouse, Menghua began weighing the items they had collected. To her surprise, there was an enormous jellyfish in one of the buckets. She asked Jiang Han to take it out and place it on the scale, which registered a whopping 75 pounds. Menghua was momentarily stunned. Is it really that heavy? No wonder it was so hard for you to catch it earlier. 20 more pounds, and it would weigh about the same as me. Jiang Han, you must confess, did you really catch this while beachcombing? Is it possible to encounter such a large jellyfish while beachcombing? Did you use a net in secret? How could I use a net? Jiang Han understood Menghua's skepticism. Typically, beachcombing occurs in shallow waters where encountering such a large jellyfish would be improbable. Noticing that Menghua remained unconvinced, Jiang Han raised his hand and swore to the heavens. If I'm lying. Before he could finish, Menghua covered his mouth with her hand. Jiang Han was taken aback by the sin of her hand and, without thinking, leaned in to kiss her. Startled, Menghua quickly withdrew her hand. Her face flushed as she hurriedly exited. Jiang Han was left dumbfounded, questioning his own actions. What had just happened? It was just a pleasant scent. How could he have acted so impulsively? As Zhang Haidai approached after tidying up the barnacles, he wore a perplexed expression. Why did Menghua run out? Was she unwell? Suddenly, Zhang Haidai exclaimed, Brother Han, you're bleeding. Jiang Han calmly dabbed at the blood with a tissue. Unbothered. What's the fuss about? It's just from eating sea cucumbers. Zhang Haidai looked at him skeptically. He had eaten plenty of sea cucumbers too, yet hadn't he bled? Shortly thereafter, Meng Fei entered. Jiang Han felt uneasy. Was she here to confront him on Menghua's behalf? Chapter 80. The goods have been shipped. Meng Fei cast an apologetic glance at Jiang Han. That I'm sorry, but Menghua suddenly has a stomach ache. So I'll handle the weighing. Is she all right? Jiang Han asked, slightly worried. She is fine. In truth, Meng Fei had no idea what was wrong with Menghua. Upon encountering her, Menghua had hidden her face and rushed to the bathroom, calling for Meng Fei to help weigh the items for Jiang Han. Meng Fei was startled to see the bags of barnacles on the floor. She opened one and confirmed their quality was indeed excellent. I'll buy these barnacles from you at 28 yuan per pound. I can take 200 pounds. There is no distinction between farmed and wild barnacles, as they're all wild. On their island, barnacles are typically sold for only 20 yuan per pound, so Meng Fei's offer was quite generous. Thank you, Sister Fei. No need to be polite. Meng Fei, unsure of her calculations, pressed a few buttons on her calculator. 28 times 200 equals 5,600 yuan. Her gaze inadvertently drifted towards Zhang Haidai, who remained silent, his face turning red. Meng Fei found this amusing. She then glanced at the already weighed jellyfish. The jellyfish we farm here don't fetch a high price. But yours is large and wild. I'll give you 18 yuan per pound, totaling 1350 yuan. Zhang Haidai beamed. I discovered this jellyfish. This time, Meng Fei looked at Zhang Haidai with approval. It seems you're quite capable. Zhang Haidai's face reddened further. Meng Fei then turned her attention to a flounder and a sandfish. Zhang Haidai immediately said, I caught these too, but they're too small. We'll keep them for ourselves. Fair enough. Meng Fei then looked at the 3 flounders, each nearly human-sized. Who caught these flounders? Seeing Jiang Han remain silent and step aside, Zhang Haidai spoke up for him. Brother Han caught them, but I helped. I used a net to scoop them up. Indeed, if Haidai hadn't been there, I could never have managed such large fish alone, Jiang Han added. The larger the fishing boat, the more people it requires. Many tasks cannot be accomplished by a single person. Meng Fei smiled, her eyes narrowing with delight. I see. You two brothers are quite inseparable. She then turned to Jiang Han. The heaviest of your 3 flounders is 55 pounds. And the lightest is 43 pounds. I'll give you the highest price for wild fish, but it's only 40 yuan per pound. On average, each fish will fetch around 2,000 yuan. Meng Fei felt the price was somewhat low. Given that it was the closed fishing season and such large wild flounders were rare, some buyers would be willing to pay a higher price. How about this? I'll help you sell them. If anyone offers a better price, I'll sell them for you. Jiang Han quickly expressed his gratitude to Meng Fei. Both she and Meng Gua had truly assisted him immensely. Meng Fei smiled. You don't need to be so polite. If you find a better buyer, feel free to reach out to them. Meng Fei conducted her business with transparency. Even if Jiang Han found better channels in the future and didn't sell to her anymore, she would still respect him. Meng Fei then inspected the sea cucumbers. Jiang Han instructed Zhang Haidai to hand over the bucket full of sea cucumbers, keeping the less full bucket for themselves. The full bucket weighed a total of 48 pounds. Today's price for sea cucumbers was 195 yuan per pound, totaling 9360 yuan. Adding everything together, not counting the flounders, I owe you 16310 yuan. Meng Fei consistently offered slightly more. This time, she had added an extra 40. When Meng Fei sent someone to pick up the barnacles, Jiang Han had also given an additional 20 pounds. Ding, the host sold seafood for 16,350 yuan, earning 16,350 system points. Accumulating previous points, the total system points, 18,287 points. Now you can consume 17,500 system points to exchange for a scanning range of 35 meters. Would you like to exchange? Exchange successful. The host now possesses a scanning range of 245 meters. Exchange successful. Remaining system points, 787 points. The host should continue to work hard. Sister Fei, do you have any foam boxes here? Meng Fei pointed to a pile of foam boxes in the corner. These are all we have left. The rest were thrown away. Jiang Han glanced at them. There were about 30 boxes of various sizes. This is sufficient. Can we work here for a while? The restaurant was about to close. Meng Fei pondered for a moment before replying. I'll lock the front door. After you finish, just exit through the back and close that door behind you. Great. Thank you. Jiang Han organized the chat records from the group into a document. Together with Zhang Haidai, they weighed the items according to the documented weights and placed them into the foam boxes. Labeling each box with the recipient's name, that he retrieved the business card from Manager Fong and made a call. Manager Fong, we need to transport over 200 pounds of goods. Can we expedite this shipment? We do offer express service. Have your goods been prepared? Yes, everything is ready. Tonight, we have a large truck departing before midnight. Fortunately, some staff are working overtime. Ask them to prepare the paperwork, and the goods can be shipped off the island by midnight. Jiang Han was surprised by the promptness. He had assumed it would not be until tomorrow morning at the earliest. It seems beneficial to have a manager's contact information. They borrowed a tricycle from the restaurant to transport the over 200 pounds of periwinkles to the courier point. After printing the shipping labels, Jiang Han took photos of each label and personally witnessed the goods being loaded onto the truck. He then sent the photos of the labels to the corresponding classmates. At that moment, he collected their payments. Ding! The host sold seafood for 14,100 yuan, earning 14,100 system points. Accumulated points from the last transaction, total system points, 14,887 points. You can now consume 12,500 system points to exchange for a 25-meter scanning range. Would you like to proceed with the exchange? Exchange successful. The host now possesses a 270-meter scanning range. Exchange successful. Remaining system points, 387 points. The host is encouraged to continue striving. Jiang Han remembered that there were still many goods in the restaurant's warehouse. It was not practical to let them pile up indefinitely, especially since Meng Fei and Meng Gua needed to conduct business. Tomorrow morning, let's move the remaining periwinkles to your rental apartment. If they cannot be dispatched for an extended period, we will have to transport them back to the village. Zhang Haidai had no objections. He did not want their issues to interfere with Meng Fei's business. Jiang Han spent the night in Zhang Haidai's rental apartment. Upon opening his phone, he discovered that Ma Xiaomei had sent him a message 2 hours earlier. Chapter 81. Highly popular at that moment, he was busy with the periwinkle matter and had not noticed. Ma Xiaomei, I've been so busy these days that I forgot to add you to the group. My sister and I have returned home now. She insists on having that crab paste every day. She can't eat without it. Ma Xiaomei covers mouth and smiles. Ma Xiaomei, Jiang Han. Are you there? Jiang Han. Sorry, I just saw your message. Ma Xiaomei, no worries. I'll add you to the group now. Jiang Han was quickly added to a large group of 500 members. The group was named Couch Surfers from All Corners of the World Group 5. Jiang Han was momentarily taken aback. So there were 5 such groups. Upon seeing the group announcement stating that new members had to change their usernames to their real names, he also modified his name accordingly. Ma Xiaomei then sent him a private message. Ma Xiaomei, we have 10 such groups. Group 5 just had an available spot, so I added you. Jiang Han. After sending the private message, Ma Xiaomei posted in the group. Ma Xiaomei. Hello everyone. This is our new friend, Jiang Han. He lives on Jiaohua Island. where there is incredibly delicious seafood. Ma Xiaomei also shared a photo of the dried seafood Jiang Han had sent them previously. Ma Xiaomei, Jiawa Island products are guaranteed to be exquisite. She further shared a photo from Jiang Han's social media, showing him holding a halibut. Ma Xiaomei, this is a fish Jiang Han caught himself. Sure Juanhao, wow, what a big fish. Tian Zhuai's, the ocean is so amazing. I can't believe there are fish this size. Ruanyan, this fish is even bigger than me. Lu Xiaoming, Jiang Han, you're incredible. Ye Tiantian, Jiang Han, this fish is so big. You can't eat it all by yourself. Can you share half with me? Jiang Han was stunned. How did Ye Tiantian end up here? Just then, a line of gray text appeared below. Ye Tiantian has been removed from the group by the group owner. Jiang Han then realized that the group owner was Ma Xiaomei. Ma Xiaomei sent another private message to Jiang Han. Sorry, I forgot to remove her from the group. Jiang Han's brow twitched. He couldn't shake the feeling that Ma Xiaomei had done this intentionally, waiting for this moment to kick Ye Tiantian out. However, he had no proof. Someone in the group mentioned Jiang Han. Wanyan, Jiang Han, could you send me a portion of the dried goods you provided to the group owner? I'll pay you the market price and cover the shipping costs. Lu Xiaoming, I want dried seafood too. Si Zining, I want some as well. Fong Dalong, 1 Shi Juanhao, 1 Tian Zhuai's, 1. Jiang Han did not anticipate such a channel for sales. Jiang Han, I currently do not have dried goods available. However, I do have some periwinkles. Does anyone want them? Jiang Han posted a photo of the periwinkles. Jiang Han, you can also find periwinkles elsewhere online, priced around 30 to 40 yuan. My price is slightly higher at 61 yuan per pound, shipping not included. Lu Xiaoming, wow, your goods are so expensive. Jiang Han, the quality of goods differs. I have great confidence in mine. They are not only large, but also exceptionally fresh. For a moment, the group fell silent. After all, Jiang Han's price was double that of others. Not including shipping. The members of the couch surfing community were generally young and from average backgrounds. Only a few sought thrill and life experiences. Those from well-off families typically preferred staying in hotels while traveling, rather than couch surfing. Just as Jiang Han began to feel disheartened, Ma Xiaomei came to his aid. Ma Xiaomei, you have such good products, and you didn't tell me directly? I want everything from your island. Ma Xiaomei transferred 1,200 yuan to you. Ma Xiaomei, first, send me 20 pounds. For shipping, you can use cash on delivery. Ma Xiaomei, hee, I can finally enjoy premium seafood again. My sister will be thrilled. Ma Xiaomei's order was like a dam bursting. Si Zining, may I ask if I can buy a pound? Jiang Han, of course, any order above a pound is welcome, including a pound. Half a pound would be too tedious. Although the customer is king, he truly did not wish to package such small quantities. Si Zining, then I'll take a pound. Si Zining, I am in Nan province. How much will shipping cost to send it here? Jiang Han, I'm not sure about that. I'll let you know once I prepare the shipping label. Si Zining, okay. Thank you. Si Zining transferred 60 yuan to Jiang Han. Tian Zhuai's, I'll take 2 pounds. Tian Zhuai's transferred 120 yuan to Jiang Han. Fong Dalong, I want 4 pounds. Zhang Dalong transferred 240 yuan to Jiang Han. Lu Xiaoming, I'll take a pound as well. Lu Xiaoming transferred 60 yuan to Jiang Han. Jiang Han stared in astonishment at the continuous transfer notifications flooding in. Though the quantities requested were small, the sheer number of requests was overwhelming. The class group had only 42 members, while this group boasted 500. A Xiaomei sent him a private message again. Ma Xiaomei, would you like me to help you promote in other groups? Jiang Han wiped the sweat from his forehead. Jiang Han, let us hold off for now. I only have over 600 pounds of surplus stock on hand. Suddenly, he feared there wouldn't be enough to go around. As he took notes and calculated the required amounts, a new participant suddenly chimed in. Gao Yangzhou, no wonder it's so lively in the group. You're selling periwinkles. Gao Yangzhou, I love these. My parents, uncles, aunts, siblings, and cousins all love them too. Gao Yangzhou, Jiang Han, I'll take 100 pounds. Gao Yangzhou transferred 6,000 yuan to Jiang Han. Jiang Han. He found himself with only 55 pounds of stock remaining. He had promised Zhang Haidai to send some to his uncle, and he also needed to give some to his sister. As more orders began to pour in, Jiang Han quickly intervened. Jiang Han, everyone, thank you for your support, but I am out of stock. I will inform you first when I have new supplies. Zoli, how could it be sold out so quickly? I was busy with something and only just saw you were selling periwinkles. Kohan Yuan, I just saw it too. I love periwinkles as well. Jiang Han, I sincerely apologize. Everyone. If you still wish to order, please let me know, and I will keep a record. I'll prioritize informing you when I have new stock. The group then erupted into a frenzy of pre-orders. The few who had already placed orders, seeing the influx of pre-orders, decided to place another order themselves. Jiang Han was taken aback. The amount of pre-orders had exceeded 800 pounds. If that cave continuously yielded periwinkles, could he potentially amass wealth solely from them? Jiang Han slept soundly, no longer worried about the goods. Chapter 82. A bit too generous. The following morning, Yu sent him a message early on. Yu, has your shipment been sent out? Jiang Han, it was sent out last night. I've already sent you the shipping label photos. The message included the photos of the shipping labels he had taken. Yu, please send me another copy. My dad praised me, saying those customers love this kind of pure, wild, authentic, fresh goods. He asked me to buy another 100 pounds. Jiang Han, I'm out of stock. Yu, how could it be out of stock? Jiang Han, it's simply out of stock. Yu, the other day, I saw plenty on the rocks. Perhaps feeling that typing was insufficient, Yu called directly. Jiang Han, don't play with me. It's not easy for me to receive praise from my dad. You cannot refuse to provide me with the goods. If you do not deliver, I shall not let this matter rest. Jiang Han had only ever encountered aggressive sellers. This was his first experience with a stubborn buyer. I said, brother, those items are on the rocks. I will need to pry them off before selling them. Then hurry and pry them off, came the reply. This 100 jin is worth 6,000 yuan. You wouldn't want to be at odds with money, would you? Naturally, Jiang Han did not wish to oppose financial gain. Yet he lifted his arm. How sore it was. Yesterday, he felt little discomfort, but today, the soreness surged to his head. Could it wait a couple of days? I added 500. Jiang Han's eyelids twitched. That was quite an increase. I'll add another 500, totaling 1,000. Fine. I will go pry them off for you today. After ending the call, he received the transfer notification. Yu transferred 7,000 yuan to Jiang Han. Yu, accept it. Jiang Han, I will accept it after I ship the goods. Yu, accept it now. If he accepted, he could not backtrack. Jiang Han remained hesitant at that moment. Not only was his arm sore, but his entire body ached terribly. The importance of meals seemed trivial. He set an alarm and slept for another 2 hours. Zhang Haidai was also fatigued and rose later than usual. Brother Han, what are we doing today? Zhang Haidai wiped his face, awaiting Jiang Han's instructions. We shall head to the restaurant to organize the goods and send them out. Zhang Haidai was taken aback. Brother Han, you must be mistaken. You shipped the goods yesterday. He had helped with the task the day before. Yes, but there are additional orders. Zhang Haidai stood frozen in place. Last night, both of them had been exhausted, and he had fallen asleep as soon as he hit the bed. If he remembered correctly, Brother Han had not exited his room after going in. Had he quietly sold the goods without a word? Brother Han, how many jin did we sell this time? He recalled that Brother Han's classmates had bought over 200 jin combined. If they could sell over 200 jin again, that would be splendid. I saved 55 jin for us. Zhang Haidai was utterly dumbfounded. What language was Brother Han speaking? Of the total 15 jin of barnacles, only 55 jin remained. Had they truly sold out completely? Hurry up. We have much to accomplish today. It was already 10:30. The tide had receded at 1 p.m. yesterday, and it would recede again at 2 p.m. today. They needed to arrive at the cave before that time. Hearing Jiang Han's urgency, Zhang Haidai swiftly followed him outside. Today's situation was far more complicated than yesterday's. Each person had a substantial amount to pack yesterday, with only about 20 individuals needing to prepare. Today, however, there were over 150 packages to be organized. Brother Han, we are short on foam boxes here at the restaurant. Jiang Han instructed Zhang Haidai to continue sorting the goods while he stood up to pour himself a glass of water. He then called Manager Fong. Jiang Han explained his situation. No problem. I will have someone deliver some express delivery slips to you. Just fill them out and stick them on. We also have the foam packing boxes in our warehouse. But there will be a charge. What is the charge? Jiang Han had not anticipated receiving them for free. For the 3 jin boxes, it would be 10 yuan each. For the 20 jin boxes, 15 yuan each. All right, I will take the foam boxes. Jiang Han also checked the prices of foam boxes online, finding them to be at least 1/3 cheaper. He decisively placed an order for 100 boxes of various sizes. Realizing that he would need to pick them up from the district, he did not hesitate. After all, Zhang Haidai would be going there to learn to operate a boat. He could assist in transporting the boxes. When Menggui entered, she was astonished to see them packing boxes and affixing delivery slips. In a way, have you already found new buyers? Jiang Han smiled at Menggui. Yes, thanks to your help. Originally, Menggui thought that even if he found a buyer, he would not exhaust too much stock, given the mountain of barnacles remaining. However, when she returned after a while, All the barnacles had been packed, leaving only a small amount in the corner. Mengwa gasped in astonishment. Did you sell them all? Indeed. Jiang Han packed another 5 jin from the remaining 55 jin and handed it to Mengwa. Here's 5 jin as a snack for you. Mengwa quickly waved her hands. No need, that my sister said you gave us an extra 20 jin yesterday. Jiang Han insisted on giving her the 5 jin. He felt it was insufficient. Mengwa had assisted him immensely, and he needed to buy her a gift as well. Checking the time, he said, Little Gua, could you prepare a few dishes for us? We will deliver these items to the express station and come back. Should I drive you? No need, that it's lunchtime, and the restaurant is quite busy. Jiang Han did not wish to trouble Mengwa. With the barnacles now packed into foam boxes, their volume had significantly increased. Jiang Han and Zhang Haidai borrowed a tricycle from the restaurant. Making 3 trips to transport all 657 jin of goods to the delivery point, they returned the tricycle to the restaurant, where their table of dishes awaited. The sandfish had indeed been turned into soup. Jiang Han gazed gloomily at the fish head. He had given it a chance, yet it repeatedly attempted to intrude upon his dining experience. It was said that the sandfish was best in October, with winter sandfish being the most flavorful. Currently, it was summer, and while the taste could not compare to winter, it was fresh. In haste, Jiang Han and Zhang Haidai devoured their lunch. Afterward, they took their boat back to the village. Jiang Han called his sister to come and collect the barnacles and sea cucumbers. He also sent Zhang Haidai to deliver some fresh goods to his uncle. Meanwhile, he began organizing items at home, bringing along pots and seasonings, and even asking Aunt Ho-Hot next door for some charcoal. In rural areas, people often use firewood stoves to roast chestnuts or bamboo shoots. When using large logs, they typically leave behind a lot of charcoal. Chapter 83. Profiting from barnacles. When Jiang Feng arrived, she saw Jiang Han in a flurry and thought something was amiss. What are you doing? Going to war. You even brought charcoal. Jiang Han pointed to the side hall where the barnacles and sea cucumbers were stored. Help yourself. Jiang Feng did not approach, but placed 2 jars of Yangmei wine on the table. Last time I asked you to take it, you didn't eat it. Are you going out to sea today? She had never seen her brother in such a hurry. Yes, we are. Jiang Feng noticed her brother packing a broken pot and a curved ladle. What are you doing? Jiang Han hesitated. Well, that I have extra space on my boat, so I thought I might as well take them in case I need them one day. Jiang Feng found it odd. How could he cook on that boat? Yet, her brother was a university student. His thoughts were surely different from hers, who only graduated from middle school. It's scorching hot. I worry about you getting heat stroke. Give me an empty bottle, and I will prepare some Yangmei wine for you. On the island, people usually consume aged Yangmei wine or Yangmei soaked in wine to combat heat stroke, rather than relying on herbal remedies. Jiang Han fetched an empty bottle of nutritional drink for Jiang Feng, which had a wide mouth. After cleaning it, Jiang Feng filled it with wine and added several Yangmei. Jiang Han needed to operate the boat, so consuming these items was not ideal. However, he did not explain this. Zhang Haidai could enjoy them. If heat stroke did occur, he could manage with just 3 Yangmei. Zhang Haidai quickly returned after delivering the goods to his uncle. Sister, we are leaving now. Remember to lock the door. Jiang Feng was speechless. In this day and age, young people returning to their hometowns were so busy. She went to the side hall to check the items Jiang Han had left her. Besides the barnacles, he had given her a significant amount of sea cucumbers. Sea cucumbers are a delicacy, and when Shan worked hard daily, she certainly deserved to have some. I will save half for when Shan. The rest can be sold. I will keep some for my brother. Once Jiang Han and Zhang Haidai were on the boat, Jiang Han relaxed as he checked the time. Ding, the host sold seafood for 10,000 yuan, earning 10,000 system points. Cumulative points from last time. Total system points, 12,378 points. The host can now consume 10,000 system points to exchange for a scanning range of 20 meters. Would you like to exchange? Exchange successful. The host now possesses a scanning range of 290 meters. Exchange successful. Remaining system points, 2,387 points. The host is encouraged to continue striving. Jiang Han was startled by the sudden system notification. He checked his phone and found that 10,000 yuan had been credited to his account, sent by Mengwa. Jiang Han had not expected his scanning range to have increased to 290 meters. His vision had significantly improved. Now, on the sea, he could see a seagull standing upright from 250 meters away. Mengwa's call came through. Jiang Han, my sister asked me to transfer 10,000 yuan to you. Did you receive it? Yes. Did those 3 fish sell so quickly? A buyer took one look and bought all 3 at once. It seems you are quite fortunate. A smile spread across Jiang Han's face. Thanks to you all, Without you, I could not have sold them at such a high price. You are just sweet-talking. You lack any real action. Jiang Han raised an eyebrow. What real action do you want? I do not know. You can think about it yourself. That I must go. My sister is calling me that I have to get busy. Menghua ended the call. Jiang Han suddenly turned to Zhang Haidai and inquired, what do you think would be an appropriate gift for a girl? Zhang Haidai was taken aback. Brother Han, why do you ask this all of a sudden? Meng Fei and Menghua have helped us tremendously. We ought to express our gratitude in some way. Zhang Haidai contemplated this and realized he had accumulated quite a bit of money and had long intended to buy a gift for Meng Fei. Yet he was uncertain about what to choose. Initially, he considered purchasing clothing for her and searched online. Is it a good idea to buy clothes for girls? The results revealed a plethora of mixed reviews. I bought clothes for my girlfriend on Valentine's Day, but she ended up dressing our dog in them, claiming they were too small for her, and my girlfriend used the clothes I bought as a rag, saying they were unattractive and cheap. I had been seeing a girl for a while, but after gifting her a set of clothes, she broke up with me. After clearing his throat, Zhang Haidai remarked, aside from clothing, surely other gifts would suffice. Jiang Han also felt that clothing might not be the best choice, as everyone has different tastes, and the variety available made it overwhelming to select a style. I'll just have to research further when I return home. Noticing Zhang Haidai's distracted demeanor, Jiang Han asked, "What's bothering you?" After some thought, Zhang Haidai replied, "I find my uncle quite peculiar. At first, when I brought something over, he assumed I was up to no good and threatened to hit me. I assured him that it was something I had gathered from the seed. He sighed, but seemed pleased when I left." Jiang Han chose not to comment further. Zhang Haidai's family situation was indeed disheartening. Observing Zhang Haidai's bewildered expression, he thought that sometimes, living without a care could be quite liberating. Upon reaching the cave, they still had some time before the tide would recede. Jiang Han decided to address the unfinished tasks. Earlier, he had feared he would run out of time and only managed to photograph the delivery slips on his phone without sending them. Now, he methodically sent them out and simultaneously received their payments. Ding! Host sold seafood for 39,420 yuan and earned 39,420 system points. Total system points accumulated, 41,807 points. You may now consume 40,000 system points to exchange for an 80-meter scanning range. You wish to proceed. Exchange successful. The host now possesses a scanning range of 370 meters. Exchange successful. Remaining system points, 1,807. Please continue to strive for success. Now, he no longer needed to calculate the total himself as the system had already done it for him. He was astonished to find that he had sold nearly 40,000 yuan worth of barnacles. That moment, he could distinctly see, beneath the distant beach, not only large exoscallops, but also vividly colored Haliotis discus. Upon tallying, he realized that the barnacles he had harvested the previous day had netted him a total of 59,120 yuan. This revelation left him astounded. He truly believed he could amass wealth through barnacle sales. He calculated that the total income from yesterday's batch was 79,870 yuan. Jiang Han promptly transferred 8,000 yuan to Zhang Haidai. "Brother Han, how can you have so much?" Zhang Haidai felt increasingly that money was limitless. "It's just the way it is. Operating a boat incurs substantial costs, such as fuel. Have you accounted for these expenses? And there's also the docking fee. Just for last night, it cost us 100 yuan. Zhang Haidai wished to help Jiang Han save some money. Chapter 84. How can there be so much? Jiang Han had indeed not deducted any costs. "Take it. You deserve it." The commission he was offering was already modest. Jiang Han informed everyone of the delivery fees they would need to cover. Soon, he had collected all the fees. Jiang Han felt that engaging in such trivial tasks was a waste of time. He wondered if his sister would be willing to assist with such matters. If she was amenable, he would be more than happy to pay her, though he feared she might refuse to accept money. At that moment, the tide began to recede. After trying out several tools the previous day, he concluded that using a shovel was the most efficient. Certain sections of the rock walls were shaded and thus unexposed to sunlight. Since there was no one else around, Jiang Han and Zhang Haidai decided to strip down and work shirtless. After yesterday's labor, their arms were already quite sore, and they were now gritting their teeth to persevere. After an hour's work, they took a sip of water and caught their breath before continuing. He, anxious that Jiang Han would neglect to pry the barnacles, called to urge him. Jiang Han snapped. "Be quiet. If you keep bothering me, I'll dispatch orders to everyone else and leave you out." He promptly hung up, no longer daring to disturb Jiang Han after they finished their tasks. Both were utterly exhausted, lying on the beach. "Brother Han, the tide is rising." Jiang Han felt too fatigued to move, gazing at the densely clustered barnacles on the rock wall. Both he and Zhang Haidai felt a sense of confusion. They believed they had pried enough, yet in comparison to the overall quantity, it seemed merely a drop in the ocean. How many barnacles are there? After all, last time, he had thought there were a few tons. Yet it still felt insufficient. Perhaps there were over 10 tons, or even more. Brother Han, if this place remains undiscovered, can we continue to profit from these barnacles? It appeared that in the short term, their lives would not be too difficult. They rested for over an hour. Just as the tide receded, Jiang Han had not yet managed to collect the ezo scallops hidden beneath the sand. But fortunately, Zhang Haidai hastily returned with 6 sea urchins. Jiang Han had packed instant noodles in his bag. Now both were hungry, so they decided to use the battered pot to boil 2 packets of noodles. While the noodles cooked, they donned gloves and sliced open the sea urchins. Out of the 6, 2 were purple sea urchins, and 4 were sand dollars. Jiang Han had brought salt and vinegar, but had forgotten the mustard. Thus, he poured the yellow roe from the purple sea urchins into the cooked noodles. Zhang Haidai followed suit, adding the roe to his noodles as well. Although the flavor of the purple sea urchin was reminiscent of crab roe, it had a slight fishiness. The ones they had procured from the Xia men previously were primarily purple sea urchins. The strong flavor of the instant noodles complemented the fishiness of the purple sea urchins perfectly. The sand dollar sea urchins were delightful and significantly more expensive than the purple ones. Sand dollars could be enjoyed raw. Jiang Han had forgotten to bring chopsticks and spoons, but there were enough dry twigs around to fashion 2 pairs of makeshift chopsticks. Both Jiang Han and Zhang Haidai grabbed 2 twigs each to eat their noodles and sea urchins. Such large sand dollars would retail for around 100 yuan each. Their meal of instant noodles and sea urchins easily surpassed 200 yuan per person. Although the taste of the purple sea urchin was not as exquisite as that of the sand dollar, mixed into the noodles, it was still quite flavorful. Alternating between bites of noodles and sand dollar sea urchin was simply delightful. Brother Han, I've heard that over at Xiaorizi, there are many sand dollars, and they sell for even more than here. I wonder how they taste. Jiang Han leisurely savored the roe, remarking that the high prices at Xiaorizi were due to imports. Some people just prefer imported goods, but in reality, the flavor is often inferior to domestic products. Just think about fruits. Imported fruits can be outrageously priced, yet their taste is often comparable to that of inexpensive domestic fruits. Zhang Haidai considered this and realized that expensive imports are not necessarily superior. He took another bite of a sand dollar, convinced that the flavor from Xiaorizi could not surpass what they were enjoying. When they returned, the boat was laden with many barnacles. Jiang Han pondered whether to inform Jiang Feng about the barnacles. Sister, could you go to town? I'm truly overwhelmed. If you could help me with the registrations, payments, and inventory, I could offer you a 10 commission. Are you that busy? Just wait for me. I'm heading to town now. You can keep the money. Seeing his brother's urgency, she believed him to be genuinely busy. If you won't take the money, I won't need your help. That I can pay someone else 100 yuan an hour to assist me. Jiang Feng was taken aback by this and exclaimed, You can't waste money like that. Fine, a 10 commission it is. I'll accept your payment. Jiang Han sighed in relief. Is Ling Ling and Wan Wan all right? They refine. Aunt Wang next door is free. I can ask her to keep an eye on them. Hearing Jiang Feng's reassurances, Jiang Han felt at ease. He created a new group and shared the QR code from his original group in the Tian Nanhaibei Sofa Guest 5 group. Since Ma Xiaomei's group was primarily for couch surfers, it wouldn't be appropriate for him to frequently sell seafood there. He named his new group Seafood Free Shopping Group and added his sister, Jiang Feng, to it. Jiang Han. For those who have reserved barnacles, please move to the Seafood Free Shopping Group. Quickly, over 200 individuals joined the group, including some who had not previously reserved barnacles. Jiang Feng was startled to see the group, which had only a few members, suddenly swell to hundreds. Her phone vibrated incessantly with notifications as each new member joined. Once the influx calmed, Jiang Han posted a photo of the barnacles in the group. Jiang Han, today's freshly harvested barnacles are available for order. That I noticed quite a few friends who didn't reserve yesterday. The quantity remains limited today. Friends who have made reservations are encouraged to place their orders first, with any surplus allocated to others. The group chat has once again come alive. Jiang Han's phone vibrates incessantly. Members are reporting their orders in increments of 2, 4, or 5 Jin. Some discrepancies arise from the initial reservations, but the current quantity is the standard. Jiang Han instructs Jiang Feng to keep a tally, and upon completion, Jiang Feng is left astounded. The total demand for the barnacles amounts to 920 Jin. Following the reporting of weights, payments are promptly made within the group. Jiang Feng calculates that her brother is selling the barnacles at 60 yuan per Jin. Yesterday, their family consumed 10 Jin. My goodness. They spent 600 yuan on just one meal. The total cost for the 920 jin amounts to 55,200 yuan. Her brother proposes to share 10% of the earnings with her, which equates to 520 yuan. Jiang Feng is utterly bewildered. How can there be so much? Chapter 85. The sound of coins clinking is quite relaxing. Jiang Feng wishes to inquire about many matters, but refrains from interrupting Jiang Han. She can only hasten her pace to the town. After waiting at the dock for a while, she sees Jiang Han steering the boat toward her. The sight of the mountain of barnacles on board alleviates half her worries. Initially, she feared her brother wouldn't be able to procure such a large quantity. However, it appears that every action her brother takes is well planned. Are you intentionally sending me money? Jiang Feng's expression remains taut, betraying no emotion. Sister, I genuinely need extra hands. It said that the fat water should not flow into outsiders' fields. If this bounty doesn't come to you, where else would it go? Jiang Feng's stern demeanor finally falters, and a smile breaks through. You may have read more books, but you certainly know how to speak. This time, Jiang Han does not summon Meng Guo. He has already coordinated with Manager Fong, and after Zhang Haidai disembarks, he retrieves the foam boxes and list. Jiang Han enlists 2 workers to pack the barnacles into sacks and weigh them on the scale. This time, the total exceeds the last, reaching 1,220 jin. Jiang Han discreetly offers a pack of cigarettes to the dock's management and borrows a small area for their operation. Once Zhang Haidai returns, Jiang Feng and Zhang Haidai begin packaging and labeling the orders. The task of photographing and sending the delivery slips to customers is also delegated to Jiang Feng. Jiang Han feels significantly relieved. His group has placed an order for 920 jin, and with an additional request of 100 jin. That totals 1,020 jin. With 200 jin remaining, Jiang Han shouts into his group chat. Now there are 200 jin available. Who else wants some? Soon, those who hadn't ordered last time begin to place their requests. Perhaps the limited supply has spurred interest. This time, the quantities requested are substantial, averaging over 10 jin each. Only 9 people reported, yet 198 jin were accounted for. Jiang Han quickly calls a halt. Only 2 jin left. Who wants them? Those 2 jin are swiftly claimed. This time, Jiang Han and his team have reserved nothing for themselves. Their experience has made the process far more efficient than the first time. And with Jiang Feng's assistance, it has become even swifter. Although Jiang Feng has only a junior high school education, her meticulous nature and cleverness enable her to work quickly and accurately, by the time they finish. It is already 9 in the evening. The dock workers come to inquire about the boat's status. Docking at the town's pier is free for the first hour, but they have long exceeded that. For boats outside the island, every hour incurs a fee of 50 yuan, while those within the island are charged 10 yuan. Jiang Han's boat has been docked for over 3 hours. He pays the 50 yuan, stating he will leave after dinner. Brother Han, aren't you staying in town? No, I'm heading home to sleep. But there's no place like home. Jiang Han prefers the comfort of his own bed this hour. The Heilewang restaurant is still open, so Jiang Han calls Manager Fong at the delivery station, inviting him to join for a late-night meal. Jiang Feng glances at the time, noting that Ling Ling and Wan Wan are still at home. I'll head back first. When Jiang Feng arrived earlier, it was still light outside. Now, darkness has fallen. Concerned, Jiang Han calls a taxi and gives the driver an extra 10 yuan to ensure he drops her off at her doorstep. Island taxis often leave passengers at the village entrance. A ride typically costs around 30 to 40 yuan, but the driver, having been tipped, is more than willing to deliver her home. Jiang Feng waves goodbye to Jiang Han, advising, don't stay out too late. Get some rest. I understand. Sister. At Heilewang restaurant, Jiang Han and Zhang Haidai savor the seafood they have stored. Neither Jiang Han nor Zhang Haidai thinks much of it. But Manager Fong is thoroughly enjoying himself. Though he is a manager, his monthly salary is fixed. He usually eats only modest seafood like small crabs and sea cucumbers, which he rarely purchases. Now, he has a table full of exquisite seafood at his disposal. Jiang Han, I'm definitely keeping you as a friend. Feel free to reach out for anything in the future. Jiang Han smiles modestly. I wouldn't only approach you when I need something. We're just building a friendship. Exactly, just a friendship. Meng Guo lets the other staff leave first, and Meng Fei also heads home to rest. She prepares a fruit platter for Jiang Han and the others and hands over the restaurant keys. Jiang Han, after you finish, just leave the dishes on the table. I'll come in early tomorrow to clean up. Please remember to lock up. Manager Fong is surprised to see how well Jiang Han knows the staff at Heilewang, the most renowned restaurant in the area. For significant family events, people often book this restaurant. During holidays, it is frequently fully booked. Manager Fong's opinion of Jiang Han rises even higher in the village of Xiajiang. Ye Tiantian, feeling hungry, rummages through her home and ultimately ventures to the village store, where she wakes Aunt May to buy a pack of instant noodles. Aunt May, we're all from the same village. You read being unreasonable. In big cities, a pack of instant noodles costs only 3.5 yuan, yet you charge 5.5 yuan. 2 yuan more? Aunt May, having just gotten out of bed, responds grumpily, Sweetie, how am I being unreasonable? You know the prices on the island are high. This isn't your first day here. These products are transported from the mainland. Doesn't that incur shipping costs, if you don't want them? Just return the noodles. Aunt May says this as she reaches for the pack of noodles. Ye Tiantian quickly hugs the pack to her chest, exclaiming, I'll take these noodles, after scanning and paying. She gazes at the pack of ham sausages for a while before ultimately turning away. Aunt May grumbles as she returns to bed, pondering how people say Ye Tiantian is a graduate student, implying Jiang Han is unworthy of her. Look at her petty demeanor. She is not as genuine as Jiang Han. After finishing their late-night snack, Jiang Han locks up the restaurant. He messages Menguo, realizing she is still awake, and runs upstairs to return the keys. Menguo is dressed in a delicate white lace nightgown. Perhaps she was washing her face, as she wears a rabbit ear hairband. Jiang Han stares for a few seconds, taken aback. Menguo blinks her misty eyes and asks, What's wrong? Nothing. Just get some rest. It's the first time he has seen her like this. He sails back from the town dock to the village dock, and by the time he arrives home, it is nearly 11 o'clock. Remembering he hasn't collected the money yet, Jiang Han picks up his phone and starts accepting payments one by one. To be honest, the sound of coins clinking as they enter is quite soothing. The fatigue of the day seems to dissipate significantly. Ding! The host sold seafood worth 74,200 yuan, earning 74,200 system points. Chapter 86, Order Design Blueprint, accumulated points from previous transactions. Total system points, 76,007. Currently, 75,000 system points can be consumed to exchange for a 150-meter scanning range. Would you like to proceed with the exchange? Exchange successful. The host now possesses a scanning range of 520 meters. Exchange successful. Remaining system points, 1,007. Please continue to work hard. Jiang Han is momentarily taken aback. He now possesses a scanning range of 520 meters. Although it sounds considerable, it is nothing in the vastness of the ocean. His vision is unaffected by day or night. He opens the window and discovers he can clearly see schools of blackhead fish swimming in the sea. Judging the distance, it is approximately 500 meters. Beyond that point, everything becomes unclear. The ocean is boundless, and he must strive further. Once his scanning range exceeds 1,000 or 2,000 meters, he will be better equipped to identify optimal resources. Jiang Han glances at his total earnings for the day, which amount to 74,200 yuan. This includes the 100 gene ordered by Yu He and an additional 1,000 yuan he contributed. The total income from the shopping group is 67,200 yuan. Jiang Han transfers 6,800 yuan to his sister and 7,500 yuan to Zhang Haidai. After some contemplation, he adds everyone who has purchased barnacles from him into his shopping group. Jiang Han, from now on, I will post all relevant information about seafood here. Feel free to ask any questions. Lu Xiaoming, group leader, may I add my friends to the group? They also love seafood. Jiang Han, of course. Before long, Lu Xiaoming adds 6 friends to the group. Others follow suit, and it isn't long before the group swells to over 300 members. Jiang Han previously thought that engaging in business was distant from him. He never anticipated that he would take to it so naturally. Jiang Han lay on his bed, having approximately 300,000 yuan left after the expenses incurred during this period. He pondered whether this amount would suffice to renovate his old house. After all, rural homes are spacious, with 2 floors. Completing the renovations, along with sprucing up the yard, would undoubtedly require a considerable sum. Jiang Han searched online and eventually found an interior design company. Jiang Han, could you assist me in creating a design plan? Mingwa Design Company, certainly. What kind of design do you envision for your home? Jiang Han sent them photographs of his old house. Mingwa Design Company, this resembles a small villa. A design plan like this will cost 3,000 yuan. Mingwa Design Company, if you opt for a full or partial package with us, the design plan will be complimentary. After inquiring about the prices, Jiang Han received a detailed list for both full and partial packages, which were categorized into several tiers based on the materials used. Upon reviewing the costs, he discovered that the most economical partial package was priced at 500,000 yuan, while the full package was even more expensive. Jiang Han, I only require the design plan. Despite his insistence, the representative persistently promoted their partial and full package services. Jiang Han, I think I'll explore other options. Mingwei Design Company. Please don't. Our designers are renowned nationwide, and we work with remarkable efficiency. Place your order today, and we can provide the design plan by the day after tomorrow. Jiang Han, very well. Having made the payment, he awaited the design plan. During this time, he was not idle at his hometown. Although many had left, there remained those who preferred to stay. After earning money elsewhere, many returned home to build houses. Consequently, a group of laborers aged 40 to 50 stayed behind to assist with construction. Employing local workers was significantly cheaper, and even if the prices were the same, he preferred to hire locals. Moreover, the island's conditions differed from those of the mainland, necessitating greater consideration for wind resistance in housing. Even renovations, such as window designs, had to adhere to local requirements, and the local workers were evidently more experienced. Jiang Han enjoyed a comfortable nap, awakening to find the sun already high in the sky. Although he felt more refreshed, the soreness in his body had intensified, having pushed himself too hard the previous day. He now felt an even greater ache. Zhang Haidai called, inquiring if they would go out to sea today. Jiang Han, feeling the pain more acutely, replied, "Do you still have the strength to go out?" Zhang Haidai, equally sore, insisted he could endure anything for Jiang Han, saying, "If you want me to go out, I will." They agreed to discuss it later, deciding to rest during the day as the sun was too harsh. With plans to fish at night if they felt up to it, Jiang Han casually prepared a pot of sea cucumber porridge and a dish of mud snails for breakfast, keeping it simple. After breakfast, as the temperature rose, he turned on the air conditioner and reclined in the living room, browsing his phone while enjoying ice cream, remembering Zhang Haidai's desire to obtain a boat license. He shared the information he had gathered. After some time on the rocking chair, he felt his legs growing numb and decided to take a stroll outside. However, he was intercepted by Aunt Lee, who had not seen him for a couple of days. "You must have gone out to sea. How was your catch?" Aunt Jinju joined the conversation, saying, "Oh, don't even ask." She attempted to pull Aunt Lee away. Aunt Lee looked confused, asking, "What's wrong?" Aunt Jinju remarked, "This Jiang Han has brought nothing back from the boat. What do you think his haul was? He surely caught nothing at all. Luck, it seems, is merely temporary." Jiang Han found himself bemused, well aware that he had goods, but he had only offloaded them at the town dock. Once packaged, those items were dispatched across the country. However, such details were unnecessary to disclose to the villagers. Whether he earned a lot or a little, it was not something he needed to announce. He simply wished to live well, not wanting to cook for himself at noon and realizing the seafood in his pond was depleted. He decided to order from a local pizza shop that offered delivery. He opted for a 399 yuan beef supreme pizza set, craving something different from seafood. After a brief stroll, Jiang Han returned home, where Jiang Ermao sighed upon seeing him. Unlike others, he knew Jiang Han's situation. Having Jiang Han's WeChat for convenient transactions, Jiang Ermao had seen his moments on social media, including a large fish that had likely been sold in town without the villagers' knowledge, which could have earned him a tidy profit. As Aunt Allen approached to sell him a bucket of clams, he hastily calculated the payment, wishing to dismiss her. "Jiang Ermao, your payments are getting smaller. Last time, for the same weight, you paid me 5 yuan more. Enough, it's tiresome. Here, take another 5 yuan and leave that you're treating me like this. We're from the same village. I apologize if I was rude. Is that sufficient?" After sending her away, Jiang Ermao sighed again. When Jiang Han received his takeout, he happened to be spotted by Ye Tiantian, who rushed over in high heels, nearly slipping on a stone. "Jiang Han, why did you order takeout?" She was familiar with the pizzeria, knowing it was not inexpensive. The island's limited population meant there was no systematic delivery service. The shop staff handled the deliveries themselves for an additional fee of 15 yuan. Finding Ye Tiantian somewhat bothersome, Jiang Han thought he needed no justification for ordering takeout. As he opened the door to enter, she stopped him again. "Aren't you the one who said you have a small appetite? You can't possibly finish such a large pizza. Why not share half with me?" Jiang Han recalled their school days when they both lacked money, with his earnings from work sustaining them. Ye Tiantian loved pizza and would always want the finest. When they ate together, he would buy single portions, taking only a token bite to avoid burdening her, allowing her to enjoy the entire pizza. With a glance, he replied, "No," he then slammed the door shut. Upon opening the door, a cool breeze wafted out, and when it closed, the heat returned. Ye Tiantian, feeling angry, thought, "If you want to share, I'll see how long he can act so proudly." As she turned to leave, she stepped awkwardly on uneven stones in Jiang Han's unkempt yard, struggling to free her stiletto heel from the gap between two stones. Embarrassed, she returned home, where her mother was still out playing mahjong. She had to prepare dinner, but the kitchen was bare since her mother had been too busy to fish. Jiang Han lounged in his rocking chair for the entire afternoon, finishing the large pizza entirely. The satisfaction of devouring a whole pizza was delightful. Zhang Haidai called again, asking if they were going out to sea. Jiang Han, feeling little relief from his soreness, replied, "Let us not go out today. Even office workers get 2 days off a week that we should rest." Upon hearing this, Zhang Haidai ended the call and contentedly headed to an internet CAF to play games. That night, Jiang Han dreamt of a deity with a dragon's head and a human body. Resembling the Dragon King, that he immediately knelt before the Dragon King, who chastised him. "Jiang Han, you lack integrity." Awakened by the dream, Jiang Han recalled his promise to his sister to visit various temples upon returning from the sea. Realizing he had forgotten that, he called Zhang Haidai to see if he wanted to visit the temple, and upon confirming his interest, Jiang Han asked him to bring some fruits and snacks as offerings. He then contacted his sister, asking, "Sister, are you going to the temple?" She replied, "Of course, I'll join you. Just wait for me." An hour later, the group first visited the Guanyin statue. Jiang Han knelt on the mat, praying, "Guanyin, please bless me with a peaceful and smooth life." Jiang Feng also knelt, praying for her brother's safety and success. Zhang Haidai followed suit, asking Guanyin to ensure Jiang Han's well-being. Jiang Han looked at his companions, bemused, wondering, "Aren't you going to pray for yourselves? Today, I came specifically for your matters. Other affairs can wait for another time." Jiang Feng asserted with conviction, "Hanggu, I rely on you for my livelihood. Your well-being ensures mine." Zhang Haidai echoed with equal sincerity. Jiang Han found himself at a loss for words, yet there seemed to be some truth in their statements. The group proceeded to the Dragon King temple, where they found it curious that the Dragon King bore an uncanny resemblance to the figure from Jiang Han's dreams. Albeit the dream version was animated and capable of speech, Jiang Han felt an overwhelming sense of responsibility. Even more so than at the Guanyin temple. "Dragon King, if you grant me safe passage when I venture out to sea, I promise to bring you fruit regularly," he declared. However, upon uttering those words, he felt as if he was issuing a threat. "Dragon King, I will frequently bring offerings to you and hope for your blessings," he amended. Jiang Feng and Zhang Haidai bowed once more to the Dragon King, pleading, "You must bless my brother, and you must bless Hanggu." After concluding their visit, they made their way to the God of Wealth temple. The residents of their island were quite diligent in their prayers. Not just ordinary folk, but ancient emperors as well. There was a garden in the old summer palace dedicated to various deities, embodying the saying, "All gods and Buddhas offer protection, regardless of their origin." Any deity that could provide blessings was deemed a good one. Upon exiting the Dragon King temple, they headed to the God of Wealth temple, where the incense offerings were abundant, as the primary request was for prosperity. Jiang Han lit a particularly high incense stick, seeking the God of Wealth's favor for financial success. After their rounds, Zhang Haidai returned to town. Initially, Jiang Han believed Zhang Haidai was merely indulging in games. But he soon realized that Zhang Haidai had irreparably fallen out with his family. Jiang Han said nothing further and accompanied his sister to their parents' grave. They had long intended to pay their respects together, but procrastination had led to this moment. Jiang Feng, appearing well at first, suddenly broke down in tears before their parents' tomb. "Father, mother, my brother has achieved success. He can earn money and take care of me now. You may rest in peace." As Jiang Feng's sobs intensified, Jiang Han felt uncomfortable with her display of grief. Unsure how to comfort her, he found a stone to sit on, allowing Jiang Feng the time to regain her composure. After their parents' passing, he understood the weight of responsibility that had fallen on his sister, who, still a minor, had to look after him. She endured significant hardships to ensure he could attend university. Perhaps it was the realization that he was now able to provide for himself that finally allowed her to set aside the burden she had carried for so long. After what felt like an eternity, Jiang Feng suddenly lifted her head, gazing behind him. "Is that summer bamboo?" "What?" Jiang Han was taken aback by the abrupt shift in conversation, momentarily stunned. "Summer bamboo, I mean, is that summer bamboo?" Following Jiang Feng's pointing finger, he indeed spotted the summer bamboo. With superior eyesight, he noticed a dense cluster of the bamboo. Jiang Feng pushed aside the underbrush, exclaiming, "Ah, it truly is summer bamboo. What are you dawdling for? Quickly, fetch a bag. There's so much here. We can cook it with meat, and the excess can be dried." Perhaps annoyed by Jiang Han's slow reaction, Jiang Feng hurriedly grabbed a bag and plunged into the thicket. Left with no choice, Jiang Han picked up a bag as well. "Sister, let me assist you." By the time he entered the underbrush, Jiang Feng had already harvested several stalks. "When you were young, you grew tired of eating sea clams. With our parents gone, I couldn't procure anything else. That summer when you fell ill and had a poor appetite, I came up here to gather summer bamboo. I soaked it overnight in brine and made salted bamboo shoots. Those salted shoots allowed you to finally enjoy a full bowl of porridge. Jiang Han recalled those childhood memories. After their parents' departure, it was indeed the mountains and seas that had sustained the two of them. As a child sheltered by nature, Jiang Han felt a deeper reverence for the natural world. Sister, the days of hardship are finally behind us. Our future will be brighter. Indeed, indeed. I now have a husband and a brother to support me. Surely, things will improve. Jiang Han thought to himself that currently, the most challenging person for him was his sister. Due to the abundance of summer bamboo, they quickly gathered a considerable amount. Knowing the bamboo's weight would be too much for Jiang Feng, he helped her carry it home. Once home, Jiang Feng looked around but did not see Jiang Wenshan, so she inquired of the children, "Where is your father?" "Father went fishing by the sea," Lingling replied. "Isn't your uncle working today? Wasn't he at just the weekend?" Jiang Feng questioned. He swapped shifts with someone that he intended to return last night, but couldn't he get a boat ticket? So he came back early this morning. Ah, that explains it, and no wonder the other day, when he asked Jiang Feng for assistance, she had asked Aunt Wang next door to look after the children. "Mother, I've been doing my homework for quite a while. I want to go see father fishing," Wan exclaimed, hugging Jiang Feng's leg. Seeing Jiang Feng's expression darken, Jiang Han quickly interjected, "Let me check on my two nieces' homework." He took the papers, and he couldn't help but notice that the difficulty of first and third grade work had significantly increased compared to his own time. The workload was far greater than what he remembered. He could finish his assignments in half an hour and then spend the rest of his time playing. During summer vacations, he could complete all his assignments within the first few days, leaving the rest of the break for leisure. Observing the numerous mistakes on Lingling and Wan's papers, Jiang Han furrowed his brow, and his lips twitched in disbelief. He discreetly glanced at his sister, who was busy peeling bamboo shoots. Ha ha ha. Lingling and Wan did great. They've definitely improved this time. He swiftly marked the errors on their papers and gestured for them to correct their mistakes. The two little girls, quick-witted as they were, immediately understood Jiang Han's intent. Under his guidance, they corrected every single mistake. Sister, Lingling, and Wan's homework was excellent. They only made 1 or 2 errors. And now they've fixed everything. Can I take them to the seaside to find uncle? Upon hearing that the children had made only a couple of mistakes, Jiang Feng was overjoyed. Go ahead, but don't play for too long. Their father is in the district and brought back a set of test papers for each of them. Upon hearing this, Lingling and Wan began to tremble, as if they had just heard a terrifying ghost story. Jiang Han was grateful he hadn't been a poor student. Otherwise, he couldn't imagine how his sister would have tormented him, but it seemed his previous advice about balancing work and play had fallen on deaf ears. His sister was diligent, but his brother-in-law was even more so. Just as his sister had finally relaxed her grip on work, her husband's influence had caused her to tighten it once more. "Sister, it's not too late to do the papers tomorrow if you exhaust all your energy during the summer. There won't be any left when it's time to study." Jiang Feng paused in her peeling. "Really? Sister, you should allow them some playtime each day." Jiang Feng hesitated. "Then should you take them out to play for a while now?" "Absolutely." Jiang Han turned to Lingling and Wan. "I'll take you fishing." "How does that sound?" "Wonderful. Long live uncle." The two little girls cheered, jumping with joy. The last time he bought a bunch of things for them, they had only played with the other toys, completely ignoring the fishing rods. Now that someone was taking them out, they were ecstatic even if it was just fishing. Jiang Feng handed them the two children's fishing rods that Jiang Han had bought, and also chopped up a can of fish for bait. On the entire reef island, there were 2 lighthouses, and their village occupied one of them. The lighthouse stood on a rocky outcrop 700 meters from the main village, connected by a man-made embankment. As Jiang Han led the 2 girls along the path, they soon spotted Jiang Wenshan sitting on the embankment, fishing. "Father! Father!" The 2 little girls shouted excitedly upon seeing their dad. Jiang Wenshan looked over and approached them, immediately asking, "Have you finished your homework?" The girls' spirits dipped at his question. "Uncle, we've completed it. I checked, and they did quite well, only making 1 or 2 mistakes." Hearing that they had only a couple of errors, Jiang Wenshan's expression softened. "Uncle, they've been rubbing their eyes from studying so much. I brought them here to fish and relax." Jiang Wenshan, accepting Jiang Han's reasoning, remained silent. Indeed, the teacher had mentioned that Lingling was on the verge of needing glasses. "Yes, uncle, they should occasionally have some time to play." Jiang Wenshan agreed. "From now on, after completing a worksheet, you can take a break that the children were about to celebrate." Jiang Wenshan added, "For 10 minutes." Their faces fell once more. "Uncle, since they did well on their homework today, let us reward them with a little extra playtime." Jiang Wenshan nodded, choosing not to argue further. Jiang Han glanced at the spot where Jiang Weishan was fishing. Uncle, there are no fish here. Jiang Weishan shot him a glance. Fishing requires patience. You're too young to understand it. He glanced at his two daughters and said, you must be patient when doing things. Do you understand? As long as you have patience, you will eventually obtain what you desire. Got it. The two little girls chimed in with bright voices. Jiang Han felt a bit speechless, while others waited for their fortunes. He was merely waiting for a fish. With no fish in sight, how could he expect to catch any? Fish are not foolish enough to hang themselves on his line. Jiang Han's scanning range extended to 520 meters. He settled down with the two girls over 200 meters away from Jiang Weishan to protect their fair skin from the sun. He specifically instructed them not to remove their hats. He divided the fishing rods between the two girls. Jiang Weishan's voice drifted over from 200 meters away. You spoil them. How could they possibly catch fish? Brother-in-law, fishing is just like solving problems. With practice, one will improve. Besides, how can we know without trying? Encouraged by Jiang Han, the two little girls attached the chopped fish pieces to their hooks as he taught them. Lingling was the first to lower her fishing line, and when Jiang Han felt it was time, he instructed her to stop letting out line. Wanan, 2 years younger than Lingling, struggled with some aspects, so Jiang Han patiently guided her step by step. In their area, there were many yellowfin bream, also known as yellowfoot snapper, which, though not particularly vibrant in color, sported a hint of golden hue on their fins and tails. Priced around 20 to 30 yuan per pound, they were a common dish among coastal dwellers. Jiang Han noticed a yellowfoot snapper circling Lingling's hook. Instead of biting down, it desperately tried to suck in the water, attempting to swallow the fish piece whole. For reasons unknown, it ceased its efforts halfway through, which Jiang Han found regrettable. As this particular fish was relatively large for the area, he instructed Lingling to reel in her line a little. Jiang Weishan observed them, thinking they had barely settled in and were already adjusting their lines. This trip would surely yield nothing for them, but he wondered if the two little girls would cry on the way home. Wow, a fish! Lingling exclaimed in delight. With Jiang Han's assistance, she lifted a half-kilogram yellowfoot snapper. Daddy, it's a yellowfoot snapper. You love eating yellowfoot snapper, don't you? Let us take this home for mommy to fry. Jiang Weishan felt a twinge of envy. Thanks to Lingling, it was said that beginners often had good luck. And it seemed to hold true. Lingling, don't get too proud over a stroke of luck. Okay, Daddy. Wow, I caught a fish too, Wanan exclaimed. When Jiang Han helped her lift the rod, she had also hooked a yellowfoot snapper. Slightly smaller, weighing around 3 tails, Jiang Han rebaited their hooks. Lingling and Wanan, you are doing splendidly. Shall we catch more fish? Yes, they replied in unison, their crisp voices reminiscent of Oriole's song. Jiang Weishan thought they were quite naive. How could one have such good fortune, reeling in fish at will? He had been sitting there for 2 hours without a single catch. However, children love to play, and since they were finally relaxing, he decided to indulge them. With Jiang Han's guidance, the two girls adeptly cast their lines. This time, they both lifted their rods almost simultaneously. Lingling, displaying remarkable intuition, managed to reel in her own line without assistance. Each of their hooks bore a yellowfoot snapper. Both fish were light, weighing between 3 to 5 tails. Even so, Jiang Weishan felt a pang of envy. The two little girls placed their catch into a bucket. Daddy, we've caught 4 fish. We can have mommy fry 4 yellowfoot snappers. Aren't we amazing, Daddy? How many fish have you caught? Jiang Weishan replied. You both did wonderfully. If only your studies were as impressive. At this moment, bringing up studies dampened the girls' spirits. Jiang Han sensed something was off. It seemed his brother-in-law was feeling a bit jealous of his own daughters, because the fish were biting their hooks, but not his. He had never perceived his brother-in-law as such a petty person. Brother-in-law, why don't you try fishing over here? There are plenty of fish. No, I think I'm fine here. I'm sure I'll catch a big one soon. Jiang Han didn't believe there would be any large fish. He hadn't seen any in his field of vision. Just then, a school of small greenback fish swam by his brother-in-law's side. But they were far too small, weighing only about 20 grams each, and catching them would be futile. Once again, Lingling pulled up a 7 or 8 tail yellowfoot snapper. Sister, your fish is huge. Just as she spoke, Wanan's hook also got a bite, and with Jiang Han's help, she reeled in a near 1 kilogram yellowfoot snapper. Wow, this fish is even bigger than my sister's. Daddy, did you mean you want to catch fish as big as this one? Jiang Weishan, feeling speechless, thought, I really don't want to respond. Yes, Daddy wants to catch a very big fish. With patience, I'm sure I can. The wind picked up, and they were quite far apart, so Wanan didn't catch Jiang Weishan's words. Daddy, what did you say? Can you say it again? I said I will definitely catch a big fish. Then you must catch a big one. or else it would be too embarrassing to lose to a child. Jiang Winshan thought, I wish I could cover her mouth. What should I do? He tossed a handful of fish chunks into the sea. Chapter 90. Yellowfoot Snapper explodes the bucket. Lingling looked on curiously. Daddy, why are you throwing fish chunks into the sea? Why not put them on your hook? Daddy is creating a feeding spot. Isn't that a waste? We didn't create a feeding spot. Why can't you catch fish even after creating one? Jiang Winshan felt he was reaching his limit. You two, stop talking. You're scaring away my fish. As soon as he finished speaking, with Jiang Han's assistance, Wanan reeled in another half-kilogram yellowfoot snapper. In no time, Lingling also caught a 1-kilogram yellowfoot snapper. Daddy, you were wrong. The fish haven't been scared away at all. They're actually swimming toward our hooks. Jiang Winshan remained silent. Daddy, these fish are so foolish. They're risking their lives for food. They're too easy to catch. Jiang Winshan glanced at his empty bucket and then at the continuous stream of fish being caught. He felt as though the two girls were coming to collect debts, poor at studying, yet so annoying while fishing. Watching the two little girls catch more fish, he felt a twinge of jealousy. Was it really true that there were no fish where he was sitting? But he had just said that fishing required patience. It wouldn't be wise to switch places now, would it? Especially since Jiang Han had just invited him, it felt wrong to refuse his brother-in-law's invitation. Gritting his teeth, Jiang Winshan picked up his things and moved to join them. As soon as he settled down, Jiang Han began packing up the girls' things. It seems the fish around here have been all caught. Let us move to another spot. Jiang Winshan replied, Sure, we'll listen to Uncle. Jiang Han led the two little girls to a new location. Brother-in-law, why did you move over there? There shouldn't be any fish left. You should change spots. Jiang Winshan shifted slightly in his seat, but didn't budge. Just because he said there were no fish didn't mean it was true. He refused to believe it. Jiang Han didn't press the issue further. He assisted the two little girls in casting their lines again. It must be said that today, the yellowfoot snapper was indeed plentiful. The moment the girls settled into their new spot, they began reeling in yellowfoot snapper again. Meanwhile, Jiang Winshan sat waiting, but as Lingling and Wanan caught fish after fish, he still had yet to reel in a single one. Jiang Han stole a glance at Jiang Winshan. Brother-in-law, what's wrong? Constipated. Your face looks awful. He checked the time. They had been out for over an hour, and the bucket was nearly filled with fish. Lingling, Wanan, let us head home. We can fish again next time. The two girls felt they hadn't had enough. It was their first time discovering how enjoyable fishing could be, with the rate at which they were catching fish. How could it not be fun? However, Jiang Han instructed them to pack up, and they obediently began to gather their things without complaint. Jiang Han thought his two nieces were exceptionally well-behaved. What if their grades were lacking? They were still his lovely nieces. Daddy, he filled the bucket with fish. Let us go home, and you should do your best too. Jiang Winshan remained silent. Jiang Feng, seeing the bucket brimming with yellowfoot snapper, couldn't help but smile broadly. My little treasures have done well. They truly caught fish. Jiang Feng had anticipated that the two children would actually be able to fish. The bucket she had given them was small. Yet now it was overflowing. After removing the water, the fish weighed at least 12 to 13 pounds. Jiang Winshan loved eating yellowfoot snapper, especially fried in oil. Han, stay and eat with us. Jiang Feng recalled the large flounders her brother had caught that were as big as a person. The two young girls managed to catch such a multitude of fish. It must surely be attributed to the assistance of their brother. No, I have made arrangements with Haidai. I plan to dine in town this evening. Upon hearing her brother's words, Jiang Feng did not press the matter further. It was peculiar. Why hadn't Winshan returned? I shall make a phone call to him. Jiang Feng picked up her phone and dialed Jiang Winshan, saying, Winshan, you can come back now. Lingling and Wanan have caught plenty of fish. It will suffice for our meal. Spotting Jiang Han in the courtyard, Jiang Feng leaned out the window and called to him. Next time you come over, please inform me in advance that I will prepare your favorite dishes. All right, we shall discuss it next time. In truth, Jiang Han had not made any arrangements with Zhang Haidai. He merely wished to avoid troubling his sister. However, upon her urging, he did indeed find himself craving the taste of pan-fried yellow-legged crab. Perhaps he could visit the Haili Wang restaurant and have the chef prepare it for him. Jiang Han, the seafood you have stored here does not include yellow-legged crabs. Mengguo was well aware of Jiang Han's inventory. No matter, just procure one from your side for me. I have a sudden desire to eat it. Mengguo was puzzled. If Jiang Han still had stock here, why would he desire something that was not available? Fine, enjoy yourself. By the way, your stock isn't plentiful anymore. You ought to replenish it soon. All right, I will ensure to add a bit more to it next time. Before long, the pan-fried yellow-legged crab was served. This time, he did not summon Zhang Haidai. He simply craved solitude. The chef's preparation was delightful. Yet it lacked the unique flavor that his sister imparted. Some memories, even if forgotten by his sister, remained etched in his mind. Those years, she endured great hardships to raise him. 1 year, after he fell from a tree and broke his leg. They lacked the funds for surgery. His sister went door to door, borrowing money from neighbors. Each household received a written acknowledgement of the loan. She repaid that money over many years. Without her, his leg would have been rendered useless. After finishing his dinner, Jiang Han strolled through the town. A newly opened cold drink shop caught his attention, offering reasonably priced items. Frozen mung bean porridge for 5 yuan a bowl, frozen white fungus for 7 yuan, and frozen pumpkin soup for 5 yuan. Jiang Han ordered a bowl of frozen white fungus and noticed a barbecue shop nearby, prompting him to order 2 grilled scallops. He had only eaten to about 60% fullness at dinner, so this additional snack would be just right. Although the shop was air-conditioned, many patrons preferred the makeshift table set outside. Jiang Han enjoyed sitting outside as well. The breeze was refreshing, and the air was pleasant. His line of sight broadened, allowing him to clearly see a shrimp oil dumpling shop 300 meters ahead. The shop owner had also set up several small tables outside that a group of elderly individuals sat at one of the tables, enjoying oiled dumplings and exchanging stories. A young man, seemingly careless and unsteady on his feet, walked past them and attempted to discreetly snatch a wallet from one of the elderly men's pockets. Jiang Han immediately stood up and shouted, "Hey, what are you doing?" Chapter 91. Preparing to set sail at Jiang Han's shout, the ruffian turned his fierce gaze towards him and then charged at Jiang Han, clutching the wallet. "Hey, that's my wallet." The elderly man attempted to pursue the ruffian, but age hindered his speed. Jiang Han was momentarily dumbfounded. Logically, the thief should have dropped the wallet and fled. Why was he approaching him instead? "Mind your own business," the ruffian retorted, picking up a brick to strike Jiang Han. However, Jiang Han was no pushover. He swiftly dodged the attack. The ruffian attempted to strike again, but just then, a hefty package flew through the air and collided with his head. The once menacing ruffian fell to the ground, his knife clattering away. Zhang Haidai plopped down onto the ruffian, delivering a series of blows to his head. "Haidai, it's me. I'm Ah Mao from the neighboring Huangji village. We've fought together and shared drinks. You must remember me." Upon hearing the name Ah Mao, Jiang Han recalled. This was the very individual Zhang Haidai had mentioned, who had been fined 3,000 for capturing a sea turtle. "I don't care who you are. Dare to lay a hand on my brother Han, and even the emperor himself couldn't save you." Jiang Han, concerned that the beating might escalate dangerously, urged Zhang Haidai to cease, stating, "Let us not go too far with this one. Just take him to the police station." Ah Mao immediately knelt before Jiang Han and Zhang Haidai, pleading, "Brothers, you can beat me, but please don't send me to the police station." He genuinely feared imprisonment. His parents would surely break his legs before he even entered jail. "If I catch you doing anything wrong again, I'll ensure you spend a decade behind bars." Jiang Han, though seemingly calm, exuded an imposing presence. Ah Mao began to bow repeatedly, thanking them profusely. Perhaps fearing Jiang Han would change his mind, he quickly turned and fled. The elderly man picked up his wallet from the ground, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, young man. If it weren't for you, my wallet would be lost." Jiang Han found himself somewhat speechless. It was merely a reflex to shout upon witnessing the incident. Typically, a thief would flee upon hearing a shout, yet this one had approached him instead. "Sir, did you lose much money?" The elderly man, still shaken, replied, "Losing money is trivial. The real concern is that my late wife's photograph was in that wallet. She has been gone for several years, and that photo has been my sole companion." As he spoke, tears welled in his eyes. Jiang Han involuntarily thought of his own parents. Such is the bond of a loving couple. When one departs, the other is left to reminisce daily. His mother had already been in poor health, and after his father's passing, her grief had overwhelmed her, leading to her demise within half a year. Witnessing the elderly man's emotional turmoil, Jiang Han purchased a bowl of sweet red bean soup for him from the cold drink shop. Uncomfortable with being thanked repeatedly, he made an excuse to leave with Zhang Haidai. "What is that you're holding?" Jiang Han inquired. Observing the package Zhang Haidai carried, it was the very object he had used to strike Ah Mao, and it appeared quite hefty. "This is a yangmei tree I bought. I purchased it as a seedling. The trunk is already quite thick, and the seller assured me it would bear fruit next year." Oh, it was a tree. No wonder it could knock Ah Mao unconscious. "Han, isn't there a missing yangmei tree at your place? I'll plant this one, and perhaps we can be struck by lightning again next year." Jiang Han was at a loss for words. Their previous encounter had been mere chance. If it were that easy to be struck by lightning, the mountains would be filled with lightning-struck trees, rendering them worthless. "That's not a problem. At least we'll have yangmei to eat." The seller claimed this seedling is of the sweetest variety. If it isn't palatable, we can use it for brewing wine. Jiang Han considered this and agreed. They should indeed plant it. His family's yangmei trees were few. And losing one meant even fewer remained. It was certainly prudent to plant this new one. Alright, I'll plant it first thing tomorrow morning. Zhang Haidai had initially come to retrieve a package, intending to buy a pack of cigarettes on his way back upstairs. He hadn't anticipated witnessing such a scene. Han, I used to associate with Mao and his crew. Had you not returned to guide me, I might have ended up just like him in the past. He had not realized the gravity of his actions. Witnessing the elderly man cherishing his late wife's photograph made him reflect on the many wrongs he had committed. Enough. The world is not filled with hypothetical situations that we must simply focus on our own conduct. Zhang Haidai stroked his head, finding many of Han's words difficult to comprehend, yet he felt a sense of wisdom in them. Upon returning home, Jiang Han discovered an additional bowl of pan-fried yellow-legged crab and a bowl of summer bamboo shoots stewed with bones on the dining table. Beneath the plate of yellow-legged crab lay a note, for you to enjoy as a midnight snack. The handwriting was reminiscent of a dog's paw print, unmistakably written by his sister. Today, her husband was present, yet she still sent him food without hesitation. Jiang Han played mobile games for a while and dozed off in the rocking chair before consuming the 2 bowls of dishes. Generally, bamboo shoots are harvested in spring, also known as spring bamboo shoots. Some regions yield bamboo shoots in summer, but those tend to have a bitter taste. Here, both spring and summer bamboo shoots are available. Especially summer bamboo shoots, which are not only devoid of bitterness but also possess a sweet flavor. They are tender and delectable, and when prepared as salty bamboo shoots, they are equally delightful. Had there been rice, Jiang Han would have wished to pair a bowl with it. After satisfying his hunger, Jiang Han turned off the air conditioning and retired to his room for the night. He opened the window, allowing the sea breeze to flow in, providing a comfortable and cool environment. He lit an incense stick and peacefully slept through the night. The next day, Zhang Haidai arrived after planting the yangmei tree. Jiang Han had informed him that they would set sail today, and he had come early. Han, are we circling the island today? What else could we do? My brother-in-law advised that the boat should remain within 100 meters of the island. We can fish while sailing. There are still many scallops to be harvested in that cave. As for barnacles, we can postpone that for now. Most of those interested in purchasing have already done so. We can wait until they receive their orders and finish eating. The thought of barnacles brought back the soreness in his arms. Regardless, he had no intention of harvesting barnacles today. Just as they were preparing to head out, Jiang Feng's phone call came through. Han, are you going out to sea today? Yes, we are. There's something you need. Could you bring Ling Ling and Wan Wan along? Of course. Jiang Han was somewhat astonished. Usually, whenever there was free time, his sister would have the 2 little girls complete their worksheets. Yet today, she had taken the initiative to allow them to accompany him on a fishing trip. The 2 children had become quite addicted to fishing after their experience yesterday, clamoring after dinner that they wanted to join him at sea the following day. So, you agreed. Jiang Han found it hard to believe. How could that be, when Shan had said that if they could finish 2 worksheets by nightfall, they could go the next day? Remarkably, they did indeed complete their assignments. Jiang Han mused. They managed to finish both worksheets, working late into the night, yet they woke up even earlier than I did, once again clamoring to go out to sea. Sister, you and brother-in-law must keep your word. Since you promised, you must follow through. Otherwise, they will lose motivation for their studies. Jiang Feng concurred with this reasoning. Wait for us a moment. We will be there shortly. In 5 or 6 minutes, Jiang Feng and her husband arrived on electric bikes, each carrying one of the children. Jiang Feng brought the 2 little girls over, suggesting that Wen Shan should join them. Once on the boat, they busied themselves while Wen Shan took care of the children. She understood that her brother and Zhang Haidai were out at sea to earn money, and it wouldn't be good if the 2 kids ended up causing any delays. Having her brother-in-law along was even better. A phone. Aren't you coming? Zhang Haidai inquired of me. I think I'll pass. In earlier years, women were considered unlucky on fishing boats, believed to affect fortune and increase risks at sea. Though it might be fine for the children, I wouldn't dare step aboard myself. Even if times have changed, I still feel apprehensive, Jiang Feng replied, accompanying them to the dock. Looking at the boat, she hesitated again, asking, are you really not going to invite the boat god aboard? In the past, people would create a shrine for the boat god on the vessel or carve a statue of him. Sister, didn't you invite the boat god last time? That was different. I feel more secure with a physical representation. That I think my boat can do without it. Having a deity aboard feels like having an invigilator watching to ensure we don't break any rules. Besides, my boat doesn't even have a canopy. I can't have the boat god sunbathing with us. Jiang Feng realized that if the boat god were exposed to the elements, he might become displeased. As Jiang Shan lifted Ling Ling onto the boat, Jiang Feng carried Wan Wan aboard. Sister, it's a rare occasion that everyone is here. You should come with us, that if you go, brother-in-law can fish too. Jiang Shan, typically in agreement with Jiang Han, remarked, Han is right. Since everyone is together, you should join us for some fun. Seeing everyone's encouragement, Jiang Feng began to waver. Jiang Han took her hand. Pulling her onto the boat, as her feet found the deck, her anxiety mysteriously dissipated. The two little girls cheered in delight. Great. Mommy is coming with us. Since Jiang Shan was present, Jiang Han entrusted him with steering the boat while he comfortably sat with everyone. Enjoying the sea breeze, the day was overcast, with little wind on the water, yet the boat's movement created a refreshing breeze. Compared to days spent under the blazing sun, today felt exceptionally pleasant, even to the two little girls. Upon boarding, Jiang Feng began distributing fruit. It was then that she noticed various items aboard. A pot, a wire mesh, and skewers for barbecuing. She had seen a pot last time, but this time there was even more. Including a substantial amount of utensils and charcoal. Jiang Feng looked at Jiang Han with surprise. What do you usually do? Jiang Shan observed the items, but remained silent, continuing to navigate. He had always thought Jiang Han was unreliable. And this confirmed his suspicions. If one was to rely on the sea for sustenance, one must take it seriously. Jiang Han coughed awkwardly. Sister, didn't I mention last time? I keep them on the boat just in case. Jiang Feng conceded, deciding not to press further. As they drifted further from the village dock, the scenery transformed, and the two little girls grew increasingly excited. Han, where have you been fishing these days? Brother-in-law, we haven't kept count. We just go where the boat takes us. Jiang Han paid close attention. Although fish were present, they were dispersed. Typically, fish would cluster around schools or near a deceased large fish. After some time, he exclaimed, Brother-in-law, stop. Spotting an area where fish were gathering, he noticed a sunfish, a sizable one weighing over 100 pounds, being nibbled by a group of smaller fish. The sunfish was peculiar. Despite its injuries, it remained alive, blinking its eyes. Such creatures were famously foolish, failing to flee even when attacked. Their unique anatomy allowed them to survive despite being partially eaten, although they had many predators. Their reproductive capabilities were robust, and humans rarely consumed them due to their unpalatable flesh. This allowed these foolish fish to persist in numbers. Brother-in-law, let us fish here. It was said that the death of a whale could sustain numerous marine creatures. While this sunfish couldn't be compared to a whale, it was still substantial, surrounded by many fish. Jiang Shan, though doubtful of the spot, felt it was Jiang Han's boat, so he refrained from voicing his concerns. Besides, his primary goal for this trip was merely to accompany the two young girls. Jiang Han and Jiang Haidai pulled out their fishing rods, and with Jiang Feng's assistance, the two little girls did the same. Soon, the adults and children were all fishing from the wooden boat. Jiang Han observed that the predominant species in the area were mullet, followed by sea bass. The sea bass here were notably larger. While mullet rarely exceeded 3 pounds, with 3-pounders being considered large, this was advantageous for the two little girls, who had become quite adept at fishing after their previous experience and were fortunate today, reeling in fish almost immediately upon casting their lines. Jiang Shan's brow twitched involuntarily, recalling the dismal fishing experience from the day before when he caught nothing. He glanced at Jiang Han, contemplating how his brother-in-law's serious demeanor might not translate into fishing prowess. Otherwise, how could his daughters have caught so many fish? Jiang Feng, possessing some basic fishing skills, helped lift a 1-pound mullet that had bitten one of her daughter's hooks with ease. In just 5 minutes, both little girls had caught fish, and after another 2 minutes, Jiang Haidai also reeled in a mullet. Jiang Shan, feeling anxious, was relieved to finally catch his first fish after 2 days. Albeit a small one. Initially, he had considered this spot for baiting, but seeing his daughters catch fish so readily, he felt embarrassed to do so. Now everyone had caught fish, with Ling Ling even landing too, leaving Jiang Han the only one without a catch. Jiang Shan felt a small sense of satisfaction. It seemed even his brother-in-law could have off days. Over the past few days, he had heard from Jiang Feng that Jiang Han had been quite lucky in his foraging. But it was unrealistic for someone to have continuous good fortune. Just then, Jiang Shan's rod twitched again, and he reeled in another mullet weighing around 1 pound. His brows lifted in joy. Though not a talkative person, he couldn't help but feel a surge of pride. Han, fishing requires patience. Your luck may turn soon. Jiang Han nodded, acknowledging his brother-in-law's wisdom. He was currently engaged with a cunning sea bass that had been teasing the bait without biting. Just as he contemplated giving up, the fish finally took the bait. Jiang Han quickly reeled in the line, and Jiang Shan sensed the rod bending significantly, indicating that this fish was much larger than the ones he had caught. Let some line out, Jiang Shan advised based on his experience. Jiang Han complied, finding this catch far easier than his last attempt with the flounder. As he released some line, he quickly reeled in a significant length. Soon, a hefty sea bass of over 10 pounds was surfacing. Zhang Haidai expertly prepared the net, successfully scooping up the impressive catch. Wow, what a big fish! The two little girls exclaimed in excitement. Jiang Shan was equally astonished. While sea bass could grow large, they typically weighed between 3 to 5 pounds, and this specimen clearly exceeded 10 pounds, nearing a meter in length. Jiang Shan hefted the sea bass, estimating its weight to be around 14 or 15 pounds, a notable catch. Jiang Han did not place the sea bass into the seawater storage compartment, as oceanic sea bass differ from freshwater ones, which can survive in captivity. Once removed from the sea, the chances of a sea bass remaining alive were minimal. Instead, he placed it directly into the boat's storage compartment. It seems that in the future, when he sets sail, he will need to store some ice packs or similar items in the boat's storage compartment. The summer heat is intense, and he worries that if they are out for too long, the food will spoil. When Jiang Han looked up, he noticed that Jiang Shan's complexion was somewhat pale. What's wrong, brother-in-law? Are you feeling unwell? I'm fine, Jiang Shan replied in a neutral tone. He was merely feeling a bit downcast. In terms of price, wild mullet is indeed more expensive than wild sea bass, but each of his fish weighs only about a pound, while Jiang Han's catch weighs a good 10 pounds. A single fish caught by Jiang Han is equivalent to several of Jiang Shan's. Why is it that he cannot seem to reel in the larger fish? Ling Ling and Wan crowded around Jiang Han, exclaiming, "Uncle, you are amazing. You managed to catch such a big fish. Uncle is the best." Jiang Feng looked on proudly at her brother. "You don't know, but Uncle has caught even bigger fish before." "Wow, Uncle, you're just incredible." Jiang Shan suddenly coughed violently. Jiang Feng turned her attention to him. "Shan, what's wrong?" "It's nothing. Just choked on my own saliva." Jiang Feng hurriedly retrieved a bottle of mineral water from their supplies and handed it to him. "Here, drink some water to soothe your throat." After taking a sip, Jiang Shan appeared to feel much better. "Shan, how could you choke on your own saliva?" Perhaps the boat was a bit rocky today." "Dad, the boat isn't rocky at all." Jiang Shan. "But the little cabin is letting in quite a draft." The group then resumed their fishing positions. There were indeed many mullet here, and they were quite greedy, almost always biting as soon as the line was cast. Jiang Shan felt that his brother-in-law had a real knack for finding good fishing spots. He had never encountered such a prime location in all his years. As before, everyone was reeling in several fish, while Jiang Han found himself less successful. Whenever Jiang Han's rod bent, Jiang Shan's brow would involuntarily twitch. "Goodness, why does he always catch the big fish?" Zhang Haidai directly handed his fishing rod to Jiang Feng. "Sister Feng, could you help me fish for a while?" He picked up the net and stood beside Jiang Han. With Brother Han's skill, how could it go wrong? Sure enough, another sea bass, around a meter long, was caught. "Uncle, you're amazing. The big fish only bite your hook. Uncle, you're way better than Dad." Jiang Shan, "That is my face, not a face." Once the sea bass was aboard, Jiang Han placed it into the boat's storage compartment. Just then, Jiang Feng called out. She had only intended to fish for Zhang Haidai for a moment, but ended up hooking one herself. She felt more nervous catching a fish herself than when she helped her children. Jiang Shan dropped his rod and rushed over. With his assistance, a half-pound black porgy was successfully landed. "Wow, black porgy. Mom, you're incredible. You managed to catch a black porgy." This fish was the most valuable catch of the day. Ling Ling and Wan were practically drooling at the sight. "Mom, I really want to eat black porgy. Me too. I'm craving black porgy sashimi right now." Jiang Feng felt a bit conflicted. "Sister, since the kids want to eat it, why not prepare some for them? You were just wondering why I brought those things onto the boat. Now they're coming in handy." Jiang Han asked Zhang Haidai to find a cutting board and a knife from their supplies. Jiang Feng looked at the array of items, surprised at how well prepared they were. Under the eager gazes of the two children, Jiang Feng promptly cleaned the black porgy and sliced it into delectable sashimi. Typically, porgy can be eaten raw, and the Japanese particularly enjoy making sashimi from it. Jiang Han even squeezed out some wasabi sauce. The group ceased their fishing, dipping the fresh sashimi into the wasabi and finishing off the half-pound black porgy. It was no wonder the two little girls drooled at the sight. The flavor of the black porgy was indeed delightful. The black porgy had a unique, refreshing taste, and without the wasabi, one could savor the inherent sweetness of fresh seafood. Chapter 94. Catching the fish from the bait. This fish was prepared as sashimi straight from the sea. Its freshness far surpassed that of fish that had been raised for a period before processing. The group still felt a bit unsatisfied. The half-pound black porgy was gone quickly, with each person on the boat taking just 2 pieces. Fortunately, the 2 little girls licked their lips and didn't cause a fuss. They obediently returned to their fishing rods. The others continued to catch mullet. Seeing the 2 girls enjoying the black porgy, Jiang Han wished to catch one himself. However, he didn't spot any black porgy nearby. Just then, Jiang Wenshan's rod bent sharply. Excited, he thought this time a big fish was truly his. Jiang Han curiously glanced over at Jiang Wenshan, and his face turned purple. What was this? Was he really catching the bait fish? Brother-in-law, don't fish for that. The words nearly slipped out, but he managed to refrain. Seeing Jiang Wenshan so delighted by a big fish biting, Jiang Han thought it best not to dampen his spirits. He was not concerned about Jiang Wenshan's attitude towards him. He merely feared it might affect their relationship at that moment. The sun was shining brightly, and the 2 little girls began to feel a bit uncomfortable. Sister, if we go that way, we should reach the town pier in about 10 minutes. How about you head back first? The 2 sea bass I left in the storage compartment won't stay fresh for long. Could you help me sell them at the Hailong restaurant? Jiang Feng glanced at her daughters. All right, we'll head back now. I'll go with you. Jiang Wenshan shook his head. You rarely get to go fishing. You should stay a bit longer. There were things Jiang Wenshan didn't say, but Jiang Feng understood that he had been feeling down lately. She could guess some of the reasons. Jiang Wenshan was not fond of socializing, and recently he had felt somewhat ostracized at work, as though the leadership enjoyed making things difficult for him. Ling Ling and Wan Wan chimed in. Dad, fish a bit longer. We'll be waiting at home for your good catch. Hearing his daughters say this, Jiang Wenshan nodded. All right, I'll bring back something good tonight. While on the boat, Jiang Han called Menghua. I've caught some premium sea bass. Could you come to the pier to pick them up? Remember to drive over. Menghua's cheerful voice came through the phone. Why do I have to come pick them up? Can't you bring them yourself? I'm trying to find even better goods for you. If I leave these sea bass out too long, they'll spoil that I don't have any freezing facilities here. If they go bad, I want to be able to deliver the best quality to you. Menghua considered this and agreed. All right, I'll drive to the pier. When Jiang Han's boat arrived at the pier, Menghua's van was already there. Jiang Han noticed that there were quite a few vehicles from their restaurant, including a van in addition to the pickup truck. Jiang Han. Where's the goods? Jiang Han handed over the 2 sea bass stored in a bag. Here they are. Menghua opened the bag and confirmed. These are indeed premium sea bass. It's rare to see such large sea bass during the closed season. My sister and my 2 nieces are with me. That you've already met them. They heading back to the village, so please drop them off at the town supermarket. They'll get a ride back from there. Jiang Feng felt somewhat embarrassed. It's not far to the town supermarket. We can walk there ourselves. Menghua finally realized that Jiang Han's call was primarily to arrange transportation for his sister and 2 nieces, with the sea bass being a secondary concern. She was not upset. Sister Feng, it's no problem. I'm heading that way anyway. Though the distance is not far, traversing it on such a sweltering day proves to be quite exhausting. You can manage. But the 2 children certainly cannot. Jiang Feng hesitates, while Menghua has already pulled the 2 little girls into the car. Ling Ling and Wan Wan are quite fond of Menghua. Sister, you are so beautiful, more stunning than the stars on television, that if you were to act in a show, you'd undoubtedly be an unparalleled sensation. Menghua bursts into laughter at the compliments from the 2 little girls. Sister, you look even more lovely when you smile. Menghua feels as if she might float to the heavens. In the car, a foam box filled with ice packs is prepared, and she places 2 sea bass inside it for simple preservation. With no other option, Jiang Feng reluctantly joins them in the car. Menghua, haven't we passed the supermarket? Yes. Aren't you all heading back to the village? I recall Jiang Han mentioning you were going to Shangjiang village. This is indeed the road to Shangjiang village. Jiang Feng is taken aback. You, Sister A Feng, please don't misunderstand that I just happen to have business in Shangjiang village. The 2 little girls cheer again. Wow, we can go back directly. Sister, you're so kind. Chapter 95. The uninhabited island. Menghua drives the car to Jiang Feng's doorstep. Jiang Feng steps out with the 2 little girls. Goodbye, sister. Ling Ling and Wan Wan wave to Menghua. Goodbye, little treasures. Menghua watches them enter the courtyard before driving off. This is her first visit to Shangjiang village, and she has no business here. She only said so to put Jiang Feng at ease. Humming a tune, she returns to the main road. On the boat, Jiang Han and the others sip water and snack on fruit and bread to stave off hunger. The navigation remains under Jiang Wenshan's control. Yet, Jiang Han feels that the vessel is drifting farther from the island. Brother-in-law, where are you heading? Jiang Han senses that Jiang Wenshan has a destination in mind. The tide will recede soon. Let us explore the nearby island. Jiang Han stares in astonishment. Brother-in-law, didn't you say this boat cannot stray more than 100 meters from the island? Well, 100 meters is merely a symbolic figure meant to keep you from wandering too far. Jiang Han is bewildered. But you mentioned that this boat is quite old. We should prioritize safety. That it seems safe enough now. Besides, we are among a group of islands that it won't take long to reach another island. If the boat falls apart, we can swim to the nearest one. Jiang Han is at a loss. He never imagined his brother-in-law would be so reckless. Earlier, with his sister and the 2 children on board, the boat moved slowly and steadily along the perimeter of Jiaohua Island, cautious of any mishaps. Now, with the absence of his sister and the children, it speeds up and is far less stable. Having already exceeded the 100-meter limit, apparently the lives of these several men mean little to them. Do not fear. I've assessed it. If this boat breaks apart, even if we can't swim to an island, those planks will still be reliable, that we can each cling to a plank. There are plenty of passing vessels. We'll be rescued within 2 hours. Witnessing the astonished expressions on Jiang Han and Zhang Haidai, he reassures them, relax, as long as we stay within the island cluster and do not venture into the open sea, we're fine. Jiang Han sips his water, remaining silent. Zhang Haidai mimics Jiang Han and drinks as well. Both men falling into silence. As they wait, they spot a similarly sized boat, but its operational area is a 2-story structure, complete with air conditioning, a kitchen, a bathroom, and a lounge, allowing for movement between the floors. Jiang Han, with his keen eyesight, notices a crew member leisurely brewing coffee inside. Goodness, he mutters, glancing at the blazing sun overhead. Their boat lacks even a canopy, let alone air conditioning. The sun beats down relentlessly, leaving them to endure it with sheer willpower. In that moment, he longs for a comfortable vessel. Just then, Jiang Han notices the crew member making coffee has seen them. He chuckles at their plight. Struggling under the sun, Jiang Han, filled with indignation, gives the crew member the fingered as Jiang Han laments. He, along with Zhang Haidai, is led by Jiang Wenshan to a nearby island, not far from Jiaohua Island. This island once housed 2 natural villages, but as the population dwindled, the remaining residents were relocated to the town. Jiang Han had heard of such occurrences before. With urbanization, many remote areas have seen a decline in population, leading to the disappearance of several small villages. This island falls under the jurisdiction of Jiaohua Island. The environment is unique. During typhoons, authorities must evacuate the residents to safer locations, although few in number. Any mishap could pose a significant challenge for relevant officials. Consequently, funding was allocated to resettle these individuals in town. Jiang Han glances at the time. There are 20 minutes until low tide, and they take a stroll around the island. A few vacant buildings and basic infrastructure remain. Unlike other areas where demolitions have taken place, Jiang Han observes the sea. It teems with potential treasures, though how many will remain after the tide recedes is uncertain. Noticing a plastic bag drifting on the surface, Jiang Wenshan picks it up and places it in his own bag. The marine environment has deteriorated. During our childhood, we encountered numerous treasures while beachcombing. Each year seems to worsen. Even our island is affected, let alone coastal areas. Jiang Han, however, is not so pessimistic. The government has invested substantial resources in marine conservation, and with the rising awareness among citizens, the overall marine environment has improved compared to previous years. It will only get better. Jiang Wenshan smiles, but remains silent. Jiang Han refrains from pursuing the topic further. Sometimes, the disparity between people can be greater than that between humans and animals. The 3 men sit in contemplative silence, waiting for the tide to recede. Zhang Haidai manages to smoke a few cigarettes while Jiang Han and Jiang Wenshan remain statuesque on the beach. Waiting, finally, the water recedes. Jiang Wenshan spots 2 cat's eye shells that haven't yet buried themselves in the sand, quickly placing them in his bucket. Jiang Han takes a few steps, stopping as he spots a small black sea bream, a fish that the 2 little girls adore. However, it is far too small, barely the size of half his palm, likely stranded as the tide receded. Carefully avoiding the spines on its back, Jiang Han scoops up the fish and tosses it back into the sea. Jiang Wenshan collects several east wind snails, feeling fortunate for his trip to this island. Perhaps due to its abandonment, the resources here are significantly better than those in their home area. He then notices clusters of clams densely growing together, though many are mired in mud. With so many clams, he cannot possibly pick them one by one. Instead, he uses a fine mesh net to scrape up the clams along with the mud. He carries the net to a place with more seawater, shaking it vigorously to wash away the mud. What once filled the net is now reduced to about 1/5 of its original amount after the sand is washed away. Jiang Wenshan places the cleaned clams into his bucket and continues to scrape more clams from the muddy area. When he looks up, he sees Jiang Han and Zhang Haidai watching him, doing nothing, as if they were merely spectators. Chapter 96. The battle with the octopus Jiang Han sighs unconsciously. His brother-in-law remains so impractical. With the tide receding, they should be hastening their beachcombing. Zhang Haidai, accustomed to consulting Jiang Han, asks, Brother Han, where shall we go? Jiang Han points to another direction. Let us head that way. Upon hearing Jiang Han's suggestion to change direction for beachcombing, Zhang Haidai beams with joy. Whenever he is with Brother Han, they share laughter. He cannot recall feeling this constrained before. In his perception, Brother Han is a carefree individual, yet he senses a tension when Jiang Han is around his brother-in-law. Akin to a misbehaving student fearful of making mistakes in front of a teacher, Jiang Han becomes more reserved. Zhang Haidai mirrors his demeanor, creating a stifling atmosphere. They walk halfway and encounter an artificial stone trough. It is unclear what purpose it served in the past, but the side facing the sea is notably tall. During the low tide, several large crabs have become trapped. Zhang Haidai stares at the crabs. Astonished, beachcombing has never been this easy. He swiftly captures the crabs and places them into his bucket, his grin stretching from ear to ear. Although Jiang Han finds an abundance of clams, they hold little value compared to Zhang Haidai's crabs, which are worth a fortune. Jiang Han leads Zhang Haidai to the rocky shore. Peering through the rocks, he spots treasures hidden beneath that Zhang Haidai cannot see, prompting him not to let him engage. He pointed towards the distant rocks, approximately 500 meters away, which fell well within Jiang Han's scanning range. Go over there and take a look. There may be something in the crevices of the rocks. Zhang Haidai, without a hint of doubt, proceeded in that direction. Upon discovering the treasures hidden within, he was utterly elated. Due to the considerable distance and the sea breeze, Zhang Haidai immediately called Jiang Han. Brother Han, you're incredible. There are Buddha's hand shells in these rock crevices. Even the lower quality ones can fetch around 100 yuan per pound, right? Judging by the quality here, these shells are certainly not of inferior grade. As for how high the price can go, that will depend on the restaurant. Zhang Haidai rummaged through his backpack and produced a suitable pair of pliers. He began to extract the Buddha's hand shells one by one. Finding the process surprisingly stress-relieving, almost addictive, these shells bore some resemblance to gooseneck barnacles, but were far less expensive. Many of the live barnacles showcased by streamers online were, in fact, Buddha's hand shells. Zhang Haidai often felt too apathetic to debunk such misconceptions. Before long, he had harvested a whole cluster, realizing that there were countless Buddha's hand shells densely packed in the area that he spat into his palm. Lit a cigarette and continued to pluck the shells incessantly. Meanwhile, Jiang Han found himself in a battle with an octopus. During his previous encounter at Jiaohua Island, he had similarly struggled with an octopus for an extended period, but ultimately failed to catch it due to the interference of his twin. Consequently, he had ordered specially designed non-slip pliers online, which he now found indispensable, as there were numerous octopuses to contend with. Anyone familiar with the sea knows that, compared to other creatures, octopuses are notoriously difficult to catch. Their agility allows them to slip into even the smallest of crevices, while the suction force of their limbs can be quite formidable, often making it a struggle to pry them off the rocks. Sometimes, they would even latch onto your hand, adding to the annoyance. Thankfully, catching such creatures is a skill honed through practice. Initially, Jiang Han wrestled with the octopus, sweating profusely, but gradually learned that no tool could surpass the efficacy of his own hands. If the pliers failed to yield results, he resorted to using his bare hands. With an abundance of octopuses in the vicinity, it wasn't long before he had caught a dozen, some weighing 3 to 5 pounds. With the largest nearing 8 pounds, he placed the octopuses into a bucket, cautious not to overfill it lest they escape with a simple flick of their limbs. After filling one bucket halfway, he switched to another. Once both buckets were filled, he transferred the catch into the fishing hold. Beneath the rocks, he also discovered a significant number of large blue crabs, each weighing around a pound. In an accidental flurry, he managed to catch an entire bucket of crabs before returning to catch more octopuses. Thanks to his scanning ability, his efficiency was remarkable, nearly ensuring a catch with every attempt. A notification from his phone indicated that Meng Guo had transferred him 1,000 yuan. Jiang Han, your luck is astounding. Those 2 fish you caught were snatched up by a buyer that if sold by weight. The sea base wouldn't fetch this price. Jiang Han bit down on his glove to remove it and sent Meng Guo a grateful emoji. Meng Guo replied with a voice message. I've safely dropped your sister and your 2 nieces at home. Right at the doorstep. The last word had a playful lilt, sending a shiver of delight through Jiang Han, but he responded with a voice note. My sister messaged me. After pondering for a moment, he sent Meng Guo a red envelope. Meng Guo replied with an irritated emoji. What do you take me for? Your nieces are adorable. I genuinely like those kids. Meng Guo refused to accept any money. Jiang Han found himself momentarily lost in thought. The last time he had made a tangible gesture, she had been displeased, and now, having reciprocated, she was upset again. The complexities of a woman's heart. Beep. Host sells seafood for 1,000 yuan, earning 1,000 system points. Total system points accumulated, 2,007 points. System points do not meet the exchange standard. Host still retains a scanning range of 520 meters. Please continue to strive for improvement. Jiang Han appreciated that the system's redemption process had a delayed nature. Otherwise, receiving a notification with each red envelope in the group would have been overwhelming. That he donned his gloves once more and caught another octopus attempting to escape. The sun gradually dipped towards the horizon. Zhang Haidai approached, carrying a bucket half full of Buddha's hand shells. Brother Han, we're going to strike it rich with so many shells. He then noticed Jiang Han's haul. Brother Han, are there really that many octopuses and blue crabs here? Indeed, I hadn't anticipated it either. Different locations yield different fortunes. As they watched the tide slowly rise, Jiang Wishan called. The tide is coming in. Let us head back. I'll be waiting for you at the initial beach. All right, we're on our way. Jiang Han and Zhang Haidai each carried 2 buckets back to the original spot. Although Zhang Haidai was unaware of what Jiang Wenshan had collected, he had an inexplicable confidence in Jiang Han. Brother Han, how much does your brother-in-law earn at the factory? I'm not sure. Given the current situation in Pu District, including bonuses, he probably makes around 7,000 to 8,000 a month. I'm not clear on the year-end bonus. That much? I thought it was only 3,000 or 4,000. After leaving that line of work, Zhang Haidai had considered factory jobs, but was rejected due to his background. My brother-in-law is a blue-collar worker, not a fresh graduate in an office. They also earn overtime pay. Those assembling screws in factories often earn as much as office workers. Even so, it's still a tight squeeze at home. My sister doesn't work, and there are 2 children to raise. Jiang Han might not know much, but he was acutely aware that the couple lived frugally, yet spared no expense in nurturing their children. During the summer, they enrolled the kids in training classes in town. Since his brother-in-law preferred not to have them learn singing or dancing, they took up Go instead, with a dedicated institution in town for teaching the game. The children had also attended public speaking classes when they were younger. Though their skills remained modest, the expenses were considerable. Zhang Haidai reflected, noting the common saying that children are money devourers. Jiang Wenshan's salary might suffice for a bachelor, but for a family man, it was hardly enough. Brother Han, is it just you and your sister at home? Rather than toiling away in the factory, it would be better for your brother-in-law to join you. Jiang Han halted in his tracks. Please don't mention this in front of my brother-in-law. Why not? Zhang Haidai inquired, puzzled. I can't articulate it clearly. Just remember that people are different. If it weren't for my sister, he would never associate with someone like me. He possesses an air of superiority, pride, strong self-esteem, and rigidity, lacking adaptability and a myriad of flaws. Yet, he is genuinely good to my sister. I can tolerate all his shortcomings for that one redeeming quality. As they approached the sandy beach, Jiang Han shot Zhang Haidai a discreet glance, prompting him to cease the previous topic. The 2 spotted a pile of straw on the path, likely left by villagers before their departure. Jiang Han promptly collected the bundle. When Jiang Wenshan noticed the large bundle of straw tucked under Jiang Han's arm, he was momentarily taken aback before his gaze shifted to the bucket brimming with blue crabs. Jiang Wenshan involuntarily twitched at the corners of his mouth. Feeling satisfied with his 5 crabs, only to be astounded by Jiang Han's entire bucket, Zhang Haidai gasped, realizing he had also gathered a bucket and a half of Buddha's hand shells, along with 5 blue crabs. Initially pleased, Jiang Wenshan now felt somewhat disheartened by the comparison. Jiang Han and Zhang Haidai also noticed the contents of Jiang Wenshan's haul, 5 blue crabs in a bucket, with other items divided between 2 smaller bags. One bag was filled with sea clams, while the other contained a mix of east wind snails, cat's eye snails, and clams. The most valuable item was a conch, though it regrettably lacked the size of the one they had previously discovered. Jiang Wenshan, being a few years older, composed himself and adjusted his demeanor. Let us head back. We can still have dinner. Okay. The 3 boarded the boat together. Jiang Han separated the octopuses and crabs, placing them in the fish hold. Jiang Wenshan was once again taken aback, noticing more creatures in the hold, more octopuses and crabs. Seeing Jiang Wenshan's astonished expression, Jiang Han explained, there were just too many octopuses and crabs over there. My buckets filled up several times. When I ran out of space, I stored them in the fish hold. Jiang Wenshan had previously thought the sun was bearable, but at that moment, he felt slightly lightheaded. Brother-in-law, are you all right? Jiang Han observed Jiang Wenshan's pale complexion. I'm fine. Perhaps just a bit overheated. As the sun began its descent, The sky gradually transformed into a canvas of twilight hues, a breathtaking sight reminiscent of a stunning oil painting. Fortunately, the sun was on the verge of setting. Jiang Han rummaged through a storage box filled with miscellaneous items and unearthed the bottle of bayberry wine that Jiang Feng had prepared for him last time. He poured out 5 bayberries into a disposable cup and added a splash of wine. Brother-in-law, have some. I'll take the helm. Jiang Wenshan did not refuse. He sat on the edge of the bed, savoring a few bayberries and sipping the wine, feeling a measure of comfort. He was not one to remain idle. As he watched Jiang Han steering the boat, he began to extract the straw that Jiang Han had brought, diligently binding crabs with it. Zhang Haidai observed Jiang Wenshan's serious demeanor and, not daring to remain idle himself, joined in the task of binding crabs. The boat soon reached the town pier. Coinciding with dinner time when the Heilewang restaurant was at its busiest, Meng Fei was undoubtedly too occupied to attend to them. Mengwa's role at the restaurant was akin to a brick. She moved wherever needed. She hurried over to guide them to the warehouse. They had rented a tricycle to come to the pier. Upon seeing the abundance of their catch, Mengwa admired Jiang Han even more. Impressive. It seems your luck in the sea is always favorable. For Jiang Han, it was a matter of good and better. Most of these are my brother-in-law's. Please tally them for him first. Sure, Mengwa replied. Turning to Jiang Wenshan. Brother Jiang, are these yours? Yes, Jiang Wenshan confirmed, handing over 5-pound large blue crabs to Mengwa. The price of seafood fluctuated daily, and today it was 90 yuan per pound. These 5 crabs weigh a total of 6.5 pounds, totaling 585 yuan. She then placed the sea clams on the scale. Brother Jiang, you're quite lucky. Today's price for sea clams is 20 yuan per pound. You have 43 pounds, totaling 860 yuan. Jiang Wenshan's spirits lifted unexpectedly. He hadn't anticipated such a sum. He often collected seafood on weekends, and the local purchasing station offered relatively good prices compared to other villages. He was astonished that the restaurant in town would pay so generously. He had another bag filled with assorted items. After a brief selection, he weighed them. The Dongfeng snails weighed exactly 10 pounds, priced at 15 yuan per pound, totaling 150 yuan. The cat's eye snails were fewer, only 8 pounds, priced at 18 yuan per pound, totaling 144 yuan. In this bag, aside from the conch, there were also fragrant snails, both of which were reasonably priced. Jiang Wenshan chose not to sell them, deeming the quantity too small and the mix too varied. He decided to take them home for his wife and children. Seeing Jiang Wenshan putting away the bag, Mengwa prepared to tally the prices. Wait a moment. I have some fish. Jiang Wenshan brought over a bucket of fish, the result of a morning's fishing trip with his children. Mengwa was surprised to find so many mullet. Using a large net, she scooped the fish from the bucket. There were over 30 mullet in total, but they were lightweight, totaling only 14 pounds. Farmed mullet typically sold for around 10 yuan per pound, with better quality fetching up to 20 yuan. Since these were wild-caught, Mengwa offered 35 yuan per pound, totaling 490 yuan. After confirming that Jiang Wenshan had no more items to sell, Mengwa began calculating the total, her voice a rapid flurry of numbers. The final tally was 2,229 yuan. Jiang Wenshan preferred cash, so Mengwa handed him 2,250 yuan. Holding the money, Jiang Wenshan found himself trembling slightly. Last month, he had missed out on a full attendance bonus due to tardiness, which had left him feeling glum for days. That he never expected that today's haul would yield a sum far exceeding that bonus. It was said that Jiang Han had good fortune, and indeed, today's endeavor had proven fruitful. Although Jiang Wenshan was not one to seek out excitement, he remained curious about how much Jiang Han's catch would fetch. The large blue crabs Jiang Han had caught were impressively sized, and Mengwa did not bother counting them. First weighing the crabs that Zhang Haidai had bound, she then placed the unbound crabs in a bucket for weighing, which included the 5 that Zhang Haidai had initially caught. The total weight of the crabs was 70 pounds, meaning Jiang Han alone had caught over 60 pounds of crabs. Jiang Han, just from the crabs alone, you have already earned 6,300 yuan. Mengwa then weighed the octopus, all of which were large and of excellent quality. Today, octopus was priced at 55 yuan per pound, and they had 82 pounds, totaling 4,510 yuan. Jiang Wenshan stood in stunned silence. Could it be that the total value of these items exceeded 10,000 yuan? Next came the main event of the day. Zhang Haidai had set aside a plate of Buddha's hand snails, and Mengwa weighed the remaining snails. Today, I can offer 240 yuan per pound. You have 45 pounds here, totaling 10800 yuan. The total for all their items amounted to 21,610 yuan. Mengwa transferred 21,700 yuan directly into Jiang Han's account. Jiang Winshan was utterly astounded. A single outing to the sea had garnered over 20,000 yuan. Jiang Han and Zhang Haidai, however, remained unfazed. They had witnessed grander spectacles that in comparison to their past achievements. Today's bounty could only be described as satisfactory. Zhang Haidai had also caught some mullet, but chose not to sell them, intending to enjoy them at the restaurant. Initially, Jiang Han had set aside a few large crabs and modestly sized octopuses, all of which were stored at the restaurant. He asked Mengwa to prepare the plate of Buddha's hand snails first, as they had just been harvested and would undoubtedly be fresh and delicious. Mengwa was somewhat surprised. Buddha's hand snails were notoriously difficult to collect, and given their light weight, they had managed to gather such a quantity. Zhang Haidai shook his wrist, which was slightly sore. You have no idea. I cleared that entire area. Fortunately, that spot was marginally easier to harvest than others. Jiang Winshan tucked the money away and approached Jiang Han, patting him on the shoulder. He had previously thought it imprudent for Jiang Han, a graduate of a prestigious university, to return to their small island to become a fisherman. However, after witnessing today's success, he began to reconsider. If Jiang Han could maintain such a pace, staying in their hometown might indeed hold promise. If only he could be a bit more pragmatic. He opened his mouth to speak, but ultimately said nothing. Brother-in-law, stay and have a meal with us. No, your sister is waiting for me. After Jiang Winshan left, Zhang Haidai felt a sense of relief. He had been apprehensive that Jiang Winshan would insist on dining with them. Suddenly, Jiang Han turned to Zhang Haidai, startling him as he thought Jiang Han had read his mind. Han, what's up? Have you ever considered going solo? Today's earnings would only net him a little over 2,000 if he split it. Jiang Han pondered whether he might earn more if he worked independently. Zhang Haidai, usually unfazed, looked utterly lost at that moment. Han, are you trying to push me away? Jiang Han couldn't help but chuckle. He was merely making a jest. Zhang Haidai quickly regained his composure. Han, you scared me. Such jokes aren't amusing. What can a person like me even do alone? I'd probably starve to death in less than a week. Jiang Han rolled his eyes upon entering the restaurant's main hall. He found a seat by the window, while Mengwa began serving dishes one by one. Xiaogua, have you eaten? Join us. Jiang Han noticed Mengwa was sweating from her labors. I already had my meal. In the restaurant business, one either eats early or late. Our schedules differ from yours. Hearing someone call for her, Mengwa dashed off again. Zhang Haidai suddenly remembered something. Han, it seems girls don't like the smell of smoke. That depends on the person, Jiang Han replied, giving Zhang Haidai a scrutinizing glance. Sensing something was amiss. They say smoking is unhealthy. I really want to quit. Oh, you have any good methods? Even if it's just to cut back a little. Jiang Han took a bite of the Buddha's hand snail. It was fresh and chewy. I can't help you quit entirely, but I can offer you a way to reduce your intake. Just follow my advice. Zhang Haidai perked up, eager to listen. Han, go on. This is quite simple. Just avoid smoking during the day. If you must smoke, have a meal first. Only after eating can you have a cigarette. Zhang Haidai found Jiang Han's suggestion compelling. All right, I'll start doing that tomorrow. No, I'll start right now. At that moment, Zhang Haidai was blissfully unaware that he had just stepped into a pitfall. Chapter 99. The Business of Seafood. Ding. Host sells seafood for 21700. Gaining system points. 21,700 points. Accumulated points. Total system points. 23,707 points. Currently, 22500 system points can be consumed to exchange for a scanning range of 45 meters. Would you like to exchange? Exchange successful. Host now possesses a scanning range of 565 meters. Exchange successful. Remaining system points, 1,207 points. Please continue to work hard. With an additional 45 meters. He was inching closer to his modest goal of 1,000 meters if he recalled correctly. Today's island was named Bailong Island. On that island, there must be other treasures. Today he merely took a cursory glance. Now that there is a boat available, he can return at any time. Jiang Han reflected on the day's events. Although the Buddha's hand snail remained fixed upon the rocks, immobile and unhidden, extracting such creatures was labor-intensive and could easily result in breakage if not done carefully. Zhang Haidai's ability to harvest so many in such a short amount of time was quite impressive. In contrast, he had squandered a considerable portion of his time attempting to catch octopuses. Although the price per octopus was not insignificant, the effort required to capture them was considerable. He recalled the particularly elusive octopus that had taken him over 20 minutes to catch. Next time, he would assess the situation. If the hiding places of the octopuses were too convoluted, it would be wiser to forego the attempt. Jiang Han transferred 2,400 yuan to Zhang Haidai. After satisfying their hunger and thirst, they proceeded to the back of the restaurant, where the large crabs they had caught that day awaited. The sisters Meng Guo and Ming Fei had been immensely helpful, always offering them the best prices for their seafood, often including a little extra when settling accounts. Observing their industriousness, Jiang Han was reminded of the crabs that still needed binding. He and Zhang Haidai sat down together to secure the crabs, making both steaming and boiling them much more convenient, while also minimizing the risk of being pinched. Most importantly, the legs of crabs processed in this manner were less likely to break, as broken legs diminished their value. Seeing the two of them assisting in the restaurant, Mengwa poured each of them a glass of watermelon juice. Unbeknownst to them, they had become familiar faces at the restaurant. They did not need to greet anyone, and the other staff members paid them no mind. After Jiang Han returned home by boat, he fell into a deep slumber until dawn. Upon waking the next day, he discovered that his sister had transferred him 500 yuan. Jiang Han, Jiang Feng, your boat took our family on an outing yesterday that we ought to contribute a bit for fuel. Jiang Han accepted the money without hesitation. He was more than willing to assist his sister, but felt that any assistance should remain within reasonable bounds. If accepting the fuel fee made his sister more comfortable, then he gladly accepted it. Upon opening his shopping app, he noticed that Mingwei Design Company had sent him the design drawings. He reviewed them and found them satisfactory. Had he chosen another design firm, he might have received something similar. That he called Zhang Haidai, asking him to get in touch with those involved in construction. Although Zhang Haidai had no connections, he was determined to fulfill Jiang Han's request. At that moment, Ma Xiaomei sent a message. Ma Xiaomei, Jiang Han, have you been at home these past few days? Jiang Han, yes, what's up? Ma Xiaomei, there's a girl named Nan Nan who wants to visit your island. According to the rules of our circle, if you're at home, you must offer your sofa to her. Jiang Han, sure, no problem. Initially, his understanding of this circle came solely from the twins. Since joining their group, he had begun to grasp the nature of this community. Most of the members were young people who adored traveling but had modest means. The costs of accommodation and meals constituted a significant portion of travel expenses, especially lodging. Nowadays, even the most basic hotel rooms could cost over 100 yuan per night. And prices skyrocketed during holidays. Even for subpar accommodations, staying in someone else's home could alleviate these costs if the host was amenable. Guests could even cook meals or dine with them, further saving on expenses. Ma Xiaomei mentioned that there were about 10 such groups, with members scattered across the country. Almost anywhere one traveled, local couch surfers could be found to help reduce lodging costs. This circle offered opportunities for young travelers who might otherwise lack the funds to explore. Before long, the girl named Nan added Jiang Han's WeChat through the contact card Ma Xiaomei had sent her. Nan, hello, I'm Nan. I'm on my way and should arrive this afternoon if all goes well. Jiang Han, great, just contact me when you arrive. At this point, inquiries about dry goods began surfacing again in Jiang Han's shopping group. Realizing that his brother-in-law had likely gone to work, Jiang Han decided to visit his sister's home. The two little girls were frowning over their worksheets. Not wanting to disturb them, Jiang Han called his sister to the side. Did you see that someone in the group is looking for information on dry goods? Jiang Feng, who had just finished washing some items, wiped her hands on her apron and replied, yes, didn't you sell them any? Come on, you know me. I'm not interested in that. The dry goods business essentially revolved around two options: sourcing a large quantity of fresh goods to dry and sell, or purchasing fresh goods from others to resell. The first option was clearly more lucrative but required considerable effort. Drying required constant attention, and one had to be ready to gather the goods if it rained. Jiang Han felt he lacked the patience for that. The second option necessitated building relationships village by village, which he found tedious. The last time he sent dry goods to Ma Xiaomei's sisters, they had come from Aunt Ho-Hot. He could ask Aunt Ho-Hot to handle this, but she was still an outsider. It would be better to let his sister take care of it instead. He frequently bought vegetables and eggs from Aunt Ho-Hot, so they had a rapport. Jiang Feng felt nervous. Aside from selling some seafood to the purchasing station, she had never engaged in such business. The last time, she had dried a few mussels, which amounted to about 30 pounds. Then why not ask in the group? Jiang Han encouraged her with an approving look. Jiang Feng sent a message to the group. Jiang Feng, Wang Jingcheng. Hello, I'm Jiang Han's sister. I have some mussels at home. Are you interested? Wang Jingcheng. May I ask, what are mussels? Jiang Feng was taken aback. Mussels were simply mussels. How could she not know what they were? Jiang Han. Mussels are green-lipped mussels. Some places call them sea rainbow. When you cook them and then dry them, they become mussels. Jiang Han uploaded a picture of green-lipped mussels he found online. Many group members lived inland and had likely never even tasted mussels, let alone understood the relationship between mussels and the term dried mussels. The group members were suddenly enlightened. Wang Jingqing's family, compared to others, was relatively close to Jiang Han's location. She had received the barnacles she purchased last time and had cooked them. They were indeed delicious, and her family had praised them. Unfortunately, she had only bought 3 pounds, and now there were none left. Hearing from Ma Xiaomei that Jiang Han's dried seafood was delicious, she had inquired with a hopeful attitude. Wang Jingqing, how much for these? Jiang Feng looked at Jiang Han, who signaled her with a gesture. Jiang Feng, 50 yuan. Jiang Feng, that's the price per pound. Just moments ago, Jiang Han had checked online, discovering that prices for dried mussels varied based on their size. The local mussels were quite large, and the price of 50 yuan a pound was comparable to online rates, though they did not include shipping, making the overall cost slightly higher. Jiang Han explained this situation to the group. However, after Wang Jingqing purchased 3 pounds of mussels, the remaining stock was quickly depleted. Jiang Feng's mouth fell open in astonishment. Is it really this easy? Watching the numerous transfers come through in the group, she realized that if she accepted all the payments, she would earn 1,500 yuan. Han, am I seeing this right? I actually made 1,500 yuan. Sister, what are you thinking? Earning money isn't that simple. Jiang Feng froze. Are you saying they might retract their payments? That's impossible. I mean, for those mussels, you'll have to go to the seaside to collect them, clean them, cook them, and dry them. Earning this 1,500 yuan will require considerable effort. Hearing this, Jiang Feng finally calmed down. She had been quite frightened. Her emotions had swung like a roller coaster in those few minutes. All right, 1,500 yuan. Jiang Feng had worked since giving birth, and she had longed to return to work, but there had been no elder to help care for the child if she went back to work. Who would look after the baby? It had been years. If she could earn money like this, she suddenly felt like she had rediscovered the feeling of working. She then thought of another idea. The family had an abundance of loofahs, which tended to mature quickly after the onset of autumn. This year, they had turned into loofah fibers particularly fast at Han. Can I sell loofah fibers in the group? Jiang Han was puzzled. What would you sell loofah fibers for? For dishcloths. Don't we all use loofah fibers for dishcloths? Don't city dwellers use dishcloths? At times, Jiang Han found himself quite impressed with his sister's creativity. Her ideas were uniquely unconventional. City folk indeed had their own dishcloths, yet it wouldn't hurt to give it a try, as this product was rather rare. However, city dwellers typically used dishwashing liquid along with their dishcloths. Loofah fibers are entirely natural and possess exceptional oil-absorbing qualities. Utilizing loofah to wash dishes eliminates the need for any detergent, thus avoiding chemical substances and promoting a healthier lifestyle. Sister, if you find this product appealing, consider marketing it. After all, it costs nothing to inquire. Jiang Feng shared this sentiment and began promoting loofah fibers within the group due to the curiosity of many. Jiang Feng patiently explained the origins of loofah fibers and their benefits for dishwashing. As her initial nervousness faded, Jiang Han recognized his sister's remarkable abilities. Sincerity and enthusiasm are indeed the ultimate sales strategies, both of which his sister possesses in abundance. Unsurprisingly, Jiang Feng quickly sold several portions of loofah fibers, with some customers purchasing 2 or 3 at a time. Jiang Han observed that most buyers were those who had recently ordered dry goods. It dawned on him that since these items did not include free shipping, loofah fibers, being inexpensive, were priced at merely 2 yuan per portion. Even if someone purchased several portions, it would still be under 10 yuan, whereas the shipping cost for a standalone loofah purchase would exceed that amount. By purchasing loofah while ordering dry goods, they could save on shipping costs. Sister, we should expand our horizons. If someone places a large order, we could include a few loofah fibers as a complimentary gesture. Jiang Feng agreed, realizing that loofah fibers held little value. However, upon further reflection, she realized they had sold nearly everything, leaving only enough for her personal use. Jiang Han remained silent. Initially, Jiang Feng had considered the loofah fibers excessive, but now she wished she had cultivated more. Sister, without loofah, we could offer other items, such as beautiful shells. Jiang Feng paused, pondering this alternative. Aren't shells even less valuable? Sister, it's time for a mindset shift. The individuals in our group are generally young and not particularly affluent, yet their purchasing power rivals that of wealthier seniors. They appreciate novelty and enjoy whimsical items. What we may deem ordinary could be cherished by them. Jiang Feng contemplated Jiang Han's words, striving to internalize their meaning. It seemed she began to understand. Those shells, once plentiful, had all been discarded. Moving forward, she would save the particularly vibrant and unique ones to gift to customers. Regardless of order size, Jiang Han sensed that his sister was beginning to grasp the concept. As he departed, Jiang Feng handed him a bag of salted bamboo shoots, having harvested an abundance of summer bamboo shoots that went uneaten. She transformed the excess into salted delicacies, knowing Jiang Han relished them. Thanks, sister. In the morning, if he prepared porridge, the salted bamboo shoots, once soaked and drizzled with sesame oil and vinegar, would allow him to enjoy 2 generous bowls. Upon exiting his sister's home, a call from Zhang Haidai interrupted him. Hangu, I've confirmed some details. There are divisions of labor among the teams on the island. The construction crew is separate from the renovation crew. The latter is currently occupied and will be available in about a week. That if you need, I can secure them for you. Chapter 101. The value of intellect. Without hesitation, Jiang Han replied, then please arrange it for me. We need to renovate eventually. Hangu, when are we going out to sea today? I'll contact you later. It should be in the evening. The oppressive heat had become unbearable, with forecasts indicating that today would be even hotter than yesterday. He certainly wished to avoid any heat-related incidents. Upon returning to his village, the local broadcast reported on the weather. Our island will endure 2 consecutive days of temperatures exceeding 40 degrees Celsius. Today's high is expected to reach 41 degrees, while tomorrow could reach 42 degrees. It is advisable to avoid outdoor work. If you go to sea, please take precautions against heat. Jiang Han wisely decided against venturing out in the afternoon. As the sun set, temperatures on their side of the island would drop significantly, considerably cooler than in the city. Zhang Laoan had just returned from town, riding a small electric vehicle laden with supplies. He called out to his wife, who emerged from their home, lifting the thick cloth covering a large foam box. They worked together to carry it inside that moment. Lao Luo also returned with a sizable foam box. Jiang Han understood their purpose. Many islanders engage in the seafood trade, necessitating ice for preservation. The town boasted a specialized ice-making shop. Many homes in the village lacked air conditioning, and during intolerably hot days, residents would buy large blocks of ice from the store. These blocks were quite inexpensive and provided significant relief from the heat. Such sweltering days were rare on the island, and when they occurred, people turned to these large ice blocks for respite. Suddenly, Ye Tiantian appeared before Jiang Han. Jiang Han, could you lend me your vehicle? I need to go to town to buy some ice. Those blocks are far too heavy for me to lift alone. Noticing Jiang Han's inaction, she shot him a disapproving glare. What's wrong? Are you really so stingy that you want to help me with this small matter? Jiang Han found Ye Tiantian's attitude absurd. What right did she have to expect his assistance given their current relationship? He strode into his yard, shutting the door just as she entered, leaving her to confront the door alone. Jiang Han, I was truly blind before. I never realized you were this kind of person. The air conditioning unit hummed to life, expelling warm air into the yard. Ye Tiantian recognized that Jiang Han had turned on the air conditioning and felt a surge of frustration. Just moments ago, he would have begged her to come over to enjoy the cool air that moment. The door swung open again. Ye Tiantian's spirits lifted. Jiang Han, I knew you couldn't bear to see me suffer in this heat. Jiang Han was at a loss for words. Ye Tiantian, intellect is a valuable asset. If lost, one must seek its recovery. What did you say? Ye Tiantian had never anticipated such harsh words from him. Mr. Jiang, here's your cheese and pasta. Jiang Han accepted the takeout. Given the scorching heat, today was certainly not a day for cooking. In town, there was only one pizza shop that offered delivery, but fortunately, they also served other dishes. Closing the door once more, Jiang Han left Ye Tiantian bewildered, as his earlier opening had solely been to retrieve his food, not to invite her in. Enjoying his meal, especially the pasta paired with salted bamboo shoots, was a delightful experience. He set the air conditioning to a comfortable 22 degrees, ensuring his home remained cool, just as he intended to relax in his rocking chair for a nap. A knock interrupted him. Peering through the window, he saw a tall, slender girl with short bangs. His phone rang with a WeChat call. Hello, I'm Lu Nan. I'm at your door. So this was the girl named Lu Nan. Jiang Han opened the door to see her delicate features. Hello, she greeted politely. Jiang Han welcomed her inside, advising her to make herself comfortable in the living room, but to refrain from going upstairs. Last week, he had installed a wireless network, ensuring optimal coverage throughout the house, eliminating any connectivity issues. Thank you. According to the customary etiquette, offering the sofa did not necessarily imply a literal provision of seating, but rather symbolized hospitality. In smaller homes, if there was insufficient space, at the very least, the living room sofa should be available. Should the host be accommodating and the space adequate, offering a guest room was also permissible. When Ma Xiaomei traveled to Europe, she interacted with various couch surfers, even staying in castles. Lu Nan noticed Jiang Han reclining on a rocking chair, engrossed in his phone. she proceeded to set up her tent in a side room, which, while not as cool as the living room, still received some air conditioning. Compared to the twins, Lu Nan appeared considerably more reserved. Observing that Jiang Han was oblivious to her presence, she gradually relaxed. There's a rice cooker in the kitchen that if you haven't eaten, feel free to use it. But I only have rice, no vegetables. You might consider purchasing some homegrown produce from the neighbor. No need. I have something to eat, Lu Nan replied, pulling an apple from her bag to munch on. Jiang Han couldn't help but smirk. It was no wonder she was so thin. Choosing not to comment, he settled comfortably in his rocking chair, covered with a blanket, enjoying the cool air as he prepared for an afternoon nap. If they were to go to sea in the evening, it was prudent to rest well. He was uncertain how long he had slept when Zhang Haidai's call disrupted his slumber. "Hangu, I want to be joining you for the fishing trip today. Is something wrong?" Jiang Han knew Zhang Haidai well. He would never miss out without a valid reason. "Fei Jia isn't feeling well, so I'm accompanying her to the town hospital." "Sister Fei, what happened?" "The blood test results have yet to be released. The doctor suspects acute gastroenteritis combined with heat stroke, likely due to Sister Fei's recent overexertion. Please stay with her at the hospital and contact me with any updates. If the town hospital cannot manage, we shall transfer her to the district or city hospital." "Understood. I will keep an eye on things." After hanging up, Jiang Han felt a twinge of concern. His relationship with Meng Fei was somewhat cooperative, as she was the one handling his goods. Given her illness, it was only natural for him to visit. However, Zhang Haidai was already at the hospital, and his presence might complicate matters if the situation were not dire. He would postpone his visit until tomorrow. He wondered if Menghua could manage the restaurant alone. He called Menghua, only to hear her voice, frazzled and overwhelmed. "I can't talk right now. I'm swamped and I have to hang up." Jiang Han glanced at his phone just as Menghua ended the call. Noticing the time, he realized it was mealtime. After some contemplation, he donned his sun protection gear. Although the sun was nearing the horizon, its lingering rays were still intense. He turned to Lu Nan, saying, "I'm heading out, and want to return for a while. That if you go out, you may need to wait outside when you return." Extending hospitality does not necessitate handing over the keys to Lu Nan. Munching on an apple, nodded, "I'm too tired from traveling today. I want to be going out." Jiang Han accepted her response without further comment. He hopped on his electric tricycle and made his way to the Haowang restaurant. Upon seeing Jiang Han, Menghua appeared momentarily taken aback. "What brings you here? Do you need help?" "I came to assist." "Just serve the meals." Menghua, who had been overwhelmed with work, felt a wave of relief wash over her. "Yes, we are short-staffed. That I was supposed to be with my sister, but if I leave, there will be no one to manage the restaurant." She handed Jiang Han the menu. "If customers arrive, please attend to them. If they prefer to order through the app, let them do so." Despite the town's best restaurant, it could not compete with those in larger cities. Haowang was the finest in town, but staffing remained an issue. The kitchen was well staffed, but they had lost one of the 3 servers due to personal matters, and finding a suitable replacement had proven difficult. As a result, much of the service work fell on Menghua. Meng Fei managed the accounting herself. Jiang Han glanced at the menu. "You are returning to school next month. What will happen here?" "I am trying to hire more staff," Menghua admitted, her frustration evident. While there was an abundance of idle labor on the island, finding reliable and capable individuals was challenging. They also sought young female servers, which made the search even more difficult. Jiang Han refrained from commenting further and took the menu to greet the customers. To Tio Menghua's surprise, Jiang Han adapted seamlessly to the role. Some female patrons, noticing his handsome features, attempted to engage him in conversation. Menghua found this amusing, as the same customers had not shown such interest when she was attending to them. One woman, of a similar age, had stolen glances at Jiang Han multiple times. "Hey there, can I add you on WeChat?" Menghua interjected, wrapping her arm around Jiang Han's. "Sorry, he already has a girlfriend." She then redirected him to attend to the elderly patrons. When the restaurant closed for the night, both were exhausted, collapsing into their chairs. Fortunately, the kitchen had prepared some food for them. It was already 9:30 p.m., and they were just now able to sit down for dinner. Menghua turned to Jiang Han. "You're not upset with me today, are you?" "What do you mean?" Jiang Han replied, confused. "I meant those female customers. Did I ruin your chance with them?" "How could that be?" He smiled. "I owe you my gratitude for rescuing me." "Really? Of course. I don't know them. And why would I want to add them on WeChat and invite potential harassment?" Menghua covered her mouth, laughing. "Is that truly your thought? Would I lie to you?" After finishing his meal, Jiang Han prepared to leave. "Tomorrow morning, I'll visit your sister. Do you have any messages for her?" Zhang Haidai had called earlier, informing him that Meng Fei's blood test results had come back with no major concerns. just acute gastroenteritis and heat stroke, consistent with the doctor's initial diagnosis. She urged them not to worry. Meng Fei had also spoken with Meng Guo, asking her to manage the restaurant and not to visit her, as she would be discharged in a couple of days. Just remind her to take care of herself. Meng Guo felt helpless regarding her sister, a true iron lady who worked tirelessly without rest. Okay, I understand. The following day, Jiang Han brought some fruit to visit Meng Fei. He found Zhang Haidai taking excellent care of her, and after a brief visit, he left. Upon arriving at Haowang restaurant, he noticed that the morning business was not particularly busy. That will prepare for the lunch rush. It should be manageable, but the dinner crowd will be busier. The kitchen staff was prepping ingredients, and Meng Guo was only overseeing things minimally. Observing the scene, Jiang Han decided to return to the village at that moment. Lu Nannan, unaware of the previous night's events, finally emerged from her slumber, burdened with a heavy digital SLR camera and a tripod. Jiang Han was taken aback. She seemed quite the professional. Which direction has the best scenery? You mean in our village? The Jinsha Beach area is certainly more picturesque. If you go during sunset or just after sunrise, with the sky painted red, it's even more stunning. Lu Nannan grasped his meaning, recalling her previous photography of the ocean. The sky's reflections on the water made for breathtaking shots. I'll wait until evening to go. Jiang Han thought to remind her about the risk of heat stroke, but decided against it. Watching her pull out another apple to snack on, he found himself speechless. The differences between people were indeed vast. If he were to travel somewhere, he would never spend 2 consecutive days cooped up in someone else's home without exploring. Initially, Jiang Han planned to visit the town in the evening. But at 3 p.m., Meng Guo called to inform him they had hired a temporary server, so he need not come. Jiang Han felt a sense of relief at this news, hoping the newly hired staff would prove capable. Otherwise, with Meng Fei still unwell, Meng Guo might also fall ill. Checking the tide app, he noted that the tide would start receding at 5:30 p.m. With it being summer, the sun would still be shining at that time. Since Zhang Haidai would be caring for Meng Fei, Jiang Han preferred not to venture out alone to fish. If he caught something substantial, it would be challenging without assistance. After some contemplation, he decided it would be better to head nearby to catch some crabs. He planned to leave at 6:30 p.m. and return by 7:30 p.m., hoping to make the most of the hour. As he stepped outside, he noticed Lu Nannan also heading out with her camera. She approached him, inquiring about the route to Jinsha Beach. Jiang Han pointed her in the right direction. Upon seeing her head that way, he couldn't shake a feeling of unease. Regardless, he figured he might as well head to Jinsha Beach himself. As evening descended, the sunset painted the sky, and the coastline became a breathtaking sight. The receding tide had expanded the beach significantly. So beautiful, Lu Nannan exclaimed, captivated by the scenery. Photographers often speak of light as an art form, and she seized the moment to capture several stunning shots. Jiang Han, observing her focused solely on photography, realized he had perhaps overthought her intentions. She was simply an enthusiastic photographer, not wishing to interfere. He turned his attention to the shoreline. With his line of sight now extending to 565 meters, he noticed that many items had already been collected by villagers scouring the beach. The ocean floor was home to various shells, predominantly cat's eye and fragrant snails, along with numerous pointed shells resembling nails, known as screw snails. While these sea snails were edible, Jiang Han was not inclined to bend down to collect them. Even if he did, it would only yield empty shells or shells occupied by hermit crabs. The market screw snails were typically sourced from specific coastal areas using nets, making it unlikely to find live ones while beachcombing. Having arrived late, he aimed to gather as much as he could before the tide returned. The cat's eye and fragrant snails had already settled into the sand. Jiang Han meticulously unearthed them, and upon doing so, the snails partially emerged from their shells. With a gentle squeeze, he expelled most of the water, causing the flesh to retract into the shell. He focused on the larger specimens, casually collecting a few moon shells as well. Before long, his bucket felt heavy. Unbeknownst to him, he had wandered far from his original position. When he looked up again, he caught sight of a brilliantly colored seashell in the corner of his vision. What is that? Jiang Han froze, instinctively stepping closer to investigate. As he shifted his focus, the full beauty of the seashell gradually revealed itself. It was indeed a magnificent nautilus. Beside this nautilus, there was another one of similar size. To his astonishment, Jiang Han had laid eyes on 2 such grand specimens at once. With the tide rising, he hurriedly made his way towards the 2 shells, taking 2 steps for every one. Old Zhang, bewildered, called out, "Jiang Han, why are you rushing towards the sea?" Just as his words left his lips, he watched Jiang Han unearth a stunning shell from the sand, before old Zhang could fully express his surprise. Jiang Han revealed another shell of comparable beauty. Being of advanced age, old Zhang's eyesight was somewhat failing him. He rubbed his eyes and rushed over to take a closer look. Heavens, a nautilus, two such magnificent specimens, he exclaimed, utterly captivated. Has the meat of the nautilus been removed? That doesn't affect its sail. It's the shell that holds value. These must have been washed ashore by the tide. What luck you have. Jiang Han. Old Zhang was at a loss for words in his admiration for Jiang Han. Others gradually approached, including the two young children, Wang Xiaobao and Li Xiaoya. What beautiful shells. Jiang Han, can you give me one? Wang Xiaobao pleaded. His grandmother promptly tapped him on the head, saying, don't be foolish. Such a large nautilus shell could fetch 100 yuan when sold. How could you expect him to give it to you? The onlookers gazed at Jiang Han with envy, recognizing that the two shells alone could yield 200 yuan, equivalent to the daily wages of many. Jiang Han, initially excited, was aware of the nautilus's reputation but remained uncertain of its exact value. He knew it was among the 4 renowned shells, alongside the turban shell, the phoenix tail shell, and the nautilus, all of which had been designated as national marine protected species. The nautilus was the only one among the 4 that had not been classified as a protected species, and he could easily surmise its worth. However, now someone was claiming it was worth only 100 yuan. He took another look at the shell. It was truly exquisite, with renovations pending at home. If the shell could only be sold for 100 yuan, he would prefer to keep it as a decorative piece. As he surveyed the crowd surrounding him, he glanced up and was startled to see Lu Nannan, who, instead of returning, was walking toward the sea with the tide rising. Jiang Han quickly dropped his bucket and rushed towards her. What are you doing? He exclaimed, gripping her arm and pulling her back. The tide is rising. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Lu Nannan, slender and light, was easily pulled back. The villagers, witnessing the dangerous scene, gathered around once more. Young lady, what you're doing is far too perilous. Yet Lu Nannan smiled nonchalantly. I just found the scenery lovely and wanted to take some beautiful photographs. I got so mesmerized that I inadvertently took a few steps forward. Jiang Han regarded her with skepticism. Photographs? Where's your camera? Lu Nannan tapped her forehead. Oh, my memory. I left my camera on the pebble while resting earlier. She then retrieved her camera from the stone and hung it around her neck. Jiang Han felt something was amiss, yet her radiant smile belied any hint of deceit. The villagers continued to advise her earnestly. Young lady, we are on an island. The waters here are much deeper than those in coastal areas. The beaches there are generally quite gentle. If you step forward any further here, you could lose your life. As the saying goes, clear water indicates shallow depth, green water suggests depth, and dark water signifies danger. You are but a step away from the green waters. Jiang Han scrutinized Lu Nannan once more. Are you still planning to take photographs? She shook her head. No more photos. There are only a few minutes each day when the lighting is perfect. And I've already captured the best shots. Jiang Han had heard of photographers who would lug their bedding to mountain tops just to seize those fleeting moments of exquisite light at sunrise. He could not comprehend such devotion. Lu Nannan then glanced at Jiang Han's bucket. Those 2 nautilus shells you found are truly beautiful. Jiang Han was taken aback. You know about nautilus? I know many things. The price of nautilus has risen significantly in recent years, she replied. Jiang Han raised an eyebrow in disbelief. How much could it have risen? They say it's only worth 100 yuan each. Lu Nannan chuckled. You believe everything they say? Jiang Han remained silent. The villagers were seasoned fishermen, and their words generally held some truth. This Lu Nannan seemed peculiar, if she did not trust the villagers. Why would she trust her? With the tide now rising, he retrieved the bucket he had dropped and began his journey home. Despite the villagers eyeing his nautilus shells with envy, none had dared to take his bucket. Even Wang Xiaobao and Li Xiaoya merely touched and admired the shells without attempting to steal them, indicating that, aside from a few, the villagers were quite reliable. Lu Nannan had ceased taking photographs and followed Jiang Han. He found her behavior perplexing. Had she not come to the island for leisure? In just an hour, she was already departing. Lu Nannan glanced at his bucket. Could I take a look at your nautilus? Jiang Han regarded her warily but eventually allowed her to inspect one of the shells. To his surprise, she examined it with the scrutiny of an antique expert, inspecting it from various angles, particularly the lip area for an extended period. She even held it under the sunlight. Have you discerned anything noteworthy? You've been examining it for over 10 minutes. Seeing Jiang Han's apprehensive demeanor, Lu Nannan returned the nautilus to him. Did you not say this was worth only 100? Why are you so anxious about something valued at a mere 100? Jiang Han was momentarily speechless. Do you know about the blood clam? Lu Nannan inquired. Jiang Han was puzzled. I've only heard of clams. The blood clam is now a protected species, prohibited from sale or consumption. So you are unaware, the nautilus has become the substitute for blood clams. And its price has surged 40-fold. What do you mean? Are you suggesting I should forge documents? Jiang Han felt her character was dubious. Lu Nan, somewhat confused, responded, how is that considered forgery? She then pulled out an apple. This is my dinner for the day. I thought I had brought too many apples, but it appears I only have this one left. Your nautilus is large. It would be unwise to sell it as a blood clam. I would not let it go for less than 5,000. Jiang Han scrutinized Lu Nan. Who exactly are you? How do you possess such extensive knowledge about nautilus? Well, I'm just a photographer, she replied, her mouth stuffed with apple, making her words slightly garbled. After a moment, she managed to swallow her mouthful. That I haven't read many books. I've traveled extensively since childhood, so I've picked up a bit of everything. Jiang Han did not press further, feeling that she was quite an enigma. It was nearing 8 o'clock, and he had yet to have dinner. He decided against selling the nautilus in his bucket. Instead, he would boil them in water and enjoy them with mustard for dinner. The remainder would be kept in the pool. Any that perished would be discarded, while the living ones would serve as breakfast. After his meal, he ascended to his room. He researched the nautilus and blood clam online and discovered the information was indeed accurate. The blood clam originally referred to the biting parts of the clam. Now that the clam was protected, the nautilus had become its substitute. This was not considered forgery, as it was widely recognized as a replacement. Selling the nautilus as a nautilus would yield only 1 or 200 yuan. However, grinding the lip of the nautilus into beads and selling them as blood clams could inflate the price significantly. Jiang Han was indeed gaining insight into this world. Such schemes existed. Yet Lu Nan mentioned that selling the large nautilus as a blood clam would be unwise. Jiang Han measured the shells. One was 20.2 centimeters, and the other was precisely 20 centimeters. According to online sources, a 20-centimeter nautilus was quite rare, and rarity commanded value, even without transforming them into beads. The shells could fetch a handsome price. If Lu Nan's estimate held true, one nautilus could be worth 5,000, totaling 10,000 for both. The leap from 100 to 5,000 was staggering. Furthermore, it seemed that, per Lu Nan's suggestion, the price might continue to rise. He pondered whether it might be prudent to gauge the opinions of his affluent classmates. After all, his class was a mix of talents, each with their unique backgrounds. Jiang Han shared a photograph in the class group chat. Hudanjin, wow, what is this? It's so beautiful. Hudanjin, Jiang Han, did you find this seashell? Hudanjin, I really like this seashell. Jiang Han, can you give it to me? I'll cover the shipping costs. Tang Qin, this is a nautilus. How can you ask someone to give it to you so casually? Jiang Han is merely a fisherman. Is it appropriate? Tang Qin, Jiang Han, how large are these two nautilus shells? Jiang Han, one is 20 centimeters, and the other is 20.2 centimeters. Tang Qin remained silent for a considerable time, while the others chattered excitedly. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. Nan, overwhelmed by shame, lowered her head, never expecting to face such a multitude of questions. She merely sought a picturesque location to conclude her existence. Now that all the apples had been consumed, it was time for her to depart from this world. Jiang Han was left uncertain whether this woman was foolish or malevolent. I will speak to Ma Xiaomei about your situation. Once dawn breaks, you must leave this island, he declared. Should she perish elsewhere, it was of no concern to him, but she could not die on this island. Jiang Han, do not call me. Do we share such intimacy? Jiang Han thought his temperament was quite reasonable, yet the events of the day had incited profound anger within him. To avert unforeseen circumstances, he resolved to remain awake until dawn, ensuring that this woman was safely escorted off the island. Forgive me, Jiang Han. I never intended to trouble you. Ever since my breakup, I have been afflicted by severe depression. Jiang Han lifted his eyelids to glance at Nan. Depressed? He found it hard to believe. This is what I call sunny depression. On the surface, I appear cheerful, yet internally I am despondent. Perhaps seeking a confidant, Nan recounted the tale of her acquaintance, intimacy, and subsequent separation from her boyfriend. When she turned to Jiang Han, he was already yawning, on the verge of sleep. Nan's monologue was more effective than any sleeping pill. Had it not been for his vigilance, he would have succumbed to slumber. Initially, he presumed that her depression indicated a rogue boyfriend. However, their breakup was merely ordinary, and her distress seemed excessively dramatic. After her tale, her body trembled slightly. Jiang Han, could you hold me? She implored, desperately in need of an embrace. Jiang Han, however, remained seated, unmoved. As time passed without the promised embrace, she burst into tears. Jiang Han glanced at the clock, wishing for Dawn's arrival to expedite her departure. To his surprise, her tears flowed for 2.5 hours. Once she had finished crying, she raised her head and smiled at Jiang Han. Jiang Han, thank you. Jiang Han was perplexed. What have I done to deserve your gratitude? Thank you for refusing to embrace me. He found this utterly bizarre. After the breakup, I was profoundly sorrowful, yet I shed not a single tear, but your refusal to embrace me deepened my anguish, allowing me to release all my recent torment. Jiang Han could only ponder the peculiarities of her condition. That I am completely healed now. My depression has vanished. Jiang Han mused that depression was indeed a form of mental illness. He had heard that some individuals with mental health issues were remarkably intelligent, often more so than the average person, capable of creating illusions to achieve their aims. He suspected that Nan was currently putting on an act, perhaps to lower his guard before meeting her demise in his home. If you are prepared to die, why take photographs? I am a photographer. Capturing exquisite images before my passing would provide a fitting conclusion to my career. Thus, while at the beach, she approached the beautiful sea. Leaving her camera, filled with stunning photographs, upon the pebbles, Jiang Han scrutinized Nan once more, finding her behavior increasingly abnormal. Was this the thought process of a rational individual? At last, dawn broke, and Jiang Han, feeling famished, sought sustenance. He checked the pool where he had kept some seafood. Discovering that a small portion had indeed perished, disposing of the deceased, he prepared a stew with the remaining, albeit plentiful. Catched Nan swallowed hard at the sight of the seafood. Jiang Han, may I have some to eat? I am willing to pay. He cast her a sidelong glance. Did you not say you only eat apples? My apples are all gone. Last night was the final one. She had believed that after yesterday, she would never need to eat apples again, unaware that she would see the sun rise once more. Jiang Han declined her money, sharing some seafood with her. You ate apples to lose weight, did you not? Have you considered whether your body consents to such maltreatment? Even in death, you still think of dieting. That Nan was taken aback. Did she truly need her body as permission for this? As she savored the seafood before her, she realized it had been ages since she had consumed anything other than apples. The flavor was delightful. Perhaps living like this was quite satisfactory. An hour later, Jiang Han finally escorted Nan onto the boat destined to take her away from Jiaohua Island. Watching the vessel recede into the distance, he felt a weight lift from his heart. Her fate was no longer his concern. Afterward, he sought out Manager Fong at the delivery point to send off the two precious conchs, ensuring they were insured during transit. Passing by the Haliwang restaurant, he noticed Meng Fei had yet to return, but a new employee had appeared. Mengguo rushed over upon seeing Jiang Han. Jiang Han, why do you look so pale? Jiang Han, recalling the previous night's events, preferred to remain silent. Noticing Mengguo's good spirits, he exchanged a few words of concern before returning home. Once home, he took a shower and fell asleep. Upon waking, he found a message from Nan. Jiang Han, thank you. I am truly better now. Nan, the photos taken at Golden Sands Beach will be submitted to the Yaoping Photography Exhibition. Jiang Han was unfamiliar with this exhibition, but it sounded impressive. However, it no longer concerned him. Their contractual relationship had concluded. As a member of the couch surfing community, he had fulfilled his obligations. Without a moment's hesitation, he deleted Nan from his contacts. Seeing that no further bookings had been made, Jiang Feng tallied the orders from the previous night until now. Jiang Feng, Han, these orders amount to a total of 3,850 jin. Jiang Feng, can you manage such a quantity? Jiang Han, sister, rest assured, since I inquired of them, I will undoubtedly procure it. Chapter 107. Zhang Haidai has gained weight. The barnacle known as sparrow beak was abundant in the cave. However, with the limited time during low tide, he could only gather so much alone that he called Zhang Haidai. Hanggu, Fei Jie will be discharged from the hospital tonight, that I can join you for beachcombing tomorrow. Very well. Jiang Han checked the weather forecast. Tomorrow's temperature was set to drop below 40 degrees. The timing of low tide was also favorable, and as long as they did not linger too long on the boat, they should avoid heat stroke. Jiang Han messaged Zhang Haidai, instructing him to purchase some heat-relieving medicines, such as Huixiang Zhengqi water and Rindan, from the pharmacy in town, since Zhang Haidai had Yangmei wine to drink. He, as the boat operator, must refrain from alcohol. These provisions were solely for his own use. After further consideration, he also asked Zhang Haidai to acquire mosquito-repellent patches, bands, and sprays. With the heat, there were many mosquitoes during the day, and they became even more ferocious at night. Although they wore long clothes, the mosquitoes could pierce through the fabric, leaving them covered in itchy red welts. The next day, Zhang Haidai returned to the village laden with supplies. Upon seeing him, Jiang Han noticed something peculiar. He seemed to have gained weight in just a few days. Haidai, why do I sense you have developed a double chin? Zhang Haidai, appearing quite cheerful, responded, Han Ge. Your method is surprisingly effective. What method? Jiang Han pondered what he might have suggested. The method for quitting smoking. You said if I craved to smoke, I should first have a meal. Jiang Han felt a twinge of guilt. He recalled overhearing Ling Ling listening to a children's play, where a child had offered such advice to his father. When Zhang Haidai inquired about quitting, this notion had come to mind. And he had mentioned it casually. Surely, he did not take it seriously? Han Ge, it truly works, albeit it requires a significant appetite. After saying this, Zhang Haidai belched. Sometimes, I just can't resist the urge to smoke. I find myself going for a meal instead that I used to have 3 meals a day, plus late-night snacks, totaling 4 that I've now reduced my portion size at each meal and increased the frequency. I now eat 10 times a day. Jiang Han was flabbergasted that you've already had 3 meals this morning. Haidai, if you can't maintain this, Han Ge, I will persevere. You taught me that to succeed in anything, one must remain steadfast that I am no longer the street urchin I once was. I will quit smoking properly. Jiang Han was at a loss for words, fearing that Zhang Haidai might not only fail to quit smoking, but also become a hefty individual in the process. It was still early, and the sun blazed outside. Jiang Han instructed Zhang Haidai to buy a deck of playing cards. The two of them settled in front of the air conditioner to play cards. As young men of the new generation, they did not gamble, but playing for small stakes added some fun, with daily wins and losses around 200. Beep, the host sold a collectible shell for 15,000 yuan and earned 15,000 system points. Accumulating the previous points, the total system points are 16,207 points. Currently, 15,000 system points can be consumed to exchange for a scanning range of 30 meters. Would you like to proceed with the exchange? Exchange successful. The host now possesses a scanning range of 595 meters. Exchange successful. Remaining system points, 1,207 points. Please continue to strive, host. Jiang Han was momentarily taken aback. The funds from selling the precious shell had already been received the night before. Yet, the system had only just completed the exchange for the scanning function. He was aware that the system experienced delays. But he had not anticipated such a lengthy one that he had thought that selling such a collectible would not contribute to the scanning range. Could it be that his system also required rest? Sleeping for 2 days before resuming its duties, the figure of 595 meters was rather pleasing to the ear. Jiang Han and Zhang Haidai played cards for the entire morning that as noon approached. Zhang Haidai lost 210 yuan, while Jiang Han profited by the same amount. Zhang Haidai expressed his intent to cook, and Jiang Han acquiesced. He had prepared an abundance of seafood that morning, leaving some left over. Zhang Haidai transformed it into a braised dish using soybean paste. He also purchased some vegetables, eggs, and sea duck eggs from the villagers, and Hohat did not raise sea ducks, so Zhang Haidai had obtained them from Aunt Li's home. Acquiring a full 5 pounds. What do you need sea duck eggs for? They're quite fishy, Jiang Han remarked. He had never purchased sea duck eggs for this very reason. Although he was a native of the island, he could not tolerate overly fishy foods that he always opted for farm-fresh eggs instead. That I'm making salted duck eggs. Otherwise, why would I buy so many? Zhang Haidai replied. Nowadays, most sea duck eggs sold on the market were already salted. Though raw sea duck eggs were indeed fishy, once pickled into salted duck eggs, they lost much of that pungency and were quite flavorful. Jiang Han enjoyed eating salted duck eggs, but the preparation was tedious. Too much for his lazy disposition to at this moment. Zhang Haidai was already preparing them. Since joining Jiang Han in foraging, he had transformed remarkably compared to his former self, in contrast to Jiang Han's rudimentary cooking. Zhang Haidai's dishes had become notably more refined, resembling the style of a fine restaurant. After their meal, they took a brief respite and played cards once more. Brother Han, while I was out buying eggs, I spotted Ye Tiantian in broad daylight. She seemed unconcerned about the heat, lurking near your house. Jiang Han froze momentarily. What was she doing? Nothing much, just sneaking around, looking this way and that, when she saw me. She even asked why I was out, Zhang Haidai replied. Brother Han, does she wish for another chance encounter with you? Impossible. Jiang Han immediately dismissed the notion. If Ye Tiantian truly harbored such intentions, she would not have cast him aside previously. Frankly, he was grateful for their breakup. During their relationship, Ye Tiantian had constantly undermined him, making him feel perpetually indebted to her. This had diminished his self-worth significantly. Now, he was rediscovering himself, realizing that he was quite fine as he was and not at all as she had portrayed. In fact, it was she who had drained him. Brother Han, you're right. She must have become mentally unhinged from studying too much. Chapter 108. Adorably endearing. Jiang Han nodded, feeling a slight discomfort. one must always guard against others. He decisively ordered a surveillance camera that could be delivered to the village. Remembering the phone boxes he had purchased last time, he checked the logistics information, which indicated that they had already arrived in the district. Initially, he had thought that if Jiang Han went to the district to learn boat operation, he could have him assist with the logistics. However, due to Meng Fei falling ill, the boat training had been postponed. Upon seeing the logistics call, Jiang Han dialed the number. The response was that if he paid an additional 50 yuan, they could deliver his items to the town. They would set sail in the afternoon and arrive by night. Jiang Han readily agreed, and since the phone boxes were originally meant for the town, he did not require them to be delivered to the village. After explaining the situation to Menggua, he instructed the logistics to send the items to the Heartbroken restaurant in town. Brother Han, I've been studying theoretical materials these past few days, that I'll make sure to pass the exam soon. Jiang Han nodded, choosing not to comment further. He would not interfere in such matters. If Jiang Han proved to be diligent, he would become not only a good friend but also a reliable partner. From what he had observed, Jiang Han seemed quite dependable. After finishing their meal, they rested for a while. Concerned about becoming hungry while foraging, Jiang Han prepared a light snack. He also took the opportunity to enjoy a smoke. The two of them gauged the time and set out. Jiang Feng had estimated the pre-sale weight to be 3,850 pounds. Based on their previous experiences, they usually ended up needing more than what was initially ordered. Jiang Han decided to dig for over 4,000 pounds. He did not wish to place undue pressure on them, so he planned to divide the task over 3 days. Jiang Han had no objections to Jiang Han's decision. Knowing from prior experience that 4,000 pounds in 3 days would still be quite arduous, he had resolved to roll up his sleeves and get to work. Upon entering the cave, Jiang Han was momentarily bewildered by the tool Jiang Han produced. It was T-shaped, one end resembling a hammer while the other resembled a spade. Its form was peculiar. What is this? Jiang Han asked, scratching his head. This is a bug clan hammer, crafted by the locals from Shanqing. A few days prior, while assisting at the Heartbroken restaurant, Menggua had given it to him. The locals referred to barnacles as bugs. They enjoyed both striking and scooping them. Those who, like Jiang Han and Jiang Han, excavated the shells along with the barnacles were called bug clan scoopers in their region. The tool used was this bug clan hammer, which was not available commercially, as most fishermen crafted their own. It was the most specialized tool for harvesting barnacles. How did Menggua acquire this? Jiang Han pondered. She had many customers, including regulars from Shanqing. When she inquired, one of the customers sold her these two tools. I spent an additional 100 yuan to buy them from Menggua, Jiang Han mentioned. Jiang Han was surprised by this development. It must be said that engaging in specialized tasks necessitated specialized tools. With the bug clan hammer in hand, the two of them found it considerably easier to harvest barnacles. When the tide came in, they managed to gather 1,500 pounds altogether. Jiang Han also picked up a dozen sea urchins. This time, they opted not to barbecue them but consumed a few raw instead. The remaining sea urchins were reserved for storage at the Heartbroken restaurant, to be savored gradually. The flavor of the sea urchin was delightful. After their meal, both felt invigorated, and Jiang Han took the chance to smoke another cigarette. When Jiang Han arrived at the town dock, Jiang Feng was already there. Upon seeing an entire boat filled with barnacles, Jiang Feng beamed with joy. Her brother was earning, and so was she. What a delightful occurrence! She estimated that Aunt Wang next door would be equally pleased. She had often asked Aunt Wang to watch her two children for free. And feeling guilty, she had told Aunt Wang that henceforth, she would pay her 50 yuan each time. Upon hearing that she would receive 50 yuan for a few hours of babysitting, Aunt Wang was overjoyed. The dock workers were astonished at the sight of Jiang Han delivering yet another boatload of barnacles. They gaped in surprise, recognizing the wooden boat from the previous 2 occasions. The cargo was the same type of barnacle. And for those who depended on the sea for their livelihood, quantity mattered just as much as price. As long as the quantity was sufficient, a slightly lower price still constituted a substantial profit. Is this another 1,000 pounds? One dock worker inquired. I'm not sure, Jiang Han replied, withholding their curiosity. The items had not been weighed on the dock scale. Firstly, weighing at the dock incurred a fee. And secondly, he saw no need to do so. He had planned to transport the barnacles in several trips, so whether it was a lot or a little mattered little. Jiang Han specifically instructed Jiang Feng regarding Hu Dongjin's order. She had requested 50 pounds of barnacles, but Jiang Han directed her to pack 70 pounds, ensuring that the additional 20 pounds were packaged separately. Jiang Feng did not question his reasoning. She followed his instructions to the letter. He asked his sister to process the orders in the sequence they were received, confirming the weights with each individual before packaging. As Jiang Han had anticipated, aside from a few who received slightly less. Most received a bit more than they had originally ordered. At the dock, Jiang Han rented an additional plot of land and sent Zhang Haidai to the Heilewang restaurant to retrieve the packaging foam boxes. While lightweight, they took up considerable space, necessitating multiple trips with a tricycle. Brother Han, Menghua said she saved some packaging boxes for you to use. The restaurant required a significant quantity of seafood, meat, and vegetables every day. Particularly for seafood and meat, they were packaged in foam boxes upon delivery. When there were excess boxes, Menghua would discard them, but now she had saved them for Jiang Han. Please thank Menghua for me. No, I'll thank her myself, Jiang Han replied, uncertain of how to express his gratitude. In the end, he sent a thank you sticker featuring an adorable raccoon. Perhaps all girls adored such charming little creatures. Menghua was indeed delighted. Menghua, what a cute little raccoon. Do you have a whole set? Jiang Han certainly did not have a complete set. He merely typed thank you, and a series of emoticons automatically appeared for him to choose from. However, Menghua mentioned that he still searched for that emoticon pack, only to discover it required a paid download that if payment was necessary, so be it. Jiang Han downloaded the entire set and sent each emoticon to Menghua for her to save. Menghua was delighted. Menghua, thanks, Jiang Han. You are truly adorable. Jiang Han was somewhat dazed. Was she referring to him as cute? Menghua, I was talking about the little raccoon emoticons. Jiang Han felt a strange mix of emotions. The term adorable seemed ill-fitting for him. Yet, denying his lack of cuteness left him feeling unsettled. The three of them had been busy until well past midnight. Zhang Haidai, residing in town, decided not to return home. Brother Han, I will take the earliest boat to the district tomorrow morning to learn about boats. I will meet you in the village when it's time for beachcombing. Jiang Han was surprised by Zhang Haidai's newfound ambition. Perhaps his years of languishing were merely a prelude to his later diligence. This was certainly preferable to being industrious at the beginning only to become complacent later. According to Menghua, there was someone in town who had successfully graduated from a prestigious university and now comfortably relied on his family. After giving Zhang Haidai a few words of advice, Jiang Han personally escorted Jiang Feng home. The two children were already asleep, and Jiang Feng quietly opened the door, tiptoeing into the house. Shortly after, Aunt Wang from next door emerged quietly. Upon seeing Jiang Han, she felt a twinge of nostalgia. She had a brother whom she still occasionally supported, yet he had never returned the favor. She was aware that Jiang Feng had gone to earn money with her brother. With such a sibling, Jiang Feng was indeed fortunate. When Jiang Han returned home, he slept soundly until midday. Upon waking, he caught the enticing aroma of food wafting up from downstairs. He donned a tank top and descended. The lower floor was empty. The rice cooker beeped twice, signaling that the rice was ready. On the table lay a plate of braised small shrimps and another of braised small fish, alongside a large plate of boiled peanuts. A glass jar nearby contained fragrant fried peanuts. Jiang Han called Jiang Feng. Sister, you cooked this, right? No one else would do such a thing. His sister had gone to bed late last night. What time had she risen? This morning, your brother-in-law's relatives from Shaoqing came over, bringing a sack of peanuts that I sorted through them, boiling the tender ones and frying the older ones in sand. And I heard the peanuts from that region are called Xiao Jing Sheng, a tribute from the Ming and Qing dynasties. Served to the emperor, I saved some for you to try. Jiang Han found it impossible to dissuade his sister. She always thought of him when there were good things to share. All right, I'll give it a try. Jiang Feng also calculated the total weight of their catch. They had sent out a total of 1,520 pounds of barnacles yesterday, plus the 30 pounds stored at the Heilewang restaurant, making a total of 1,550 pounds. Clearly, their haul was quite impressive. Jiang Feng sent the list of shipped goods to the group chat for everyone to verify, and she individually messaged each customer with photos of their tracking numbers. She also took on the task of collecting payments, totaling 91,200 yuan. After collecting the money, Jiang Feng transferred it to Jiang Han. Ding! The host sold seafood for 91,200 yuan, earning 91,200 system points. Accumulated points, 92. 407 points. You can now consume 90,000 system points to redeem a 180-meter scanning range. Would you like to redeem? Redemption successful. The host now possesses a 775-meter scanning range. Redemption successful. Remaining system points, 2,407 points. Please continue to strive for progress. With a scanning range of 775 meters, Jiang Han felt that his small goal of reaching 1,000 meters was within reach. During his last visit to Jinshan Beach, had he not spotted the vibrant shell, he might have missed the two rare shells entirely. Thus, a broader scanning range was undoubtedly advantageous. Jiang Han transferred 200 yuan to both Zhang Haidai and Zhang Feng. Zhang Haidai, having experienced such shock many times, was now accustomed to it. He merely wished for Brother Han to enjoy a long life, enabling him to continue working alongside him. Zhang Feng was genuinely dazed, earning over 9,000 in a single day. Was this real? After savoring the meal prepared by his sister, Jiang Han comfortably reclined in a rocking chair, enjoying the air conditioning. Beside him sat a stool and a trash bin, the stool bearing a plate of peanuts and a bottle of chilled cola. As he munched on peanuts and sipped soda, he couldn't help but feel that the delicacies reserved for emperors were indeed exceptional. At this moment, he harbored no envy for those who traversed back to ancient times, engaging in schemes for power and profit. Even if they ascended to the throne, how could it compare to his current comfort? The LCD television he had purchased a couple of days ago had arrived. Rather than watching contemporary shows, he simply cast European and American films from his phone onto the television. The experience was utterly delightful. Tonight, the time for beachcombing was set between 9 p.m. and 11 p.m., ensuring they would not be exposed to the sun at 8:30 p.m. Zhang Haidai arrived after finishing his first round of late-night snacks. He had also acquired a new electric bike and rode over, a cigarette dangling from his mouth. By now, he had nearly finished smoking, the butt still clenched between his teeth. After a day of learning about boats, he found piloting not difficult, but the theoretical knowledge quite challenging. He admired Brother Han's intellect. How could he remember everything after just one glance? The two organized their gear and boarded the boat. Jiang Han had tested all the mosquito prevention measures yesterday, and they had proven effective, so he repeated the process today. He adhered mosquito patches to his clothes and pants, wore a mosquito wristband, and sprayed mosquito repellent from head to toe. Seeing Jiang Han's actions, Zhang Haidai followed suit, reasoning that following Brother Han's lead was always wise. During this time, Jiang Han also began to engage in moderate exercise. Although he had worked hard the previous day, he still felt energetic enough to continue. Zhang Haidai's physique had improved as well. Upon reaching the cave, they busied themselves. Drawing from their previous experiences, they gradually adjusted their strategies. In addition to refining their tools, they improved their handling methods. They brought 4 large buckets, and instead of filling them to the brim and returning to the cave, they now piled all their goods in a location safe from the rising tide. Since they were the only 2 in the cave, no one would steal their belongings, thus saving a significant amount of time spent carrying goods. With each improvement, their harvest of barnacles increased. Jiang Han estimated they would collect around 2,000 pounds this time. Once the tide rose, they planned to load all the barnacles onto the boat, but by the time they arrived back in town, it was already midnight. Jiang Feng stood in their usual spot waiting for them. Strangely, despite the late hour, Jiang Han felt there were more onlookers this time. Where did you get all these barnacles? You're going to strike it rich, Jiang Han casually responded to a few comments. The Hailawang restaurant had long since closed, and Minghua handed them the keys to the warehouse. Chapter 110. Exceeding 1,000 meters, Zhang Haidai began transporting foam boxes one after another. The courier point was not open for overtime today, but fortunately, Manager Fong had left them plenty of shipping labels. After tearing off the labels and filling them out by hand, they affixed them to the boxes, completing each package. Overall, it was quite a labor-intensive task. By the time all the packages were packed and labeled, Jiang Han checked the time. It was around 4 a.m. Jiang Feng had already calculated the total weight of barnacles they had gathered. It amounted to 2,020 pounds. They packed 2,000 pounds, leaving 20 pounds for Jiang Feng to take home. Over the past 2 days, they had dug up 3,570 pounds of barnacles and sold 3,520 pounds. Based on their goal of 4,000 pounds, they were still short 480 pounds. However, given the actual orders, for 80 pounds was utterly insufficient. During their 3rd barnacle harvest, they needed to work as they had in the previous 2 rounds. Knowing his sister was worried about the 2 children and that no taxis would be available at this hour, Jiang Han first took his sister home. Zhang Haidai stayed in town to wait for the courier point to open. Conveniently, there was a late-night snack shop next to the courier point. Zhang Haidai shouted to the owner, who promptly set up a table for him beside the courier point. After finishing his late-night snacks, Zhang Haidai lit a cigarette. The courier point would not open until 8:30 a.m. So after inquiring about the owner's hours, he realized he could squeeze in another meal before the owner closed at 6:30 a.m. 2 hours later, Jiang Feng transferred 120,000 yuan to Jiang Han. Upon seeing the transfer notification, Jiang Han knew Zhang Haidai had successfully delivered the goods to the courier station. Ding, the host sold seafood for 120,000 yuan, earning 120,000 system points. Accumulated points, 122,407 points. You can now consume 120,000 system points to redeem a 240-meter scanning range. Would you like to redeem? Redemption successful. The host now possesses a 1,015-meter scanning range. Redemption successful. Remaining system points, 2,407 points. Please continue to strive for progress. Hooray! He had finally surpassed 1,000 meters. Jiang Han encouraged himself, determined to continue striving for the next 1,000 meters. Jiang Han once again contacted Zhang Haidai, requesting him to inquire nearby the express delivery point if there were any warehouses or similar locations available for rent. Firstly, the dock, the restaurant storing foam boxes, and the express delivery point were not in close proximity, making the frequent back and forth quite cumbersome. Secondly, every time he rented a space at the dock, it incurred a cost. Thus, it would be far more beneficial to secure a more convenient location for rent, allowing for ample storage for those foam boxes and alleviating the constant burden on Meng Fei and Meng Guo. Zhang Haidai was remarkably efficient, providing Jiang Han with a response just before noon. Brother Han, I found a shed that belongs to an older residential building. Despite being a shed, it is quite spacious. Parking a car is not an issue. Some individuals even rent it for living purposes. Jiang Han considered this viable and inquired about the monthly rental fee. However, the shed was not for rent. The landlord had purchased a second-hand apartment, and this shed was part of his property rights. He typically drove a car, but due to the shed's door being immovable, although the space was sufficient, the entrance was too small for a vehicle. Moreover, there was ample parking available beneath the residential complex. So he had no need for additional storage and planned to sell the shed. Jiang Han was taken aback by this revelation. Is the property title clear? Can it be sold independently? If he were to consider purchasing, he would avoid anything with unclear property rights, a point the agent had emphasized. The title is indeed clear. When the old house was certified, the shed was issued a separate certificate, in other words, they can be bought and sold independently. Jiang Han's interest was evidently piqued. How much? 30,000, but if payment is made, the title transfer can occur the same day. Since the landlord is rather eager. Perhaps he has urgent needs for the money. Ordinarily, 30,000 for a shed was rather steep, as the price of a shed differs from that of a house, particularly in older neighborhoods where sheds were often included as bonuses when purchasing a home. Additionally, property prices in their town had always been modest. However, upon learning the shed spanned over 20 square meters, he found the price reasonable, averaging less than 1,500 per square meter. The only drawback was the door. If it could be modified, converting the shed into a garage would significantly increase its value. Upon arriving in town, Jiang Han first inspected the shed, which, as Zhang Haidai described, was situated in an older neighborhood. Specifically, it used to be a resettlement area, akin to a five-dime property management type. Furthermore, since there was no precedent for sheds in this neighborhood paying property management fees, it meant he wouldn't have to pay any once he acquired it. The shed was square and significantly larger than the average. A small window beside the door allowed for ventilation, ensuring that even with the door closed, it would not feel stifling inside. He observed other sheds nearby, noting that some were indeed occupied, likely rented. Jiang Han was quite pleased with the shed. He and the landlord proceeded to the relevant authorities to finalize the paperwork. He had never contemplated purchasing property in town. Yet unexpectedly, he now owned a shed there. Subsequently, he and Zhang Haidai transported the foam boxes stored at the Heilewang restaurant into the shed. This shed was merely a short distance from the express delivery point, making it convenient for future shipments. If they had no goods left, the property would not be a loss. It could always be sold. Given the tide schedule, Jiang Han and Zhang Haidai's timing was aligned with the ocean's ebb and flow. As they prepared to return to rest, Jiang Han noticed 3 unfamiliar faces in the village. He paid little mind, assuming they were relatives of someone, as the village was filled with familiar faces. Any unfamiliar individual was likely an outsider. After taking a shower, Jiang Han lay down and quickly fell into a deep sleep. He awoke later, feeling hungry, having earlier prepared rice and set the rice cooker. He also steamed scallop egg custard, using the scallops his sister had left during her last visit. Now awake, he could enjoy his meal, remembering he had unshelled peanuts left from his previous meal. He decided to open a bottle of cold beer to accompany them. He distinctly recalled placing the peanuts on the table in the main hall. Yet, they seemed to have vanished. Suddenly, he heard rustling sounds, causing his heart to skip a beat. Could it be a rat? He grabbed a net and stealthily approached the source of the noise. As he crept closer, he was taken aback to find Ye Tiantian sitting in the side hall. Shelling peanuts. Why, Ye Tiantian? What are you doing here? Jiang Han's mind raced. Had he somehow sleepwalked and let her in? Yet, he had never sleepwalked before. Furthermore, she was eating his offerings, acting as if she owned the place. Ye Tiantian, with her mouth full, remarked, Jiang Han, don't you remember? You taught me how to climb walls when we were kids. Jiang Han's expression soured. Back then, she often forgot her house keys, and he had shown her how to scale her own wall. To think she had now climbed into his home. Ye Tiantian, after so many years of schooling, you should understand the implications of trespassing, right? Jiang Han pulled out his phone, warning, if you don't leave, I will call the police. Ye Tiantian, still reaching for another peanut, was momentarily distracted by the natural sweetness of the unseasoned peanuts. However, Jiang Han snatched the jar away. Are you leaving or not? Ye Tiantian doubted that Jiang Han would truly call the police until she saw him pressing numbers on his phone. All right, I'll leave. Honestly, why are you being so petty? I have been kind-hearted to stay with you for so long. Good luck finding someone else willing to be with you. Fearing he might genuinely involve the authorities, she departed. The reason for her visit was merely to enjoy the air conditioning. However, Jiang Han's place had become increasingly comfortable, even boasting a television. Confident in her own abilities, Ye Tiantian reassured herself that having been accepted into graduate school, she could lead a fulfilling life. Jiang Han felt an overwhelming sense of misfortune as she left. His house was, after all, capable of being secured. Yet, in the village, where residents frequently visited each other, closing doors was often overlooked. He had locked the yard gate but left the house door open. Who would have imagined Ye Tiantian would intrude? Not only did she take advantage of his air conditioning, but she also devoured half a jar of his peanuts. Jiang Han was genuinely annoyed, not at her, but at the loss of his peanuts. Fortunately, the incident did not spoil his appetite for dinner. That evening, the tide was set to turn between 10 and 12:30. Both he and Zhang Haidai needed to set out early to reach the cave. Unexpectedly, the three strangers he had encountered earlier that day were also out and about, or rather, they had likely arrived at the dock before him and Zhang Haidai. Jiang Han paid it no mind as he and Zhang Haidai boarded the boat. As the vessel departed from the dock, Zhang Haidai muttered, Who are those three? They don't seem to be from our village. Do they? Why would they head out to sea at this hour? Currently, it was the closed fishing season. Apart from single-pole fishing, netting and using traps were prohibited. Consequently, most boats remained moored at their home docks, rarely venturing out. The few who went out to gather along the shore, like Jiang Han, were quite rare. Compared to net fishing, gathering along the shore was significantly less efficient, often failing to cover even fuel costs. Jiang Han felt a pang of anxiety as he mentally reviewed the three men. Although equipped with a scanning ability after binding to the system, he lacked the ability to see behind him. Rather than turning to look, he focused ahead and instructed Zhang Haidai, Keep an eye on them for me. See if they are following us. Brother Han, are you suspicious? It's too early to say. As the boat left the dock, it was not unusual for two vessels to head in the same direction. Typically, Jiang Han navigated around the island, yet this time he steered towards the open sea. Zhang Haidai's eyes widened in shock. Brother Han, didn't you say this boat can only operate within 100 meters of the island? We've already surpassed that distance. That wasn't what my brother-in-law said. But he revised his statement last time, claiming it was fine to cruise within the city's island range. He also mentioned that the boat was sturdy. If anything went awry, they could cling to the boat for survival until help arrived. When his brother-in-law made that remark, Jiang Han felt he had been duped. Typically, his brother-in-law was straightforward, and since his comrades said the same, he hadn't questioned it. If Zhang Haidai had said something similar, he would have pondered its validity. Perhaps his brother-in-law's comrade had also been misled. After all, one could never predict the fate of such an old boat. Yet, it appeared sturdy enough now. While they could not venture far into the ocean, they could certainly meander within the city's island range. As for the boat falling apart, such a scenario was unlikely unless they encountered particularly rough seas. Brother Han, it seems they are heading this way too. Is that so? Jiang Han switched his course. Zhang Haidai sighed in relief. They had not followed them but maintained their original direction. Wait, they've turned as well. Zhang Haidai spat overboard, realizing he had been misled. They are indeed following us. Jiang Han grasped the situation, understanding where these individuals had come from. Since the advent of boats, he has been unloading cargo at the town dock, subsequently dealing with it directly in the town. It is likely that these individuals hail from the town. When they arrived at the dock last night, it was already midnight, yet the dock was still bustling with people, all eyes fixated on their cargo. Those onlookers were undoubtedly unaware that their barnacles could fetch as much as 60 yuan per pound. Even at 20 yuan per pound, an experienced person could estimate the weight of the cargo on their boat to be around 2,000 pounds. Multiplying 2,000 by 20 yields a potential profit of 40,000 yuan. earning such a sum in a single day during the closed sea period, and with the prospect of continuous earnings. Who wouldn't feel envious? The three individuals today likely scouted the dock last night. Beyond these three, there might be even more eyes on them. After all, the ocean belongs to everyone, if one can harvest from it. So can another. Jiang Han felt an ominous foreboding, and no wonder he encountered Ye Tiantian during the day. Meeting her indeed brought no good fortune, but it seemed he would have to pay a visit to his parents' graves after coming ashore. Brother Han, what should we do now? Our cave won't be discovered, will it? That place, apart from being rich in barnacles, boasts beautiful scenery. Sitting on that beach, grilling, feels like a private domain that there's no rush. Jiang Han had already formulated a plan. Although the people in the group had placed orders, he had not promised them a specific delivery time. Most importantly, he had not collected any payment from them. He only received payment after delivering the goods. Hence, he faced no issues with credibility for the boat accompanying him. He could afford the fuel, but whether others could was uncertain. Chapter 112. Pufferfish on the sea. Jiang Han meandered while observing. The route he took was erratic, and the boat following him mirrored this disarray. Brother Han, are we headed to Long Island? Zhang Haidai speculated that the direction indicated a journey to Long Island. Jiang Han realized this too. What purpose do we have there? I'm not going there. He turned the steering wheel towards another destination. His brother-in-law was not a fortunate man, yet on that particular day, Jiang Wishan had indeed found something at Long Island. Those who dared to follow his boat had no need to fear losses. The crew member, Old Zhu, sensed something amiss. Boss, they seem to have noticed us. Old Zhu removed his hat, scratching his head, visibly flustered. What is there to fear? Wherever they go, we shall follow. These young fellows need money to venture out. If they can last a week without making money, we'll stick with them for a week. I refuse to believe they can go without earning indefinitely. Old Zhu slapped his forehead. Brilliant, boss. Once they can no longer endure, it will be our time to prosper. The two young men could gather 2,000 pounds of barnacles in half a night. 3 seasoned fishermen surely wouldn't be outdone by 2 youngsters. They were confident they could outlast Jiang Han and Zhang Haidai. Jiang Han continued steering his boat without making any stops, while they trailed behind him, not diverting to any other location. Suddenly, Jiang Han's boat came to an abrupt halt on the sea. Old Zhu was bewildered. Their boat has stopped. The captain was unperturbed. Then we shall stop as well. They mirrored Jiang Han's actions. Jiang Han recalled he had yet to distribute the profits to Zhang Haidai and his sister. Seizing the moment, he transferred the shares to them. Zhang Haidai stared at the newly credited 12,000 yuan. Bewildered, he had initially thought Brother Han was planning something grand, but it turned out to be a money transfer. Brother Han, there's no rush for the transfer. They have copied our actions and stopped their boat. We ought to devise some strategy. Jiang Han merely smiled, seemingly indifferent, admiring the stars above. During his studies at South City University, the stars were almost invisible. The air here was much cleaner, allowing for a clearer view of the celestial bodies. Zhang Haidai, however, had no inclination to stargaze. Brother Han, their boat isn't far. Just say the word, and I'll swim over and give them a beating. Jiang Han was speechless. Why would you want to beat them? If you injure them, you'll have to cover their medical expenses. If they report you, you'll end up in jail. After considering, Zhang Haidai agreed, realizing Brother Han's perspective was more comprehensive. So, what should we do now? Are we really going to sit idly? If you wish to sit idly, that's fine. But if you can't stand it, go fishing. Zhang Haidai slapped his forehead. Right, we can fish. Jiang Han instructed Zhang Haidai to take out the sea worms they had freshly dug. The leftover worms from their last outing had been sold to a restaurant. Though they appeared unappealing, some people relished them due to their high nutritional and medicinal value. Jiang Han baited his hook with the sea worms and began fishing. Zhang Haidai mimicked Jiang Han's actions and cast his line. The boat following them was taken aback. Boss, why are they starting to fish? The captain of the other boat observed Jiang Han and Zhang Haidai fishing earnestly and thought the two young men were acting foolishly. They had barnacles to harvest, but chose to fish instead. Fishing required both skill and luck. In recent years, resources in the near sea had dwindled. Even with nets, one might sometimes catch nothing, let alone with a single rod. However, as seasoned fishermen, they certainly had fishing rods on their boat. If the two wished to fish, they could join in. They were skeptical that the two youngsters could outdo them. They produced 3 fishing rods, distributing one to each. Jiang Han's vision was excellent. Within a range of 10 to 15 meters, he could discern even the finest details. His rod was the most basic one purchased online. The 3 men produced rods that were evidently more advanced than those of Jiang Han and Zhang Haidai. His hook was baited with sea worms, while the 3 men used artificial bait. Jiang Han watched as they tossed the fake bait into the sea, his eyes widening in disbelief. Is this even effective? The bait resembled a small fish, an artificial one at that. Could fish really be fooled by such a thing? Before he could ponder further, something bit his hook. Jiang Han quickly reeled it in. Having previously caught a fish weighing over 1.60 meters, landing a 10-pound fish was child's play. He had chosen to stop here because he had spotted a school of pufferfish foolishly circling in this area. Although pufferfish sold for only a few dozen yuan per pound, their abundance made them profitable, but a 10-pound pufferfish could fetch over 100 yuan, especially with so many in this vicinity. Brother Han, it's a pufferfish. These things are fierce. Be careful. Jiang Han was aware of their ferocity. Even their teeth were formidable. That it was said that they could bite through a soda can. If one's finger were to be caught, it would be rendered useless. Should we bleed it out? Yes. Pufferfish were highly aggressive in the sea, struggling intensely when caught, causing lactic acid to accumulate in their flesh, leading to a sour taste. Bleeding them out would hasten their demise and preserve the quality of the meat. Professional tools were typically required for this, but lacking them, they could only use scissors. Zhang Haidai snipped part of the fish's gills and made an incision at the tail to expedite the bleeding process. If there had been ice available, they would have chilled the pufferfish. However, they had come merely to harvest barnacles, without any preparation. Brother Han, with this heat, the fish will likely spoil if we let it go. Let us fish for an hour and head back. Given the pufferfish's gluttony, an hour should suffice. Jiang Han cast his line again, and soon another pufferfish took the bait, seeing Jiang Han's efficiency. Zhang Haidai opted not to fish. The fish's strength and wildness made it quite exhausting to hold it down and bleed it without being bitten. Zhang Haidai decided to assist solely with bleeding the fish. In no time, they had processed 3 fish. The crew on the other boat was left astounded. Boss, even with nets, we wouldn't be as efficient as them. Chapter 113. Quite impressive. From casting to hauling in the nets takes considerable time. Yet, Jiang Han hooks a fish with every cast. The one tending to the bleeding found himself outpaced by the fishing. Despite their combined efforts, the 3 of them had yet to catch a single fish. Boss, doesn't something seem off? Lin Gu, the captain of the other boat, pondered. They appeared to be doing everything correctly. Perhaps time was insufficient? Fishing required patience. How long have we been fishing? Many anglers returned empty-handed after fishing all day. Old Zhu remained unconvinced. Boss, they have limited time too. Why do they keep catching fish? This question also troubled Lin Gu. The 2 boats were not far apart. It was illogical for one to catch fish while the other did not. Lin Gu glanced at his fishing rod, realizing they were using a lure fishing method. Is it possible there are no lure fish beneath? But pufferfish were indeed a type of lure fish. Why hadn't they caught a single pufferfish? Although the cannonball fish may not hold much value during the closed fishing season, each fish can still fetch over 100 if this trip yields no other gains. At least recovering some fuel costs would be beneficial. However, fortune seemed to elude them as the old wooden boat continued to catch fish. Captain, we truly can't catch anything, Oldly remarked, eyeing Jiang Han, who was reeling in fish with enviable success. Silence, came the curt reply. For those who rely on the sea for sustenance, luck often outweighs skill. Speaking of misfortune aboard the vessel is considered bad luck. Oldly, being an experienced sailor, bit his tongue and refrained from further comment. Their boat seemed to be particularly unfortunate. When they had the opportunity to net fish, their haul was consistently less than that of other boats. Now, during the closed season, they were left with nothing. Their financial struggles led them to covet the barnacles of the 2 young men. Meanwhile, Jiang Han was reeling in fish at a remarkable pace, catching one approximately every 2 to 3 minutes. In fact, he would often hook a fish upon casting his line. He spent the remaining time hauling in his catch, and after an hour and 20 minutes of fishing, he was still engrossed in the task, only stopping when Zhang Haidai reminded him that to his surprise, he had caught 30 fish. Brother Han, we have enough for fuel. Indeed, we have enough for fuel. Watching Zhang Haidai line up the 30 cannonball fish on the deck was quite a sight. Jiang Han seized the moment to snap a photo and share it on social media. Let us head back. If we delay any longer, these fish won't be fresh. Jiang Han took the helm, and Lin Gu and the others followed suit, reeling in their lines. They should be off to hunt barnacles now, Lin Gu mused, glancing at the time with a sense of foreboding. Sure enough, they trailed Jiang Han's boat all the way to the town dock. Thus, he was unwittingly led back. Zhang Haidai jumped off the boat alongside Jiang Han. Brother Han, their boat is larger than ours and likely consumes more fuel. Jiang Han nodded in agreement. While they had managed to recoup their fuel costs, the others had not. He had noted the time when boarding the vessel, 9:25 p.m. After spending over 2 hours navigating and nearly an hour and a half fishing, they arrived in town just past 1 in the morning. After some hesitation, he decided to deliver the catch to the restaurant he called Menghua, who groggily descended the stairs, clearly still half asleep. That aren't you supposed to be out gathering barnacles? How did it turn into a fishing trip? An unexpected turn of events. Had the circumstances allowed him to wait, Jiang Han would not have disturbed Menghua at such an hour. Fortunately, she bore no ill will, merely yawning and appearing a bit drowsy. The vegetable deliveries often arrived around 3 or 4 in the morning, waking people from their slumber. Unbeknownst to Jiang Han, they could have delayed a bit longer. Why must they wake people at this hour? Are we not entitled to our rest? We ordered vegetables from an organic farm, which is quite large. They not only do business on the island, but also in the district. The workers begin harvesting vegetables in the dead of night for deliveries to various locations. Menghua yawned again. And the tofu delivery is also quite early. Just as she finished speaking, the tofu vendor entered the shop. What a coincidence to run into you today. It saves me a call. After delivering the tofu and settling the bill, the vendor hurried off, eager to complete all deliveries before 5 in the morning. Jiang Han recalled a comic he had seen before, which had even been adapted into a film, featuring a protagonist who would deliver tofu to his father in the middle of the night. Indeed, those in the restaurant business faced considerable hardships. You're studying hotel management. Will you pursue this line of work in the future? Menghua, still somewhat dazed, replied, If I had the means to run a sizable hotel, I certainly wouldn't be doing everything myself. As for my sister, she trailed off, implying that her sister must have her own convictions. Jiang Han had caught 30 cannonball fish, weighing a total of 300 pounds. Menghua generously rounded it up to 300 pounds. When the price is low, cannonball fish can go for just a few yuan per pound. But during the closed fishing season, let us say it's 15 yuan per pound. This brought the total to 4,500 yuan, which Menghua promptly transferred to Jiang Han. Brother Han, you don't need to share the profits with me today. This trip was merely to cover fuel costs. Nonetheless, Jiang Han transferred 450 yuan to Zhang Haidai, honoring their original agreement. The profits they had discussed were to be shared, regardless of how minimal they were. After spending over 2 hours at sea and considering the return journey, they had been out for nearly 3 hours. After deducting fuel costs, they still had a net gain of over 2,000 yuan, which Jiang Han deemed satisfactory. Though this outing was not particularly lucrative, it was not a loss either, especially when compared to the misfortunes of others. Ding, the host sold seafood for 4,500 yuan, earning 4,500 system points. Accumulated points total, 6,907 points. The host can now consume 5,000 system points to gain a scanning range of 10 meters. Would you like to redeem this? Redemption successful. The host now possesses a scanning range of 1,025 meters. Redemption successful. Remaining system points, 1,907. The host is encouraged to continue striving. Upon hearing he had redeemed an additional 10 meters of scanning range, Jiang Han felt even more pleased. Xiaogua, you're awake. Let us enjoy some sashimi together. The remaining fish, the last one he had caught, was the freshest. Cannonball fish, when prepared as sashimi, should not be iced after bleeding and acidify. Menghua carefully stored the weighed cannonball fish in the freezer. Great, I'll have some sashimi then. She was indeed feeling a bit hungry. Chapter 114. Seeking assistance from parents with the chef still at home sleeping. Zhang Haidai took on the task of killing the fish and preparing the sashimi. It must be said, frequent dining at Haowang restaurant had evidently paid off for Zhang Haidai, as he skillfully handled the cannonball fish. The scales of the cannonball fish are notoriously thick, said to be impervious even to sharks. Zhang Haidai began his work from the back of the fish. Menghua remarked, this fish was so adorable when it was small. Who would have thought it would grow up to look so hideous? Jiang Han recalled that these fish were sometimes kept as ornamental pets, particularly the smaller ones, which could be purchased for just a few yuan. Menghua reserved a private room for them. In the past, when enjoying seafood, she often paired it with low-alcohol fruit wines. However, after a guest experienced a gout attack following a seafood and wine pairing, she was hesitant to drink alcohol today. Instead, she opened a bottle of orange juice and a bottle of grapefruit juice, forbidding Jiang Han and Zhang Haidai from consuming alcohol. Both of them felt somewhat resigned. Eating seafood without any wine felt lacking in spirit. As long as we avoid beer, we should be fine, right? Besides, our genes are inherited from our ancestors. They've ensured our bodies can handle seafood and wine together. It is indeed peculiar. One would assume that those living by the sea, consuming seafood daily, would have high uric acid levels. Yet, test results do not indicate that sea dwellers have elevated uric acid. This could only be explained by the genetic modifications of their ancestors. Any form of alcohol combined with seafood is bound to cause issues eventually. Jiang Han remained silent, pouring the grapefruit juice into his cup. He already felt somewhat guilty for waking them at such an hour and did not wish to provoke her anger, especially since she was being kind. Although cannonball fish are inexpensive, their flesh is of good quality for sashimi. Jiang Han prepared the belly meat as sashimi and lightly seared the back meat for soup. Making the most of every part of the fish, Jiang Han marveled at Jiang Han's growing culinary skills. Had he not been with him at sea, he could easily have pursued a career as a chef. The three of them raised their drinks in place of wine and toasted, "To our beautiful lives, to our beautiful lives, to our beautiful lives." Suddenly, Jiang Han mused, "Brother Han, do you think the ancient soft-shelled turtle armor was made from this fish skin?" As he cut off the fish skin, he noted its hardness, rendering it nearly impossible to bite through. Jiang Han found it unlikely that soft-shelled turtle armor was crafted from cannonball fish skin. But if even sharks could not penetrate it, it surely was impenetrable to blades and weapons. This led to the thought that, in the era of cold weapons, fish skin could have served as a form of protective armor. After satisfying their hunger and thirst, the three parted ways. Upon awakening, Jiang Han found numerous mentions of him in the class group chat. Hudanjin, Jiang Han, did you catch all these fish? Tang Qin, Jiang Han, why do these fish look so adorably ugly? Yui, Jiang Han, why are all these fish dead? Can't they be kept alive? If they could be frozen, could they be delivered? Jiang Han was overwhelmed by the multitude of questions and was uncertain where to begin. That he addressed the simpler inquiries first. That he asked for the question about whether frozen fish could be shipped. He had not considered it, especially since it was the closed fishing season. Each fish he caught was a precious catch, and aside from barnacles, which had a significant yield, the general quantity could be easily managed by Haoang restaurant. Jiang Han, Yuhi, these fish can indeed be kept as ornamental fish, so they can be raised to ensure the quality of the meat. I bled and acidified them right after catching them. Jiang Han, Yuhi, let us discuss the logistics of frozen deliveries at a later time. After wiping his face, Jiang Han made a trip to his parents' graves. He lit incense and candles, then began to burn paper offerings and joss money that he had purchased a significant amount, burning it all as if money were no object. Father, mother, when you were alive, you had little money. Now that you have departed, whatever you desire, I shall offer to you in the form of incense. Considering my filial piety, might you grant me the favor of keeping Ye Tiantian from appearing before me too often? Let me clarify, I am not afraid of her. Rather, I find myself unusually unfortunate whenever I encounter her. Father, do you remember when I was a child, and the television was broadcasting the venerable Jin's The Smiling Proud Wanderer? Did not Ling Huchong claim that encountering a nun would lead to inevitable losses in gambling? I find myself in a similar predicament. Every time I meet Ye Tiantian, misfortune befalls me. If you truly care for me, please lend me your assistance. Jiang Han rambled on, uncertain if his parents were listening. If you cannot intervene, at least bless me to avoid such misfortune after meeting Ye Tiantian. While Jiang Han was engaged in his offerings, he remained vigilant about forest fire safety. That he waited until all the incense and candles had burned down before departing. Upon returning home, he recalled the bait he had seen the previous night. Intrigued, he searched online for information regarding artificial bait and was pleasantly surprised to find extensive details. This type of artificial bait is also known as minnow. Its application in the popular technique of lure fishing involves mimicking the movements of small fish in the water to attract predatory species. Jiang Han's horizons expanded with this newfound knowledge. He promptly opened a shopping application and was taken aback by the price disparity of fishing rods. The expensive sets reached tens of thousands, while affordable options could be had for merely a few dozen. In a quandary, he ultimately decided on 2 sets priced around 1,000 each. The videos posted by the vendor showcased the artificial bait moving in the water, astonishingly resembling small fish. He wondered if these 2 fishing rods would bring him any surprises. Even if they did not, if the artificial bait could indeed catch fish, they would no longer need to dig for sea worms. Reflecting on the foam boxes he had consumed, he ordered another batch. He also considered his electric tricycle, deciding it would be best stored in the town's shed, now that he possessed a boat and could directly handle goods in town. Transporting them from the village was no longer necessary. The town had a greater need for the tricycle. Riding it into town, Jiang Han indulged in a dinner before setting off. Just as he was about to leave, Meng was suddenly called out to him. Jiang Han, if I had the means to open a hotel, would you assist me? Just as Jiang Han was about to respond, Mengwa laughed. I'm just joking. Opening a hotel is no easy feat. Hearing Meng Fei call her, she hurried away. Having napped sufficiently during the day, Jiang Han was wide awake and called Jiang Haidai to join him for some gaming at an internet CAF. Zhang Haidai took a break mid-session for a couple of late-night snacks and a few cigarettes. As he prepared to indulge in a third round of snacks, he hesitated. Hanggu, should I bring you something? Jiang Han glanced at the time. It was already 9:30. Are we going out to sea tonight? Of course, why not? They adhered to a rigorous routine akin to the industrious nature of a 9-to-9 work schedule. Zhang Haidai, witnessing Jiang Han's diligent attitude, felt a surge of respect and even guilt for having spent so long gaming. Thus, when he stepped out for a late-night snack, he studied the materials for obtaining a boat driver's license while munching. Jiang Han was taken aback to see Zhang Haidai, so committed. Jiang Han, Zhang Haidai, is that you? Upon looking up, they spotted their elementary school classmate, Suja. Zhang Haidai instinctively clenched his fists, while Jiang Han remained relaxed. Long time no see. Where have you struck it rich? Suja chuckled. I wouldn't say struck it rich. I'm just getting by. He scrutinized Jiang Han and Zhang Haidai from a superior vantage. Eating barbecue. Why are you having just grilled leeks and enoki mushrooms? Enjoy your meal. This one's on me. Zhang Haidai. I heard you've served time. It's still possible to find work after that. Suja settled at their table, ordering. Uncle Yao, 1 serving of grilled scallops, heavy on the garlic. Coming right up. Uncle Yao replied, placing Suja's scallops on the grill. He then brought over the sea cucumber and abalone skewers that Jiang Han and Zhang Haidai had ordered, 10 in total. Suja's face turned pale. Jiang Han placed 2 skewers of sea cucumber and abalone in front of Suja. Thank you for treating us. Right? I'm treating. Suja's expression darkened. Eat to your heart's content. Uncle Yao, please also prepare a portion of fried bananas for my 2 friends. Suja felt a pang in his heart. Jiang Han smiled. Uncle Yao, let us add a grilled sea base to the order. Suja's hands trembled slightly as he gripped his chopsticks. That's a lot. 1 tea we have leftovers. 3 big men like us. Impossible to leave any. Jiang Han retorted. You can't add items just because I'm treating. But you told us to enjoy ourselves. If we don't order more, how can we fully relish it? Suja was momentarily speechless. Jiang Han called for a few more servings of mantis shrimp. Suja's entire demeanor soured. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, he reached for a pack of cigarettes to offer Jiang Han and Zhang Haidai, only to discover it was empty. Zhang Haidai glanced at Jiang Han, who nodded, and he offered Suja one of his cigarettes. Here, take mine. Suja awkwardly accepted the smoke. Zhang Haidai, doing pretty well. Huh? What are you up to? Zhang Haidai's expression darkened. Not much, just hanging out with Hanggu. Suja then turned to Jiang Han. So, what have you been up to all these years? Jiang Han smiled. Oh, not much. Just collecting some seafood by the seaside. Upon learning Jiang Han had become a fisherman, Suja felt a wave of relief. I heard you got into a prestigious university. Turns out, graduates from such schools end up like this. Being a fisherman is a feast or famine endeavor, not a sustainable business. Suja spoke animatedly. Just then, Manager Fong spotted them. Jiang Han, so you're here enjoying barbecue. Looks quite lavish. Jiang Han immediately beckoned him over. Manager Fong, come join us. No, I have matters to attend to. Enjoy your meal. Let us plan to meet another day. All right, another time. Manager Fong was well dressed, exuding an air of sophistication that made him appear quite distinguished compared to the townsfolk. Suja was surprised to see someone of such stature being so familiar with Jiang Han. His curiosity piqued. Jiang Han, who is this? Before Jiang Han could respond, Uncle Yao interjected. He asked the manager of the courier station. Their deliveries span the entire country, and our local station falls under his purview. From Uncle Yao's tone, it was clear that Manager Fong held considerable influence. Suja instinctively scrutinized Jiang Han again. You seem to know quite a few people. Jiang Han remained nonchalant. It's just acquaintances. As the dishes piled higher on the table, Suja began to retreat. I've got a busy day ahead, so I'll take my leave now. With that, he stood up and left, patting his backside. Hey, didn't you say you were treating us? Zhang Haidai glared at Suja's retreating figure, wishing he could poke a hole in his back. Despite the years that had passed, Suja still managed to irritate him. Jiang Han continued to enjoy the skewers. Late-night barbecues were all about the atmosphere. The seafood here was of inferior quality, with the smallest abalone and sea cucumbers, nowhere near the standards of high-end restaurants. After all these years, it was acceptable. Jiang Han remained calm. After all, he wouldn't be able to retaliate. Indeed, I didn't expect to run into them in town. Didn't their family buy a house in the district? The owner, noticing the lack of other customers, approached their table to chat. So, Suja was your classmate? Jiang Han raised an eyebrow. Uncle Yao, do you know Suja? Just moments ago, they hadn't appeared overly familiar. I know his father a bit. I'm aware of some family matters. His father was likely the first person on the island to start a taxi business in the district that I in those days. Taxi drivers held a certain prestige and earned better than the average person. Suja, Jiang Han, and Zhang Haidai all attended the central primary school in town. Back then, Suja was flaunting his father's wealth, often boasting about his father's accomplishments. His generous nature won him admiration from the boys in class, who often flocked around him for the spicy snacks he occasionally provided. Jiang Han's parents had passed away early, and he never felt the need to curry favor with anyone. This created a rift with Suja, who colluded with several classmates to bully Jiang Han. In contemporary terms, this constituted bullying. Jiang Han was resolute, enduring their assaults without uttering a sound. Fortunately, Zhang Haidai witnessed the episode, and together, they managed to take down the 7 or 8 classmates, because Suja's family had influence and Jiang Han excelled academically. The teachers downplayed the incident, issuing warnings to both parties, and it was ultimately forgotten. However, from that point on, neither side could tolerate the other. Whenever Suja had the opportunity, he would boast before Jiang Han about the latest acquisitions his family had made or the places his parents had taken him. Even though Jiang Han consistently ranked first in the class, Suja always managed to find something to flaunt in front of him. Jiang Han, is your academic success truly impressive? My father drives a taxi. He says it doesn't matter if I don't study well. One day, I'll be driving his car. It must be said that driving a taxi used to be a respectable profession. In an era where average incomes were modest, skilled taxi drivers could earn up to $20,000 a month, a sum considered quite substantial. The business license for a taxi could fetch a considerable price. Uncle Yao sighed as he accepted a cigarette from Zhang Haidai, reflecting on how drastically times had changed. Out of nowhere, a plethora of ride-hailing services had emerged. While some still drove taxis, the situation had deteriorated significantly. Later, Suja's father fell ill and, unable to drive, entrusted his taxi to his son. Unfortunately, within less than a year, Suja was involved in an accident, incurring substantial losses. The family's hard-earned savings were nearly wiped out. Upon returning, Suja seemed uncertain about his purpose. Jiang Han had little interest in Suja's affairs. After finishing their meal, he and Zhang Haidai planned to buy a case of bottled water from a nearby shop, only to find Suja haggling over a lighter. I've already bought cigarettes from you. Don't other shops give away lighters for free? Can't you spare me one? As soon as he noticed Jiang Han and Zhang Haidai, he quickly changed his tone, telling the shopkeeper, I'm just joking. Am I really going to extort a lighter from you? My family owns property in the district. Do you know how expensive those houses are? Never mind. You wouldn't understand. He then turned to Jiang Han and Zhang Haidai, exclaiming, Oh, you two are here shopping too. Jiang Han nodded, indicating they were buying water. Since they were there, he decided to purchase a variety of drinks and snacks, ensuring they had provisions for their time on the boat. Suju observed them and remarked, You still live in the village, right? That makes sense. There's not much to find in the village. It's only right for you to stock up. Who knows when you'll return to town? Given their frequent visits to the shop, the owner had grown quite familiar with Jiang Han and Zhang Haidai. Before Jiang Han could speak, the shopkeeper chimed in. They don't come to town just occasionally. While others visit once a month, they come several times a day. Suja was taken aback. What do they do in town so often? The shopkeeper chuckled. Not only do they come frequently, but they also dine out multiple times a day. Suja recalled their earlier meal and thought, surely they don't eat like this every day? It seemed implausible. They must just be going to the beach to gather seafood. How could they afford such a lifestyle? Perhaps the shopkeeper was exaggerating. With so many items to carry, Jiang Han asked Zhang Haidai to fetch the electric scooter from the shed nearby. Zhang Haidai quickly rode over. Suja was dumbfounded. Do you always leave your vehicle parked in town? Han go bought a shed here. Zhang Haidai replied. Suja felt relieved. At least it was merely a shed. He assumed they couldn't afford a house in town, hence the shed purchase. Are you taking the items home? He asked, realizing it was a silly question. Where else would they put them if not at home? No, we're taking them to the boat, Zhang Haidai replied, sensing Suja's inquiries were becoming tedious. A boat? Yes, Han go bought a boat. As Jiang Han and Zhang Haidai moved away, Suja felt lost. From a young age, his father had spoken of passing the taxi down to him, assuring him he could earn a living from it. Yet, compared to a boat, a taxi seemed trivial. The boat could indeed be passed down through generations, providing a stable income. Nowadays, the taxi industry was in turmoil, with ride-hailing services claiming a significant share of the market and rumors of autonomous vehicles emerging, leaving taxi drivers uncertain about their futures. But a boat? While coastal resources may have diminished, the fishing grounds in the region remained the largest in all of Huaxia. Even during the closed fishing season, once it opened, having a boat would ensure a decent livelihood. Suja's mood soured, feeling as though he was being trampled by those he held in disdain. Hongo, Suja doesn't seem to be doing well. Indeed, That spark he once had is gone. In my opinion, we should take advantage of his moment alone and give him a good beating to no need for that effort. Jiang Han was puzzled, recalling how Suji used to be quite ruthless. They re few in number and have suffered enough losses. Don't you remember what I told you? Don't get involved with worthless people. Even if we don't intervene, this cruel society will strike him hard. Jiang Han touched his head, his hair now resembling that of an ordinary person. You're right. Han Good out a beating would be fleeting pain for Suja, yet the expression of someone who had been hurt by society was priceless. Jiang Han instructed Jiang Han to ride the scooter to the town dock and wait for him. He himself rode the newly purchased electric bike back to the village dock, where his boat was still moored. Lin Gu and his two companions were already waiting for him at the village dock. Upon noticing Jiang Han, they showed no embarrassment, clearly intent on following him. Jiang Han, unfazed, smiled at them. How much do you charge for docking your boat in our village each day? Lin Gu was taken aback, wondering why he was asking this. 60. Jiang Han was surprised by the price. It seemed docking at the village was cheaper than in town, where he was charged 100. Maybe I should mention to the village chief that it's time to raise the price. He hopped onto his boat and called out, "Hey, how much do you charge for fuel per hour?" Lin Gu and his companions remained silent. Jiang Han didn't need them to reply that he merely wanted to provoke them. Arriving at the town dock, he brought Jiang Han and their provisions along. Lin Gu and his companions were once again taken aback. In the early hours, they had received news that Jiang Han had taken his boat to the village dock. They followed him there, anticipating he would set off to gather barnacles. Jiang Han's boat had indeed left the village dock, but why was he returning to the town dock? Seeing Jiang Han and Jiang Han loading drinks onto the boat, they were left speechless. Couldn't they have bought those drinks at the village shop? Why make such a detour and waste fuel? Was it purely to force them to waste fuel as well? Boss, I don't think Jiang Han is particularly clever. Old Zhu began to voice his opinion. What do you mean? Lin Gu inquired. That he's just harming himself while trying to harm us, that we waste fuel. But doesn't he also waste fuel? He could be harvesting barnacles, and we could all profit together. Why the mutual sabotage? Lin Gu found himself in agreement with Old Zhu's sentiments. Old Li scratched his head. Boss, we are indeed wasting fuel, but it seems they can recoup their expenses. After all, the last time they caught a plethora of cannonball fish, they likely made a profit even after accounting for fuel costs. Noticing Lin Gu and Old Zhu glaring at him, Old Li quickly fell silent. Jiang Han sat on the boat, munching on a sausage. He pondered whether eating a sausage counted as a meal. If it did, could he indulge in another cigarette? He wanted to ask Jiang Han, but felt that such a trivial matter might make Jiang Han think him foolish, so he opted to keep quiet, resisting the urge to smoke again. Han Gu, these guys are quite bothersome, always following us. How long will they persist? Let them follow if they wish. Avoiding them isn't a solution, even if we evade these three. What about the others? To deter others from following, we must ensure these three taste a bit of hardship. If we continue to evade, it will only suggest that they are easy prey. Jiang Han continued to lead them around, avoiding small islands where he wouldn't dock. Harvesting barnacles there wouldn't consume much fuel and might even yield some valuable finds. When he encountered large schools of fish, he would keep moving. If the fish were plentiful enough for him to catch, others could also benefit. He wouldn't let others profit at his expense. Instead, he sought the smaller schools of fish from the previous day, those that lingered close by and were not found elsewhere. Old Zhu spat. That kid isn't he going to dig for barnacles today, is he? Old Li wanted to speak up, certain that Jiang Han wouldn't be harvesting barnacles. But fearing Lin Gu and Old Zhu's reaction, he kept his mouth shut. Jiang Han's boat continued cruising for over 2 hours. Old Lin felt pained, watching his fuel money vanish like cash in the wind. Suddenly, Jiang Han's eyes lit up. This is that he had spotted a small school of knife fish that were in luck. Though the knife fish were small, they commanded a high price. That a single knife fish was worth far more than a large cannonball fish. He called out to Jiang Han and began to lower the rod with the sea worm bait. This time, Jiang Han was fortunate, as he was the first to hook a fish. However, the bend in the rod left him somewhat disheartened. Brother Han, I've got a bite, but it's not a big fish. Jiang Han had already spotted the beautiful three-knife fish and instructed, pull it up. All right. Jiang Han obeyed Jiang Han's command. The fish felt light, seemingly weighing less than a pound, and he effortlessly brought it up. The moment the fish emerged from the water, Jiang Han exclaimed, three-knife fish. Brother Han, it's a three-knife fish. During this time, he had accompanied Jiang Han on several fishing trips. But this was his first catch of such a valuable fish. The three men on another boat also witnessed this. Lao Zhu lowered his infrared binoculars. Damn, they actually caught a three-knife fish. although it weighed less than a pound. That small fish was worth more than a 10-pound bullet fish. Lao Li clicked his tongue. What kind of luck do they have? They just dropped the line for a minute and hooked another fish. He seemed to recall how Jiang Han had been catching fish effortlessly the previous night, while they had caught nothing. Lao Lin and Lao Zhu were also envious of the three-knife fish. Just as they were still digesting the sight of it, they saw Jiang Han reel in another fish. A larger three-knife fish, in the port city. Three-knife fish are referred to as the king of fish. Such a specimen could fetch over 1,000 yuan in the port city, a price unattainable in their waters. However, wild three-knife fish weighing around a pound could be sold for several hundred yuan. While Lao Lin hesitated, Jiang Han caught yet another three-knife fish in less than a minute. Zhang Haidai pulled up his second three-knife fish. Lao Lin gritted his teeth and decided to prepare some bait. Under Lao Lin's command, Lao Zhu and Lao Li tossed the small bait fish they had prepared into the as they did so. Jiang Han and Zhang Haidai hooked several more three-knife fish. Gradually, Jiang Han sensed something amiss. He noticed that the fish on their side were swimming away. Following their path, he spotted the individuals on the other boat preparing bait. They were chopping up some small fish and tossing them into the sea, gradually attracting the fish away. Jiang Han found it odd that weren't they using lures. The lure fishing method doesn't require bait. With just a rod and artificial bait, one can fish directly. Yet these three men were actually preparing bait. It wasn't until he saw them pull out regular fishing rods that Jiang Han realized they had changed their fishing approach. His mind was filled with questions. Why alter a perfectly good fishing method? In truth, Lao Lin was equally frustrated. It was said that lure fishing was sophisticated and high class, yet he had experienced nothing but failure. After witnessing Jiang Han's success with traditional fishing yesterday, he began to doubt the reliability of lure fishing. Anticipating the possibility that Jiang Han might continue fishing with them today, he had preemptively purchased a basket of small bait fish from the market. Brother Han, they've started preparing bait. Will the fish on our side be attracted to them? Let them attract, Jiang Han replied calmly, patiently waiting for them to exhaust all their bait. The fish on their side would take some time to swim over, and many were already wary. Jiang Han continued to catch a few more fish. Just as he saw the fish about to bite, he set down his rod and took the helm. Before Lao Lin and the others could settle into their seats, Jiang Han's boat sped away. Lao Zhu was furious. I've seen greedy people, but never this brazen. Boss, should we chase after them? Lao Li asked, clicking his tongue. We just wasted all the bait we prepared. Shouldn't we catch a couple of fish first? Just because we bait doesn't mean we'll catch fish. By the time we hook a couple, they might have vanished, Lao Zhu exclaimed, anxious. But what about the bait we just wasted? Although the small bait fish were not expensive, it still represented money. How long has it been since we made any profit? Lao Li sighed. Lao Lin couldn't contain his frustration and spat. At his age, having fished for many years, he had encountered all sorts of storms. Yet he never expected to be outsmarted by a young man. But what could he do? They had to follow. Chapter 118. Another round. The loss of the small bait fish was regrettable. But while three-knife fish were valuable for seasoned fishermen, baiting didn't guarantee a catch. Some fish might not bite even when right before their eyes. The priority was to follow Jiang Han's boat, pressuring them to focus on fishing for barnacles. Their boat set off, scattering the small gathering of three-knife fish. Jiang Han continued to navigate the waters. Lao Lin genuinely felt the sting of fuel expenses today that if he didn't operate the boat, he wouldn't make a profit. Yet, by setting sail, he was incurring losses. After meandering for about half an hour, just as they thought Jiang Han would come to a stop, he turned sharply and headed in another direction. Lao Lin felt exhausted and wanted to discuss matters with Jiang Han. He accelerated to catch up. Brother Han, they are catching up. It seems their captain wants to talk to you, Zhang Haidai warned Jiang Han. Jiang Han raised an eyebrow. If they wished to converse, so be it. He had nothing to discuss with them. Thus, he increased the throttle, believing it would consume more fuel. Boss, that guy is faster than you, Lao Zhu remarked. Lao Lin was at a loss for words. He had never encountered someone like this before. He had heard that Jiang Han graduated from a prestigious university. How could a graduate from such a renowned institution be so unruly? Boss, let's catch up. Our boat is larger and more powerful. Lao Lin gritted his teeth, determined to have a word with this audacious student. They managed to close the distance, but Jiang Han showed no signs of slowing down. The boat sped along, the wind howling, making conversation impossible. Lao Lin seethed, having been outmaneuvered by Jiang Han for another half hour. Suddenly, Jiang Han changed direction again, and they found themselves at the village dock after another half hour. Upon realizing it was the dock of Shaojiang village, Lao Lin and the others were momentarily stunned. What was this kid up to? Why not the town dock? Lao Zhu's face turned crimson with anger. With no other option, Lao Lin had to dock at the village pier. Jiang Han had considered this. He could keep the 3-knife fish at home until the next day. Since that was the case, he wouldn't disturb Minghua. He couldn't control the situation of those delivering tofu and vegetables. At least, he had no special reason to wake Minghua from his slumber, that it was already past midnight. And Zhang Haidai insisted on returning to the town, so Jiang Han acquiesced. Brother Han, should I take the fish over? This way, they can be sold to the restaurant first thing tomorrow morning, and no need. Your place is a suite. It's rather stuffy. My self-built house is much more ventilated. Keeping the fish in my pond will ensure they have better oxygen levels. Then should I ride over on the 3-wheeled bike tomorrow morning? No need. I'll take the electric bike over in the morning. Today, the two of them had caught a total of 23 3-knife fish, weighing just around 20 pounds collectively. Several of the fish were even under half a pound. Probably around 4 ounces. Of course, there were larger ones, approximately 1.5 pounds. He would simply use a bucket to transport them. After Zhang Haidai left, Jiang Han took a shower and prepared for bed. Suddenly, there was a knock at his door. The camera he had purchased earlier that day had arrived. He installed it immediately, as the new equipment was still fresh. Opening the app on his phone, he saw Lao Lin and his companions standing at his door. In this age, unlike in the past, there weren't many burglars. However, there were 3 of them, and he was alone, so he felt it wise to be cautious. Lao Lin continued knocking, growing increasingly irritated. Jiang Han spoke through the camera. What do you want? Lao Lin jumped, startled, and upon looking up, he saw the camera. My surname is Lin. I have something to discuss with you. Could you open the door? Whatever you need to say it here at this hour. Coupled with their numbers, Jiang Han felt it best not to let them in. Lao Lin and his friends were at a loss for words. This was the first time they had ever discussed matters with someone through a camera. I know your name is Jiang Han. You have a sister and 2 nieces, correct? Jiang Han's brow furrowed. What do you want? I'm telling you, our conversation can be recorded. If anything happens to my sister, I won't let you off the hook. Lao Lin was taken aback. He had heard before that book-smart individuals tend to be timid, and he had intended to intimidate him. But now, in broad daylight, he could only attempt to frighten him. Unexpectedly, Jiang Han showed no fear and even preserved evidence. You misunderstand. I have no intention of harming your sister. I merely wish to discuss a partnership with you. Jiang Han remained silent, not seeing any basis for a partnership between them. Not receiving a response, Lao Lin continued. Jiang Han, the world is quite realistic. You've caught so many barnacles at the dock recently. Do you think I'm the only one keeping an eye on you? The reason others haven't acted is that they want someone to test the waters first. If we cooperate, you tell me the locations of the barnacles, and I can help you deal with them. How does that sound? Fine, Jiang Han replied. You agree? Lin Ji's eyes lit up. He knew Jiang Han would agree. I think your idea is quite good, he said. Lin Gu added, I will handle my own affairs. You just take care of yourself. He could hardly believe that someone like Lin Gu had the capacity to deal with those people. In the end, Lin Gu received his share, as did the others, leaving him as the sole loser. This incident served as a reminder. He could only conceal the cave's secrets temporarily. The truth would inevitably come to light. Therefore, he resolved to take as much as he could without anyone discovering it. Jiang Han, untroubled, retired to bed, while Lin Gu and his companions faced a dismal night. It appeared that the 3 of them would be sleeping aboard the boat again. Though the weather was not cold for sleeping indoors, the mosquitoes were relentless. Even the burning incense seemed ineffective as the mosquitoes swarmed around them, making it impossible to rest. Boss, should we continue following Jiang Han's boat? Lin Gu began to doubt his initial decision. Over the past few days, they had not only gained nothing, but had also squandered a considerable amount of fuel. Meanwhile, Jiang Han had suffered no loss. Seemingly profiting from their time together, they had fished for a shorter duration that day, but the catch had been entirely comprised of knife fish. Although these fish were modest in size, their market price was quite favorable, especially for the wild ones. Chapter 119. A bucket full of knife fish. Jiang Han did not rise particularly early. Recently, he had purchased an oxygenator online, which was inexpensive and could continuously produce bubbles when plugged in. He awoke in the late afternoon, with the knife fish still lively and spirited. Using a simple net, he scooped the fish from the tank into a bucket and rode his electric bike toward town. Aunt Li and Aunt Jinju had just finished washing their clothes and were returning when they spotted Jiang Han. Are you heading out? They inquired. Jiang Han nodded in response that yes, he passed by. Both women instinctively glanced at the bucket in his bike. Aunt Li rubbed her eyes, and Aunt Jinju followed suit. That I must be seeing things. There are so many fish in that bucket, Aunt Li exclaimed. Convinced she was imagining it. I saw them too. Those fish are quite flat. Aunt Jinju echoed, equally astonished. They have orange-red stripes, Aunt Li asked. Aunt Jinju nodded. Yes, several stripes, in fact. The two women exchanged incredulous glances before exclaiming together. Heavens, it truly is knife fish, a bucket full of knife fish. Upon arriving at the Halowang restaurant, Mengguo was delighted by the sight of the knife fish, eye in her eyes. Knife fish were far more appealing than bullet fish. However, beauty aside, they needed to be consumed. Given the small size of the knife fish, Jiang Han kept 2 for himself and weighed the remaining 21, totaling 18 pounds, $300 per pound. He earned a total of 5,400 yuan. Mengguo promptly transferred the money to Jiang Han. Impressive. Most people catch only a few fish, but your fishing seems like a commercial venture, she added. With your fishing skills, you should consider live streaming. Your viewership would surely be substantial. Jiang Han frowned at the thought of the online influencers who begged for gifts and donations. Forget it. I cannot become an internet celebrity. It wasn't that he disapproved of such influencers. He simply preferred not to be thrust into the limelight, nor could he bring himself to solicit donations. Mengguo chuckled. That won't do. Society is evolving rapidly. One must keep pace to avoid being left behind. Jiang Han pondered the rise of AI and how it was replacing people across various fields. Rather than compete with machines, he preferred to follow his natural inclinations and pursue what brought him comfort. Mengguo paused, uncertain how to counter his point. Perhaps by then, everyone will find their unique paths. Jiang Han instructed Mengguo to take the fish to the kitchen, one for steaming and the other for sashimi. As Mengguo prepared to be busy, Jiang Han invited Zhang Haidai to join him in enjoying the 2 fish. Brother Han, remember when we ran into Suja yesterday? Zhang Haidai commented. Why bring him up now? Jiang Han inquired. While organizing foam boxes in the shed today, I spotted Suja, although he didn't see me. Jiang Han found it peculiar. What was he doing there? It's quite a coincidence. His old house is in the same neighborhood where you bought the shed. Jiang Han was taken aback. What a stroke of luck. Even more so, Zhang Haidai continued, savoring a piece of sashimi. After Suja left, I learned that his shed is adjacent to yours. He returned to sell his old house. Jiang Han nearly choked on the fish. What a coincidence, Zhang Haidai suggested. What if I buy that house? Jiang Han raised an eyebrow. Is it very cheap? What are its advantages? Not particularly advantageous that I haven't seen that house. But I did check out a unit in the same neighborhood that was recently renovated. The layout is standard. As for the price, I haven't inquired yet. Jiang Han regarded Zhang Haidai skeptically. Then why consider buying it? Well, I figured the 2 sheds would be adjacent. If I acquire that house, then the shed would belong to me as well. We could combine the 2 sheds into a larger warehouse. Jiang Han was surprised by Zhang Haidai's reasoning. In our town, property prices are naturally lower than in the city, but a house is still a house. Even the cheapest will not be trivial. If you genuinely believe it's a worthwhile investment, then proceed, but don't think of merging the sheds into a warehouse. Jiang Han offered this advice sincerely, treating Zhang Haidai as a brother. Although Zhang Haidai had some money now, purchasing a house was a significant matter. One shouldn't buy a property simply because the sheds were adjacent. Zhang Haidai nodded. Understood, brother. A grown man. He felt a twinge in his eyes. Was it emotion? He was but a reckless soul. Had it not been for Jiang Han, he might have perished long ago. After finishing their meal, the 2 brothers resumed their activities, with Zhang Haidai returning to his book, while Jiang Han took a moment to rest in Zhang Haidai's rental unit. His mind preoccupied with Suja's house sailed in his youth. Jiang Han recalled hearing that Suja's family had sold their boat to purchase a taxi license, a decision that seemed wise at the time. Taxis were indeed lucrative back then, and the business thrived. However, years later, the value of that taxi had diminished significantly in today's struggling taxi industry, even if Suja wished to sell it cheaply. He might find no buyers. Had the boat remained, it could have provided a modest living for the family. Jiang Han wondered if Suja's father regretted his decision. He had come to understand that life is unpredictable. Many choices that seem right in the moment can later appear foolish as circumstances change. Since no one can accurately predict the future, he concluded it is better to follow one's heart and pursue what one truly desires. Ding, the host has sold seafood for 5,400 yuan, earning 5,400 system points. Accumulating previous points, the total system points are 7,307 points. The host can now consume 5,000 system points to exchange for a 10-meter scanning range. Would you like to exchange? Exchange successful. The host now possesses a 1,035-meter scanning range. Exchange successful. Remaining system points, 2,307 points. Please continue to strive for excellence. Jiang Han blinked, feeling that a scanning range exceeding 1,000 meters was a vastly different experience from one that was not. With an expanded field of vision, he felt a corresponding broadening of his mindset. he transferred Zhang Haidai's share of the earnings to him. Observing Zhang Haidai engrossed in his book, Jiang Han decided to take a solitary stroll. Initially considering bringing back some fruit. However, he remembered how Zhang Haidai had turned his 3 meals a day into 10 due to his smoking habit, causing his waistline to expand. He ultimately chose not to bring anything back for him. Chapter 120. Departing after a good sleep. The town's area was relatively small, and as Jiang Han walked, he soon reached the neighborhood where he had purchased the shed. Just then, he spotted Suja exiting the neighborhood with a middle-aged man. Jiang Han veered aside, ensuring they did not notice him. "Hey, Xiaogu, you need to think of a way to sell my house," Suja urged. My 98 square meter house is now valued at 500,000. About 5,000 per square meter. I've already lowered the price, so why aren't people buying? Xiaogu looked equally troubled that a real estate agent. He had made a considerable profit in previous years. If it were a few years ago, your house would have sold immediately. But these years, every sector has been struggling. When prices were rising, everyone rushed to buy. Now that prices have dropped, no one is interested. What should I do then? My family is tight on funds, and we're counting on this money to ease our situation, that Suja lamented. If you want to sell, you'll have to drop the price further. Otherwise, no one will buy. Suja was stunned by how challenging it was to sell a house nowadays. How much lower do I need to go for someone to show interest? Xiaogu crossed his fingers to indicate a number. Suja was taken aback. You want me to drop my asking price by 100,000 when it's already only 500,000? There is no way around it. Aren't you eager to let it go? Moreover, the current real estate market is indeed dismal. You might reduce the price by 100,000 now, but in 2 or 3 years, it could drop by 200,000. Suja felt his heart racing. He clutched his chest, sensing he was on the verge of suffocation. Although they didn't spend much on this house, the money held substantial value at that time. The property could fetch up to 700,000 at its peak. Now, 50,000, and they want him to drop it by another 100,000. Suja lit a cigarette for Brother Zhao, the agent, pleading, "Please help me out, even if I can bear this price." "My father cannot." Brother Zhao sighed. "Just wait. As soon as someone shows interest, I'll take them to see the house." Jiang Han was uncertain whether Suja would ultimately sell the house for 400,000. However, if he did, it seemed an enticing offer. It was unclear what kind of house Zhang Haidai truly desired. If he sought a good deal, this property was worth considering. As for whether prices would continue to decline in 2 or 3 years, that was beyond their contemplation. Life is unpredictable. Since one cannot foresee everything, it's wise not to overthink many matters. Upon returning to the rental, Jiang Han relayed this situation to Zhang Haidai. Do you truly intend to buy a house? If so, besides this one, keep an eye on other properties as well. Renting is not ideal. You can move out immediately. Buying a house is a long-term commitment. Zhang Haidai regarded his rented place, though it was nice. It was still a rental. A rented house always lacks the essence of home, but he had never experienced the warmth of home in his parents' house. Now, he yearned for a home of his own. To nurture and cherish it. I understand. Han, good, I'll stay vigilant. Zhang Haidai felt as if he were dreaming. Just a month or 2 ago, he struggled to make ends meet, and now he dared to dream of owning a house. Seeing Zhang Haidai's expression, Jiang Han recognized his genuine desire to purchase a home. He sensed that Zhang Haidai had become more grounded during this period. Wanting to settle down was a positive development. They returned to the village after dinner. Since Jiang Han mentioned that the timing was uncertain, Zhang Haidai accompanied him back. After arriving, he stayed at Jiang Han's house. They decided to rest early, conserving their energy. Jiang Han did not set out early, as his intuition suggested that Lin Gu and his crew would follow their boat. Leaving too soon would be disadvantageous, so he prioritized comfort and sleep. This time, he woke at 3 in the morning, and after organizing their belongings, they packed a box of ice. They had prepared this while departing from the town. If they needed to keep anything cold, they could use the ice. The box they had was well insulated. The large ice blocks would last until the next morning. Even if they didn't need it, it was inconsequential, as ice was inexpensive. Jiang Han and Zhang Haidai were quite comfortable, while the 3 men on the other boat were suffering. The low tide was expected around midnight. Based on their previous experiences, Jiang Han planned to set out early. They set the alarm and sat on the boat. Waiting by 11 o'clock, mosquitoes buzzed around them incessantly, leaving their legs scratched and itchy. They forced themselves to stay awake. They waited from 11 until midnight, but Jiang Han did not appear. From midnight to 1. Still no sign of him. From 1 to 2, still nothing. Their heads bobbed as they fought sleep. This guy really not coming? Old Zhu grumbled. Maybe he's afraid we'll follow him, and decided not to go out. Old Li chimed in. Let us wait a bit longer. If the tide goes out, and he still hasn't shown up, then we won't wait any longer. The 3 of them continued waiting, and just as they prepared to sleep, Jiang Han finally appeared. Lin Gu and his crew were tempted to curse Jiang Han's ancestors for his timing. Why show up just when they were about to rest? Jiang Han and Zhang Haidai boarded the boat. Just as they had on previous occasions, navigating around the sea. This time, they circled until the tide went out. Boss, the tide has gone out. Should we still follow? After an hour of circling, Zhang Haidai questioned Jiang Han. Han Gu, the tide has receded. Should we keep circling? We will continue as long as they follow, Jiang Han replied, showing no intention of turning back. Lin Ji's boat kept closely behind, as if they were in a contest of wills. They circled for another 2 hours, and Lin Gu was growing increasingly frustrated, gnashing his teeth. They were running low on funds and had to conserve fuel. Suddenly, Jiang Han's boat halted in the sea. Here it comes, Old Li exclaimed, barely able to contain his excitement as they prepared to earn some fuel money. Lin Gu shot Old Li a glare. Old Li, oblivious, continued, Boss, what do we do? We can't earn any money. Lin Gu felt like sewing Old Li's mouth shut. He was getting older and more talkative, and his words were increasingly unhelpful. Jiang Han and Zhang Haidai indeed took out fishing rods and sea worms to start fishing. Chapter 121. The Bluefish. Jiang Han felt remarkably lucky. Although they had spent 3 hours circling, hard work had rewarded him with a small school of bluefish. Jiang Han was unsure whether they were genuine bluefish or imposters. Typically, the counterfeit bluefish found in markets are parrotfish, also referred to as bluefish, and are half the price of the real ones. To distinguish between authentic and false bluefish, one must examine their teeth. Although he possessed scanning abilities, he could not see the fish's teeth, as they were obscured by their heads. It wasn't until a bluefish exposed its teeth while attempting to bite his bait that Jiang Han finally noticed the irregular, unattractive teeth resembling those of a pig. Excitement surged within him. This was indeed a genuine bluefish. The authentic bluefish, or Shu's pig-toothed fish, had those distinctly ugly teeth, just as expected, while the price of the genuine bluefish did not surpass that of the three-blade fish. The school he had spotted was relatively sizable, each weighing between 3 to 5 pounds. Given that it was the closed fishing season, wild bluefish could fetch over 100 per pound. Those exceeding 20 pounds might even sell for over 150. In terms of individual value, a single wild bluefish was worth more than a wild three-blade fish. Jiang Han gleefully reeled in his first bluefish, a 5-pounder, although it was lighter than the flounder he had caught previously. It still took more time than yesterday's three-blade fish. Old Li, unable to catch anything himself, kept a close watch on Jiang Han, with an infrared telescope that allowed him to see clearly at night. He observed Jiang Han land a fish weighing around 5 pounds. Upon seeing the fish, especially when Jiang Han removed the hook, Old Li felt dejected. Boss, it's a bluefish. I saw the teeth. It's the real deal. Lin Gu spat overboard, nearly bursting with rage. How could all the good fortune fall to this kid? Not only did he stumble upon a barnacle hotspot, but he was also an expert fisherman. Others had more misses than catches, while he effortlessly hooked fish. Particularly during these last 2 outings, he either caught three-blade fish or bluefish, both rare catches. What luck, when the fishing ban lifted and they could use nets. How much money would he make? Boss, he caught a second bluefish. Old Li exclaimed again. Shut up, I can see it too. Lin Gu snapped back as Jiang Han caught the bluefish. He placed it in the live storage compartment below deck. The fish would remain alive for the time being. Since they wouldn't need the ice today, Jiang Han decided to open the storage box for ice. He and Zhang Haidai sat beside the ice, enjoying the refreshing sea breeze, making even the sweltering summer feel cool. Old Li noticed the icebox as well. Boss, those two are using ice to cool down on the boat. Lin Gu was infuriated. Why were they so comfortable while his crew was struggling? He saw them placing several bottles of drinks inside the icebox, allowing them to enjoy chilled beverages at sea. Lin Gu suddenly felt his own drink had lost its appeal. Although his drink wasn't too warm, it lacked that refreshing chill. The disparity was infuriating. Lin Gu scratched at his skin, nearly driven mad by the itching. Why were those two untouched by mosquitoes? Did even the insects favor them and avoid biting them? Lin Gu, at his age, had never felt so frustrated, even more so than when his son scored an 8 in math. Meanwhile, Jiang Han and Zhang Haidai leisurely fished while clinking their drinks. Han Gu. I used to fight every day. After getting out, I relied on fighting to scrape together some money for cigarettes. Back then, I thought someone like me might as well die. It couldn't be worse than living. But now, I really don't want to die. Life is too comfortable now. It's almost like being a deity. Jiang Han chuckled. How do you even know what a deity's life is like? Isn't it shown on TV? They just sing and dance. Zhang Haidai replied. If they wish to exchange with me, I shall not comply. Moreover, he has developed attachments in this world, in the image of a graceful figure, fragrant with cherry blossoms. Dances in his mind. Jiang Han inhaled deeply, savoring the essence of the sea. This period felt like a dream to him. Upon realizing the true nature of his chosen field of study, He understood that he had strayed from the right path in life. Yet, he remained undeterred. With his own hands and feet, he believed he could establish himself in the bustling metropolis. In a way, his breakup with Ye Tiantian was a blessing, prompting him to contemplate many things. What difference would it make to remain in the city and compete with so many others? He cast aside his burdens and returned home. Initially, he intended to gradually seek a way forward. But unexpectedly, he awakened a system within himself. Jiang Han gazed at the sea, where numerous corals thrived below the surface, and colorful fish flitted among them. The view above the water was beautiful, yet the underwater scenery was even more enchanting. Were it not for the illegality of coral extraction, he would have gladly collected some. After a long night of rest, both Jiang Han and Jiang Hai were ready for a fishing expedition. Having fished for an extended period, the trio from another boat yawned incessantly, unable to sleep while keeping watch on Jiang Han. With nothing else to do, they too took out their fishing rods. Learning from their previous mishap, they opted against traditional fishing methods this time, as wasting a basket of small fish would only mean wasting money. The three sat side by side like the walking dead. Brother Lin's fishing rod twitched. Excitedly, he lifted the rod, revealing a small sardine dangling from the line. This sardine was truly minuscule. Logically, the larger the lure used in fishing, the bigger the catch ought to be. Despite employing a sizable lure, he had only managed to catch this tiny sardine. If it had been slightly larger, it might have been worth something. But at this size, it was uncertain whether it could fetch 3 or 5 yuan. Even if he were to sell it, there would be no one to buy such a solitary fish. Cooking it for himself felt wasteful in terms of gas. Frustrated, Brother Lin tossed the sardine back, feeling as if it were mocking him that to catch such a sardine was worse than catching nothing at all. As dawn approached, and the sun ascended, Jiang Han began to feel the heat. Their boat lacked a canopy, making fishing in these conditions far less comfortable than for the crew of the other vessel. Jiang Han would not allow such a situation to persist, so he steered the boat towards the town dock. Chapter 122. A pleasant aroma. He and Jiang Hai scooped the bluefish from the live well into their buckets. The bluefish were large, and a single bucket could hold only a few. They filled 4 buckets to the brim, and for the particularly large ones, they even procured a box. That day, they parked their electric tricycle at the main dock instead of returning home, which now proved fortuitous as they loaded their catch onto it. This delay allowed Brother Lin and the others to get ahead. That moment, a middle-aged man pushing a bicycle appeared at the dock, clanging a wooden box, selling popsicles and ice cream. Popsicles, popsicles. In this era, vendors like him were a rarity, and he was evidently new to the area. Old Zhu, feeling stifled after a night of watching Jiang